On the day he was driven out of the Lei family, Lei Zhaorong swore that everything belonging to the Lei clan would one day be reclaimed by his own hand. After transmigrating back to Hong Kong in 1982, he unexpectedly bound himself to a mysterious future headline system. Each day, the system delivers 3 brief messages from the future stock trends, horse racing opportunities, and property market openings. The wealth codes of the coming 30 days lie entirely within his grasp. When his family seeks to force his newspaper into bankruptcy, he defies the tide and builds an entirely new distribution network. When competitors try to block every path before him, he relies on sheer strength to shock the entire Xinjiang business circle. Starting from a small newspaper office, he gradually lays out his presence in the stock market, real estate, and the financial sector, step by step accumulating wealth and forging a commercial empire that belongs to him alone. The powerful families that once looked down on him eventually realize that the young man they cast out has already become a Xinjiang predator they can no longer afford to ignore. The study is filled with the mingled scent of rosewood and tea leaves that ought to have been a tranquil night. A sharp crack splits the air as Lei Zhaorong slams his palm onto the desk, making the teacup lid jump and hot tea splash across the expensive tablecloth. You unfilial son. Even now you refuse to repent, stubborn and deluded. Must I really expel you from the Lei family to make you happy? Lei Zhaorong stands in the center of the study, his back perfectly straight. He looks at his enraged father, his voice utterly steady. I am telling the truth. The blue and white porcelain you cherish most was broken by Lei Zhaofu. He tried to take your blue and white vase, and I walked in on him. He lost his grip, and it fell to the floor, shattering. I am simply stating what truly happened. I never enter your study, so how could I have been the one to break it? As his words fall, Lei Zhaofu's expression flickers for an instant. The panic lasts less than a second, then his eyes redden, and tears surge forth as if switched on. Daddy, please don't blame second brother. Lei Zhaofu's voice trembles with sobs, his body slightly shaking, looking as though he has been wronged to the extreme. Just say it was me who broke it. I know it was your favorite blue and white porcelain. I will work hard to earn money and repay you and buy you an identical one. Please don't blame second brother anymore. It's all my fault, all my fault. As he speaks, he suddenly drops to his knees. He kneels before Lei Zhaorong, tears streaming down his face. Watching this scene, Lei Zhaorong has only one thought in his heart: was this guy some kind of green tea schemer reborn? With acting like this, not giving him an Oscar feels like a grave injustice. Lei Zhaorong had still been somewhat hesitant. After all, in the past month, Lei Zhaorong had indeed changed a great deal, no longer causing trouble outside, and even starting to read and study. But when he heard his youngest son crying so bitterly and saw him kneeling, his heart shattered. Get up, get up. Lei Zhaorong hurries to bend down and help Lei Zhaofu to his feet. As long as daddy knows it wasn't you, why are you kneeling? He helps Lei Zhaofu up, pats his youngest son's shoulder, then turns toward Lei Zhaorong, his gaze shifting in an instant from aching concern to disgust. You unfilial son. Look at how sensible your third brother is, suffering grievances and still pleading on your behalf. How could it possibly have been him? Only a useless wastrel like you would do such a thing. Exactly. A mocking voice drifts over from the side. Eldest sister Lei Zhaofu sets down her teacup, crosses one leg over the other, a grating smile on her face. Third brother is so sensible, always obedient and well-behaved. How could he be anything like you, Lei Zhaorong? In the past you did nothing but squander money or march down the road to squandering. Last month you got into a fight at a nightclub and paid 500,000 in compensation. The month before that you lost 300,000 on the races. How many times has daddy had to clean up after you? With every sentence she raises another finger. Although you've been pretending to straighten up lately, there's a saying: a dog can't stop itself from eating filth. At the time only you and third brother were there. If we rule out always obedient third brother, who else could it have been but you? Lei Zhaorong looks at his sister's sharp-tongued face and says coolly, eldest sister, which of your eyes saw me break it? For something like this we only need to check the surveillance. There's no need for you to distort right and wrong like this. Surveillance. Lei Zhaofu's pupils contract slightly, but his sobs quickly grow louder. He even starts to hiccup, his body swaying as though he can barely stay upright. Daddy's second brother, eldest sister, please stop arguing. Just say it was me who broke it. His voice grows hoarse. There's a saying: when the family is harmonious, all things flourish. Only if we remain united and at peace can the clan grow more prosperous. I don't want the household thrown into turmoil over a single vase. It's all my fault, all my fault. Second brother, please stop talking, I beg you. He turns to Lei Zhaorong, eyes brimming, reaching out a hand as though to tug his sleeve. That posture, that tone, that expression. He is the very image of a dutiful younger brother bearing humiliation for the sake of the family. Listen to him. Just listen. Lei Zhaofu slaps the armrest hard. Look at third brother's attitude. Then look at you, Lei Zhaorong, standing there like a block of wood, not even knowing how to soften your tone. I say you broke it. Oh, what's the point of checking surveillance? Are you doubting third brother's honesty? Would third brother ever lie? Lei Zhaorong nods, his face dark as iron. Eldest brother Lei Zhaorong finally speaks. He has kept silent all this time, sitting in a corner polishing a pair of glasses, his movements slow and unhurried. Only when everyone's attention turns toward him does he raise his head and say unhurriedly, third brother has always been obedient and understanding the family's little source of joy. From childhood until now, he has never caused Daddy a single day of worry. He puts on his glasses, his gaze settling on Lei Zhaorong. His tone is flat, as if he were reading out a business report. Look at third brother's stance, now bearing humiliation for the sake of the clan. It speaks for itself. Then look at second brother, a playboy wastrel, forever making trouble here or stirring up incidents there. I believe Daddy needs to think carefully and give Lei Zhaorong a proper lesson. He is forever dragging the family back. At this rate, even if the Lei clan were a mountain of gold and silver, he would bring us to ruin. When he finishes, he lowers his head again and resumes polishing his glasses as though he has merely stated an obvious fact. Listening to everyone speak on his behalf, Lei Zhaofu's lips twitch upward at the corners in an unconscious arc, though only for an instant before it disappears. He continues to sob, continues to tremble, continues to play the innocent victim. Lei Zhaorong takes it all in: his eldest brother's rational analysis, his sister's mocking tone, his third brother's exquisite performance, his father's blind partiality. For people, 4 knives, each blade plunging in at precisely the right place. Suddenly he feels cold, not in his body, but in his heart. Lei Kowloon draws a deep breath, the fury on his face reaching its peak. He points at Lei Zhaorong, his finger trembling. You unfilial son. Since you refuse to recognize your own mistakes, I will see to it you remember this lesson well. He bites off each word as though forcing them through clenched teeth. From today onward, you are no longer a member of the... Today, in my capacity as patriarch of the Lei clan, I strike your name from the family register. If someday you realize your wrongdoing, kneel before me and sincerely repent, then I may consider allowing you to return to the Lei family. Silence falls over the study for a heartbeat. Everyone turns to look at Lei Zhaorong. Lei Kowloon waits for him to kneel. Lei Zhaorong waits for him to admit fault. Lei Zhaoyue waits to watch him humiliated. Lei Zhaofu waits for this second brother to break down in tears and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. What a splendid drama. I'll be damned, Lei Kowloon. You are nothing but a colossal fool who can't distinguish right from wrong, who listens to one side and fancies himself infallible. Lei Kowloon's face flushes dark red. Pointing at Lei Zhaorong, he can only stammer out, You unfilial son, still so obstinate and unrepentant. Get out of my sight. Lei Zhaorong says, do you have any idea what your precious third son has been doing outside? I've caught him stealing antiques from your study no fewer than 3 times. Never mind the times I haven't seen. All this time you've never bothered to investigate. Tell me, doesn't that make you a colossal fool? At these words, Lei Zhaofu's face turns ashen, his knees on the floor, trembling like a sieve. Lei Zhaorong's next sentence makes him feel as though plunged into an ice cellar. Lei Zhaorong adds mockingly, I've also heard that your precious third son dabbles in drugs outside. Lei Kowloon turns to stare at Lei Zhaofu, utterly stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lei Zhaoyue's face hardens. Don't you dare slander Zhaofu. It's probably you who did it, and now you're trying to frame him. Yes, that must be it. Lei Zhaorong points at Lei Zhaoyue. And you? If you're not out hunting for toy boys, you're on your way to hunt them. You wallow in a queen's life of debauched indulgence perched on your little throne. What right do you have to call me a wastrel? Have you ever earned a single cent for the Lei family? With that third-rate management degree of yours, you can't even manage yourself. Spare us the act. Lei Kowloon's eyes widen as he looks at Lei Zhaoyue again. She wants nothing more than to sink into the floor, hurriedly dodging his gaze and forcing out a stiff smile. At this moment, it is as if Lei Kowloon is seeing his own daughter for the first time. Lei Zhaorong, stop talking nonsense. How could Zhaofu and Zhaoyue be as you say? Have you completely lost your reason and started biting at everyone? Eldest brother Lei Zhaorong cuts in with a harsh rebuke. Lei Zhaorong points at him next. And you, my dear eldest brother, you go around all day with that stiff face, pretending to be deep, pretending to be unruffled. Don't you find it exhausting? Can such things be faked? All you do is make people feel you're nothing but a clumsy imitator showing off for effect. Every time you invest smugly self-assured, and every time you suffer crushing defeat, haven't you diverted quite a lot of company funds? Still, I can praise you for one thing. How does the saying go? Failing again and again, yet charging back into battle every time. When he finishes, Lei Zhaorong can no longer maintain his calm mask. His composure shatters completely. Lei Kowloon glances at Lei Zhaorong's flustered expression, then turns back and points at Lei Zhaorong, shouting, he is the Lei family's eldest son, the one who will inherit the business. Right now, he is merely practicing. Facing the furious Lei Kowloon, Lei Zhaorong says, look at them. They are no different from me, yet you treat us completely differently every time. This time the truth could be laid bare simply by checking the surveillance, but you still shield him and target me. Is it because back then you used dirty tricks to snatch victory over second uncle Lei Hua, and have despised me ever since simply for being the second-born I? As soon as he speaks, Lei Kowloon's expression changes again. This is a past he has no wish to revisit. In order to seize the family business, he resorted to underhanded means to drive his own younger brother away, who has since vanished without a trace. Get out, just get out. From now on I will act as though I never had a son like you. Lei Kowloon roars, pounding the desk with all his strength. Fine. From today onward, I, Lei Zhaorong, sever myself from the Lei family. Listen well. I will reclaim the industries of the Lei clan one by one. From this day on, this Lei family will be the Lei family of Lei Zhaorong. Having spoken, Lei Zhaorong ignores their stunned faces and turns to leave. His leather shoes strike the marble floor with crisp ringing steps. Every step is steady. No hesitation, no trembling, no glance back. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Lei Kowloon roars behind him. Lei Zhaorong pushes open the great door of the Lei estate. The night wind rushes to meet him. He walks out. As the door closes behind him, Lei Zhaorong halts, closes his eyes, and lets the cold wind blow across his face in silence. When he opens his eyes again, his gaze is clear, the corner of his mouth lifting in a mocking arc, because he is no longer the original Lei Zhaorong. He is a man who has transmigrated from the future. In his previous life, he was a workhorse laboring for over a decade, rising from the very bottom to become an investment director, working overtime until the early hours every day, only to receive in the end a diagnosis of terminal cancer. During those final days on the hospital bed, his only regret was that he had never once lived for himself. Then he transmigrated. He awoke in this parallel world as a rich heir. The Lei family may not be a top-tier aristocratic house in Hong Kong, but it is a genuinely wealthy clan. At first he planned to lie back and enjoy life, to spend this lifetime in comfort, occasionally drawing useful information from the system to help the family advance further. And the result? All he found were faces like those he just left behind. Lei Zhaorong takes a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming. Since the Lei family has no place for me, then I will strike out on my own. With the investment experience of his previous life and that mysterious future headline system, he amasses assets of 7 million in just 30 short days, aided by 3 messages from the future every day. For now, the system is only at level 1, offering copper and silver messages. Once it reaches level 2, gold messages will appear, bringing even more opportunities. This is also why Lei Zhaorong knows the secrets of every member of the Lei family. It is his greatest trump card. The corner of his mouth lifts again. From this moment onward, the life of Lei Zhaorong truly begins. From now on, this Lei family will be the Lei family of Lei Zhaorong. However cold the night wind blows, it is still not as cold as the hearts in that study just now. But he needs no warmth from anyone. He himself is the spark. The night wind poured in through the car window, dispersing the lingering scent of zeton wood clinging to Lei Zhaorong. He drove all the way east without once looking back. After a few minutes, the car turned into an upscale villa district a few streets away. The villas here were not as ostentatious as the Lei family's estate, yet each possessed its own enclosed yard and garage. Those who lived here were all people of wealth and status. Lei Zhaorong pulled up in front of a white villa and fished a key out of his pocket. It was a key he had cut 3 days. 3 days earlier, the system had pushed him a bronze-colored message: Villa No. 15, XX Road. Owner eager to sell. Market price 2. 8 million. Bottom price 1. 8 million. Ready to close. At that time, he had just earned over 2 million from the stock market, and without a second thought, he took this house down. He had not expected to put it to use so quickly. Lei Zhaorong opened the door and stepped into the living room. The interior decoration was simple yet grand, the furnishings complete. The previous owner had moved out in haste, leaving many items behind. Lei Zhaorong had no mind to examine any of it. He went to the sofa and let himself sink into it. The living room was very quiet, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Thinking back on his performance tonight, he felt it was not quite like his past life self, who always schemed with perfect composure. Perhaps this was the after effect of fusing with his former body. He drew in a deep breath and silently intoned in his heart system. A half-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Future messages system panel. Host Lei Zhaorong. Current level LV. 1. Current assets 7000000 HKD. Activation period 30 days. Messages utilized cumulatively 20. Target met. Skill obtained stock trading master level starter gift. Lei Zhaorong fixed his gaze on the line. Messages utilized cumulatively 20, and his brows knit slightly. 90 messages, and he had used only 20. The 70 remaining, each one equivalent to money. Originally, he had planned to use them to help the Lei family climb to even greater heights, while he himself lay back and enjoyed life as a carefree, rich second generation. But as for the people of the Lei family, there was no need to mention them now. He needed to find a channel he could control himself. Leaning back on the sofa, Lei Zhaorong gazed at the night sky outside the window. This parallel world's trajectory of development was remarkably similar to that of his original world. The mainland had only recently begun its reform and opening, and Hong Kong, Xinjiang, was still that land of gold everywhere underfoot. Yet he knew that in 1997 it would return to the motherland, and in the intervening years Xinjiang would weather countless storms, stock market crashes, property crises, waves of immigration, financial tempests. All of these were opportunities. Lei Zhaorong closed his eyes. Tomorrow there were even more important matters to attend to. The next morning at 7, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lei Zhaorong had already washed and was seated at the dining table eating breakfast. Bread, milk, 2 fried eggs, simple yet not perfunctory. He took a bite of bread and silently called in his heart system. The panel unfolded. Future messages Monday, April 5, 1982. Today's push 3 item. Bronze message on April 5th. The Hang Seng Index rebounds from a low level. Financial and property stocks experience intraday swings of over 3%. Retail investors' enthusiasm for short-term trading surges and turnover expands by 20% compared to the previous trading day. The short-term arbitrage window will last approximately 68 hours. Silver message on April 5th. The owner of Xinjiang Daily Zhang Yicheng, pessimistic about Xinjiang's future prospects, intends to sell the newspaper and its supporting printing plant at a low price. Zhang Yicheng's psychological price range is 1 to 1. 3 million Hong Kong dollars with a bottom price of 1 million sufficient to close the deal. The buyer must possess qualifications or connections in the media industry. Silver message on April 5th. Actress Guanlin meets businessman Wang Guojing on set. Wang Guojing, age 37, falsely claims to possess assets worth hundreds of millions and launches a fierce pursuit of Guanlin. Guanlin is deceived by his outward appearance, mistakenly assuming he is a mature and steady tycoon. Subsequent development: a flash marriage after 1 month, a divorce after 5 months, and Guanlin's reputation severely damaged. Attached is Wang Guojing's detailed profile. Lei Zhaorong stared at the third piece of information, momentarily stunned. Guanlin, the very Guanlin who in his previous life had been hailed as Xinjiang's No.1 beauty and perpetually entangled in scandals. He carefully reread the content. Wang Guojing, 37, falsely posing as a tycoon, 1-month flash marriage and 5-month divorce. This piece of history he had once seen in tabloid news in his past life. Guanlin's first marriage had begun in a blaze of glory and ended in an equally spectacular crash, leaving her cursed by public opinion. Lei Zhaorong shook his head. What did that have to do with him? He shifted his attention to the first 2 messages. The Hang Seng Index rebounded from a low, property stocks swung over 3. This was a window for short-term arbitrage. He held 7 million in hand. With double leverage from the bank, earning tens of thousands in a single day would be no problem. Xinjiang Daily bottom price 1 million. This was an unexpected bonus. A newspaper plus a printing plant, all for just a little over $1 million. The price, though he did not know why Zhang Yicheng was so eager to let go at that price, there was no way to lose, and most importantly, the messages he could not use personally each day could now be put to good use. Lei Zhaorong took a sip of milk, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Today was a fine day. The new beginning of this life ought to open on a good note. After tidying up, Lei Zhaorong headed out and walked toward the garage. The white villa's garage was independent. He pressed the remote, and the rolling shutter door slowly rose. His car was a black Mercedes that had cost more than 200,000. Not expensive, but more than sufficient. He started the engine and drove out of the garage. Just then, a red sedan suddenly shot out from the neighboring garage. Screech. Lei Zhaorong slammed the brake pedal to the floor, the tires screeching harshly against the ground. The front of the black Mercedes stopped less than 10 centimeters from the red sedan's hood. Just a little closer, and the 2 car fronts would have kissed. Frowning slightly, Lei Zhaorong unfastened his seatbelt and got out of the car. The driver's door of the red sedan opened as well, and a woman in a red dress stepped down. Her sunglasses covered half her face, yet could not hide the lines of it. An exquisite jawline, fair skin, a tall, slender figure, and a cascade of jet black hair draped over her shoulders. Lei Zhaorong glanced at her without recognizing who she was, and said, "Miss, next time come out a bit slower. Just now, if I hadn't hit the brakes hard, our car fronts would have been kissing." The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing a face tinged with slight embarrassment. Her cheeks were a little red. Whether from the sun or from self-consciousness, it was hard to tell. I'm sorry, I was in a rush and forgot to look properly," the woman said, her voice pleasant, touched with a local Xinjiang accent. "Is your car all right?" Lei Zhaorong lowered his head to inspect both vehicles. The Mercedes's front bumper and the red sedan's door were still separated by less than the width of a finger. "It's fine, no contact," he said, straightening up. Then he froze. This face. He had just seen it in the system's information that very morning. Guanlin. The very Guanlin who would be deceived by Wang Guojing. Seeing Lei Zhaorong's gaze fixed on her, Guanlin assumed he had recognized her celebrity identity and grew even more self-conscious. She hastily changed the subject. "Did you just move in? I've never seen you before." "My name is Guanlin. I live in this villa." She pointed to the house next door. Lei Zhaorong collected himself, his expression returning to calm. "It's fine, just be more careful next time. My name is Lei Zhaorong. I moved in last night, so I suppose we're neighbors now." "You moved in last night?" Guanlin glanced at the white villa. The previous residents were an elderly couple. They emigrated and sold the house to me. "I see." Guanlin nodded, forming a favorable impression of the young man before her. Gentle and refined, speaking neither too fast nor too slow, and good-looking. More pleasing to the eye than many male stars she had met. "We can visit each other from time to time," said Lei Zhaorong casually, as a polite remark. "Sure. I'm not home often, but whenever I'm free we can have tea together," Guanlin replied with a smile. Then, as though remembering something, added, "By the way, do you live alone?" "For now, yes." As soon as he spoke, the system's earlier message flashed across his mind. He looked at Guanlin. She appeared to be in her early 20s, a naive gleam in her eyes, completely unlike someone who had clawed her way through the entertainment industry. Speaking too deeply with shallow acquaintance. The phrase turned once in Lei Zhaorong's mind. Yet he still decided. Miss Guan, Lei Zhaorong said in a casual tone as if chatting about the weather. It seems your luck today isn't very good. When you go out, be careful not to be deceived. Guan Lin froze for a moment, the smile on her face fading a little. You're saying my luck is bad? Her tone carried a hint of displeasure. I'm just going to set today to film, and we'll come straight back after. I'm not going anywhere else. Do you tell fortunes, or something? Lei Zhaorong smiled with feigned profundity. I know a little here and there. Guan Lin said nothing, merely looked at him, waiting for what he would say next. Today you will encounter someone with the surname Wang. Lei Zhaorong said, his voice unhurried. He will be about 15 years older than you, drawn by your beauty and launching an aggressive pursuit. He will claim to be a tycoon with assets exceeding 100 million, the Asian head of some overseas trading company. In truth, he is a professional con artist, all facade and no substance. Guan Lin's expression shifted from dissatisfaction to puzzled doubt. If he had only said your luck is bad today, she would have treated it as wind in her ears. But he spoke with such specificity, surname Wang, 15 years older, fierce pursuit masquerading as a tycoon, that it sounded less like fortune-telling and more like the description of a particular person. How do you know? Guan Lin frowned. Can you really tell fortunes? Lei Zhaorong spread his hands. I said, believe me, or don't. In any case, I've given you my warning today. If I'm wrong, come find me when you get back this evening. I'll treat you to dinner and apologize. Guan Lin stared at him for a few seconds, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she simply nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. When she said thank you, her tone still carried a measure of half belief, half doubt. Lei Zhaorong did not mind smiling. Just be careful today. This is my business card. Contact me if anything happens. Guan Lin slipped the card into her handbag, put her sunglasses back on, and opened the car door. Lei Zhaorong reversed the black Mercedes a little, creating space and signaling for her to go first. The red sedan slowly drove out of the garage. As it passed by him, Guan Lin glanced at him through her sunglasses. In that single look, there was curiosity, doubt, and a faint, indescribable wariness. Lei Zhaorong smiled. Only after the red sedan had driven far away did he shift gears again and leave the estate. HSBC Bank. By the time Lei Zhaorong pushed the door open, the operators were already in place. This was a private trading room he rented. The monthly fee was 30,000, but compared to the sums he moved each day, that amount was negligible. The manager's surname was Chun, a man in his early 40s with gold-rimmed glasses. The moment he saw Lei Zhaorong, he came forward. Mr. Lei, what configuration do you require today? I need some leverage today, said Lei Zhaorong, taking off his jacket and hanging it on the coat rack. What is the maximum leverage I can use right now? Manager Chen flipped through the documents at hand. Your current assets amount to 7 million. According to the bank's risk control standards, the highest leverage you may use is 1 times. 1 times. Lei Zhaorong considered briefly. So that's a total position of 14 million. Yes, Mr. Lei. If you want higher leverage, you'll need to provide more collateral or increase your margin. No need, 1 times is enough. Lei Zhaorong sat down at the trading console and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 9:10 am. 20 minutes before the Hong Kong market opened. He said to Manager Chen, today, we focus on property stocks. Open positions at the opening bell and close them at the close. Manager Chen was taken aback. Mr. Lei, you mean, just do it. At the afternoon close, Manager Chen entered holding the settlement sheet, his hands slightly trembling. Mr. Lei, after deducting taxes and leverage interest, the net profit is 530,000. In my 20 years as a trader, I've never seen operations this steady. Lei Zhaorong looked calmly at the settlement sheet. 530,000. Added to the previous 7 million, there were now 7,530,000 lying in his account. He set the sheet down and picked up his jacket. Manager Chen, please prepare 2 million in cash. I'll be using it today or tomorrow morning. No problem, Mr. Lei. Leaving the HSBC building, Lei Zhaorong stepped into bright sunlight. He glanced at his watch. It was 3:10 p.m. 20 minutes before the appointed time. The Shanjiang Daily office was located on an old street near Central. Lei Zhaorong got into his car ready to head there when the in-car phone rang. He picked up. Mr. Lei. Guan Lin's voice came through the receiver, a little muffled. Someone surnamed Wang really came to the set. The corners of Lei Zhaorong's mouth lifted slightly. And then, I'll tell you tonight. The call ended. When Lei Zhaorong arrived at the Shanjiang Daily newspaper office, Zhang Yicheng was already waiting in the office. Zhang Yicheng, in his early 50s, had graying hair and wore a somewhat wrinkled suit. His deep eye bags indicated he had not slept well for a long time. The office was cluttered with cardboard boxes, and half of the business licenses and various awards hanging on the wall had already been taken down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lei Zhaorong got straight to the point. Zhang, I know you are not optimistic about the future of Xinjiang and are eager to emigrate now. He sat on the sofa, his tone calm and unhurried. I came here today for this very reason. The newspaper office and printing factory are packaged and sold to me for a fixed price of 2 million cash. No bargaining, and you can take the money and leave immediately. Zhang Yicheng did not expect this young man to be so straightforward. He was momentarily stunned and then frowned. 2 million. He shook his head. No way, that's too low. Lei said, the Shanjiang Daily sells 300 copies of newspapers daily. Although it is not a major publication, it holds some influence. The printing factory is a medium-sized one with 90 of its equipment being new. The newspaper office and printing factory are fully staffed with experienced editors, reporters, layout designers, printers, and distributors. He held up 2 fingers, at least 2 million. Lei Zhaorong scoffed internally, 2 million. With a system backing him, he feared nothing. This time Lei Zhaorong spoke with conviction, stating firmly, a fixed price of 2 million. He leaned back on the sofa watching Zhang Yiqing in silence. Zhang Yiqing stared at Lei Zhaorong for a few seconds, his lips moving as if he wanted to argue further. But Lei's expression told him, this was not a negotiation, it was a notification of the outcome. The office fell silent for several seconds. Zhang Yiqing sighed as if all his strength had been drained, slumping in his chair. 2 million. Fine, 2 million it is. Lei Zhaorong nodded and picked up the phone in the office to call HSBC. Manager Chen, prepare 2 million in cash by 6 p.m. today, I'll come to collect it. After confirming that the contract terms were fine, both parties signed. Zhang Yiqing's hand trembled slightly while signing. It was unclear whether he was reluctant or relieved. Lei Zhaorong put away the contract and extended his hand. Zhang, it has been a pleasure working together. They'll go to the newspaper office tomorrow morning to inform the staff of the change in ownership. Zhang Yiqing shook his hand, forcing a smile. Lei, I wish you good luck. When Lei Zhaorong returned home, he sat on the sofa for a while, mentally reviewing his assets. Including this villa and the newly acquired newspaper office, his total assets were approaching 10 million. Lei Zhaorong leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Now that he had the platform, he could begin to plan. The Lei family's industries needed to be reclaimed one by one. Kowloon Construction was Lei Kun's lifeblood, heavily guarded with little opportunity. The Jingangzhou film line was on the rise and not publicly listed, so the chances were slim. Only Kowloon Bus, although a family startup, was not highly valued by Lei Kun. The Lei family held just over 20 of the shares in this publicly listed company. As long as an opportunity arose, he could take a bite out of it. It was time to start preparing. Just as he was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 7:30 p.m. Remembering Guan Lin's call in the afternoon, he wondered if it was really her. He got up and walked to the door, opening it. Guan Lin stood outside, dressed in a white shirt paired with light blue jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail. However, her expression was not good. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying or was holding back tears. Miss Guan. Lei Zhaorong stepped aside. Please come in and have a seat. Guan Lin nodded and walked in. In the living room, the two sat on the sofa. After a few seconds of silence, Guan Lin spoke. Today I really met someone named Wang Guojing. Lei Zhaorong remained silent, waiting for her to continue. What you said is almost the same as what he said. Guan Lin's voice was a bit muffled. He is 15 years older than me, claims to be in the trading business, and has a net worth of over 100 million. Today he was particularly warm to me on set, sent me a bouquet of flowers after work, and invited me to dinner. She paused and glanced at Lei Zhaorong. He seems like a real rich man. You wouldn't have been wrong, would you? Lei Zhaorong looked at Guan Lin, who was clearly skeptical, yet slightly hopeful, and found it somewhat endearing. The current Guan Lin was not yet the queen of controversy that gossip magazines had written about for decades in her past life. Ooh, she was just a pure girl in her early 20s yearning for love. You doubt yourself yet want to get closer. Lei Zhaorong's tone was not heavy, but his words were direct. Wang Guojing is a fraud. All his assets are fake. He makes money through gambling and money laundering, and a private investigator could give you the answers. He looked into Guan Lin's eyes. Be careful, I hope you won't be deceived. Guan Lin felt uncomfortable under his gaze, lowering her head, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on her knees. If I really get together with him, what will happen in the future? After asking, Guan Lin looked at Lei Zhaorong with anticipation. Lei Zhaorong's expression turned serious as he said, you will be deceived by his falsehoods. A month later you will have a flash marriage, and you will do so despite your father's strong opposition. In Las Vegas you will see his so-called mansion, which is actually rented. You will discover that everything about him is fake, and his attitude will completely change, constantly demanding money from you to gamble. Within 6 months you will reach your breaking point and file for divorce, but he will demand all your assets in return for agreeing to the divorce, even threatening your future. In the end you will be forced to compromise and leave with nothing. Guan Lin's big eyes changed dramatically as Lei Zhaorong continued to narrate. Her hands clenched tightly, and after taking a deep breath, she finally calmed down. She understood that what Lei Zhaorong said could very well become reality. Those things were within her reach. Lei Zhaorong found this feeling of foreshadowing quite exhilarating. I understand now, she said softly. Thank you. After saying this, both fell into silence. The only sound left in the living room was the ticking of the clock on the wall. After a few seconds they both spoke at the same time. Have you eaten? Have you eaten? They chimed in unison. Guan Lin was taken aback for a moment before smiling. Lei Zhaorong also smiled. It was a peculiar sense of connection, as if two originally unfamiliar people suddenly closed the distance at that moment. What do you want to eat? Lei Zhaorong asked. Guan Lin tilted her head and thought, her eyes darting. I want to eat. Lei Zhaorong was taken aback. Are you sure I can make steak? Aren't you afraid it will be burnt? Guan Lin smiled mischievously, leaning slightly forward, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Will you make it? Lei Zhaorong looked at her expression, feeling a bit helpless. This girl changed emotions too quickly. She was just discussing Wang Guojing, her eyes still red, and now she was being playful. Wait a moment. He got up and walked into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. The steak was bought casually when he purchased the house, originally intended for himself to cook occasionally, but unexpectedly the first time he cooked it was for a neighbor. Guanlin followed him to the kitchen door, leaning against the door frame and watching him. Lei Zhaorong's movements were not particularly skilled, but they were not unfamiliar either. After living alone for so many years in his previous life, cooking was a basic skill. The steak sizzled in the pan, the oil splattering and crackling. He sprinkled a bit of salt and black pepper, flipped it over, sprinkled again, turned off the heat, and let it rest. It took less than 15 minutes. The two sat at the dining table. Guanlin cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth, chewed a few times and nodded. Not bad, she swallowed and added, but it could be improved a bit. Lei Zhaorong looked at Guanlin's expression of, I gave you a mediocre review, and felt somewhat speechless. You get a free meal, and you're picky. I gave constructive feedback. After dinner, the two returned to the sofa. Guanlin seemed to have opened up and began to talk about her past. Her family situation was average. Her father was an actor who was a film emperor, but not well known. Her mother was in poor health, and she had started acting to earn money in her teens. After much effort, she gained some fame, but the entertainment industry was too deep, and she didn't know how to navigate it. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble with emotion. Lei Zhaorong did not interrupt. He simply sat beside her, listening quietly, occasionally handing her a tissue. He watched her sob and felt a pang of sadness. In his previous life, Guanlin was written about in gossip magazines for 30 years, entangled in rich family feuds, complicated love stories, and materialistic vanity. But the girl sitting in front of him was just a little girl who had lacked love since childhood, longing to be protected. How many of those negative labels were her own choices, and how many were driven by fate? Lei Zhaorong did not know, but he felt that if given the choice, no one would want to live as a laughingstock in others' mouths. After venting, Guanlin wiped her eyes with a tissue and took a deep breath. Then she raised her head, her expression suddenly serious. Lei Zhaorong, moi, you ruined my marriage. Oh, what do you think we should do? Lei Zhaorong was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. What do you mean, I ruined your marriage? I just gave you a reminder. A reminder is a ruin. Guanlin's tone was assertive, but the corners of her mouth could not help but lift. If it weren't for your meddling, I might already be dating him. You have to take responsibility. Lei Zhaorong leaned back on the sofa, teasingly looking at her. So what should I do? Should I give myself to you? Guanlin's eyes lit up. That could work. She straightened her body, staring intently at Lei Zhaorong, enunciating each word. Just give yourself to me. Now you are my boyfriend, and in the future you will be my husband. Lei Zhaorong looked at Guanlin's serious expression and realized she was not joking. Are you not afraid I might be a scammer? Someone who wants to swindle money and affection? He asked cautiously. Guanlin shook her head. Although we just met, I find you very genuine. The way you speak and your attitude towards things don't seem pretentious. Plus your background isn't bad. Someone who can live in this villa can't be a complete pauper. She paused, her voice softening. Most importantly, you give me a feeling of security. It's the kind of feeling that with you around I have nothing to fear. Lei Zhaorong fell silent for a few seconds. He looked into Guanlin's eyes. Those eyes held no schemes or tests, only an almost naive determination. He thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. My name is Lei Zhaorong, the second son of Lei Kuan from the Lei Group. Guanlin's eyes brightened. Lei Group? The one in real estate? Let me finish. Lei Zhaorong raised his hand to interrupt her, speaking as calmly, as if recounting someone else's story. Yesterday, I was falsely accused by my third brother Lei Zhaofu, and under the betrayal of my older brother Lei Zhaoguang and sister Lei Zhaoyue, I was thrown out by my father Lei Kuan. Now I have no relationship with the Lei family whatsoever. Guanlin's smile froze. Her expression began to waver as she unconsciously tightened her grip on her clothes. Lei Zhaorong did not stop. He continued, I currently have about 6 million in cash and assets that include this villa and the newspaper office I just acquired today. All of this was earned within 30 days. He looked at Guanlin. His voice was soft, but each word was clear. This is my current situation. If you think it's acceptable, then we will be together from now on. As long as you do not betray me, I will not let you down. One more thing I must clarify, not only have I been thrown out, but I will also seek revenge on the Lei family, which may lead to retaliation against me. If you become my girlfriend, you might also face targeting, or even suppression. Think it over carefully. The living room fell silent for a long time. Guanlin lowered her head, her bangs covering her expression. Lei Zhaorong did not urge her. He simply sat there waiting quietly. After a while, Guanlin raised her head. Her eyes were still red, but her expression was no longer hesitant. Okay, she said just one word, but that one word carried her entire decision. I agree. Guanlin's voice was a bit hoarse, but firm. From now on, you are my boyfriend. In the future, you will be my husband. No matter who you have to deal with, I will stand by you, and even if targeted, I am not afraid. Lei Zhaorong looked at her, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a smile. Good. I will also fulfill my promise, protecting you well, and ensuring no one can harm you. Outside, the night was deep, but the light in the living room was warm. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes. The shadow of the chandelier on the ceiling faint and indistinct. He turned over, habitually reaching out beside him. Empty. The image of Guanlin from last night, happy yet cunning with a hint of shyness resembling a little fox, made him grit his teeth in frustration. The two chatted on the sofa until deep into the night, the atmosphere just right. Just as he was about to make a move, Guanlin bounced up like a cheerful little fox and ran towards the door. Not ready yet, good night. The door slammed shut with a bang, leaving Lei Zhaorong in the living room, sighing. He sat up and rubbed his temples. Forget it, there will be plenty of time in the future. At 6 o'clock sharp, Lei Zhaorong silently murmured, "System." The panel unfolded. Future headline briefing, April 6, 1982, Tuesday. Today's updates, 3 items. Bronze briefing on April 6, stock market news for early positioning. Stocks like Kowloon Construction and Kowloon Bus showed unusual activity, and those who bought in early made a profit of 45 in the afternoon. Bronze briefing on April 6, taxi licenses were being resold in the short term. Purchased for 2800 HKD, the price increased by 120 within a week, with speculators cashing out quickly. The short-term arbitrage window is approximately 35 trading days. Silver briefing on April 6, Lei Zhaofu learned through his channels about the host acquiring the Hong Kong Daily. Lei Zhaofu informed Lei Zhaorong and Lei Zhaoyue, and after discussing, the three decided to use their connections to undermine the Hong Kong Daily, aiming to make the host incur losses. Lei Zhaorong frowned as he read the third piece of information. Lei Zhaofu was quite well informed. The contract had just been signed yesterday, and he knew today. He stared at the words, operational suppression, for a few seconds. Having just taken over the newspaper, he hadn't even found his footing, and his opponent was already making a move. Indeed, it felt a bit rushed. But Lei Zhaorong did not panic. He leaned against the headboard and quickly ran through the situation in his mind. It was unclear what specific tactics the opponent would employ, and it was useless to think of countermeasures now. First, he would go to the newspaper to take over and understand the internal situation before responding accordingly. As for the second piece of information, unusual activity in public stocks with 4 to 5 profit leveraging could yield 8 to 10 returns. This money had to be earned. Lei Zhaorong got out of bed and walked into the kitchen. He quickly made scrambled eggs, toasted bread, and heated milk. The aroma gradually filled the air. He set the breakfast on the dining table, and just as he sat down, the doorbell rang. Lei Zhaorong got up to answer the door. The moment the door opened, his heart skipped a beat. Guanlin stood at the door. She wore a light pink knitted cardigan over a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders with the morning sunlight, casting a soft glow on her face. Her eyes sparkled, shining with vitality. Lei Zhaorong had seen many beautiful women, having worked as an investment director in an internet company, attending various events. But at this moment, he was deeply captivated by the woman in front of him. It was not just her beauty. It was the way she looked at him, with a smile, softness, and complete trust. Little devil, up so early. Lei Zhaorong took a deep breath, calming his heart. Have you eaten breakfast? Guanlin did not answer. She stepped closer, wrapped her arms around Lei Zhaorong's neck, rose on her toes, and gently pressed her lips against his. Of course, I'm giving my boyfriend some benefits. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Today is the first day, a day worth commemorating. Did you make breakfast? Lei Zhaorong naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. This time it was not a fleeting kiss. Guanlin was momentarily taken aback, then closed her eyes and responded passionately. After a long while, they finally parted. Guanlin's face was flushed, her breath a bit hurried, as Lei Zhaorong took her hand and led her into the kitchen. Breakfast is definitely ready. Lei Zhaorong pulled her to sit down. I've been waiting for you for half the day. I thought you were going to stand me up like last night. Guanlin wrapped her arms around his, playfully swaying. I really wasn't ready, let me adjust first. Lei Zhaorong looked at her like this and smiled helplessly. I can't do anything about you. Let's have breakfast first, and after we eat, I'll take you to the filming location. They'll come pick you up in the afternoon. Guanlin's eyes squinted into crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth rose as she happily began to eat the first breakfast after they confirmed their relationship. After sending Guanlin off, Lei Zhaorong drove to the HSBC trading room. Manager Chen was already there, and the operators were each at their posts. Manager Chen operate Kowloon Construction and Kowloon Bus today. Lei Zhaorong wrote the instructions on paper, build positions after the morning open, and clear all by 1:30 p.m. Expected profit is 4 to 5, using leverage. Manager Chen glanced at the paper, nodded, understood. Lei Sheng, these public stocks do indeed show signs of unusual activity today. I've already noticed it. It's up to you. Lei Zhaorong left the trading room and drove to the Hong Kong Daily office. The newspaper office was located on an old street in Central in a 4-story old building. The first floor was a printing plant, the second was the editorial department, the third was the administrative and advertising departments, and the fourth housed the boss office and meeting room. When Lei Zhaorong arrived, all the employees had already gathered in the open space of the first floor printing plant. Zhang Yicheng stood at the front next to Lei Zhaorong. The employees whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. When a new boss takes over, the first thing usually involves layoffs. This is the industry norm. Zhang Yicheng cleared his throat. Dear colleagues, from today onwards, the owner of the Hong Kong Daily is Mr. Lei Zhaorong. I will be emigrating for personal reasons. I hope you will support Lei Sheng just as you supported me. After finishing, he stepped aside for Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Editors, reporters, layout designers, printers, distributors, administration. There were less than 60 people in total. Each face bore the same question: will you lay us off? Today I will only say 3 things. Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, but very clear. First, all employees' salaries will be raised by 20%. This is a welcome gift for all of you. The scene fell silent for a second. Then an uproar erupted. At 20%, is this real? Is the new boss so generous? The employees' expressions shifted from caution to excitement, their gazes towards Lei Zhaorong now filled with more trust. Lei Zhaorong raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, second, the Hong Kong Daily needs to undergo a revision. I will confirm how to revise it with the chief editor later. For now, we will operate according to the old version. Third, starting today, the front page will be reserved for me. Before each layout, I will provide a piece of news at irregular intervals. I guarantee the news will be real and effective. You will be the first to know, and whether you can seize the opportunity will depend on yourselves. This statement carried profound implications. The employees exchanged glances, and someone nodded thoughtfully. Lei Zhaorong walked into the chief editor's office. The chief editor was Wang Mingyuan, in his 50s, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses with sparse hair neatly combed. He had worked at the Hong Kong Daily for nearly 20 years, rising from a reporter to the chief editor, and had deep feelings for the newspaper. The 3 things Lei Zhaorong mentioned earlier made Wang Mingyuan feel anxious. Revisions meant changes, and changes meant risks. Lei Sheng, please sit. Wang Mingyuan stood and poured a cup of tea for Lei Zhaorong. Regarding the revisions you mentioned, how specifically will they be adjusted? And what does the front page mean? Lei Zhaorong did not rush to answer. He picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the desk and began to draw. He was sketching the layout of the newspaper 20 years later. The front page centered at the top, the headlines, bolded subheadings, concise, important news divided left and right, and at the bottom were the finance and sports sections. The overall design was simple and clear, unlike the current newspapers, which were bulky and redundant, requiring flipping through pages just to read the news. Wang Mingyuan stood beside him, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. This, he pointed at the layout, this method of revision is great, fresh and clear. The current newspaper layout is too chaotic. Readers spend half a day just looking for news. Lei Zhaorong put down his pen. Chief Editor Wang, do you think this is feasible? Feasible. It's absolute. Wang Mingyuan showered him with praise. Lei Sheng, you are truly a genius. I've been in the newspaper industry for 20 years. How did I not think of this revision? Lei Zhaorong smiled, but did not respond. This was not his idea. It was merely an adaptation of a mature plan from the future. So what specific content will your front page feature? Wang Mingyuan asked. Lei Zhaorong pondered for a moment, took the paper and pen, and wrote a line. Taxi license short-term speculation bot for 280 HKD, price increased by 100 within a week, speculators cashing out quickly. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly after reading it. Lei Sheng, is this insider information? Sort of. Lei Zhaorong took back the note. This one won't be published, it has risks. The future front pages will be similar, but I will filter them. Those that can be published will be, and those that cannot will only serve as internal reference. Wang Mingyuan nodded, indicating his understanding. There will be similar news in the future, but not necessarily every day. You need to prepare a blackboard here to write the news each time. It's up to you to decide whether it gets published, but the news can be shared with the employees as a benefit. Whether they choose to look at it is up to them. Lei Zhaorong stood up. If we can have 3 items a week, that would be great. Chief Editor Wang, I know you have been with the Hong Kong Daily for over 20 years and have deep feelings for it. Together, let's make it strong and prosperous. Wang Mingyuan also stood up, solemnly nodding. Lei Sheng, rest assured. I will do my best. The Hong Kong Daily under your leadership will surely become a major newspaper in the future. Lei Zhaorong visited every department in the newspaper, communicating with the heads of each department, sharing some encouragement. The employees' attitudes were noticeably warmer than in the morning. No one would be indifferent to a 20% salary raise. When he left the newspaper, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He drove to the HSBC trading room. Manager Chun was directing the operators to conduct the final transactions. The sound of keyboards clattering was constant, and phone rings occasionally echoed. Kowloon construction, clear all. Kowloon bus, final deal completed. Manager Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to Lei Zhaorong with the report. Lei Sheng, today's trades are all completed. His voice was filled with excitement and admiration. Today's increase was 455, with a profit of 576000. After deducting transaction taxes and leverage interest, the net profit is 493000. He handed over the report. The total funds on the account now stand at 682300. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the report and nodded. 682300. He spent 1.2 million yesterday to buy the newspaper, and today he earned back nearly 500. This speed of making money was unimaginably faster than when he was an investment director in his past life. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Chun. Lei Zhaorong put away the report. We continue tomorrow. Lei Zhaorong drove past a flower shop and stopped to buy a bouquet of red roses. At the filming location's entrance, Guanlin was already waiting. She had changed into casual clothes, her hair in a ponytail, and her face fresh, without makeup, yet she was still strikingly beautiful. Lei Zhaorong handed her the flowers. For you. Guanlin took the flowers, leaned down to smell them, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She rose on her toes and quickly kissed Lei Zhaorong on the cheek before opening the car door and sitting in. Let's go home, she said. As Lei Zhaorong started the engine, a middle-aged man rushed over holding a bouquet of flowers. The man wore a custom-made dark blue suit with a watch on his wrist that seemed quite valuable, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. His face was flushed, eyes blazing with anger as he pointed at Lei Zhaorong, shouting, "Guanlin, is it because of this pretty boy that you rejected me? I am a billionaire, or what makes him better than me?" Lei Zhaorong lowered the car window and glanced at the man. In his late 30s, slick-back hair, chin held high, while speaking his expression radiated a sense of, "I am the richest, and I am the best." "Wang Guojing." Lei Zhaorong did not get out of the car. He simply said calmly, "Mr. Wang, I have checked your background. Do you need me to read out your asset composition in front of Guanlin?" Kingdom Jing's heart trembled. He did not expect this young man to know so much detail, but he still held his head high and raised his voice by an octave, saying, "Do not slander me. I have a lawyer and can sue you for defamation or spreading rumors at any time. I have a fortune of over 100 million, and I'm always ready for a legal battle." He waited for the other party to show a panicked expression. In his experience, rich second-generation playboys were most afraid of getting involved in lawsuits. A little scare would make them back down. But Lei Zhaorong's expression showed no change, not even a blink. His eyes were calm like a still pond, but beneath that stillness lay a chilling coldness. Kingdom Jing's heart sank. This was trouble. Lei Zhaorong slowly began to speak, his voice not loud, but each word felt like a heavy hammer striking Kingdom Jing's heart. Wang Guojing, born in 1944, 38 years old this year. Native of Guangdong, born in Hong Kong. Coming from a lower middle-class family, his father is a small businessman, not from a wealthy family. Graduated from middle school, no university diploma. Your claim of studying abroad in the M country is false. Wang Guojing's mouth twitched. Lei Zhaorong continued at a slow pace, as if reading a judgment. Real identity, financial broker, trade broker, owner of shell companies, seasoned playboy. Early on he mingled in nightclubs in Tsim Sha Tsui, later became a gray market buyer in Central, and was involved in small financial circles, as well as underground betting. Gambling, womanizing, vanity, debts unpaid. In the Tsim Sha Tsui area your reputation is not good. Cheater, scammer specializing in deceiving women with extremely poor credit. Wang Guojing's cold sweat began to flow down, dripping onto the collar of his suit. Guanlin listened. Also, before 1982, you had already been divorced once. Your ex-wife was an outsider with no children. After finishing his last sentence, Lei Zhaorong looked at Wang Guojing. Do you want to continue? Shh. The bouquet of flowers had already been unconsciously crushed in Wang Guojing's hand, petals scattered all over. His calves trembled, cold sweat soaked his shirt, sticking to his back, feeling icy. Who exactly are you? Wang Guojing's voice was hoarse, as if someone had grabbed his throat. Lei Zhaorong did not answer this question. You don't need to know who I am. His tone was very casual, as if dismissing an unimportant person. Just stay away from my woman from now on. Otherwise I wouldn't mind sending you to Stanley Prison for a while. Wang Guojing's face turned completely pale. He kept staring blankly at the ground until the rear lights of the black Mercedes disappeared at the end of the street, still not coming back to his senses. In the car, Guanlin wrapped her arms around Lei Zhaorong's arm, her eyes sparkling. You were so handsome just now. Her voice carried unabashed admiration, so reassuring. She leaned back in her seat, letting out a sigh. Thinking about it is terrifying. I almost got cheated out of my money and virtue by that guy. Lei Zhaorong held the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at her. Do you want to deal with him? Guanlin's eyes brightened. Of course. Lei Zhaorong's tone was very casual. Bullying my woman is something that should be dealt with. Just wait and see. Guanlin lunged forward and gave him a solid kiss on the cheek. You're driving? Lei Zhaorong was startled. Aren't you afraid of an accident? Guanlin just giggled like a triumphant little fox. Returning home, it was still Lei Zhaorong who cooked dinner. Guanlin took the initiative to help washing vegetables, passing plates, setting the table. Although clumsy, they squeezed together in the kitchen, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, the two cuddled on the sofa watching TV. The atmosphere was just right, but Lei Zhaorong's hands began to wander. Guanlin blushed, but didn't run away like last night. This time there was progress. At least they made it to first base. But in the end, Guanlin still blushed and ran back to the next room. She said, just give me a few more days, and ran faster than a rabbit. Lei Zhaorong lay on the empty big bed, staring at the ceiling, silently sighing. April 7th, 6 a.m. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes. The first thing he did was open the system. Future headlines brief, April 7th, 1982, Wednesday. Today's push, 3 items. Bronze brief on April 7th. All long-term leases along the subway line are locked. Monthly rent, 3,200 Hong Kong dollars for a 30-day contract, can be subleased for a 160 premium after the subway opens. The locking window for long-term leases is about 35 days. Silver brief on April 7th. Results of 3 races at Happy Valley Night Race at 1930. Race 3 Charity Cup 1 Class 3 Champion, Golden Scholar, Jockey Gao Doni Trainer, Wang Dongping Win odds 11. 5. Race 5 1200 Class 4 Champion, Swift Foot, Jockey Li Guli Win odds 27. Race 7 1650 Class 2 Champion, Tongda, Jockey Gao Doni Trainer, Wang Dongping Win odds 4. 2 Big Favorite. Silver brief on April 7th. A small law firm, Chenggang Law Firm, is facing difficulties. Lawyer Zhang Qinggang, 25 years old, graduated from law school 2 years ago, rated excellent in professional ability. Refusing to participate in industry rules, he was marginalized at his former firm and started practicing independently, gaining some fame, but low income. Recently, his mother suddenly fell seriously ill, urgently needing 1 million Hong Kong dollars for surgery, and he could only borrow a few thousand after trying everywhere. He can gain gratitude and a share in the firm through investment. After reading the 3 pieces of information, Lei Zhaorong quickly went through them in his mind. Subway line shop leases. This can be given to the newspaper, letting Wang Mingyuan handle it, which will add a source of income for the newspaper. Horse racing information. The odds for the 3rd and 5th races are high, although the odds for the 7th race are low. It is stable. The information for the 3rd race can be given to the employees in the trading room as a perk, and the favorite from the 7th race can be published as readers like that. As for the law firm, the system clearly marked can gain gratitude and gave an excellent professional ability rating. This person is worth investing in. Lei Zhaorong got up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast as usual. Eggs, toasted bread, hot milk. The actions were smooth and the aroma wafted. He placed breakfast on the table, and as soon as he sat down, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Guanlin jumped straight into his arms. Lei Zhaorong hugged her waist and leaned down to kiss her. Guanlin stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck, responding passionately. After a long while, they finally parted. Guanlin, coming back to her senses, lightly punched his chest a few times, proudly saying, "It's all your fault, my makeup is ruined." Lei Zhaorong smiled and took her hand. "Let's go, it's time for breakfast." At the dining table, Guanlin ate very quickly, as if she was in a hurry. Lei Zhaorong set down his milk cup. "Do you have time today? I want to take you to make some money." Guanlin's eyes brightened, and she put down her chopsticks. "Where? When? I have to shoot in the morning. It won't affect anything, will it?" "That might be a bit tricky." Lei Zhaorong. Guanlin directly put down her chopsticks, got up, and circled around to sit in Lei Zhaorong's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and coquettishly whispering in his ear, "Just take me, he'll definitely perform well." Her warm breath tickled his ear, her voice soft as cotton candy. Even with Lei Zhaorong strong, well, he couldn't hold back. Clearing his throat, he pretended to be calm. "All right, I'll pick you up at noon. You said you would perform well." Guanlin sensed something and blushed, giving him a sideways glance. That glance was full of charm. Lei Zhaorong felt overwhelmed. After dropping off Guanlin, he drove to the HSBC trading room. Manager Chun and the operators were already at their posts, the sound of keyboards clattering. "No trading today," Lei Zhaorong said as he entered, "but I have some news for everyone as a perk." All eyes turned. Lei Zhaorong wrote the information for the 7th horse race on the whiteboard. Race 3 Charity Cup 1 Class 3 Champion, Golden Scholar, Jockey Gao Doni Trainer, Wang Dongping Win odds 11. 5. Race 7 1650 Class 2 Champion, Tongda, Jockey Gao Doni Win odds 4. 2. Tonight at 7:30 at Happy Valley. The trading room was silent for a second. Then everyone's eyes lit up. During this time, Lei Zhaorong's information sources had always been accurate and reliable. No one doubted. "Leishing this." Manager Chen's voice trembled slightly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Lei Zhaorong smiled. "I'm not responsible for the losses." He left the trading room and drove to the Hong Kong Daily. In the editor's office, Wang Mingyuan was reviewing manuscripts. Lei Zhaorong handed him a piece of information: long-term lease along the subway line locked. Monthly rent, 3,200 Hong Kong dollars for a 30-day contract, can be subleased for a 160 premium after the subway opens. The locking window for long-term leases is about 35 days. Lei Zhaorong handed him the horse racing information. "This is today's news. The favorite in the 7th race can be published. The champion information for the 3rd race is written on the perks board. Employees can decide whether to use it or not." Wang Mingyuan took the note and looked at it, shocked into silence. "Lei Xinghao, how did you get this kind of news?" "You don't need to worry about the source." Lei Zhaorong patted his shoulder. "Just write it on the board. Whether to believe it is up to them." Then he added, "For the published news, pay attention to the wording. You know better than I do." Wang Mingyuan nodded heavily, saying, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll arrange it right away." After leaving the newspaper, Lei Zhaorong followed the address given by the system and found Chenggang Law Firm. The law firm is located on the 5th floor of an old office building in Mong Kok, not large, but very clean. A brass plaque at the entrance bears the name of the firm. Upon entering, a young man was sitting at the desk. Around 25 years old, wearing silver-framed glasses with well-defined features and a neatly ironed shirt. However, there was an unmistakable fatigue and anxiety in his eyes, with a pile of hospital bills spread out on the desk. "Zhang Qinggang. Hello, may I ask who you are?" Zhang Qinggang stood up, his tone polite, but somewhat distracted. Lei Zhaorong sat down across from him. I heard your firm is facing some difficulties. Zhang Qinggang's expression changed for a moment, followed by a bitter smile. Mr. Lei's news is indeed well informed. Lei Zhaorong did not beat around the bush. How much more do you need for your mother's surgery? Zhang Qinggang's fingers unconsciously tightened around the pen, and he was silent for a few seconds. Still need more than 900,000. I've borrowed from everyone I can borrow from. They'll give you 1 million. Lei Zhaorong took out a check from his bag and pushed it toward Zhang Qinggang. Consider it a loan. Zhang Qinggang stared at the check, stunned. A check for 1 million. Just like that, pushed over. He didn't even know this person. Lei Sheng. Zhang Qinggang's voice became hoarse. Why are you helping me? I've looked into your background, Lei Zhaorong said. Top of your law school class, rated as an excellent newcomer during your internship. You refused to participate in industry rules, and after being marginalized at your former firm, you ventured out on your own. Someone like you is worth helping. Zhang Qinggang's eyes turned red. He took a deep breath and pushed the check back. Lei Zhaorong frowned slightly. But Zhang Qinggang's next words took him by surprise. Lei Sheng, I cannot take this 1 million for nothing. Zhang Qinggang's voice was very firm. How do you see me and this law firm? If you invest 1 million, it'll give you 50% of the shares. Consider it your investment. Lei Zhaorong looked at him and slowly revealed a smile. Deal. The two signed a share transfer contract on the spot. Zhang Qinggang's hand was steady when signing, but Lei Zhaorong noticed that his eyes were still red. Lei Sheng, you will not regret today's actions, Zhang Qinggang said seriously. I feel the same way. Lei Zhaorong put away the contract. I don't know much about the law firm. You'll have to make your own decisions. I won't participate in decision-making, just share in the profits. My primary investment is in you. Zhang Qinggang took a deep breath and nodded heavily. By the way, Lei Zhaorong stood up. I want to sue someone. Oh, I have all the information. No rush, you handle your family matters first, and call me when you're done. All right. At noon, Lei Zhaorong appeared at the film set on time. Guanlin had already changed into casual clothes with a ponytail and no makeup. Didn't you say you were going to make money with me, eh? Guanlin asked as she got into the car. Why are we going home? Of course I'm taking you home to change clothes. Lei Zhaorong started the engine. You're so beautiful. When you go out, you're the center of attention. Every move is clearly seen by others. How can we make money like that? Guanlin thought about it and agreed. Back home, Guanlin changed into a simple outfit. A white shirt, dark pants, and flat shoes, letting her hair down and putting on a baseball cap. But even in such a plain outfit, it couldn't hide her temperament and beauty. Guanlin sat next to Lei Zhaorong, hugging his arm. What's your plan to make money? What's the scoop? Lei Zhaorong remained silent. Seeing his unresponsive demeanor, Guanlin directly straddled him, wrapping her arms around his neck and coquettishly whispered in his ear. Tell me, I feel insecure without knowing. Her voice was soft enough to squeeze water out of. Lei Zhaorong instantly reacted. This time Guanlin blushed, but didn't shy away. Lei Zhaorong's arms tightened around her. Guanlin felt his affection for her and giggled. Aren't you going to tell me? My channels provide accurate information. Lei Zhaorong's voice was a little hoarse. Tonight at Happy Valley Racetrack, I have the champion information for the 3rd and 5th races, 100% accurate. Guanlin stared at him in shock. Accurate horse racing information. If this got out, it would attract big trouble. I'm planning to bet 15,000 on each race, Lei Zhaorong said. Bet 1,500 each time, 10 bets. Winning around 3 million should be enough. Too much will affect the odds. I also don't want too many people paying attention to me right now. He looked at her. Have you decided how much to bet? Guanlin thought for a moment. He'll bet a little less than you, 10,000 each race. Lei Zhaorong nodded. A smart woman. At 7 in the evening at Happy Valley Racetrack, the lights were bright and the crowd was roaring. The stands were filled with people, the air thick with the unique tension and excitement of horse racing. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin walked into the stands side by side, both dressed plainly, blending in inconspicuously with the crowd. At that moment, a disdainful voice came from the side. Oh, isn't this the disgrace of the Lei family? Lei Zhaorong stopped in his tracks and turned around. Lei Zhaofu stood a few steps away, wearing a mocking expression. He was dressed in a custom white suit, his hair slicked back and surrounded by several similarly well-dressed young playboys. Second brother, it's only been a few days since you were kicked out. Have you started gambling on horses already? Lei Zhaofu's gaze swept over Guanlin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful arc. Is this your new girlfriend? She's quite pretty. Guanlin's expression changed. Lei Zhaorong held her hand and gently squeezed it. He looked at Lei Zhaofu, his eyes as calm as if he were looking at a stranger. Third brother, you came here to gamble too. Lei Zhaofu laughed. Of course. But I rely on skill and insight for gambling, unlike some people who can only rely on luck to recoup losses. The young playboys around him laughed along. Lei Zhaorong did not respond. He merely glanced at Lei Zhaofu indifferently, then turned and led Guanlin toward the other side of the stands. Behind them, Lei Zhaofu's laughter continued. Guanlin whispered, Is he your third brother? Yeah. He really has a nasty way of speaking. Lei Zhaorong did not respond. His gaze was cold. He would remember this debt. Lei Zhaorong would not indulge Lei Zhaofu. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at his cheap third brother with a calm gaze. Are you not pretending anymore? Not pretending to be pitiful. Not pretending that family harmony brings prosperity. Not crying and selling misery. Not pretending to be a green tea girl. Lei Zhaorong's face instantly changed. He felt the strange gazes from a few young masters nearby. Though they usually hung out with Lei Zhaorong, the term green tea did not sit well when used on a man. You don't get cocky. Lei Zhaorong's voice rose. You a good for-nothing who relies on luck. What right do you have to talk about me? Do you even have a place to live now? Do you have any money? What skills do you have to make money? Don't think you can be complacent just because you have a little business. Oh, I can deal with you in a heartbeat. His gaze swept over Guanlin, a malicious curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You are not living off someone, are you? I think with your looks and body you could do that job quite well. A few young masters laughed along. Lei Zhaorong, seeing someone supporting him, became even more spirited, directing his words at Guanlin. Beauty, this person is the waste of the Lei family, unskilled, always causing trouble. You'd better ditch him early to avoid being dragged down by him. Before Lei Zhaorong could speak, Guanlin interjected. What I do is none of your business. Her voice wasn't loud, but each word was sharp as a knife. Isn't he capable and satisfying to me? Lei Zhaorong's lips twitched. Guanlin continued. Do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching? Lei Zhaorong was momentarily stunned by this sudden question, and for some strange reason, he shook his head. I don't know. Because Laozi wants to, Guanlin replied, rolling her eyes. Lei Zhaorong was both amused and helpless as he tugged on Guanlin's sleeve, pulling her to the other side. There's no helping it. He looked at Lei Zhaorong, his tone as flat as if he were discussing the weather. I am exceptionally gifted and have incredible stamina. You with your pitiful green tea attributes cannot withstand it. You should go back and happily be your green tea joker. Lei Zhaorong was so furious that he almost smoked from his 7 orifices, pointing at Lei Zhaorong. You. What about me? Lei Zhaorong tilted his head. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of my way. Lei Zhaorong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, his eyes darting. I won't argue with you verbally. Let's bet on horses then, and add some stakes. Bet on horses. Lei Zhaorong raised an eyebrow, pretending. Seeing this expression, Lei Zhaorong thought Lei Zhaorong was afraid, and immediately raised the stakes. You can pick the event. Do you dare? This was the reaction Lei Zhaorong wanted. Alright, a deal. Just 2 races then. Guanlin tugged at his clothes from the side, her eyes filled with worry. Lei Zhaorong gave her a reassuring glance and gently squeezed her hand. Before the 3rd race started, Lei Zhaorong suddenly said, let's do this one. Lei Zhaorong was overjoyed. Great. Let's add some stakes. 1 million, is that alright? This brother, who was essentially giving himself money, Lei Zhaorong certainly would not refuse. A deal is a deal. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the few young masters behind Lei Zhaorong. Your friends are watching, so don't go back on your word. Whoever goes back on their word is a loser. Lei Zhaorong snorted coldly. The two went to place their bets. Lei Zhaorong led Guanlin to the cash counter, taking out 150,000 in cash from his bag. Golden Champion win only 10 tickets, 15,000 each. The clerk took the cash and skillfully printed the betting tickets. Lei Zhaorong received them, carefully checked, and put them in his inner pocket. Guanlin also took out 100,000 in cash. I also want to bet on Golden Champion to win 10 tickets, each 1,000. The clerk complied. When the two returned to the stands, Lei Zhaorong and his group of young masters had already come back. Lei Zhaorong held up a betting ticket, looking smug. I bet on Shining to win. He waved the ticket in front of Lei Zhaorong. What about you? Lei Zhaorong took out his betting ticket and showed it. Golden Champion. Lei Zhaorong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Golden Champion. After selecting from thousands, you actually chose this. He laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Do you think just because it's called Golden Champion it can take first place? Dream on. If it wins, I'll eat this betting ticket. His group of young masters laughed along. Lei Zhaorong put away his betting ticket and said lightly, Alright, I'll supervise you eating it later. The horse racing began. The atmosphere in the stands instantly became tense. Lei Zhaorong and his group of young masters chatted and laughed as if celebrating a victory already in hand. Guanlin nervously clutched Lei Zhaorong's arm, her nails nearly digging into his sleeve. Her eyes were glued to Golden Champion and the rider Ao Dongyi on the track. Lei Zhaorong amusingly patted her hand. Relax. I'm nervous. Guanlin's voice trembled slightly. Lei Zhaorong instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Guanlin pressed against Lei Zhaorong's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, her tension gradually dissipating. Why aren't you nervous at all? She whispered. Because I know the outcome, Lei Zhaorong silently added in his heart. What the system provided has never been wrong. The starting gun fired. The gates opened and 12 racehorses shot out like arrows. The stands erupted into deafening cheers. Golden Champion. Golden Champion. Guanlin gripped Lei Zhaorong's arm tighter, her whole body tensed up. Her eyes were fixed on the racetrack, her lips pressed together. Even Lei Zhaorong and his group of young masters were tense. Lei Zhaorong clutched his betting ticket, his eyes glued to Shining on the track. In the first turn, Shining was in the lead. Lei Zhaorong shouted, good. But in the second turn, Golden Champion began to accelerate from the outside. Ao Dongyi's riding skills were brilliantly displayed at this moment. He controlled the rhythm precisely, allowing the horse to exert its strength at the most opportune moment. On the straight, Golden Champion and Shining were neck and neck. Charge! 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 Guanlin shouted until her throat was hoarse. In the last 200 meters, Golden Champion began to pull ahead. A horse's length. 2 horse lengths. Crossing the finish line. Golden Champion champion. The stands erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Guanlin was momentarily stunned, then let out a sharp scream and jumped straight into Lei Zhaorong's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist, cupping his face with her hands, and kissing him fiercely. Lei Zhaorong was a bit dazed by the kiss, but he still wrapped his arms around her waist. Many people around looked over, some whistling, others applauding. After a while, Guanlin finally let go, her face flushed as if it could bleed. Lei Zhaorong patted her perky bottom, signaling her to come down. Then he turned to look at Lei Zhaofu. Lei Zhaofu's face was ashen, the betting ticket in his hand crumpled. The young masters around him looked at each other, unsure how to react. Third brother Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, but many in the stands had already noticed the commotion. You wouldn't try to renege on the bet, would you? Your friends are watching after all. This single sentence put pressure on Lei Zhaofu. Reneging? In front of so many people? How could he, the third young master of the Lei family, continue to mix in the circle? Lei Zhaofu gritted his teeth and pulled out a checkbook from his suit pocket, quickly writing a check for 1 million, and tearing it off, throwing it fiercely at Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong caught it, looked down at it. The check was fine. He blew at the ink on the check, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, third brother, for the money. After finishing, he turned with Guanlin and walked away. You, Lei Zhaofu shouted from behind. You don't think you can just slip away after winning, do you? Lei Zhaorong didn't look back. You're overthinking it. I said 2 races, so it's 2 races. Winning just now needs to be cashed in. Then he ignored Lei Zhaofu, and holding the still laughing Guanlin, strode towards the prize redemption window. The queue at the redemption window was quite long. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin waited for more than 10 minutes before it was their turn. Golden Champion win only 10 tickets, each 15,000. Lei Zhaorong handed over the betting ticket. The clerk took it, verified the ticket, and calculated bet amount is 150,000, odds are 11.5 times, prize is 1,875,000. Net profit is 1,725,000. Lei Zhaorong nodded. The racetrack issued a large check, which Lei Zhaorong took and put away. It was Guanlin's turn. Golden Champion win only 10 tickets, each 10,000. Her voice trembled, not from nerves. Bet amount is 100,000, odds are 11.5 times, prize is 1,250,000. Net profit is 1,150,000. Guanlin received a large amount of cash, stowing it away with trembling hands. The two walked out of the redemption hall, the night breeze brushing against their faces, carrying the unique scent of grass and sweat from the racetrack. Lei Zhaorong had made over 1,700,000 this time, feeling quite pleased. Today's earnings combined with the previous 1 million stake netted over 270,000. Guanlin clung to Lei Zhaorong's arm, her smile resembling that of a little fox that had just stolen honey. Her eyes crescent-shaped, her mouth curving up high, wanting to spin in place. We've struck it rich, she murmured excitedly, completely shedding the aloof demeanor of a goddess on screen. Lei Zhaorong couldn't help but smile at her appearance. You look like a fool when you smile, he said. Guanlin shot him a glare. You're the fool. Have you ever seen such a good-looking? No, Lei Zhaorong honestly shook his head. I've only seen the prettiest little fox. Guanlin froze for a moment, then laughed even more joyfully. The two returned to the stand side by side, where Lei Zhaofu was still trying to give him money. After Lei Zhaorong exchanged the prize, he returned to the grandstand with a check. Lei Zhaofu glared at him, his eyes burning with fury. I thought you were going to sneak away like a coward. Lei Zhaofu's voice squeezed out through his clenched teeth. Lei Zhaorong smiled and returned to his original position. The feeling of winning is exhilarating. Go too far. Lei Zhaorong scoffed. If you have no ability, don't issue empty checks. What you said is as meaningless as flatulence. How can you still have the face to... You're not going to back out now, are you? Your friends are all listening. Lei Zhaofu's expression changed and he shouted, you. Don't go too far. Go too far. Lei Zhaorong scoffed. If you have no ability, don't issue empty checks. What you said is as meaningless as flatulence. How can you still have the face to spout nonsense every day? He tilted his head slightly. You're not planning to perform your green tea act again, crying on cue. Go ahead, if you cry now, I'll let you skip the bet. Lei Zhaofu's face turned the color of liver. He glanced at a nearby wealthy youth who subtly nodded, then spoke. Lei Zhaorong, one should show mercy when possible. It's just a small matter, is it necessary? Several other wealthy youths chimed in. Exactly, we're all here to have fun, why make it so tense? Lei Zhaofu's expression softened slightly as he looked towards Lei Zhaorong, thinking he would let it go. Lei Zhaorong certainly would not be so lenient. He turned to the wealthy youth who spoke, his expression cold. Who are you? I'm educating my brother. What does it have to do with you? Are you just idle with nothing to do? Do you have the right to interfere in our betting? The youth was left speechless, his veins bulging in anger. Don't you fear my Zhou family's revenge for not giving me face? Lei Zhaorong glanced at him disdainfully, as if he were looking at an ant making a fuss. Just you. I don't believe it. His tone was light. You and Lei Zhaofu are the same, both useless wastrels who live off others. What ability do you have? I advise you not to interfere, lest you bring trouble to your family. Zhou Yongyan laughed in anger, nodding repeatedly. All right, I'll remember you. Take a deep breath. How about this? There's still one more round I'll join in too. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Lei Zhaorong raised an eyebrow. If you want to give me money, of course I have no problem. He looked at the other wealthy youths. What about you? Do you want to join in? The wealthy youths exchanged glances and nodded in unison. No problem, this is so interesting, of course we want to participate. Lei Zhaorong smiled. Then let's play together. Still 1 million, each, it's not too much. Just the 8 of us, let's set the rules first. He'll decide which match, and everyone by their own horse. If multiple people win, we'll split the 8 million prize pool. How about that? The wealthy youths found it acceptable. At this moment Lei Zhaofu spoke up. Aside from the 8 million, I'll bet an additional 2 million. I lost 1 million just now, and this time I want to win back, both the principal and the interest. Zhou Yongyan also chimed in. I'll also bet an additional 2 million. Lei Zhaorong glanced at them, a smile creeping onto his lips. That's fine. Then it settled. Time flew to the 5th round. Lei Zhaorong held Guanlin and watched the horses entering the gate, suddenly saying, let's go with this round. The wealthy youths exchanged glances and said nothing more, each going to buy their horses. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin arrived at the betting point. Fastfoot won only 10 tickets, 15,000 each. He took out 150,000 cash from his bag and handed it to the clerk. The clerk issued the horse tickets. Lei Zhaorong took them carefully, keeping them safe. Guanlin also took out 100,000. Fastfoot won only 10 tickets, each 1,000. This time she wasn't as nervous as before. Her eyes were filled with excitement and joy. When they returned to the grandstand, the wealthy youths had already come back. Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongyan both tightly held their horse tickets, their faces filled with determination. What did you buy, eh? Lei Zhaofu asked. Lei Zhaorong revealed his horse ticket, Fastfoot. Lei Zhaofu was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Fastfoot. The biggest upset. The one with odds of 27 to 1. Have you gotten carried away after winning once? Just watch how my lucky star wins against you this time. Zhou Yongyan joined in the laughter. Lei Zhaorong, you're just giving us money. Lei Zhaorong couldn't be bothered with them, merely stating, we'll see the results on the field. Lei Zhaofu wanted to mock him again, but was silenced by a glance from Lei Zhaorong. That glance was calm, but unnervingly so. Lei Zhaofu snorted and stopped speaking. The starting gun, 12 racehorses burst out of the starting gates. The grandstand erupted in deafening cheers once more. Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongyan clenched their fists, their eyes glued to the horse they had bet on, their lips moving as if chanting a spell. Lei Zhaorong calmly held Guanlin, a smile on his face. Guanlin leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. In the first half, the horse Lucky Star that Lei Zhaofu bet on maintained the lead. Lei Zhaofu's face flushed with excitement as he turned to glance at Lei Zhaorong, his eyes filled with pride. But as they entered the straight, Fastfoot began to pick up speed. 1 horse, 2 horses, 3 horses. In the last 200 meters, Fastfoot had already surged to second place. In the final 100 meters, it raced neck and neck with the leading Lucky Star. Crossing the finish line, this time Guanlin didn't leap up in excitement like she did in the 3rd round, but still joyfully kissed Lei Zhaorong on the lips as a reward. Lei Zhaorong turned to look at Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongyan. The expressions on their faces were worse than if they had eaten a fly. Gentlemen, Lei Zhaorong's voice wasn't loud, but in the noisy grandstand everyone could hear him clearly. It's clear that I won with the Fastfoot right. You can accept your losses. The wealthy youths were straightforward, each writing a check for 1 million and handing it to Lei Zhaorong. Young Master Lei, let's play together again sometime. One of them smiled with a hint of respect in his tone. Lei Zhaorong accepted the checks, nodding. It was Zhou Yongyan. He gritted his teeth and wrote a check for 3 million. 1 million for the betting pool and 2 million as an additional wager. Just wait. Zhou Yongyan tossed the check over, not forgetting to add a harsh word. This time you got lucky. Next time, I'll definitely win. Lei Zhaorong received the check, smiling as he flicked it. No problem, welcome to give me money. Finally, it was Lei Zhaofu's turn. Lei Zhaorong looked at him. You're not short on cash, are you? Wear a hat that fits your head. Don't make me and your friends look down on you. You can always go back to get old Lei's antiques. Lei Zhaofu gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at Lei Zhaorong. You don't really plan to back out, do you? Lei Zhaorong added. Or are you going to start your green tea act now to elicit sympathy? Lei Zhaofu's chest heaved violently, his hands trembling. But he ultimately pulled out the checkbook, wrote 3 million, tore it off, and slammed it down on Lei Zhaorong's hand. We'll see who wins in the end. Lei Zhaofu's voice sounded like it came from hell. Next, I'll slowly play you to death. Lei Zhaorong accepted the check, smiling slightly. I'm looking forward to it. Leaving the racetrack, Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin drove to the horse racing club headquarters. The staff at the prize window verified the horse tickets and calculated the winnings. Fastfoot total bet 150,000, odds 27 to 1, prize 4,050,000, net gain 3,900,000. Lei Zhaorong took the check and placed it in his bag. Guanlin's share was quickly calculated as well. Total bet 100,000, odds 27 to 1, prize 2,700,000, net gain 2,600,000. Guanlin took the check, her hands trembling, not from nervousness, but excitement. The two walked out of the horse racing headquarters, the night wind blowing gently. Lei Zhaorong silently calculated a sum in his mind. In the first round, Golden Scholar net profit 1,725,000. In the second round, Fast Foot net profit 3,900,000. Adding in the 8 million from the 8 wealthy youths plus the 2 million additional bets from Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongyan, tonight's total income is 17,620,000. Guanlin's share first round 115,000, second round 260,000. Net profit 375,000. Overnight their assets nearly doubled. Lei Zhaorong looked at Guanlin's beaming face, unable to contain his smile. Let's go home. Back at the villa, Guanlin didn't sneak away like the previous 2 days. As soon as the door closed, she jumped into Lei Zhaorong's arms. Lei Zhaorong wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned down to kiss her. This time Guanlin didn't shy away or call for a stop. She wrapped her arms around his neck and responded passionately. The lights in the living room stayed on all night. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes and reached out beside him. This time he touched a warm body. He closed his eyes again, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything from last night was gentle and passionate. Guanlin was no longer that fleeing little fox, but a kitten snuggled peacefully in his embrace. He silently savored the moment for a few seconds before opening the system. The panel unfolded, and a flash of golden light passed by. Ding! System upgraded to LV2. Upgrade gift has been dispatched. Master-level capture technique. In an instant, countless capture techniques and practical experiences flooded into his mind, as if a complete combat system was inscribed directly into his nerves. His muscles trembled slightly, an unusual soreness spreading throughout his body. This was the signal of muscle memory forming. Lei Zhaorong clenched his fist. The sensations in his body felt indeed different, stronger, and more resilient. He suppressed his surprise and continued to check the system panel. Future headlines briefing April 8, 1982, Thursday. System level LV. 4 messages daily, unlocking golden briefings. Current assets approximately 26000 HKD. Total utilized information 30 messages. Today's pushed 4 messages. Bronze briefing on April 8th. The Hong Kong stock Hang Seng Index stabilized and rebounded. The Hang Seng Index closed up 21 points to 1024 points with a transaction volume of 1.87 billion Hong Kong dollars. Quasi-real estate stocks led the increase, with Chung Kong and New World both rising over 5 in a single day with a short-term profit margin of approximately 812. Silver briefing on April 8th. Lei Zhaofu, Lei Zhaorong, and Lei Zhaoyue held a secret meeting at the Lei Group headquarters, jointly formulating a suppression plan against the Xinjiang Daily. 1. Contact 3 major advertisers to pressure them to withdraw orders, cutting off the newspaper's main source of income. 2. Through distribution channel relations, delay the distribution time of Xinjiang Daily, with some newsstands not receiving that day's newspaper. 3. Hire tabloids to publish rumors about Xinjiang Daily's poor management and imminent closure, shaking the confidence of readers and advertisers. 4. Pressure suppliers of raw materials like paper and ink to cut off supply. 5. Zhou Yongyan utilizes his family's influence in the newspaper association to marginalize Xinjiang Daily, trying to get the distribution association to stop distributing or not distribute Xinjiang Daily. Plan target to paralyze the operations of Xinjiang Daily within a week. Golden briefing on April 8th. An independent villa at 68 Shallow Water Bay Road is urgently for sale due to the owner's immigration. Originally priced at 28 million Hong Kong dollars, now selling for 9.8 million Hong Kong dollars, 35 off. A 300 square feet shop at 42 Patterson Street, Causeway Bay, market price 6.8 million, selling for 2.3 million with monthly rental income of about 65000. Both properties are expected to sell for over 16 million Hong Kong dollars in profit after 10 days. Bronze briefing on April 8th. Medicinal materials from the mainland are being rerouted to Taiwan. The purchase price is 60 lower than the market, with a resale premium of 3 times. Small batches can yield over 10,000 in profit. The window period is about 57 days. After reading these messages, Lei Zhaorong frowned. The golden briefing is indeed tempting. This is what LV2 means: the Shallow Water Bay Villa and the Causeway Bay shop. These prices are practically free. The property market in Xinjiang will only rise, not fall. Accumulating a few properties now is a guaranteed profit. This is practically a strategic asset acquisition. But that silver briefing weighed heavily on his mind. 5-pronged approach: advertising, distribution, rumors, raw materials, newspaper association. Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongyan want to crush Xinjiang Daily. The cutoff of raw materials is the deadliest. Without paper and ink, the newspapers cannot be printed. Everything would be in vain. The blockade from the newspaper association and distribution channels is troublesome, but it can be navigated slowly. Raw materials cannot wait. Just as Lei Zhaorong was lost in thought, Guanlin stirred in his arms. She opened her eyes and found herself lying naked in Lei Zhaorong's embrace, her face instantly flushing to her ears. Awake! Lei Zhaorong looked down at her. Guanlin buried her face into his chest, muttering a soft mm. After a while she lifted her head, quickly kissed his face, and then retreated. Lei Zhaorong smiled. You seem unwell today, I'll call the crew and take a day off. Guanlin obediently nodded, leaning closer to him, resting on his chest. Then she paused. Your body. She touched Lei Zhaorong's chest. Seems even firmer than yesterday. Lei Zhaorong's heart stirred. Was this a side effect of the master-level capture technique? Maybe it was due to last night's exercise, he casually replied. Guanlin shot him a glance, her face turning even redder. Lei Zhaorong got up to make breakfast. Fried eggs, toasted bread, hot milk, along with the bacon he bought yesterday. Guanlin sat at the dining table, wearing his shirt, the sleeves rolled up several times, watching him busily in the kitchen, a smile constantly playing at her lips. Their cohabitation life had officially begun. Rest well at home in the morning. Lei Zhaorong placed the breakfast on the table. In the afternoon, it'll take you to make some money. Guanlin's eyes lit up, her eager tones starkly contrasting her previous laziness. Where? Is it still horse racing? Lei Zhaorong flicked her forehead playfully. There isn't that much insider information on horse racing. In the afternoon, I'll take you to buy a prosperous shop. Buy a prosperous shop. Yes. I received credible news that a shop owner in Causeway Bay is eager to immigrate and is selling at a low price. The market price is 8 million now, only selling for 3 million. Monthly rent is over 6,000, and after half a month it can be sold for at least over 5 million. He paused and said seriously, my suggestion is to hold on to it tightly. Property in Xinjiang will only rise in value. If in real need of money, it can also be mortgaged at the bank. Guanlin listened, obediently nodding along. Then come back early, or I'll wait for you at home. She didn't understand property trends, but she knew. Listening to Lei Zhaorong was the right choice. After finishing breakfast, Lei Zhaorong drove to the HSBC trading room. As soon as he opened the door, Manager Chun and several operators greeted him, their faces filled with smiles. Lei Sheng. Manager Chun shook Lei Zhaorong's hand excitedly, saying, we all bought based on the information you provided yesterday. I invested 2,000 and made over 2,000. Thank you so much. Other operators also expressed their gratitude, their eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation. Lei Zhaorong waved his hand. There will be more in the future. You can also buy the stocks I operate, but remember, do not share this outside. Everyone nodded eagerly. Lei Zhaorong sat at the operation desk, handing all the checks he won last night to Manager Chun. Please deposit them into my account. Manager Chun took the checks, quickly verified the amounts, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Lei Sheng, these add up to over 17 million. Lei Zhaorong replied flatly. Including the previous assets, how much do I have in total now? Manager Chun calculated quickly. Previously 82 million plus this 62 million, a total of 44 million. Lei Zhaorong nodded. How much leverage can I use now? Manager Chun flipped through the documents. According to HSBC's risk control standards, Lei Sheng can currently use double leverage. Good. He'll use 3 times leverage for today's operations. Lei Zhaorong wrote the trading plan on paper. Chungkong New World and other leading real estate companies expecting a rise of over 5, meaning over 12 returns with 3 times leverage. Build positions after the market opens and clear all before the market closes in the afternoon. Understood. Manager Chun took the instruction sheet and turned to arrange the operations. Leaving HSBC, Lei Zhaorong drove to Xinjiang Daily. The atmosphere in the newspaper office was somewhat subtle. Employees saw him, some greeted him warmly, while others hesitated to speak. A few employees approached directly to thank him. Lei Sheng, yesterday's horse racing news was incredibly accurate. We all made quite a bit. Lei Zhaorong smiled in response. The news is on the benefit bulletin board, but whether you look at it or not is up to you. Earning is your skill. If you lose, don't blame me. He walked into the editor-in-chief's office. Wang Mingyuan was sitting at his desk, frowning as he flipped through a stack of materials. Upon seeing Lei Zhaorong enter, he immediately stood up, his expression grave. Lei Sheng, we have trouble. Speak. Wang Mingyuan lowered his voice. I just received news that someone is targeting us. There are people from the distribution channels who have made calls, potentially delaying our distribution time. The most troublesome issue is the raw materials. Several local suppliers have said that there is a tight supply recently and may have to limit supplies. Friends from the Newspaper Association and the Distribution Association said that the Zhou family is pressuring their associations against us. Both the Newspaper Association and the Distribution Association have already compromised. Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa, his expression unchanged. Regarding raw materials, how many days can our current stock last? Based on previous sales, it can last for 5 days. Wang Mingyuan paused, but after the revision, sales have increased by 30. Lei Zhaorong frowned slightly. So the stock is only enough for 3 days. Lei Zhaorong's fingers gently tapped on the armrest. Go to the mainland for paper and ink. His voice was calm, but each word was heavy. Be quick. They could cut off supplies in the next couple of days. Wang Mingyuan was stunned. You already knew. I know more. Lei Zhaorong did not explain. You immediately contact your connections in the mainland. Make sure to resolve the raw material issue within 3 days. Wang Mingyuan nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Do you have connections with the Newspaper Association and Distribution Association? Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. I know a few people, but we don't have a strong relationship. The Zhou family has operated in the Newspaper Association for decades. Lei Zhaorong raised his hand to interrupt him. Then let's resolve the raw material issue first. As for the rest, I'll figure it out. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and turned to leave the office. Lei Zhaorong stood by the window looking down at the street. Cars and people flowed endlessly. Xiangjiang Daily had existed on this old street for over a decade. Now someone wanted to make it disappear. Lei Zhaorong's gaze gradually turned cold. Since you want to make Xiangjiang Daily surrounded by enemies, then don't blame me for overturning the table. Lei Zhaorong did not leave the Hong Kong Daily until noon. Wang Mingyuan did not disappoint him. In just one morning, this veteran who had been in the newspaper industry for 20 years connected with suppliers of paper and ink in Shenzhen through his network. Lei Sheng, I've reached out to the suppliers of paper and ink through my old connections in Shenzhen. They are very enthusiastic, offering prices 30% cheaper than those in Hong Kong, with guaranteed quality and supply. If there are no issues, we can ship tomorrow. Lei Zhaorong nodded and took out a note from his bag, handing it over. Wang Mingyuan took the note, which read, imported medicinal materials from the mainland to Taiwan, with a purchase price 60% lower than the market, reselling at a threefold markup. Small quantities can yield over 10,000 in profit. The window period is about 57 days. Wang Mingyuan's pupils constricted as he looked up at Lei Zhaorong. Lei Sheng, this is. The source of the information is reliable. Lei Zhaorong patted his shoulder. Watch your wording, don't stir up trouble. You and the newspaper staff can handle it yourselves. The profits will be yours. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and carefully folded the note, placing it in his inner pocket. Lei Sheng, I will definitely listen to you and follow your instructions in the future. Upon returning home, as soon as Lei Zhaorong stepped inside, the phone rang. Lei Sheng, this is Zhang Chenggang. The voice on the other end was filled with uncontainable excitement. My mother's surgery was very successful, and she is no longer in danger. She is now resting in the hospital for observation for 2 weeks, and if there are no issues, she can go home. Lei Zhaorong smiled slightly. Congratulations. Lei Sheng, this 1 million. Zhang Chenggang's voice was somewhat choked. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Let's not talk about that. Lei Zhaorong interrupted him. Actually, I'm buying 2 properties this afternoon. Can you come help me review the contracts? Is that convenient? No problem. What time? Where? 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the corner of Patterson Street in Causeway Bay. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin arrived, Zhang Chenggang was already waiting at the street corner. He had changed into a deep gray suit, his hair meticulously styled, and he looked much more energetic than yesterday. Lei Sheng, Miss Guan. Zhang Chenggang approached them, scanning both of them with his eyes, forming an understanding in his heart. The 3 of them entered No. 42 Patterson Street. This was a street-facing shop approximately 12 feet wide and 25 feet deep, with a total area of around 300 square feet. The location was excellent, just a 3-minute walk from the Causeway Bay MTR station, with heavy foot traffic. The shop's interior had been divided into 2 rooms by the previous owner, with a small storage room and restroom in the back. Although the decor was somewhat old, the layout was square and the lighting was good. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s, surnamed Lin, wearing a wrinkled plaid shirt with deep-eyed bags, his face showing signs of urgency. Mr. Lin, on the buyer, Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong stepped forward. Mr. Lin looked Lei Zhaorong up and down, somewhat surprised that this young man could produce over 2 million, but he didn't ask further. The contract had already been prepared, and the price was as previously discussed, 230,000. Zhang Chenggang read through the contract from beginning to end, explaining it to Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin line by line. After confirming there were no issues, Guanlin signed her name in the buyer's section. Congratulations, Miss Guan, this shop is now yours. Zhang Chenggang handed over a copy of the contract. Guanlin accepted the contract, her hands trembling. She silently thought, ever since meeting Arong, my luck has been unceasing. I just won over 3 million, which I had just deposited in the bank, and now it has turned into over 6 million in assets. Arong is both my lover and my lucky star. If Lei Zhaorong knew what Guanlin was thinking, he would definitely add, your fate has been completely changed, and it will only get better in the future. 230,000, buying a prosperous shop valued at 680,000. Monthly rent is 65,000, which totals over 700,000 a year. Even a fool could do the math. She looked at Lei Zhaorong, her gaze somewhat affectionate, those eyes that seemed to want to melt him into her vision. Lei Zhaorong was very pleased. The next stop was Repulse Bay, at No. 68, Repulse Bay Road, an independent villa. The car wound up the hilly road flanked by dense greenery. Turning a corner, the view opened up. Before them stood a white 3-story villa. The villa covers an area of about 2,000 square feet, facing south, with the mountain at its back and the sea in front. In front is a neatly trimmed lawn with a few palm trees swaying gently in the sea breeze. Standing on the balcony, the entire view of Repulse Bay's sea is captured. Azure waters, golden beaches, and distant islands flickering in and out of view. The interior decor is in European style, with marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and solid wood furniture. The first floor contains the living room, dining room, kitchen, and maid's room. The second floor has 3 bedrooms, while the third floor features the master suite and a large terrace. Every room has floor-to-ceiling windows providing excellent lighting. Lei Zhaorong took Guanlin for a tour feeling very satisfied. 9 million for this villa. Guanlin quietly turned her head and whispered to Lei Zhaorong, "What is the market price?" Lei Zhaorong replied, "For villas of the same type in this area, the price should be between 26 million and 30 million. Guanlin gasped. Lei Zhaorong smiled and signed the contract. For 980,000 no. 68. Repulse Bay Road officially belonged to him. Should we move here to live? Lei Zhaorong wrapped his arm around Guanlin's waist, standing on the terrace looking at the sea. I think this place is nice. From now on, this will be our home. Guanlin leaned against his shoulders, sweetly nodding. I also like it, let's move. The two of them acted quickly, returning to the Kowloon Tong villa to pack up their clothes and daily necessities, and directly moved into No. 68 Repulse Bay. At the headquarters of the Lei Group, Lei Zhaofu sat on a large leather sofa, crossing his legs, holding a glass of... He laughed heartily, nearly in tears from laughing. Lei Zhaorong, let's see how you die this time. He muttered to himself, raising his glass to the air, kicked out of the Lei family, and finally bought a crummy newspaper. Now, we have completely surrounded you. Raw material suppliers, distribution channels, newspaper association, all have been arranged. He took a sip of wine, squinting his eyes. Let's see how you die this time. Without raw materials, with ads running away, even if the newspapers are printed, they can't be distributed. Lei Zhaorong, what do you have to compete with me? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the HSBC trading room, Lei Zhaorong pushed the door open and found Manager Chen waiting with reports in hand. Lei Sheng. Manager Chen was beaming, his voice higher than usual. All transactions for today have been completed with great success. He handed over the report and began to summarize. After the market opened as per your instructions, we built positions in Chengkong and Sun Hongkai using the newly approved double leverage. At 10:30 this morning, the real estate stocks began to rise, and we sold off in batches at the peak. Chengkong's daily increase was 4.2%, and Sun Hongkai's was 4.5%. The principal was 24,440,000, with double leverage, total funds of 73,332,000. Profit of 12.3%, net profit 9,200,000. After deducting transaction taxes and interest, the net amount is 8,470,000. Manager Chen set down the report, sincerely exclaiming, Lei Sheng, you are the most formidable genius I have ever seen, bar none. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the report, maintaining a neutral expression, but feeling very satisfied. 870,000. Today's earnings nearly matched the value of the villa he just bought. You've worked hard. He returned the report to Manager Chen. Let's continue tomorrow. You've worked hard. He returned the report to Manager Chen. Let's continue to... Wang Minjuan's voice was urgent. Lei Sheng, the raw material issue has been resolved, and the shipment from Shenzhen will be sent tomorrow. However, there's an urgent matter that needs to be discussed in person. Lei Zhaorong furrowed his brows. I'll be right there. 20 minutes later, in the office of the editor-in-chief of the Hong Kong Daily, Wang Mingyuan sat anxiously in a chair, his tie skewed. His complexion was grim, filled with anxiety. Lei Sheng, something big has happened. Speak. The local paper and ink suppliers have already clearly notified us that they are terminating cooperation with us. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, you had me find mainland channels in advance, so the raw materials will arrive tomorrow. But, his voice dropped even lower, all 3 of our biggest advertisers suddenly terminated cooperation this afternoon. Not a single cent in penalties, they just tore up the contracts. A friend from the Distribution Association also informed me that someone has intervened to delay our publication time tomorrow, and they will withhold at least half of the papers in storage, preventing them from being distributed. Wang Mingyuan looked up, despair in his gaze. Lei Sheng, if this is the case, isn't the Hong Kong Daily going to be choked? Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. He remained calm, without panic or anger, simply asking, have we collected evidence? What? The evidence regarding the Newspaper Association and the Distribution Association against us. Lei Zhaorong looked at him. The calls made to intervene, the notices to delay publication, the orders to withhold the papers. Do we have any records of these? Wang Mingyuan paused, then quickly responded. We've collected some and are still gathering. All call records, written notices, and witness testimonies are being preserved. Good. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Keep collecting, the more the better. Wang Mingyuan was somewhat puzzled. Lei Sheng, what's the use of collecting these? Even if we sue them, it will take years, and the newspaper can't wait. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the old street was lit by streetlights, pedestrians hurried, and traffic flowed endlessly. Editor Wang, we currently have no way to confront the Newspaper Association and the Distribution Association, Hedon. His voice was low, but each word was clear. Therefore, we need to establish our own channels to save ourselves. Wang Mingyuan perked up his ears. Tomorrow, publish an announcement on the front page of the Hong Kong Daily. Lei Zhaorong turned around, his eyes sharp. The Hong Kong Newspaper Association is indifferent to the suppression of the Hong Kong Daily by various parties, allowing evil forces to bully us. Starting today, the Hong Kong Daily formally withdraws from the Newspaper Association. Huh. Wang Mingyuan was shocked and stood up from his chair. Withdraw from the Newspaper Association. What will happen then? Without the endorsement of the association, our newspapers can't even enter newsstands. In the future, we will produce free newspapers. Wang Mingyuan wore a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed in confusion. Leishing, why is free the most expensive? How exactly should we operate it? Lei Zhaorong leaned back casually in his chair and posed a seemingly simple question. If a free newspaper is given to you, would you accept it? Of course I would accept it, Wang Mingyuan replied without hesitation. Who wouldn't want something free? Even if I don't read it, at the very least I could use it for wrapping or as a table mat. Exactly, Lei Zhaorong nodded. So how many copies do you think we could distribute if we give away newspapers for free throughout the entire harbor? In other words, how many residents would be able to see our newspaper? Wang Mingyuan counted on his fingers. There are 6 million people in Xinjiang. Even if each household only receives 1 copy, we would still need 1 to 200,000 copies. But our printing capacity is limited. I would say 30 to 200,000 copies should be feasible. Wang Mingyuan continued. If Xinjiang Daily can distribute 30 to 200,000 copies daily, wouldn't that make it the newspaper with the largest circulation in the harbor? Wang Mingyuan was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. That's right. The current highest circulation newspapers like Dongfang Daily and Mingpao only distribute around 100 to 200,000 copies. If we can distribute 30 to 200,000, then we would be number 1. Lei Zhaorong continued. At that point, do you still think we would lack advertisers? Those big brands and companies would be eager to advertise in our newspaper. As for the 3 advertisers who terminated their contracts with us, keep the evidence of their unilateral cancellation safe. Once we stabilize, we can directly sue them for breach of contract. Wang Mingyuan was so excited that he stood up from his chair, pacing back and forth before slapping the table. Leishing, you really are a long-term planner. If we can really do this, then no one will be able to suppress Xinjiang Daily anymore. Could it be that we could truly become the number 1 newspaper in Xinjiang? Lei Zhaorong smiled and nodded. Exactly. Crisis means danger, but also opportunity. As long as we can hold out for a month, we can completely break their blockade and become the newspaper with the largest circulation in Xinjiang. He paused, his tone calm, yet resolute. I have calculated it roughly. In this month, we might lose a few million Hong Kong dollars, but I can handle that. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. All right, then let's go all out. How do we solve the distribution? Wang Mingyuan asked. He answered himself. The Newspaper Association and the Distribution Association are blocking us, and we can't get into the newspaper kiosks. No need for newspaper kiosks. Lei Zhaorong interrupted him. You should send the reporters out tomorrow targeting community welfare organizations and district committees, those grassroots organizations. We can hire those capable but unemployed middle-aged and elderly people, seniors from welfare homes, and children over 15 from underprivileged backgrounds to distribute newspapers for free at street corners near their homes. We simply need to deliver the newspapers to these grassroots organizations every day, paying them daily. After all this money used to go to those newspaper distributors, and now we can directly hire the underprivileged. Additionally, reporters can gather information from these grassroots organizations, summarizing and filtering useful insights every day. For the information we use, we can offer rewards to those who provide it. This way we can expand the influence of Xinjiang Daily, while also uniting these grassroots organizations and the underprivileged. After hearing this, Wang Mingyuan felt the previous gloom lift, and he burst into laughter. Great. If that's the case, we can truly stand on our own. After hearing this, Wang Mingyuan felt the previous gloom lift, and he burst into laughter. Great. If that's the case, we can truly... Let's print 30,000 copies first, and open the distribution channels. Ensure you take care of logistics and transportation on your end. Understood. Wang Mingyuan nodded vigorously. I will do everything possible to clear these channels tomorrow. You worked hard today as well, so get some rest early. Lei Zhaorong patted him on the shoulder. Tomorrow we have a tough battle ahead. All right, Leishing, you should go rest now. Wang Mingyuan saw him to the door. I will just arrange a few things before leaving. Lei Zhaorong returned to No. 68, Shallow Water Bay. As he pushed the door open, Guanlin rushed over like a little wife, jumping into his arms and helping him straighten his Lei Zhaorong wrapped his arms around her waist and led her to sit down on the living room sofa. Guanlin looked at him, her big eyes full of concern. Are you all right? You look a bit tired. She straddled Lei Zhaorong, gently pressing on his temples with both hands, her movements tender and meticulous. Lei Zhaorong held her waist comfortably, closing his eyes. I'm fine. It's just that today there were a few troublesome incidents targeting Xinjiang Daily. Although a bit of a hassle, it's also an opportunity. Guanlin's eyes widened. Is it Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongyan? It's them. Lei Zhaorong's lips curled into a smile. I wonder what expressions they will have after this incident is over. Guanlin huffed angrily. Those 2 rich kids are no good people. Now they are trying to deal with you in this way. They are truly 2 rotten individuals. Lei Zhaorong laughed heartily, patting her on the backside. All right, let's not worry about them anymore. Wait a moment, I'm going to... They'll help you out. Guanlin got off him. Good, a man and a woman working together makes the work easier. It was another warm night. On April 9th, at 6 in the morning. The space beside him was already empty. There was a faint sound coming from the direction of the closet. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes. The first thing he did was turn on the system. Future headlines. News April 9, 1982 Friday. Today's updates for items. Copper news on April 9th. The land company increased its stake in Hong Kong Electric. After the market closed, they spent 420 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire 22 million shares of Hong Kong Electric, raising their stake to 12. Utility stocks surged collectively, and Hong Kong Electric closed up 6.5, driving the power sector up 3.2. Copper news on April 9th. The US dollar strengthened against the Hong Kong dollar. $1 6.84 Hong Kong dollars, an increase of 0.6. Currency exchange arbitrage was active, with trading volume increasing by 30. It is expected to reach 6.78 within 10 days. Copper news on April 9th. There was a private trade of penicillin urgently needed in the mainland. The purchase price per box was 18 Hong Kong dollars, while the black market selling price was 65 Hong Kong dollars. A single transaction could earn over 5,000 Hong Kong dollars, with a window period of about 35 days. Silver news on April 9th. The master bedroom closet of No. 68 Shallow Water Bay contains a secret door concealing 2 world-famous oil paintings. The previous owner was a foreign businessman who, due to hasty immigration, did not discover the existence of the secret door. The host can discover this secret door today. The oil paintings can be kept safely, and their valuation is extremely high. Lei Zhaorong stared at the last piece of information, slightly dazed. Oil paintings. Secret door. Just then a scream came from the adjacent closet. Oh. Lei Zhaorong had no time to think and rushed over bare-chested. Guanlin was standing in the closet. On the originally flat wall panel, for some reason, a secret door popped open. I accidentally touched this while trying to grab some clothes. Guanlin's voice trembled. Lei Zhaorong walked over, took her hand, and peeked inside. Behind the secret door was a small hidden room about 10 square meters, dry and well ventilated. In the center of the hidden room were 2 long rectangular wooden boxes, well wrapped and covered with a thin layer of dust. This must be what the message referred to, Lei Zhaorong whispered. Together they lifted the wooden boxes and unwrapped the packaging. The first painting depicted water lilies. With hazy light and soft colors, several lotus flowers floated on the water's surface. One could feel a serene beauty, even without understanding art. The second painting featured a woman wearing a black hat. The lines were simple, yet powerful, the colors bold, filled with an indescribable tension. Lei Zhaorong did not recognize either of them. Guanlin leaned in closer to look, equally puzzled. What painting is this? It looks so old. I don't know, but it should be worth quite a lot. Lei Zhaorong brushed the dust off his hands. How do you plan to handle it? Guanlin thought for a moment. I don't understand, so I'll leave it to you to decide. Lei Zhaorong nodded. He'll contact an auction house directly and arrange for it to be auctioned. Now is the time for us to accumulate capital, and we need a substantial amount of funds. Auctioning is the most cost-effective way. I'll follow your lead. After dropping Guanlin off at the filming location, Lei Zhaorong went to HSBC to brief Manager Chun on today's trading tasks. Hong Kong Electric will rise by over 6% today. Use double leverage and clear everything before the market closes. Manager Chun took the order slip, his eyes shining. Understood. Lei Zhaorong left HSBC and headed straight to Sotheby's with the 2 paintings. The lighting in the Sotheby's appraisal room was soft. The appraiser was a man in his 50s from country, wearing white gloves and carefully examining the first painting with a magnifying glass. His expression changed from calm to surprised, then from surprised to shocked. Oh my God, he muttered, turning to his colleague and quickly speaking a few sentences in English. Then he turned to Lei Zhaorong, his voice trembling. Sir, do you know what this is? I don't know, Lei Zhaorong replied honest. This is Monet's Water Lilies. An original. I have seen similar works in London, but this one is in better condition. After the second painting was appraised, the appraiser nearly bowed down. Picasso's woman in black hat. My God, how did these 2 paintings end up in Hong Kong? The appraiser was so excited he stumbled over his words and hurried out to fetch the manager. The manager was a Chinese man in his 40s, impeccably dressed with a professional yet warm smile. Lei Xing, I am Chun Yongren, the client manager at Sotheby's Hong Kong. Congratulations, both of these paintings are world-class treasures. He handed over his business card. How do you plan to handle them? Lei Zhaorong took the card. Since I'm at Sotheby's, I naturally intend to sell them. But I urgently need cash. Is there any quick way to do this? Chun Yongren looked understanding and explained. Our auction house has 2 methods. The first is consignment. We set a reserve price and you take the reserve price immediately. The auction house is responsible for the auction, selling any excess and settling with you afterwards. The second option is for us to contact collectors immediately, and you can deal privately. The auction house takes a commission. Lei Zhaorong thought for a moment. Let's go with direct consignment. What is the reserve price? Chun Yongren and the appraiser whispered a few words to each other, then turned back, their smiles even brighter. Lacing for Monet's water lilies we are offering a reserve price of 7 million USD. For Picasso's woman in black hat the reserve price is 5 million USD. What do you think? Lei Zhaorong quickly calculated in his mind. 12 million USD using an exchange rate of 6.8. That exceeds 80 million HKD. He maintained a calm expression and nodded. Okay, let's sign the contract. The contract was quickly drafted and Lei Zhaorong reviewed it line by line before signing. Chen Yongren escorted him to the door. Lacing the auction is expected to take place within a month. We will notify you as soon as it is completed. Lei Zhaorong stepped out of Sotheby's The Sunlight, just right. 2 paintings with a reserve price of 80 million HKD. Adding to the existing 40 million in assets, even if the paintings haven't been auctioned, yet his net worth has already surpassed 100 million. And this is just the beginning. Lei Zhaorong exited Sotheby's with a pleasant mood and drove to the Hong Kong Daily. The atmosphere in the newsroom was somewhat heavy. As Lei Zhaorong entered the chief editor's office, Wang Mingjuan's expression was completely different from the staff outside. Neither anxious nor heavy, but rather excited with eyes shining like 2 light bulbs. Lei Sheng. Wang Mingyuan was the first to speak, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. I have already made the arrangements. The raw materials have arrived and the goods from Deep City cleared customs at 8 this morning of better quality than local ones and 30% cheaper. His expression darkened slightly as he lowered his voice. Today those newspaper distributors have indeed been two-faced towards us, making all sorts of excuses. I directly pulled all the newspapers back, leaving not a single one for them. Lei Zhaorong nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Wang Mingyuan continued, his tone lifting again, but it's all right. I have already contacted some local welfare associations and district committees, and they are sending supplies over. I will personally check the distribution effect shortly. He picked up a form from the desk and handed it over. According to the feedback from reporters, the distribution personnel are very enthusiastic and in high spirits. The current standard is 300 copies per person per day, with a working duration of about 2 to 3 hours and a remuneration of 25 Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the form and nodded. All right, let's stick to this standard. If they distribute continuously for 30 days, that's 750 Hong Kong dollars, which can support their families. He thought for a moment and added, let's give more opportunities to the elderly and children in welfare homes who cannot work and need respect. Let's also provide more opportunities to disabled individuals with some work capacity. These people need jobs the most, they crave respect, and they cherish work. Wang Mingyuan nodded heavily. Okay, I've noted that. Lei Sheng, don't worry. At 10 in the morning, Sim Sha Sui, Lei Zhaofu, and Zhou Yongyan sat in a booth with several bottles of foreign liquor in front of them, accompanied by 3 or 4 young rascals. The music was deafening, but their voices were even louder. Cheers. Lei Zhaofu raised his glass, his face flushed. Let's celebrate that the Hong Kong Daily didn't appear on any newsstand today. Cheers. Zhou Yongyan clinked glasses with him and downed the drink. The two felt extremely pleased. This morning they specifically drove to several newsstands to confirm with their own eyes. Indeed, the Hong Kong Daily was nowhere to be found. Regular readers of the Hong Kong Daily stood in front of the newsstands for a while before finally switching to other newspapers. After asking the vendors, they learned that the Hong Kong Daily had not been delivered today. Lei Zhaofu laughed out loud at that moment. I really want to see what Lei Zhaorong's expression is like now. Leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, Lei Zhaofu wore a smug look on his face. He struggled to buy a dilapidated newspaper company, and now, without advertising revenue, and with raw materials cut off by me, I also bribed the distributor's head to delay the distribution. He must be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan now. I really want to enjoy his expression, ha. Zhou Yongyan chimed in. Exactly. I also had the head of Zhou's newspaper call the newspaper association to ignore the plight of the Hong Kong Daily. My people over at the Distribution Association said they would hold back at least half of the newspapers in the warehouse and not allow them to be distributed. He raised his glass, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I also want to see the splendid expression of Lei Zhaorong, a castaway driven out of his home, wanting to make a comeback in the newspaper industry. Dream on. The rowdy laughter from several rascals echoed in the booth. At the same time, in the office of the Ming Pao General, Jin Yong placed the sample copy of the Hong Kong Daily down, letting out a gentle sigh. Opposite him sat his old partner Shin Baoxin. The two had collaborated for decades. What a pity. Jin Yong adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with regret. The Hong Kong Daily has just been revamped. Its layout is fresh, clear, and full of ideas. That young man named Lei Zhaorong, I've seen his front page headlines. They are informative and have a unique angle, not like an outsider. Shin Baoxin nodded. I heard he had his materials and distribution channels cut off and didn't make it to print today. Jin Yong shook his head and fell silent. At the Oriental Daily, in the chairman's office, Ma Jikuan leaned back in a leather chair, a cigar in hand, wearing a gloating smile. Now there's one less competitor, ha. He said to chief editor Zhou Shi. I heard it was Lei Kun's son and Zhou's second-generation heir who did this, cutting off everything they could for the Hong Kong Daily. Raw materials, advertising, distribution, and the newspaper association, not a single one was missed. He exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes. This is also good for us. One less to share the cake. Huh. Zhou laughed along, but inwardly he pondered, would Lei Zhaorong really just give up like this? Lei Zhaorong spent the entire morning in the newsroom, not going anywhere. He wrote down 2 pieces of information on paper and handed them to Wang Mingyuan. These 2 pieces are one on the exchange rate trend of the US dollar against the Hong Kong dollar, and the other is the information on the urgently needed antibiotic penicillin from the mainland. Lei Zhaorong's tone was very calm. As for the exchange rate, you can operate it to profit from currency exchange. The medication information carries some risk, but offers substantial profit. You decide whether to use it or not. Wang Mingyuan took the note, his eyes brightening a bit more. Having been in the newspaper industry for 20 years and dealt with all sorts of people, he understood better than anyone what this kind of information meant. Lei Xing, your source of information. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Lei Zhaorong waved his hand. Go get busy. Wang Mingyuan nodded in understanding and turned to arrange things. Lei Zhaorong brewed a pot of tea and sat on the sofa quietly waiting for news. One after another phone calls kept coming in. Reporters relayed messages from various local welfare associations and district committees, while Wang Mingyuan dashed around the office compiling information with an increasingly broad smile on his face. At 3 in the afternoon, Wang Mingyuan walked in with a stack of reports, his face flushed with excitement. Lei Xing, all the information has been compiled. Lei Zhaorong raised an eyebrow. What's the result? Wang Mingyuan placed the reports on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. All the local welfare associations, orphanages, nursing homes, and centers for the disabled have been contacted. None refused. After the statistics, the distribution of newspapers almost covered all the main streets and densely populated areas. He took a deep breath, speaking slowly. All 30,000 copies of today's newspapers have been distributed. Not a single copy is left. Lei Zhaorong paused, holding the teacup. All of them. All of them. Wang Mingyuan nodded vigorously. Moreover, all the people distributing the newspapers are actively helping us promote, saying that the Hong Kong Daily has given them job opportunities and is a conscientious newspaper. Some even voluntarily held up signs at the street corners saying free newspapers, feel free to take one. His eyes were slightly red. Lei Xing, those elderly people, those disabled people. They are truly grateful. Lei Zhaorong remained silent for a few seconds before putting down his teacup. A slow smile crept across his lips, his eyes holding a light that Wang Mingyuan had never seen before. Not pride nor arrogance, but a determined, confident sharpness. Good. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the old street below. 30,000 copies were just the beginning. Today's feedback from the distribution channels confirmed one thing. The coverage capacity of those grassroots organizations exceeded expectations. Lei Zhaorong left Xiangjiang Daily with a light heart. The setting sun bathed the old street in gold as he drove to the Huifeng trading room. Manager Chun was already waiting at the door, his smile brighter than the electric lights. Mr. Lei, he called, holding a set of reports. All today's trades are complete. Ooh, I have a full report for you. Lei Zhaorong sank into the sofa and gestured for him to proceed. Manager Chen cleared his throat, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Following your instructions, we went long on Gangdang with a double leverage. Gangdang closed up 6.5 and we exited entirely at the peak. Principal HKD 300 with double leverage, total funds amounted to HKD 9600. A gain of 6.5 yields a gross profit of HKD 624000. After deducting transaction taxes and interest, the net amount realized is HKD 53800. He turned a page and continued. Including the HKD 300 already in the account, the cash account now stands at HKD 3738000. However, yesterday you spent HKD 980 on the Qianchuan villa, so the actual cash balance is HKD 275800. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Manager Chen closed the report and looked at him with reverent admiration. Mr. Lei, in my 20 years as a trader, I've never seen anyone operate like you. Lei Zhaorong smiled and glanced at the jubilant traders in the room, teasing gently. These last 2 days have been fruitful, haven't they? Manager Chen hurried to express his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. The horse racing tips you gave us earned each of us anywhere from 100,000 to several 100,000. He added, following your stock moves has brought in substantial gains as well. The other traders nodded and crowded around to offer thanks. Lei Zhaorong waved a hand, took a check from his bag, and handed it to Manager Chen. Please deposit this for me into my USD account. The funds in the 2 accounts should be usable together, right? Manager Chen took the check, glanced down, and his pupils constricted. It was an escrow deposit check issued by Sotheby's. USD 100. Mr. Lei. Manager Chen stammered. An escrow deposit from Sotheby's, Lei Zhaorong said with a flat tone. Manager Chen inhaled deeply and hurried off to process it. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with a receipt. Mr. Lei, it's been credited to your USD account. At today's exchange rate of 6.84, that converts to HKD 820800. He added, together with the HKD accounts HKD 27500, your total deposits now exceed 100 million Hong Kong dollars. HKD 1096600. The funds in both accounts can be used jointly. He paused and his voice shifted. Huifeng has just approved an increase of your leverage limit to 5 times. Lei Zhaorong folded the receipt and put it in his bag. Thank you for your hard work. He stood up. Have a good weekend. Mr. Lei, you too. Lei Zhaorong picked up Guanlin and they drove back to Qianchuan. When the car pulled into the garage, Guanlin grabbed his arm eagerly. Around the newsstand didn't have Xianjiang Daily today. Is that going to be a problem? Lei Zhaorong hugged her as they walked into the house. Don't worry, it's fine. The problem has been solved. He laid out the countermeasures in full procurement of raw materials from the inland city distribution through civic channels and free newspapers delivered directly into readers' hands. Guanlin listened with shining eyes. When he finished, she rewarded him with a fragrant kiss. Around your she wrapped her arms around his neck. When those people realize that Xianjiang Daily hasn't disappeared, but has slipped entirely out of their control, I wonder what expressions they'll wear. Then her tone grew serious. But Aron, your approach inevitably sets Xianjiang Daily against the entire newspaper industry. There will be many who hate you for this. Lei Zhaorong drew her into his arms and held her tight. There's no other way. I've turned it over and over. This is the only way to save ourselves, otherwise Xianjiang Daily would be finished. Better a dead ally than a ruined me. I have no choice. Guanlin leaned on his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and whispered with unprecedented contentment. All right, let's not think about that anymore. Face whatever comes. For now, I want steak. Your steak. Lei Zhaorong lowered his head to admire her radiant face and murmured, very well. Whatever you want, I'll make it for you. He'll be your sous chef. Guanlin sprang from his arms and took his hand, pulling him toward the kitchen. Night deepened, and the house fell silent. Guanlin lay on Lei Zhaorong's chest, panting slightly. Her sense of security filled as she heard the same strong heartbeat against her ear. Aron, let's live like this forever, she murmured like a dream. Lei Zhaorong tightened his embrace. Of course. I told you before. As long as you never betray me, I will never fail you for a lifetime. Guanlin clung to his neck, then blushed as she admitted. I think you're even more impressive than before. I can hardly take it sometimes. Lei Zhaorong smiled. You haven't adjusted yet. When you do, you'll be fine. The two nestled and laughed together. He stared at the ceiling and sighed softly. Life is very good right now. 1 week later. Over that week, Lei Zhaorong's Huifeng account grew another 30%. The stock operations were steady and prudent, following the system's short-term tips each day had accumulated into significant gains. Xianjiang Daily did not perish. On the contrary, it spread like wildfire across the whole territory. Daily circulation stabilized at 250,000 copies, truly the leading paper region-wide. The redesigned layout was fresh and uncluttered with exclusive front-page leads each day. Our readers held the paper as if reluctant to let it go. Lei Zhaorong tossed and used briefings to Wang Mingyuan. With a little polishing, Wang Mingyuan printed them with careful phrasing, giving countless readers opportunities to profit. A loyal readership was being built day by day. Yesterday, Wang Mingyuan came to Lei Zhaorong brimming with excitement. Mr. Lei, an advertiser has approached us asking to cooperate. Take a look. Lei Zhaorong was leafing through reports and did not look up. Wait a little longer. Keep them on hold for now. Huh. Wang Mingyuan blinked in surprise. Our sales have steadied at 250,000 copies, but we haven't reached capacity yet. Lei Zhaorong set the report down. The printing house can produce 35 to 500,000 copies a day. I plan to wait until we hit 4,000 copies before opening the advertising tender. Wang Mingyuan sucked in a breath, stunned by the breadth of Mr. Lei's ambition. Then he brightened and proclaimed loudly, all right. Tomorrow we'll print 3,000 copies. At the same time, the entire Xianjiang press world was in turmoil. Every newspaper realized the wolf had come. Xianjiang Daily had built its own distribution channels, bypassing the distribution guild and delivering papers directly to readers without using newsstands. And it was entirely free. Most buyers purchase only one paid paper. Given a free paper of decent quality, who would still pay for another? Sales across the board plunged. Smaller papers suffered even more painfully. In the Ming Daily general manager's office, Shen Baoxin entered carrying reports, his brow furrowed. He set the report before Jin Yong. I didn't expect Lei Zhaorong, this young man, to be so ruthless. He's leaving no room for other newspapers. He set the report before Jin Yong. I didn't expect Lei Zhaorong, this young man, to be so ruthless. He's leaving no room for other newspapers to survive. Jin Yong glanced at him calmly. When Xianjiang Daily had every resource cut off, who spoke for them? Who helped them? Now they found a way out. Who can rightly say they're wrong? He sighed. Every action has its cause and effect. This matter is not over. Nobody knows what Lei Zhaorong will do next. We should focus on our own work. He picked up a sample of Xianjiang Daily and flipped through it. Ming Daily must change too. That youngster's redesign is very good. Take some notes and let's rework ours. Shen Baoxin sighed, nodded, and turned to leave. At Oriental Daily in the chairman's office, Ma Jikuan glowered as he studied the report Zhou Shi had brought in. The saying proved true. The more one once celebrated, the deeper the current sorrow. What's going on? Why such a steep decline? His voice was low and edged with anger. Zhou Shi answered cautiously, Xianjiang Daily is now distributing free papers with solid content. We don't know their exact circulation, but Oriental Daily sales have fallen by 40%. Yesterday, we sold only 13,000 copies. We estimate their circulation is at least 2,000. Bang! Ma Jikuan slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it. That's second-generation Zhou. Who would have thought he'd pick a fight with such a lunatic? He ground his teeth. They have no revenue now and lose tens of thousands every day. Who would tolerate such self-destructive behavior? He jabbed a finger at Zhou Shi. Call that old Zhou Jinbong from the Zhou family and ask how they're going to settle this. In a private room at a bar in Simsha Sui, Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongnian sat, facing one another, untouched glasses between them. Lei Zhaofu's voice was fraught with resentment and anger. Why? Why won't Lei Zhaorong die? Why is he pressing me in this way? He slammed his hand on the table. The distribution guild says they can no longer withstand it. Many papers have come to them demanding answers, and they in turn have come to me for an explanation. This is Lei Zhaorong deliberately insulting me. Zhou Yongnian's face was grave. I've received word as well. The editor-in-chief of Xiangjiang Express, my uncle's side, is at the breaking point. The press guild's member papers are planning to come to our doors demanding accountability. They looked at one another and asked the sleepless question in unison, why won't Lei Zhaorong simply perish? On the morning of Saturday, April 17th, sunlight poured through the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling windows. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes. Guanlin in his arms still slept. He gently withdrew his arm and accessed the system. Future headlines brief Saturday, April 17th, 1982. Today's push for items. Bronze Bulletin: The Falklands conflict escalates. Bronze Bulletin: Xiangjiang Container Terminal. Silver Bulletin: On April 17th, immigrants are offloading an entire commercial building in Wanzai. Address: 230, Xian Nishi Road, Wanzai, 12 floors, mixed commercial residential. Original price, HKD 350. Urgent sale, HKD 100. Asset expected to double within a year. Bronze Bulletin: Southeast Asian Typhoon. Lei Zhaorong read through and found only the Silver Bulletin worth his immediate interest. He sealed the other three in an envelope as usual. Every morning Wang Mingyuan would send a secretary to collect them. He had no fear of them being leaked. The information that went back was posted on the staff welfare board, and each employee decided whether to use it or not. Guanlin woke up. After a short bout of morning exercise, she lay on his chest and pouted. I can't stand it any longer. What am I to do? Filming is done, or are you planning to keep me in bed forever? Lei Zhaorong held her close. All the better. Spend more time with me. I told you simply haven't adjusted yet. And your fitness is rather poor. I keep telling you to exercise more. Isn't there a gym at home? Work out with me regularly. Guanlin snuffled and buried her face in his chest. Lei Zhaorong patted her smooth back and rounded hips. Get up. Today we'll pick up a bargain, then he'll take you out to have fun. Guanlin raised her beautiful eyes, lashes fluttering. Pick up a bargain. What bargain? A building. She froze for a moment, then reluctantly climbed out of bed, pulling on clothes and muttering. Others pick up stray wallets, you pick up an entire building. Lei Zhaorong smiled. The process of purchasing the commercial building went smoothly beyond expectation. The owner, surnamed Lin, was in his 50s and spoke fluent English that flowed even better than his Cantonese. When Lei Zhaorong entered, he was on the phone urging the immigration progress, his tone laced with disdain for the land. Lei Zhaorong could hardly tolerate such banana people who forgot their roots. He would not show mercy if he had the chance to strike hard. 12 million flat price. Lei Zhaorong sat down without even drinking tea. Boss Lin was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this young man to be so direct. He had initially prepared a speech, but all of it was swallowed back. Lei Sheng, this building is worth 35 million. Then find someone else to buy it. Lei Zhaorong stood up to leave. Wait. Boss Lin gritted his teeth. 12,500,000. Lei Zhaorong didn't even look back. 12 million. Deal. When signing the contract, Boss Lin's hands were shaking. Lei Zhaorong signed expressionlessly, his heart unperturbed. The commercial building had its own property management team, with a manager surnamed he in his 40s whose entire family depended on his salary. After Lei Zhaorong took over manager, he was anxious for several days, fearing being laid off. The new boss' first decision in the meeting was to raise salaries by 20%. Manager, he immediately felt tears welling up. During this period in Xiangjiang, waves of immigration surged, with many being exploited at low prices and countless lives hanging by a thread. A salary increase. Not laying off employees was already a great favor. Lei Sheng, what merit do I have? Manager, his voice trembled. Lei Zhaorong patted his shoulder. Work hard, I won't treat my own people unfairly. The deal was done, and next was Lei Zhaorong fulfilling his promise to take Guanlin out for fun. Guanlin seemed to have been cooped up for too long. They visited luxury stores in central shopping malls in Causeway Bay and jewelry shops in Simshasui. She browsed one store after another, trying on clothes, shoes, and bags, full of excitement and never tiring. Lei Zhaorong followed behind, his shopping bags multiplying. He believed his physical fitness had surpassed that of ordinary people. Being a master in grappling not only brought fighting skills, but also a significant boost to his physical condition. However, Guanlin's displayed stamina far surpassed his. After 4 hours of shopping, she was still full of energy, while Lei Zhaorong was already looking for a place to sit. Aron, you can't keep up. Guanlin turned back to look at him, smiling like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. Lei Zhaorong gritted his teeth. Who can't keep up? Continue. Before long, Lei Zhaorong completely surrendered. Guanlin proudly lifted her chin. Next time will you still boast about your stamina? Lei Zhaorong weakly waved his hand. No more boasting. Meanwhile, in Tsimsha Sui, at a familiar bar, Lei Zhaofu and Zhou Yongnian sat across from each other, several newspapers spread out on the table. Someone tipped me off. Zhou Yongnian's voice was low. Among those distributing newspapers for free, there are children. Think about it, at orphanages and welfare homes, there must be minors among those distributing newspapers. Lei Zhaofu's eyes lit up. Employing child labor. Exactly, Zhou Yongnian smirked. If the situation is serious, we can have him arrested. Even if he doesn't get arrested, we can use public opinion to label him as a ruthless businessman. At that time, he will be unable to move an inch. Lei Zhaofu slapped his thigh. Not bad. We can also contact several other newspapers to join in slandering him. Isn't he distributing newspapers for free? Well, let everyone in Hong Kong know that he is a heartless businessman exploiting children. The two exchanged glances and raised their glasses in celebration. At the same time, in a conference room, Jin Yong Majichuan, Hu Xian, and Huang Yulong, representing several of the largest newspapers in Xiangjiang, Majichuan said, "We can't let Lei Zhaorong continue like this, or our newspapers will all be doomed. The Oriental daily sales have already dropped by 50% and are still on the decline. You all must be facing similar issues, right?" Huang Yulong also spoke seriously. "Our daily news is about the same. Although newspapers aren't my main business, they are still crucial. We need to talk to Lei Zhaorong." Hu Xian echoed, and Jin Yong sighed, speaking faintly. "What do we have to negotiate with?" When he was suppressed, was there anyone here who helped him? He announced his withdrawal from the newspaper association in the newspaper, and now his channels don't rely on anyone. What do you have to negotiate with him? What could possibly move him? As these words fell, everyone's expressions darkened, unable to respond. Ma Zikan's eyes turned. This matter was caused by the Zhou and Lei families. They must take full responsibility. If they refuse, our newspaper association will target them fully, with Xiangjiang Daily being the first to suffer. If they still don't comply, we can impose a media blockade. As long as the source of the problem is resolved, negotiating with Lei Zhaorong should be easier, right? Everyone's eyes lit up, responding in unison. The same day, many small newspapers across Hong Kong published "The heartless boss behind free newspapers employing child labor, exploiting the young. Xiangjiang Daily earns $1 million daily. Distributing newspapers with child workers earning only a few dollars a day. Where is the conscience? Orphanage children reduced to free labor." The headlines were more sensational and the contents increasingly exaggerated. Interestingly, major newspapers like Ming Pao, Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, and Daily News did not follow suit. They still wanted to ease relations with Lei Zhaorong. During this time, various information about Lei Zhaorong had already been laid out on the desks of these big shots. Previously a notorious playboy, after being expelled from the Lei family, in just over a month his personal assets had reached at least 10 million. This reckless model of free newspapers dealt a huge blow to the entire newspaper industry. Many privately said he's a madman doing things without regard for the consequences. Only a very few realized that once the distribution volume of Xiangjiang Daily reached a certain height, his position would be unshakable and could bring enormous benefits. Jin Yong was one of them. He looked at the news on the small newspaper and shook his head, childish. Shen Baoxing beside him asked, "Should we also publish an article?" "No need." Jin Yong put down the newspaper. "Let others do the dirty work." This wave of collective criticism against Lei Zhaorong swept through Xiangjiang like a storm. If anyone said there was no one behind the scenes stirring the pot, no one would believe it. Lei Zhaorong spent the whole day playing in Central with Guanlin. The two watched the sunset at Victoria Peak, with Guanlin leaning on the railing, the setting sun casting her face in golden hues. She spread her arms wide, welcoming the wind, her long hair fluttering beautiful like a painting. Lei Zhaorong stood beside her, watching her release her charm, a smile unconsciously creeping up on his lips. Back in the car, the onboard phone rang. "Hello." On the other end was Wang Mingyuan, his voice urgent. "Lei Sheng, there's trouble. Many newspapers are criticizing us, saying we employ child labor and are ruthless businessmen. People from the Labor Department and the police just arrived, saying they want to investigate." After listening, Lei Zhaorong affirmed a few times, saying, "I got it," and hung up. Guanlin cast a questioning glance. "I guess those guys are stirring trouble again." Lei Zhaorong started the engine. "Such tactics are too low. I want to go to Xiangjiang Daily to check it out. They'll take you home first." "I'm going with you." Guanlin's tone was firm. "These guys are too despicable, always targeting you." Lei Zhaorong thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." The car turned around, heading straight for Xiangjiang Daily. Along the way, Lei Zhaorong called Zhang Qingang. "Xiangjiang Daily has some trouble. Oh, I need you to come over." When Lei Zhaorong arrived, Zhang Chenggang was already waiting at the door. He wore a dark suit, holding a briefcase, his expression focused. Seeing Lei Zhaorong's car, he quickly approached. "Lei Sheng, let's go inside and talk." The three entered the reception room of Xiangjiang Daily. Wang Mingyuan was already there, sitting across from two people. a middle-aged man in a white shirt with a serious expression, and a police officer in uniform whose demeanor was calm. Lei Xing, this is Mr. Li from the Labor Department, and this is Officer Zhang. Wang Mingyuan stood up to introduce. Mr. Li from the Labor Department spoke first, his tone official, yet laced with a hint of hostility. Mr. Lei, we have received reports suspecting you of employing child labor. Please cooperate with our investigation. Lei Zhaorong glanced at him, but said nothing. Zhang Qinggang stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lei Zhaorong. Hello, Mr. Li, I am Zhang Qinggang, Mr. Lei Zhaorong's lawyer. Please show us your identification and the evidence for the allegations. Mr. Li didn't expect a lawyer to be present, taken aback, and pulled out his identification from his pocket. Zhang Qinggang took it, examined it carefully, and returned it to him. Mr. Li then took out a photo from his briefcase and handed it over. This is the evidence. The photo showed a child distributing newspapers. We also have eyewitnesses. In the photo, a child who looked about 10 years old held a stack of newspapers standing at the street corner. Zhang Qinggang took the photo, glanced at it, and calmly said, Mr. Li, a single photo cannot establish the existence of an employment relationship, can it? He pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Mr. Li and Officer Zhang. Xiangjiang Daily has signed temporary employment contracts with these organizations to increase revenue for welfare homes and orphanages. The contract clearly states that the distributing personnel must be at least 15 years old. Here are the copies of the contracts, please take a look. Editor 1, you should have the contract copies right. Wang Mingyuan quickly nodded. Yes, they're archived. Mr. Li took the contract and flipped through it page by page, his expression growing increasingly grim. Officer Zhang also looked through a few pages, his attitude noticeably softened, returning the contract to Zhang Qinggang. Lawyer Zhang, the contract is fine. However, Mr. Li was unwilling to back down. He pointed at the photo. Then how do you explain this photo? This child is clearly distributing newspapers. Zhang Qinggang smiled, a hint of mockery in his smile. Mr. Li, I have serious doubts about your professional competence. It's just a photo, which doesn't indicate any issues. Xiangjiang Daily signed temporary employment contracts with the welfare homes, as you have seen, and there are no problems. Adults from the welfare homes come out to distribute newspapers while the child is left without supervision in the welfare home taken along. This is an internal management issue of the welfare home. May I ask, do you have any other evidence? Mr. Li's face was as dark as if it were about to rain. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Officer Zhang intervened. Mr. Lei, Lawyer Zhang, sorry for the disturbance today. Thank you for cooperating with the investigation. He pulled Mr. Li out. As Mr. Li left, he glanced back at Lei Zhaorong, his eyes filled with resentment, but helplessness. After the people from the Labor Department and the police left, Wang Mingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. Guan Lin angrily said, these people are too much. This is clearly just a deliberate annoyance. Lei Zhaorong remained silent, sitting on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. He turned to Zhang Qinggang. Thank you for your hard work today. Is Auntie out of the hospital yet? Zhang Qinggang's expression softened. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lei. She is much better now and should be able to be discharged in a few days. He seemed to remember something, hesitated, and asked, last time Mr. Lei mentioned suing someone. Any idea when that will start? Lei Zhaorong slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I almost forgot about that. I've been busy these days. It's not needed for now, thank you. Zhang Qinggang nodded. All right, just contact me directly if you need anything. After sending off Zhang Qinggang, Guan Lin leaned in curiously and asked, who do you want to sue? Lei Zhaorong looked at her, a smile curving his lips. Do you remember when I said I would get back at you? Guan Lin pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Wang Guojing. Exactly. Lei Zhaorong's gaze turned cold. I've been busy these days and forgot about him. So let our revenge start with Wang Guojing. Back at the office of the Xiangjiang Daily, Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest. Editor Wang, 3 things. Wang Mingyuan took out his notebook, the pen poised against the paper. First, make a list of all the newspapers that have slandered us today, gather evidence of their defamation, and once organized, send it to lawyer Zhang Qinggang for a direct lawsuit. Leave no one out. Wang Mingyuan quickly jotted it down and nodded. Second, publish the temporary contracts we signed with the welfare home and orphanage in the Xiangjiang Daily tomorrow, displaying the entire content to completely clarify this matter. Additionally, Lei Zhaorong paused. When your secretary comes to collect the information tomorrow, remember to remind him that another document concerns a person named Wang Guojing. I have prepared all the materials, have someone polish it up and release it as a biographical novel for 3 consecutive days, ensuring he becomes infamous in this city. Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Got it. A biographical novel, good. Rest assured, Lei Sheng, this is my forte. I guarantee readers will recognize who it is at a glance, but legally there will be no flaws. Third, distribute 350,000 copies tomorrow. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. April 18th, Sunday. At 6 in the morning, the secretary arrived punctually at the entrance of No. 68, Shallow Water Bay. Lei Zhaorong handed her the sealed envelope, which contained 3 brief news items and detailed information about Wang Guojing. This is for editor Wang, he knows how to handle it. The secretary took it with both hands and respectfully left. At the dining table, Guanlin was eating the fried eggs made by Lei Zhaorong, occasionally glancing up at him with an indescribable softness in her eyes. "Zhaorong, thank you for standing up for me." Lei Zhaorong picked up his milk cup, speaking in a flat tone. "We don't speak of such matters between us. You are my woman, and naturally, I must protect you well. Let's watch the show." Guanlin smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Today, Lei Zhaorong was in high spirits, because the system pushed a very useful message. Silver news at 8 p.m. on April 18th, the chairman of Xinbang Industry, Zhou Zhenbang, suffered a myocardial infarction and was rushed to Yang'an Hospital for emergency treatment. Cause his grandson Zhou Yongnian provoked business rivals, leading to Zhou Zhenbang's emotional turmoil upon learning of it. He is expected to be comatose for 3 days, awakening at 10 a.m. on April 22nd. When Lei Zhaorong saw this news, a smile slowly curved his lips. He had been unsure how to retaliate against Zhou Yongnian. Now the opportunity had presented itself. April 19th, Monday. In the morning, Lei Zhaorong submitted all 4 news items to his secretary as usual. These messages were of little help to him. Today, he had more important matters to attend to. He brought Guanlin to the HSBC trading room. Manager Chun had already made preparations, and the operators were in their places. Lei Zhaorong let Guanlin look at the newspaper herself. Today's Shanjiang Daily featured not only the front page headline, but also a major column, "The True Face of a Wealthy Swindler, Wang Guojing and His Deeds." The article detailed the entire process of Wang Guojing's marriage fraud, the evidence, and all his personal information, background, education, asset status, marital history, and debt records. Lei Zhaorong even thoughtfully included a photo of him. 350,000 copies of the newspaper would be spread across the streets and alleys of Hong Kong today, released for 3 consecutive days. Even if Wang Guojing wanted to hide, there would be nowhere to escape. Guanlin sat on the sofa carefully reading the newspaper, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Lei Zhaorong, filled with gratitude, admiration, and deep love. Lei Zhaorong had no mind to pay her any attention. He walked to the operation desk and Manager Chen handed him the data report. "Lei Sheng, the current stock price of Xinbang Industry is $2 per share. According to your request, we've assessed. To short the stock, we need to borrow shares, and then trigger panic with the news." "How many can we borrow?" Lei Zhaorong asked. Manager Chen quickly calculated. "With all your funds plus the US dollar account, using 5 times leverage, you can borrow 15 million shares of Xinbang Industries stock. However, to successfully short the stock, this amount is barely sufficient. To be safe, we need to quietly accumulate about 10 to 15 million shares as ammunition for the shorting." He paused and added, "This requires news coordination. Xinbang Industry holds about 35% of the shares, with the rest in the hands of retail investors. As long as the operation is handled properly, it is possible to successfully short the stock." Lei Zhaorong nodded. "Good. Start accumulating today, targeting 10 to 15 million shares. Accumulate secretly without causing too much volatility. We'll begin specific operations tomorrow." Manager Chen stood upright. "Understood. Please trust our professionalism." Lei Zhaorong left HSBC with Guanlin. As soon as they got in the car, Guanlin jumped into his arms, giving him a passionate kiss. "Zhaorong, seeing the newspaper today, thinking about that bastard Wang Guojing becoming a pariah, makes me so happy." Lei Zhaorong embraced her, smiling. "I told you I would stand up for you. With the Shanjiang Daily distributing 350,000 copies daily for 3 days, it will be enough to make Wang Guojing suffer. After 3 days, he won't be able to establish himself in Shanjiang." Guanlin nodded eagerly, her eyes shining. Just then Lei Zhaorong's car phone rang, and as he answered, he heard a furious voice on the other end. "Unfilial son, do you know what you're doing right now? I now order you to immediately stop that damned free newspaper and come back to apologize." Lei Zhaorong's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Mr. Lei, the moment you expelled me from the family, you lost a son." Lei Zhaorong continued, his voice growing stronger. "I am now the head of the Lei family, Lei Zhaorong. I promised I would reclaim every asset of the Lei family. You all should be careful." He then calmly hung up the phone, while Guanlin looked on, her beautiful eyes wide with admiration. Arriving at the Shanjiang Daily, a new note was posted on Wang Minjuan's office door. 350,000 is just the beginning. Lei Zhaorong pushed the door open, and Wang Mingyuan was on the phone. Seeing him enter, he hurriedly said a few words before hanging up. "Lei Sheng." Wang Minjuan's face was flushed with excitement. "The situation is getting better. Today, 350,000 copies have been completely distributed. Many advertisers are actively contacting us to seek cooperation. Some of them are even big brands." Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa pondering. "This Friday, April 23rd, let's hold an advertising bidding meeting. You will host it. All right. Pay attention to making the advertisement placements reasonable. There shouldn't be too many ads in the newspaper news section so as not to disrupt our layout. Excess ads can be placed on the supplementary pages." Wang Mingyuan diligently noted. "Understood. You are fully responsible for this." Lei Zhaorong's tone shifted, becoming serious. "There is one thing that needs to be implemented today and published tomorrow." Wang Mingyuan put down his pen, listening intently. "I received news. Last night, the head of Xinbang Industry, Zhou Zhenbang, suffered a myocardial infarction due to his grandson Zhou Yongnian's provocations and is currently in a private room at Yanghe Hospital in a coma. Wang Mingyuan's pupils contracted. I need the Shanjiang Daily to publish this news for 2 consecutive days. Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. Describe his condition as severely as possible. You decide the wording. Xinbang Industries' main business includes textiles, garment manufacturing, plastics, and electronic OEM, serving the export market in Europe and America. He paused before continuing. I need you to report some negative news about Xinbang Industry. Be careful to only report information that is factual but has been overlooked by the market. The wording must be rigorous, leaving no room for loopholes. He stared into Wang Mingyuan's eyes. I want Xinbang Industry to plummet and cause panic. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Lei Xing, this is. Previously, Zhou Yongyan has always targeted us at the Shanjiang Daily. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window, finally catching an opportunity, finally able to retaliate properly. He turned around, his eyes sharp as blades. It's time to show our fangs. Otherwise, any stray cat or dog thinks they can bully us. This time we must establish our authority. Wang Mingyuan nodded heavily, a surge of passion rising within him. April 20th, Tuesday. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was activate the system. Future headlines brief, April 20th, 1982, Tuesday. Today's news, 4 items. Silver briefing on April 20th. A young man with evidence of Xinbang Industries illegally dumping toxic waste will proactively approach the Shanjiang Daily. The evidence includes nighttime illegal discharge videos, photos, soil water quality testing reports seriously exceeding limits for lead cadmium and organic solvents, and relevant documents showing production records without environmental treatment equipment. Upon seeing this information, Lei Zhaorong had only one thought in his mind. Heaven was helping him. He immediately dialed Wang Mingyuan's phone. Lei Xing, so early. Wang Mingyuan's voice still carried sleepiness. A young man will go to the newspaper today holding complete evidence of Xinbang Industries' illegal toxic waste discharge. Lei Zhaorong spoke quickly. You personally receive him, get the evidence, and tomorrow it will be the front page headline. It's best to give that young man a special interview to dig out the complete story. You know what to do next. There was silence on the other end for a second, then Wang Mingyuan's voice became extremely clear. Understood. Guanlin also knew that Lei Zhaorong had important matters to attend to today. After having a warm breakfast with him, she sent him out the door, planting a warm kiss as he left, softly saying, I won't go anywhere today. Oh, I'll wait for your triumphant return at home. HSBC trading room. When Lei Zhaorong pushed the door open, manager Chun was already waiting with the operator. Lei Xing, we quietly acquired 15 million shares of Xinbang Industries yesterday at an average price of $2. The 15 million shares loaned by HSBC are also in place. Manager Chun handed over the report. Now we just wait for the favorable wind. Lei Zhaorong took out today's Shanjiang Daily from his bag and placed it on the table. The front page headline was shocking. Xinbang Industries helmsman Zhou Zhenbang suffers a myocardial infarction. The building is about to collapse. Subtitle: Multiple violations exposed at Xinbang Industries factories. A 3-generation accumulation of the Zhou family may be destroyed in an instant. Manager Chen quickly scanned the article, raised his head, eyes shining. Lei Xing, the favorable wind has arrived. We just need you to sound the drums. Lei Zhaorong calmly sat down in the command seat, picked up his teacup. Let's start. At 9:30, the Hong Kong Xinbang Industries closed yesterday at $3. In the first minute of trading, a sell order of 500 shares was dumped. The stock price remained unmoved. Someone had taken the shares. Lei Zhaorong stared at the screen, a slight smile on his lips. The Zhou family isn't foolish. They know they need to protect the stock. Keep selling. 1 million shares. Another million shares were sold. The buying force was like a wall, firmly propping up the price. But the wall began to show cracks. At Xinbang Industries headquarters, in the chairman's office, Zhou Zhaorong, the eldest son of Zhou Zhenbang and the father of Zhou Yongyan, sat in his father's seat, sweat beading on his forehead. Who's dumping? Have we found out? His voice was low, filled with anger, like a volcano ready to erupt. We can't trace the source, but it's being sold off through multiple accounts. The assistant's voice trembled, but the tactics are very professional. It doesn't seem like retail investors. Zhou Zhaorong clenched his teeth. He knew that someone must have gotten wind of his father's hospitalization. Although his father had passed the critical period, he remained in a coma. If this news spread, mobilize all liquid funds. I'll buy back the shares. We must stabilize the price. He slammed his fist on the table. We cannot let the stock price plummet. Once a snowball effect begins, a chain reaction will follow, and then it will be completely out of control. The Zhou family will be finished. Yes. On the streets, in tea restaurants and office pantry areas. The events surrounding Xinbang Industries were today's hot topic. Did you hear? Chairman Zhou of Xinbang Industries suffered a myocardial infarction and is unconscious in the hospital. The newspaper mentioned it. He was provoked by his grandson. Oh, otherwise how could he have such an easy myocardial infarction? I have insider information. I heard it was because they provoked someone they shouldn't have, causing strong enemies for the family. Zhou Zhenbang was furious and thus suffered a myocardial infarction. Not only that, their factory has been illegally discharging toxic waste, and the well water in nearby villages is undrinkable. Is that true? It was published in the Shanjiang Daily. It's a free newspaper. Go grab a copy and see for yourself. In the stock market, shareholders holding Jindan Industries stocks began to feel restless. Hey, did you read today's newspaper? Is it true that Zhou Jinbang, the helmsman of Jindan Industries, really suffered a myocardial infarction and was admitted to Yanghe Hospital? This could greatly impact Jindan Industries' stock price. The Shanjiang Daily published it. Their front page headlines are usually very accurate. Last time at the 7th race at Happy Valley I was skeptical and bought a few hundred. It really won, and I still regret buying so little. Indeed, their front page headlines often present many profitable opportunities, and they're accurate. Sometimes they even display timelines in the paper. I'm not talented, but I've followed them a few times and made a small profit. Now I have to go get the Shanjiang Daily every day to see if there are any opportunities. Exactly, the front page headlines have always been accurate. This time Jindan Industries is probably genuinely facing many issues, so it's better to sell their stocks early to be on the safe side. You see, the stock of Jindan Industries is clearly abnormal now. So many large sell orders come out at once, and they are immediately taken up by someone. There's someone dumping and someone's buying. It's better to sell quickly while there's still someone to support the price. Exactly, the analysis makes sense. Look, it's dropped by $0.1. It seems the buyer is failing. Hurry and sell. If you don't sell now, it'll be too late. Panic spread like a virus. HSBC Trading Room. Lei Zhaorong, we have already sold over 5 million shares. The stock price has dropped to $2. Manager Chen reported, the other side is still holding strong and the buying force is very strong. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Continue. Don't stop. 10 million shares. 15 million shares. The stock price dropped to $1. The Zhou family's buying power was weakening. They can't hold out much longer. Manager Chen's voice was filled with excitement. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup. The last 5 million shares, sell them all. As long as we hit hard enough and combine it with the news fermenting, the panic will spread faster and more people will follow suit. Once a snowball effect occurs, even if we don't act, they will be finished. 25 million shares poured out like a flood. The stock price instantly dropped below $2. Jindan Industries headquarters. Chairman Zhou, we can't hold out much longer. The operator's voice was trembling. The liquid funds we can mobilize are already at rock bottom. Zhou Kerong's heart sank to the lowest point. What about bank loans? Contact our partner banks. 10 minutes later, the subordinate reported, the total amount that all banks can lend is only 20 million. I'm afraid it's not enough. 20 million is just a drop in the bucket in the face of a stock market collapse. Zhou Qirong closed his eyes. Everything that could be mortgaged had been mortgaged and all loans had been taken. Was he supposed to borrow from loan sharks? At that moment, the secretary burst in, holding a newspaper, her face pale. Chairman Zhou, something bad has happened. What now? The news of the chairman's myocardial infarction. The whole of Hong Kong knows. The secretary handed over the newspaper, pointing at the front page headline of the Shanjiang Daily. This newspaper has published 350 copies today, and it's being discussed everywhere. Moreover, the negative news about all of our Jindan Industries assets has been magnified several times. Zhou Qirong snatched the newspaper and quickly scanned it. His hands began to tremble. Lei Zhaorong, he shouted, his eyes reddening. Are you trying to annihilate our Zhou family? Zhou Yongyan, you unfilial son, why did you provoke such a lunatic? The 3-generation accumulation of the Zhou family is being destroyed by you. HSBC Trading Room. Lei Zhaorong sipped his tea, listening to the reports from the traders. The stock price has dropped to $9. The sell orders are still increasing. Retail investors are starting to panic and follow suit. Lei Zhaorong frowned slightly. Jindan Industries should be unable to hold out any longer. Did the Zhou family still have liquidity? Even if the bank lent them money once my news broke today, the bank wouldn't lend too much. Could it be that I made a mistake? He put down his teacup, his gaze sharpening. No matter, today it must lead to a snowball effect. At worst, he would earn a little less. Buy back 2 million shares. Lei Zhaorong ordered. The stock price has already dropped so much, buying back and continuing to sell will lower the cost, making it even harder for them to hold out. At that moment, it's dropping. It's dropping. A trader suddenly stood up, his voice changing pitch. It's collapsed. The stock price is plummeting. The buyers over there have completely given up. The numbers on the screen began to jump wildly. $1, $8, $1, $6, $1, $4, $1, $2. Sell orders poured down like a waterfall, and the buying power was instantly engulfed. Panic selling surged forth, and no one dared to buy anymore. At the close of the afternoon, Jindan Industries' stock price settled at $2, a drop of over 40 today. Lei Zhaorong looked at the screen, a slow smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his teacup, gently blew on the foam, and took a sip. The clouds were light, and the wind was gentle. Let's continue tomorrow. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup. Zhou Jinbang won't wake up for another 2 days. That's enough time for us to drive the stock price down to the floor. In the HSBC Trading Room, Manager Chen closed the folder, concluding today's report. Lei Zhaorong, today, the closing price of Jinbang Industrial is $2 Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the floating profit is about 33 million Hong Kong dollars. He paused, waiting for Lei Zhaorong's next instruction. Lei Zhaorong leaned back against the chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Just observe tomorrow. There's no need for any action. Given today's situation, Jinbang Industrial cannot make a comeback. Moreover, there are significant news waiting for them tomorrow. They will fall into a deeper abyss. He stood up, his tone calm, yet determined. If there's any unusual movement from Jinbang Industrial, call me. Let it ferment for another day. On the morning of the 22nd, when the market opens, we can redeem the stocks and end this trading. Manager Chen straightened his back, his eyes filled with conviction. The reason was simple. Lei Zhaorong's track record was astonishing. From the first time he walked into this trading room until now, this man had never made a mistake. Okay, Lei Shang. I will be ready to close positions on the morning of the 22nd. At 68 Shallow Water Bay, as Lei Zhaorong pushed open the door, a figure leaped into his arms like a fledgling returning home. Guanlin tightly embraced his waist, her face still bearing a worried expression. He said nothing, bending down for a long kiss. After a while, the two parted. Lei Zhaorong pulled Guanlin to sit in the living room and briefly recounted the day's events. Once Guanlin finished listening, she completely relaxed, her eyes sparkling with the charming and proud demeanor of a little fox clinging to his arm and refusing to let go. As Lei Zhaorong held Guanlin, he reflected on the events of the day. The collapse of Jinbang Industrial was within his expectations and was something he had orchestrated himself. In the afternoon, Wang Mingyuan called, saying that the young man with evidence had already conducted an exclusive interview and all the evidence would be released tomorrow. Wang Mingyuan also teased, assuring that the content was very exciting and would not disappoint. Lei Zhaorong knew at that moment that Jinbang Industrial was finished. Wang Mingyuan also reported on the progress of the bidding meeting scheduled for Friday. The venue was booked at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, and all major advertisers and businesses had been notified with everything ready. Zhang Qinggang also called. The three advertisers who unilaterally breached contracts had already filed lawsuits, and the court had officially accepted them with a clear and complete chain of evidence, making it hard for them to lose. Those media outlets that had slandered the Hong Kong Daily had also submitted lawsuits and evidence materials, and it was now in the processing stage, facing no issues. Everything was progressing according to plan. Lei Zhaorong's series of actions could not fail to attract the attention. At Ming Pao in the general manager's office, Shen Baoxin was discussing details with Jin Yong, holding a new sample of Ming Pao that had been revised to mimic the layout style of the Hong Kong Daily. Both were very satisfied with the new version. Shen Baoxin set down the sample, sighing, Lei Zhaorong is truly a talent. The revision of the Hong Kong Daily has greatly enhanced the reading experience. I don't know where he got those headlines. They are accurate and efficient, directly elevating the Hong Kong Daily to a new level. The most remarkable part is that when he was under complete suppression, everyone thought the Hong Kong Daily was finished. Instead, he resolved the raw material issue in the mainland, established distribution channels using the lower social strata, and unexpectedly started a free newspaper. At that time, everyone thought he was just holding on, willing to lose tens of thousands daily to save face. Now it appears this was a long-term strategy. Not only did it not perish, but now it distributes 350,000 copies daily, truly the largest news. On Friday, there's also the advertising bidding meeting. Raw materials channels, advertising, public opinion, nothing can limit them now. Jin Yong nodded, adjusting his glasses, and slowly said, exactly. Moreover, this guy is someone who repays grudges, acts decisively, and strategizes meticulously. That second-generation heir from the Zhou family offended him. Just look at his actions these past few days. He doesn't act until he has to, but once he does, he strikes ruthlessly without mercy. Today's situation with Jinbang Industrial is a clear indication. The Zhou family has truly hit a snag this time. Whether they can escape unscathed is another matter. Jin Yong withdrew his gaze, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Lei Kuan misjudged this time. He drove away such an excellent son and lost the chance for the family's revival. Ma Jikuan and the others still want Lei Zhaorong to give up the free newspaper. I think they are overestimating themselves. It would be more practical to strengthen themselves and improve their own newspaper. At the Lei family's mansion, the atmosphere in the living room was stifling. Lei Kuan sat at the head of the table, his face. Lei Zhaowang sat on the left sofa, and Lei Zhaoyue sat on the right, both with grim expressions. Lei Zhaofu knelt in front of Lei Kuan, sobbing, Dad, help me. You must save me. He clutched Lei Kun's pants leg, his voice trembling. Zhou Yongyan offended him, and now the Zhou family is on the brink of collapse. Zhou Yongyan is almost in despair. I've offended Lei Zhaorong even more. He definitely won't let me off. Dad, you must save me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the seated individuals became even grimmer. Lei Kuan angrily scolded, this ungrateful son is simply outrageous. You needn't worry, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. He's still your brother? Lei Zhaofu, kneeling on the ground, looked at Lei Kuan with doubt. Really? Lei Kun's face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. Lei Zhaowang spoke up, his tone assured, don't worry, he's a second son of the family, he wouldn't dare. Just as Lei Zhaowang finished speaking, the butler hurriedly walked in, whispering a few words into Lei Kun's ear. Instantly, Lei Kun's face turned from green to white, and he violently smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor. Ungrateful son. That ungrateful son. The Zhou family. The Zhou family is about to be ruined by him. Lei Zhaorong and Lei Ziyu's smiles froze on their faces, while Lei Zhaofu was so scared that he sat down on the ground, his cries silenced. In the living room, only the suffocating silence after the shattering of the teacup remained. Lei Zhaorong's eyes turned behind his glasses, a trace of greed appearing in his expression as he turned to Lei Kuan. Dad, I think the Hong Kong daily under Lei Zhaorong is not bad. Oh, let's find a way to reclaim it for the family. As long as we agree to let him return and give him some perks, he would surely obey. Lei Zhaoyue immediately chimed in. Yes, Dad, the Hong Kong daily is completely wasted in Lei Zhaorong's hands. Big brother is right. With Lei Zhaorong's character, who doesn't know it by now? Just give him a little incentive, and wouldn't he come running to present it to us? Like a little lapdog. Lei Kuan was silent for a moment, looking at his eldest son. All right. Zhaorong, this matter is entrusted to you. Use your authority as the eldest son and heir of the family. At the Zhou family mansion, Zhou Qirong and his younger brother, Zhou Qihue, sat stiffly on the sofa. Zhou Yongnian knelt on the ground, looking at the father and uncle who had once treated him kindly, now filled only with cold fury and despair. For the first time, he truly felt that the identity of Zhou family's young master he relied on was crumbling. Like he remembered the harsh words he had thrown at Lei Zhaorong at the racetrack. Now every word felt like a boomerang viciously stabbing back at him. He had completely awakened. His family was trapped in a dire situation, and all the reasons stemmed from his actions. Whether they could survive this crisis remained uncertain. He knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. His mother Zhou Wang Lihua paced anxiously nearby, pleading with Zhou Qirong, it's already like this, we should think of a way to get through this. Yongnian already knows he was wrong, you should forgive him this once, he will be obedient in the future. Zhou Qirong shouted angrily, it's all your fault. You spoiled him, allowing him to develop this reckless character. A pampered child leads to a ruined family. Zhou Qihue spoke up to mediate, eldest brother, you need to think of a way, we can't just sit back and wait. Otherwise the Zhou family will be finished, even if we survive we will lose a layer of skin. Zhou Qirong sighed deeply, his voice filled with fatigue, I've already called Lei Zhaorong. I was preparing to soften my stance and ask him to spare us. He closed his eyes, but Lei Zhaorong rejected me. He only said one thing, what goes around comes around. In the living room there was a dead silence. After a long time, Zhou Qirong continued, now, we can only see if Lei Kuan can suppress Lei Zhaorong. We need to pay some price for Lei Kuan to pressure Lei Zhaorong. After all, the cause of this incident was Yongnian stepping in to help his younger brother. In the late night at 68 Shallow Water Bay in the bedroom, the two held each other tightly, their rapid breaths gradual. Guanlin lay on Lei Zhaorong's chest, her body soft like a pool of spring water. Lei Zhaorong held her tightly, savoring the remnants of happiness. Finally, calming her breath, Guanlin softly spoke, Rong, I feel like I'm loving you more and more. I can't bear to leave you. When you're not around, you occupy my heart completely. Lei Zhaorong held her even tighter. Guanlin's voice was gentle, as if she were opening a long sealed box. My father was a once famous movie star. My mother divorced him when I was very young and took my little brother to M country, never caring for me again. My father left me that villa but seldom inquired about my life. I had no choice but to start making money in my teens. Up to now, most of the money I earned aside from daily expenses has been taken by them. So I could only work hard to earn money. At this point she began to sob. I can sense that many people approach me with ulterior. Even my parents treat me as a cash cow. But to make money I have to play along. She raised her head, her red eyes looking at Lei Zhaorong, filled with sincerity. Only you are the one who cares for me and loves me wholeheartedly from the inside out. Rong, will you marry me? I want to marry you and have your children. Lei Zhaorong looked into her eyes, silent for a moment, and asked, aren't you afraid it will affect your career? Guanlin pouted, I've never really liked acting. I just want to make money. Lei Zhaorong nodded, a smile forming on his lips. I originally planned to wait until I reclaimed the Lei family's assets to propose to you. April 22nd, Thursday. At 9 a.m. in the HSBC trading room. Today is the day of the net closing. Lei Zhaorong arrived a bit earlier, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. After making a marriage promise with Guanlin the night before last, this little enchantress seemed to have suddenly flipped a switch. Yesterday morning, she unexpectedly sat in front of him with a stack of materials, starting her research on the Kowloon bus. Lei Zhaorong was stunned at that moment. What do you want to know about the Kowloon bus? Guanlin raised her head confidently. I want to understand the Kowloon bus as much as possible so I can help you when you need it. What if it plays a crucial role? She blinked her big eyes. If I can secure the Kowloon bus earlier, I can secure you sooner as well. Lei Zhaorong found it both amusing and exasperating. To be honest, before Guanlin became the topic queen, she was indeed adorable enough to melt hearts. He let her be. The entire day yesterday the two of them were immersed in their sweet little world. Of course there were also unpleasant moments. Yesterday around 10 in the morning they were embracing on the balcony, watching the sea and savoring the rare tranquility. Guanlin snuggled in his arms like a satisfied cat. Suddenly the phone on the coffee table rang sharply. By the time Lei Zhaorong answered the phone, he was already quite annoyed, and hearing the voice on the other end felt even more grating. Lei Zhaorong, I'm giving you a chance now. Hand over your Xiangjiang daily to the family, and as the heir of the clan leader I agree to your return to the Lei family. I will also consider giving you some family rights. Lei Zhaorong's voice carried an arrogant tone looking down upon him. This is the best choice for both the family and you personally. You should be grateful. Lei Zhaorong instantly confirmed. On the other end was that self-important fool Lei Zhaorong who had no real ability, only knowing how to put on airs. His fingers tightened suddenly, making the receiver creak. Guanlin sensed his body stiffen, instantly looked up and saw a layer of ice forming in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he shouted into the receiver, "Are you an idiot? Have you not woken up yet? Dreaming about everything, go back to dreaming. And you think you can agree to my return to the Lei family? Do you think the Lei family is a hot commodity?" His voice was low but sharp as a knife. "Let me tell you, since the moment you all teamed up to kick me out of the Lei family, I am no longer a member of the Lei family. I am the Lei family. I said it back then. They'll take back every asset of the Lei family, just wait and see." With a snap, he hung up the phone. Lei Zhaorong's chest was still heaving violently, truly infuriated by such a brainless air. Guanlin leaned against him, saying nothing, just gently holding him. With her warm body pressed against him, Lei Zhaorong's stiff chest gradually relaxed. He held Guanlin tightly in his embrace. The two of them embraced silently. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. There was one more thing yesterday. The system pushed a message at 9 p.m. on April 21st. Wang Guijing was named by the Xinjiang Daily and can no longer scam in Xinjiang. He will leave Xinjiang for Lion City by boat from Kwaichang Pier. Lei Zhaorong asked Guanlin, "Wang Guijing is running as should we continue to deal with him?" Guanlin hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "Forget it. Although he intended to deceive for money and sex, he was exposed before he could implement it. We already dealt with him once. To some extent, he even indirectly facilitated us." She pursed her lips. "Let's let him go this time." Lei Zhaorong looked at her and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." As for Xinjiang Industries, yesterday's report by the Xinjiang Daily completely ignited the avalanche. The front page detailed the entire process of Xinjiang Industries' core plastic factory illegally discharging toxic waste, from the nighttime hidden camera video screenshots to soil and water quality testing reports, from production records to photos of the discharge pipes. Every link was crystal clear with irrefutable evidence. There was also an exclusive interview with the whistleblower detailing the crimes of Xinjiang Industries over the past few years. This was like giving a kick to Xinjiang Industries, which was already struggling on the edge of a cliff. Those who were still watching from the sidelines, those wavering, and those holding on to hope, even the shareholders of Xinjiang Industries, all began to panic sell. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the newspaper and then put it down. There was no need to look any further. Xinjiang Industries was finished. Lei Zhaorong felt it was about time. He opened his eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth still lingering. Lei Xing, yesterday's report was simply a lethal blow Xinjiang Industries cannot recover. There is confirmed news that yesterday the Environmental Protection Department and the Police Department both acted, arresting Zhou Qirong at the headquarters of Xinjiang Industries. Manager Chin's tone was filled with excitement. Yesterday the stock price collapsed again, falling even more than on the first day. Even the shareholders of Xinjiang Industries began to sell off their shares. The closing price was only 55 cents. He paused, tentatively asking, "Actually, we can wait a bit longer today and let the stock price drop further." Lei Zhaorong shook his head. "Close the position at the opening. I'm not used to earning the last cent. Let's start." The Hong Kong stock market opened. Manager Chin executed the orders to close positions one after another. The short-selling operation over the past 3 days entered its final phase. Half an hour later, the operation was complete. Manager Chin walked up to Lei Zhaorong with the report, his voice barely containing his excitement. "Lei Sheng, all positions have been closed." He unfolded the report, borrowed 15 million shares from HSBC at a borrowing price of $2. Acquired 15 million shares from the market at an average price of $2.01. When smashing the market, the average price was $2.01, totaling 30 million shares sold, generating an income of 63 million. Redeemed 15 million shares to return to HSBC, average price 48 cents, cost 720,000. After deducting borrowing, interest and transaction taxes of about 350,000. This short selling of Xinjiang Industries resulted in a net profit of 45 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong looked at the numbers on the report and nodded. This haul was also quite good. It not only avenged his enemies, but also earned a lot. No wonder later fans like Lu enjoyed playing financial strikes. As Lei Zhaorong walked out of HSBC, he felt the air had become a bit fresher, but he didn't rush to get in the car. Instead, he crossed several streets and walked into a public phone booth, inserting a coin. He pinched his throat bone, a skill he had become increasingly adept at, adjusting the direction and force of his grip. That old man Lei Kowloon probably never imagined in his dreams that the son he drove out would use this method to send his beloved youngest son to prison. A voice completely unrelated to Lei Zhaorong came through the receiver. "Is this the police? I want to report it. I cannot disclose my name. I overheard their conversation by accident. Tonight at 9 o'clock at the back alley of Black Cloth Street and Garden Street in Mong Kok, in the ruins of a Tang building, there is a large heroin transaction. The other side has guns. Please be careful." He repeated the address and time, then hung up, directly ignoring the other party's questions. As he walked out of the phone booth, Lei Zhaorong felt his steps had lightened a little. The voice-changing technique was something he had only recently discovered. Mastering the art of capturing and controlling the body with precision, as long as one pinched the throat bone, with a specific technique adjusting the force and direction could produce various, completely different sounds. And the information about reporting was of course provided by the system. On April 22nd at 9 o'clock in the evening in the ruins of a Tang building at Blackcloth Street and Garden Street in Mongkok, Lei Zhaofu purchased a large amount of heroin from drug dealers planning to sell it for profit through the Kowloon bus network and attempted to have the dealers attack the host. Lei Zhaorong sat back in the car, a slow smile spreading on his lips. "My dear little brother." He started the car, speaking softly to himself. "I hope you can still be your cheerful self in Stanley. I wonder if the Green Tea Act will work there. I'm really looking forward to it." Friday, April 23rd. Today's Xiangjiang Daily featured a new headline on its front page. The negative coverage of Xinbang Industrial Group had finally subsided, replaced instead by two explosive developments. First, Zhou Xinbang, founder of Xinbang Industrial Group, regained consciousness yesterday morning at 10 o'clock. His family concealed from him the catastrophic plunge in the company's stock price and the dire circumstances unfolding at home. Yet truth, like fire, cannot long be smothered beneath paper. That evening, Zhou Xinbang inadvertently learned that Xinbang's share price had plummeted to just over $0.30, and that his eldest son Zhou Qirong had been lawfully arrested by both the Environmental Protection Department and the police force following irrefutable evidence of illegal wastewater discharge from their plastic factory. Struck by this double calamity, the elderly man, who had labored tirelessly his entire life, suffered a sudden fatal surge of rage and collapsed that very night. It is said he whispered one phrase repeatedly in his final moments: "Yongyan, why did you provoke him?" His eyes remained wide open until the end. Thus, Xinbang Industrial Group was irrevocably consigned to oblivion. Upon reading the second headline, Lei Zhaorong's lips curved faintly upward. The second revelation was even more incendiary. Lei Zhaofu, third son of the Lei family, stood accused of narcotics trafficking. During an on-site transaction, he opened fire on officers and was apprehended red-handed with both contraband and weapons seized. These revelations had of course been deliberately leaked to the Xiangjiang Daily by Lei Zhaorong himself. Reporters had already staked out the transaction site and the police station entrance, securing exclusive photographs and first-hand accounts within minutes. Lei Zhaorong set the newspaper aside and gazed distantly toward the Lei estate. He wondered what expression would cross Lei Kuan's face upon seeing this news. A curious item appeared in today's system bulletin. April 23rd. Market rumor: a foreign consortium intends to acquire Jianing real estate at a 30 premium. Shortly after the Hong Kong stock market closed, rumors surged that either a Middle Eastern or Singaporean consortium planned a full acquisition of Jianing real estate at 12 Hong Kong dollars 50 per share, a 30 premium over the prevailing market price of 9 Hong Kong dollars 80. Jianing declined to comment. Its share price surged 7 immediately. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the note, unimpressed. In his memory, Jianing Group would implode entirely by year-end or early next year. A market crash would descend in the second half of the year, triggering massive asset devaluation. Every illusion would shatter, exposing the group's true hollow financial state to public scrutiny, igniting a national scandal now known as the Jianing affair. Still, though Jianing's valuation was grossly inflated, some of its assets held genuine merit, such as the Golden Gate building. If capital permitted later, it might well become a strategic target. Such routine short-term market intelligence no longer stirred much interest in him. As his capital base expanded, the equity market's capacity remained finite. Daily investment ceilings constrained returns. Henceforth, such trades would be delegated entirely to manager Chun, who could independently manage them, yielding several $100,000 to over $1 million Hong Kong dollars each time. Why not? He lowered the newspaper and let his gaze settle upon the slender figure seated on the living room sofa, deep in study. Guan Lin's investigation into Kowloon motor bus was proving far more than mere talk. Before her lay a thick stack of documents: route maps, vehicle inventories, photocopied financial statements, and even clippings detailing past bus accidents. She nibbled pensively on her pen, brows lightly furrowed, her intense focus drawing Lei Zhaorong's lingering gaze. He rose and sat beside her. Without looking up, Guan Lin leaned instinctively closer to him. A quiet warmth rose within Lei Zhaorong. Her purpose had become his own. What woman could fail to inspire such affection? At 10 o'clock that morning, the telephone rang. Zhang Qinggang's voice came through the receiver. "Mr. Lei, those advertising agencies and newspapers you sued earlier have all called today requesting settlement. What would you advise?" Lei Zhaorong leaned back against the sofa, voice calm and measured. "Settlement is acceptable, but only with genuine compensation, and a formal public apology were non-negotiable. Defaulting advertisers would pay double the contractual penalty, plus issue a public apology, and newspapers would pay HK0 and likewise publish an apology. No alternative terms would be accepted." "Understood, Mr. Lei. I'll handle it." Hardly had he hung up, they confirmed the auction would take place next Friday, April 30th. Lei Zhaorong's 2 lots were scheduled for the afternoon session, and proceeds would be settled immediately upon conclusion. At 4 p.m., Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin lounged side by side on the sofa, exchanging idle, unhurried banter. She nestled against his shoulder like a languid cat, lifting her gaze every so often, eyes shimmering with tender devotion. The doorbell chimed. Few ever disturbed the Repulse Bay villa. Only the cleaning staff arrived at fixed intervals. Lei Zhaorong rose to answer the door, and there stood Wang Mingyuan, clutching a sheaf of reports, face radiant with excitement. Guanlin, spotting Wang Mingyuan, giggled playfully and retreated upstairs with her documents. Wang Mingyuan paused, suddenly aware he may have intruded at an inopportune moment. Lei Zhaorong waved dismissively. No matter, proceed. Wang Mingyuan quickly seated himself, spread the reports across the coffee table, and began a detailed briefing on today's advertising tender results. His eyes grew brighter, his voice increasingly animated. The front page color advertisement slot has been secured by Mercedes-Benz for the 280 SE luxury sedan. Mercedes-Benz and BMW competed fiercely, 12 rounds of bidding. Every other advertising slot was also sold. Several major brands required multiple rounds before the hammer fell. He drew a deep breath and announced the final tally: total advertising revenue, averaging HK2600. He looked up, eyes slightly moist. Mr. Lei, Xiangjiang Daily will never operate at a loss again. Lei Zhaorong nodded with quiet satisfaction. You've worked hard these past days. Everyone, this month, will receive 2 additional months' salary as a bonus atop their regular wages. Wang Mingyuan nodded vigorously, elated. Lei Zhaorong shifted tone, voice turning grave. Though phase 1 has concluded successfully, do not rush expansion. Our immediate priority is consolidation. This success owes something to fortune. Truth be told, the foundation of Xiangjiang Daily remains fragile. Wang Mingyuan's exuberance softened as he listened intently. Staffing ratios, specialized column development, daily printing capacity limits. These are urgent matters requiring resolution. Do not let fleeting triumph cloud our judgment. Wang Mingyuan nodded solemnly. Mr. Lei, I understand. I'll address each issue systematically. Lei Zhaorong met his gaze, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. Xiangjiang Daily is our bedrock. It must be perfected and held firmly in our hands. Wang Mingyuan bowed his head once more in silent affirmation. After escorting him out, Lei Zhaorong had barely resettled on the sofa when the phone rang again. Manager Chen's voice crackled through the line, barely containing his exhilaration. Mr. Lei, today's trading netted HK68000. Everyone profited handsomely. I'm instructed to convey their deepest gratitude. Lei Zhaorong could hear the unmistakable thrill in Chen's own voice. He paused for a beat, then spoke. I sense the stock market has grown dangerously overheated. Exercise utmost caution in your operations. Chen's excitement instantly cooled. Lei Zhaorong's track record was legendary. Since their first meeting, the man had never erred, not once. Every word he uttered was treated as immutable doctrine. Yes, Mr. Lei Chen replied, voice now taut with seriousness. I'll proceed with extreme care. All future moves will follow your explicit instructions only. The call ended. The living room sank back into silence. Guanlin descended the stairs again, clutching her documents, and resumed her seat beside Lei Zhaorong, buried once more in Canby files. After a while, she slammed the papers onto the coffee table with a huff. Damn Kowloon motor bus. Why won't you just... She lifted her gaze, large eyes blinking rapidly, cheeks puffed with petulant charm, as her tone melted from frustration into playful entreaty. Tell me, when will Canby falter? When can we finally acquire it? Lei Zhaorong couldn't suppress a soft laugh. He drew Guanlin gently into his arms, and they settled together against the sofa cushions. He paused thoughtfully, then answered seriously. Canby's problems run deep. Consider just one fact: since Lei Kuan assumed control, he has siphoned off cash flow relentlessly, never investing in fleet renewal, merely patching aging vehicles to keep them limping along. Its fleet is critically deteriorated. Failure is inevitable, only a matter of time. He looked down at the woman nestled in his embrace. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps weeks hence, but failure will come. And when it does, that will be our opening. He tightened his arms around her. I instructed Manager Chen long ago. We've been quietly accumulating Canby shares at every dip, day after day. Guanlin tilted her head up, eyes sparkling with newfound light. Lei Zhaorong gazed at her, voice softening. I too wish to marry you sooner rather than later. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She buried her face against his chest, though her lips betrayed a radiant, involuntary smile. Silence returned to the living room, broken only by the rhythm of ocean waves and their shared, gentle breathing. Meanwhile, at the Lei family mansion, Lei Kuan sat before a low table strewn with today's Xiangjiang Daily. On its front page, blazingly clear, was the photograph of Lei Zhaofu being led into a police van. His fingers trembled. Lei Zhaowang stood nearby, face ashen, speechless. Lei Kuan slowly raised his head, his cloudy eyes for the first time filled with raw, unvarnished fear. He means it. On April 30th, a Friday, the last day of April, the morning sun poured into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes with the sleeping Guanlin in his arms. Her body fit perfectly into the curve of his arm, like a piece of custom-made porcelain. Suddenly, he recalled a talk show he had watched in his past life. The host asked the genius director Wang Jin, "Director Wang, who do you consider to be the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong?" Wang Jin replied without hesitation, "Of course it's Guanlin, this is beyond doubt." The host pressed on, "There are rumors online that the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong is Lei Zhaorong. What do you think?" Wang Jin's expression was quite playful at that time. Although Lei Zhaorong is beautiful and a perfect blend of multiple ethnicities, she still pales in comparison to Guanlin. The appearances of the two were actually comparable, both stunning, but the key was their figures. Lei Zhaorong was as thin as a stick, lacking the necessary curves. In contrast, Guanlin was breathtakingly beautiful, like a porcelain doll, with a perfect body proportion. Thus Guanlin was undoubtedly the first. Lei Zhaorong deeply agreed. This was a consensus among heroes. He looked down at the person in his arms, unable to resist pinching her smooth, pert bottom, and hugged her a little tighter. Guanlin seemed to sense it and groggily nestled closer to him. Lei Zhaorong withdrew his thoughts, contemplating whether he should make contact with Wang Jin. To deal with the Golden Princess, he needed to enter the film industry and dismantle the New Art City that Lei Zhaorong valued, allowing the 7 misfits of New Art City to fall apart. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts, and opened the system. Among today's news, a silver message. Starting from April 30th, the assets of Jinbang Industries will be auctioned off to pay debts for 5 days. The prices are extremely low, first come, first served. The asset list includes textile factories, garment factories, plastic factories, electronic assembly plants, and related equipment. Lei Zhaorong carefully browsed through the list, his gaze stopping at the garment factory. The most crucial aspect was that this garment factory still had a large overseas order that had not been completed. His heart skipped a beat. The system upgraded from level 2 to level 3, with the condition for upgrading being successfully predicting and avoiding a significant loss. If he bought the garment factory, integrating it would be very tight on time, but if he could fulfill this overseas order, wouldn't that perfectly meet the upgrade condition? Lei Zhaorong had lost interest in the copper messages, only paying attention to the silver ones. As for the gold messages, he was truly looking forward to them. The level 2 system provided 4 messages daily. After upgrading to level 3, it was said that he could also check the confidence level of the information. He patted Guanlin's smooth back and gently called out, "Little demon, it's time to wake up. The sun is shining on your backside." Little demon had become his exclusive pet name for Guanlin. Guanlin nestled closer to him, her voice muffled, "Let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired, it's all your fault, you beast, keeping me up until midnight. I feel like I still have dark circles under my eyes." Lei Zhaorong awkwardly touched his nose. "Today we need to catch a break. Are you coming with me?" Guanlin then finally opened her beautiful big eyes reluctantly, leaving his embrace as she got up to walk. During this week, Guanlin exercised with Lei Zhaorong every day, improving her physical fitness. Then she spent time repeatedly studying the information on Zhilong bus, sometimes in deep thought, sometimes frowning. Lei Zhaorong curiously asked her, "You are so serious. Have you found a solution?" Guanlin confidently replied, "I'm just applying mental focus." Mental focus? Yes. When I was young I heard of a theorem. What you least want to happen is what happens the most. I'm just repeatedly thinking the Zhilong bus must not suddenly break down, must not suddenly break down. Lei Zhaorong couldn't help but laugh, but found her truly adorable. He let her continue her silent repetition. In order to study Zhilong bus, Guanlin even withdrew from film offers that came to her door. Her reason was Zhilong bus was about to be acquired by Lei Zhaorong, and she needed to stand by him, not wanting to give up halfway. Lei Zhaorong had no way to deal with her. However, this week, there were still a few things that made him very happy. At the Hong Kong Daily, Wang Mingyuan gradually resolved the issues of talent and columns, making the newspaper's columns more precise. The printing house also added new equipment, now operating at full power, able to print 1 million copies daily. The foundation of the Hong Kong Daily was gradually being reinforced, stabilizing slowly, now maintaining a daily circulation of 4,000 copies. Manager Chen operated according to Lei Zhaorong's instructions, making a net profit of 4 million Hong Kong dollars this week. The brothers in the trading room also profited significantly, each one in high spirits. The negotiations with Zhang Chenggang were also completely concluded. The advertisers paid double the penalty, with each newspaper compensating through 0, plus a public apology. This wave directly increased the Hong Kong Daily's income by over 8 million, with 20 to 30 public apology statements consecutively published, making the Hong Kong Daily momentarily the center of attention. The newspaper market experienced a dramatic upheaval this week. Ming Pao completed its revamp, yielding excellent results and receiving unanimous praise from loyal readers, maintaining daily sales at around 110 to 100 copies. Sing Tao Daily, seeing the results of the revamp, also followed suit, becoming more distinctive and winning back many loyal readers, maintaining daily sales around 100. Oriental Daily's Ma Jikuan was the slowest to react. It was only after chief editor Zhang Shi reminded him that he began to revamp, but it was already a bit late, having lost a large number of readers, with daily sales dropping from 200 to less than 900. It is said that Ma Jikuan felt a vast gap in his heart, If it hadn't been for the difficulty in washing off the nickname White Powder Ma, he would have resolved the problem in a simple and brutal manner. In the end, he was left with nothing but reluctance and sighs. Huang Yulong's daily news was not so complicated. His main business was not newspapers but comics. He transformed daily news into a style that young people liked, specifically reporting news related to comics, which instead gained more loyal readers. Although the circulation dropped from 12000 to 8000, the customer demographic became more precise, and sales of comic-related merchandise soared, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Other small and medium-sized newspapers were hard to describe. It could be said they were in dire straits. They were squeezed for survival space by Hong Kong Daily, with some closing down, some transforming, and others struggling to wait for an opportunity. In short, the entire Hong Kong newspaper market underwent a thorough reshuffle. The Hong Kong Daily, crafted by Lei Zhaorong, firmly held the top position. Lei Zhaorong also felt somewhat legendary, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. In less than 2 months from being kicked out to owning the #1 newspaper in Hong Kong, from being penniless to assets exceeding 200 million. This speed, one wonders what Lei Zhaorong would think upon hearing it. But he quickly retracted his smile. It was not enough. Zhaolong bus was not yet in hand, and the Lei family's assets had not been reclaimed. Now was not the time to smile. While Lei Zhaorong was lost in thought, Guanlin came down from upstairs dressed in a light-colored dress, linking her arm with Lei Zhaorong's. Her lightly made-up face wore a faint smile, elegant and poised. The two drove to a small meeting room at Hang Seng Bank. This was the site of the auction for Zhenbang Industries assets. As Lei Zhaorong pushed open the door and stepped into the meeting room, numerous gazes turned towards him. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. His gaze swept across the room. A well-dressed, middle-aged man had deep resentment in his eyes. In the corner, an elderly woman with graying hair was wiping her tears with a handkerchief. The Zhou family members. Suddenly, I'm going to fight you. You bastard. You caused my family to be ruined. 2 furious shouts erupted simultaneously. 2 figures sprang up from their seats, rushing towards Lei Zhaorong like madmen. Guanlin shrank back behind Lei Zhaorong in fear. Lei Zhaorong's eyes slightly narrowed. Seeking April 30th, a Friday. In the small conference room of Hang Seng Bank, as Lei Zhaorong stepped through the door, a fist shadow came crashing towards him. The attacker was a middle-aged man in his 40s who bore some resemblance to Zhou Yongyan. Simultaneously, a figure sprang out from a corner. Zhou Yongyan. His eyes were bloodshot, long stripped of the exuberance he had during his horse betting days. Now he was but a stray dog. A kick launched straight towards Lei Zhaorong's chest. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Lei Zhaorong's mouth. He gently pushed Guanlin backward. A surge of strength emanated from his palm, sending Guanlin over a meter away, landing steadily and unharmed. Then he moved. As the middle-aged man charged at him, Lei Zhaorong slightly tilted his body, letting his right fist glide close to his ear. His left hand shot out like lightning, accurately gripping the opponent's wrist. At the same time, his right elbow struck sharply, hitting the middle-aged man's rib. 3 inches under the armpit, the Tianquan point. The mastery of the art of grappling was fully displayed at this moment. The middle-aged man felt a sudden numbness on one side of his body, as if struck by an electric current, his entire right arm instantly losing strength. With a twist of Lei Zhaorong's left hand, a crisp crack resounded as the wrist was dislocated. As he retracted his right hand, he twisted it, causing the middle-aged man's arm to droop limply like a strand of overcooked noodle. It had all transpired in less than a second. Zhou Yongnian's kick missed. The door swung wide open. Lei Zhaorong swiftly seized Zhou Yongnian's ankle with his right hand. The same technique was employed once more. Twisting and shaking the wrist, Zhou Yongnian let out a scream of agony, as his entire right leg felt as if its bones had been pulled out, sagging weakly on the ground. It was only at this moment that the voice of the bank's manager rang out, "You two stop." Upon finishing his sentence, he was all. The 2 individuals who had charged in fiercely were now lying on the ground, one clutching his arm, the other dragging his leg, both faces contorted in pain. Lei Zhaorong turned around, took Guanlin's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Guanlin, still in shock, instinctively shrank into his arms like a frightened little rabbit. Lei Zhaorong surveyed the surroundings, his tone calm, yet clear. As everyone has seen, I was forced to defend myself and retaliate. I asked for your testimony. The bank staff instinctively nodded in agreement. Zhou Yongnian, enduring immense pain, managed to squeeze out a roar from his throat. Lei Zhaorong, you won't have a good end. You have brought ruin to my family. Lei Zhaorong looked down at him, his gaze as calm as if he were observing something trivial. Do not speak recklessly. Tell me, how have I harmed you? Zhou Yongnian seethed with rage. It's you. You leaked the news about my grandfather's hospital. You exposed the evidence of pollution from the plastic factory. You are the root cause. Lei Zhaorong scoffed, scanning everyone present before his gaze settled back on Zhou Yongnian, each word pronounced distinctly. Your grandfather's hospitalization was caused by your own anger, leading him to have a heart attack. We at Shanjiang Daily are a highly credible news organization. If someone reports it, as long as it's true, it is our duty as journalists to make the truth public. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? The evidence of your company's plastic factory discharging sewage is irrefutable. This is illegal. Concerned citizens reported it, and we have the obligation to inform the public of the truth. That is also reasonable, isn't it? He paused, his tone growing more assertive, thus, Xiangjiang Daily has done nothing wrong. The wrongdoers are you at Jinbang Industries for your illegal acts. The heavens are vast, and the net wide. We at Xiangjiang Daily merely happened to catch you in the act. As for Zhou Jinbang, it was your own anger that caused it. You are the true culprit. The bank staff listened, nodding in unison, their gazes shifting towards Zhou Yongnian, waiting to see how he would rebut. Lei Zhaorong noticed that none of those present spoke up for the Zhou family. Zhou Yongnian opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He could only resort to the tactics that the second-generation rich were best at, creating trouble. It's you, Lei Zhaorong. You are targeting our Zhou family. You have opposed us time and again. Lei Zhaorong shook his head, impatience creeping into his tone. Zhou Yongnian, do you have a poor memory? Or is it selective amnesia? Back then, during the horse racing days, I was educating my younger brother Lei Zhaofu, and it was you who insisted on butting in. After losing to me and betting, you sought revenge, targeting me at every turn. Xianding Daily was targeted by our competitors, cutting our raw material supplies, severing our advertising revenue, halting our distribution channels, ignoring us in the press association, and bribing dozens of newspapers to slander us for hiring child labor. Tell me, when was it not you who struck first? Every time we were merely defending ourselves. His voice was not loud, but each word felt like a knife stabbing into Zhou Yongnian's heart. Now you are the ones engaging in illegal activities. Zhou Zhenbang was driven to death by you. Can you blame it on others? Zhou Yongnian's face turned whiter with each of Lei Zhaorong's words. By the time the last sentence fell, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. No one stepped forward to help him. After a moment, in a corner, an old lady who had been wiping her tears suddenly stood up, her voice sharp, quick. Take Yongnian and Shihui to the hospital. Immediately someone rushed forward, clumsily lifting the two out. The old lady turned around, her cold gaze lingering on Lei Zhaorong's face for 2 seconds before turning to chase after the stretcher. The small conference room fell entirely silent. The bank's manager was the first to break the silence, forcing a professional smile. Mr. Lei, you are here to purchase assets, aren't you? You are very welcome. He paused and added, I am Lu Qiming, the manager of the asset management department at Hang Seng Bank. Please take a seat. Lei Zhaorong nodded and sat down on the sofa. Lu Qiming personally brought over a thick stack of documents, which was a list of all the collateral assets of Jinbang Industries. Lei Zhaorong quickly skimmed through it, his gaze stopping at the page for the garment factory. I want to acquire Jinbang Industries garment factory. Lu Qiming immediately flipped to the corresponding page, fluently introducing the garment factory has a collateral price of 4 million Hong Kong dollars. This includes a 10-year lease contract for the factory located on the first and second floors of the garment building in Kowloon, Tong, with a total area of 2,300 square meters. There are 200 employees fully equipped, and there is also a contract for outsourcing. The market valuation is approximately 12 million Hong Kong dollars. He closed the folder and added, Mr. Lei, the principle of this auction is first come, first served. You are the first buyer to arrive today. After hearing this, Lei Zhaorong felt assured. This price was indeed a steal. Please wait a moment. My lawyer will be here shortly. Matters such as contracts will be handled by him. Not long after Zhang Chungyang arrived, he carefully reviewed the contract terms, scrutinizing each line, and after confirming there were no traps, nodded at Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong called Manager Chen, briefly explaining the acquisition of the garment factory and requesting the transfer of funds. After signing and stamping, all processes were completed in one go. In less than half an hour, the Jinbang Industries garment factory officially changed hands. As Lei Zhaorong left the bank with Guan Lin and Zhang Qingang, a man in a white suit walked into the asset disposal office. I want to purchase Jinbang Industries garment factory. Oh, please help me with the procedures. Lu Qiming immediately approached, his attitude noticeably more respectful than before. Young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize. The garment factory has already been acquired. You arrived too late. Young Master Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, then forget it, I don't have to buy this garment factory. By the way, may I ask who bought it? Lu Qiming hesitated for a second, but still answered truthfully, it was Lei Zhaorong, Mr. Lei. Young Master Lin remained silent for a moment, then nodded, I understand. He turned and left. Young Master Lin returned to his car, picked up the in-car, phone, find out about a person late at the Sotheby's auction venue. When Lei Zhaorong and the others arrived, the auction was nearing its end. They had just settled in the back row when the auctioneer raised his voice, excitement evident. Dear guest, the next item is the highlight of this auction. 2 world-class paintings. The first piece, Picasso, woman in a black hat. The atmosphere in the room suddenly heated up. Bidding paddles began to rise in succession. 5 million. 520,000. 550,000. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Guan Lin clutched his arm tightly, nervously watching the bidding on stage. Eventually the auction hammer fell heavily. $650,000. Sold. After a brief interval, the second painting was presented. Monet Water Lilies. This time the bidding was even more. The price soared from 7 million, with several buyers on the phone refusing to back down, every round of bidding raising the heat in the room. 9 million. Sold. As the auction hammer fell, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lei Zhaorong let out a gentle breath. The total selling price for the 2 paintings was $15,500,000. According to Sotheby's fee standard, seller's commission is 10% of the selling price. The total commission amounts to $155,000. Lei Zhaorong had previously received an advance of $12 million as a reserve price from Sotheby's. In the final settlement, Sotheby's still needed to pay him $15,500,000 minus $155,000 in commission minus $12 million in advance. That amounts to $195,000. Converted into Hong Kong dollars, it's about $13,300,000. Lei Zhaorong quickly calculated the numbers in his mind, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Guanlin looked up at him, her big eyes filled with admiration. Rong, you are amazing. She paused, suddenly pinching him on the waist, her tone tinged with fear and reproach. Don't scare me like that again. What if you get hurt? Lei Zhaorong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, holding her tightly, without saying a word. On May 1st, Saturday, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the bedroom floor. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes, finding Guanlin wrapped around him like an octopus. She was in a deep sleep, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her breathing even and gentle. She was truly exhausted after the late-night activities. Lei Zhaorong gently tightened his embrace around her, his gaze drifting into the void as he opened the system. The news summary for the first day of May was pushed out on time. Bronze news on May 1st, a Lei Zhaofis drug trafficking and armed resistance case is under ongoing interrogation. Lei Zhaofu openly confessed to the criminal facts and was charged with multiple felonies, including drug trafficking, illegal possession of firearms, and resisting arrest. The judge ruled against bail on the spot, with a detention period of 7 months, during which he would be held in Stanley Prison. On May 3rd at 10 a.m., Lei Zhaofu will be formally escorted to Stanley. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lei Zhaorong's mouth. His cheap younger brother finally got himself locked up. Stanley Prison, what a nice place to enjoy yourself while my younger brother. He continued to read further. Silver news on May 1st at 10:28 a.m. Kowloon bus No. 70, while turning from Nathan Road into Wadala Road, overturned due to brake failure caused by years of neglect. The accident resulted in 3 deaths and 55 injuries. Lei Kuan, the person in charge of Kowloon bus, failed to handle the situation properly and allowed it to worsen. On May 2nd, Lei Zhaorong represented Kowloon bus to negotiate, but due to a poor attitude, public outrage was incited, resulting in the situation escalating further. On May 3rd, friends and relatives of the victims organized a protest against Kowloon bus. On May 3rd, with the stock market opening, Kowloon bus stock price is set for a significant drop. Lei Zhaorong was stunned. Then he burst into hearty laughter. The laughter echoed in the quiet bedroom, waking the sleeping Guanlin. She groggily lifted her head, rolling her eyes beautifully, her voice still tinged with sleepiness. What are you going crazy about so early in the morning? I'm not fully awake yet. I've been sleeping less and less at night, and my dark circles are getting deeper, all because of you. As she spoke, she reached for the soft flesh at Lei Zhaorong's waist, ready to vent her frustration. Lei Zhaorong grasped her small hand in his palm, while his other arm tightened around her waist. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, I have some good news. You're going to marry me. Are you serious? Guanlin instantly perked up. She raised her head sharply, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her voice trembling. Really? Is that true? Seeing her like this, Lei Zhaorong felt a warmth rise in his heart and nodded. Finally, Kowloon bus is about to face a major accident. It is the best time to acquire it. At that time, I will marry you and let you become Mrs. Lei. You better be quick about it. Ignoring her fatigue, Guanlin tightly wrapped her arms around Lei Zhaorong's neck, softly whispering in his ear, I'll forgive you this time. You must hurry. Lei Zhaorong gathered her close and assured earnestly, don't worry. I've been wanting to marry you for. It's just that I haven't had a proper business yet. Besides, as the head of the Lei family, I still haven't reclaimed the family's assets. That feels a bit inappropriate. Otherwise, when I meet your parents, I won't have much to show for myself. Guanlin's smile slowly faded as she listened. Lei Zhaorong understood her concerns. Her parents had always seen her as a cash cow. Although she was kind-hearted and soft, she would ultimately give them money despite her reluctance. Most of the money she earned over the years had been taken by her parents. Guanlin looked at him with helpless eyes. What should I do? Lei Zhaorong gently ruffled her hair, his tone both tender and firm. Just leave it to me when the time comes. For now, let's think about how to acquire Kowloon bus first. Guanlin nodded heavily. After getting up, Lei Zhaorong dialed Manager Chen's number. Manager Chen, how's the secret acquisition of Kowloon bus stocks going? Manager Chen's voice came through the receiver clear and crisp. As always, Lei Shun Kowloon bus has a total of 140 million shares with the current stock price at 14, giving it a market value of about 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The circulating shares are approximately 86.7 million. He paused before continuing the report. Major shareholder Lei Kuan holds 23.7 of the shares. The second largest shareholder Guodusheng holds 11.5. We have secretly acquired 10 million shares at an average price of 12.7. HSBC can lend 15 million shares at a lending price of $14. Lei Zhaorong pondered for a moment and asked, one more thing. What's the situation with Guodusheng? Why is he the second largest shareholder of Kowloon bus? Manager Chin explained, as far as I know, Guodusheng bought Kowloon bus stocks through a hostile takeover last year. He and Lei Kuan have always had a poor relationship. Lei Zhaorong fell silent for a few seconds. Then his voice rang out calm and resolute. You all prepare yourselves. When the market opens on Monday, short sell Kowloon bus. The goal this time is to drive the stock price down to the lowest point, then seize the opportunity to acquire it. He paused, speaking each word slowly. This time I will take down Kowloon bus. On the other end of the line, Manager Chin's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Yes, Lei Shang. I will be fully prepared. Hanging up the phone, Lei Zhaorong murmured to himself. It seems this big shot needs to be greeted in advance. When Guanlin heard Lei Zhaorong say, this time I will take down Kowloon bus, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Then he dialed Wang Minjuan's number. Editor Wang sent a few elite reporters and photographers to watch over the area where Nathan Road turns into Wadala Road today. Something big may happen there. His tone was unquestionable. I need you to record everything that happens there in detail and publish it tomorrow. Remember, the wording must be severe, critical, and inciting. Wang Mingyuan paused for a moment, but did not ask further. Having followed Lei Zhaorong for so long, he had long learned one thing. What Lei Sheng said was never wrong. Yes, Lei Sheng. I will arrange it right away, or it will definitely be a sharp report. Guanlin stood beside Lei Zhaorong the entire time, watching him make call after call to arrange everything. Her eyes sparkled like a fangirl admiring her idol. Turning to look at her, did you understand? Guanlin was taken aback for a moment, and then honestly shook her head. Lei Zhaorong laughed and ruffled her hair. No need to understand. Just wait to become Mrs. Lei. Guanlin's face flushed bright red. Although she didn't know exactly what was happening, she now wholeheartedly and unconditionally trusted Lei Zhaorong. She didn't ask much either. At this moment, only one phrase echoed repeatedly in her mind. That was what Lei Zhaorong had just said to her. Soon I will marry you and make you Mrs. Lei. An hour later, 51 Deepwater Bay. Lei Zhaorong stood in front of Guodusheng's mansion, took a deep breath, and pressed the doorbell. After the announcement, a servant led him into the living room. Guodusheng was already seated on the sofa, leisurely reading. The 71-year-old man appeared vigorous, sitting up straight. He had long since handed over business matters to his sons, but his eyes still held the sharpness honed from decades in the business world. Lei Zhaorong approached with a smile, his posture respectful, yet not servile. Guosheng, the younger generation, Lei Zhaorong, comes to pay a visit. Guodusheng put down the newspaper, glanced at him, and replied with an indifferent tone, Don't you know that my relationship with Lei Kuan is not good? Why are you here to visit me? Lei Zhaorong maintained a calm expression and replied respectfully, Guosheng is joking. When Lei Kuan kicked me out of the family, I had already severed all ties with him and the Lei family. I am now independent. Guodusheng's gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds. Then he gestured towards the sofa beside him. Sit. Seated, Lei Zhaorong expressed his purpose directly. The reason for my visit today is twofold. First, I have long admired Guosheng and sincerely wanted to meet you. Second, I'm planning to take action against Kowloon bus. I came specifically to inform you since I learned that Guosheng is the second largest shareholder of Kowloon bus. Guodusheng's gaze suddenly sharpened. In that instant, Lei Zhaorong felt as if he were being stared down by an old wolf. But it was only for a moment before the old man's expression returned to calmness. Guodusheng scrutinized Lei Zhaorong, his eyes filled with assessment. After a long pause, he spoke lightly. I understand your intentions. I will not interfere with Kowloon bus. He lifted his teacup, gently blew away the foam, and took a sip. Let's see the result. Lei Zhaorong immediately understood and stood up to bid farewell. Guodusheng watched Lei Zhaorong's figure until it disappeared, then smiled and remarked, the younger generation is formidable. Exiting the Guo family gate, Lei Zhaorong let out a long sigh. He knew that he still had a long way to go to catch up with these true big shots. It was already quite fortunate that Guodusheng had given him the opportunity to speak today. These big shots were his future goals. He set aside all thoughts about Guodusheng and drove towards Kowloon Tong. In Kowloon Tong Industrial Area Garment Building, the garment factory of Jinbang Industry, which was acquired yesterday, needed to be officially taken over today. As soon as the car came to a halt, Lei Zhaorong saw a line of people standing at the factory entrance. From their attire, they appeared to be the senior management of the factory, waiting for a long time. He opened the car door and stepped out. Just as his foot touched the ground, his gaze collided with that of the lead person. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a dark suit, standing tall, with a professional smile on his face. But Lei Zhaorong's perception clearly captured a trace of faint hostility hidden deep in that person's eyes. The skills taught by the master not only enhanced Lei Zhaorong's martial arts and physical strength, but the profound understanding of human anatomy gave him an extraordinary ability to perceive subtle body language and emotional fluctuations in others. His smile only reached his lips, never reaching his eyes. This leader bore hostility towards him. Lei Zhaorong subtly diverted his gaze and scanned another person standing in the back. It was a man in his 30s wearing black-framed glasses and a faded shirt. He did not wear the flattering smile like the others, but his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Lei Zhaorong. It was an expression of someone who had waited a long time and had finally received something. Lei Zhaorong took all of this in maintaining an impassive expression on his face. He stepped toward the entrance of the garment factory. On May 1st, Saturday, inside the garment factory, machines roared. Lei Zhaorong, accompanied by Zhang Mingde, toured the factory and gained a general understanding of the whole operation. The factory's area was considerable and the equipment was fairly complete, but management issues were visibly apparent. Some workers were slacking off, materials were scattered chaotically, and the rhythms of several production lines were clearly out of sync. However, these were not the most crucial issues. What truly concerned Lei Zhaorong were the looks he had caught at the entrance. The workers' eyes revealed disdain and contempt when they glanced at Zhang Mingde. Yet when they looked at Lu Mintao, their eyes shone with admiration and expectation. This information was enough for him to make a decision. After the tour, Lei Zhaorong instructed Lu Mintao to gather all the employees in the workshop's open area. More than 200 people stood together, a dark mass. The machines came to a halt and the factory was rarely quiet. Workers whispered among themselves, unsure of what the new boss would say. Lei Zhaorong stepped in front of the crowd, scanning each face, then spoke loudly. My name is Lei Zhaorong. From today onward, I officially take over this garment factory. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the new boss' first decision. Lei Zhaorong did not keep them waiting long. I hereby announce personnel changes. He paused, speaking each word clearly. Zhang Mingde will no longer serve as the general manager of the garment factory. From this moment on, he is dismissed. As his words fell, a second of silence enveloped the workshop. Then an uncontrollable stir spread through the crowd. Surprised glances were exchanged. Some couldn't help smirking, while others discreetly elbowed their colleagues. Zhang Mingde's face instantly turned crimson. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. Lei Sheng, what mistake have I made to warrant my dismissal? Is it simply because I was promoted by Chairman Zhou Zhenbang and have close ties with the Zhou family? This is utterly unreasonable. Lei Zhaorong turned his head, calmly looking at him. There was no excess emotion in his gaze. My decisions do not require explanation to anyone. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear present. You may leave now. For any labor arbitration issues, you can file a complaint with the Labor Department. Then he raised his voice. Please escort Mr. Zhang out and let him collect his personal belongings. Two security guards stepped out from the edge of the crowd and stood behind Zhang Mingde. Zhang Mingde's face went from red to white, then from white to green. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Lu Mintao, you go ahead and handle the handover. Lu Mintao paused for a moment, then excitedly agreed, and quickly followed Zhang Mingde, who was heading to the office. 10 minutes later, Zhang Mingde emerged from the office holding a cardboard box. The box contained his personal items, a teacup, several documents, and a family photo. He paused at the door, turned back, and fixed Lei Zhaorong with a steady gaze. This time he could no longer hide the resentment in his eyes. Profound like a knife, the resentment lingered. He then turned and walked out of the garment factory without looking back. Inside the workshop, someone started clapping. Soon sporadic applause erupted, quickly merging into a unified sound. It was not a cheer, but an applause that had been suppressed for a long time finally released. Lei Zhaorong withdrew his gaze and faced the waiting workers again. Now let's continue. All attention was when he announced Zhang Mingde's dismissal. Lei Zhaorong's peripheral vision clearly noted the expressions of most employees lighting up with joy, while the remaining few at least showed no signs of regret. Zhang Mingde's dismissal was indeed the right decision. Now I appoint Lu Mintao as the new general manager of the garment factory. Lu Mintao, just finishing the handover and stepping out of the office, froze upon hearing this. Immediately joy washed over his face. He hurried to Lei Zhaorong, his voice trembling with excitement. Lei Sheng, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely elevate the garment factory to new heights. Lei Zhaorong nodded, raising his hands to calm him down. Once Lu Mintao stepped aside, he raised his voice again to announce the second matter to all employees. All employees will receive a 20% salary increase. This time an uproar erupted in the workshop. Then came cheers. A young worker in the front row flushed with excitement and suddenly shouted, "Thank you, Lei Sheng." Like a stone thrown into water, ripples spread rapidly. More voices joined in, transitioning from disarray to harmony until all over 200 people in the workshop shouted in unison. "Thank you, Lei Sheng. Thank you, Lei Sheng. Thank you, Lei Sheng." Lei Zhaorong pressed his hands down again, waiting for the noise to subside before stating the third matter. The previous Zhenbang Industries is now a thing of the past. From today onward, this garment factory will operate according to my rules, Lei Zhaorong. Those who are capable will rise, those who are incompetent will fall. Those who contribute greatly will earn more. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room like lightning. I heard that there is still an overseas subcontracting order that hasn't been completed. Some in the crowd lowered their heads. Lei Zhaorong's voice suddenly rose, almost a shout. Next, we must hurry to complete this large order. Silence lingered for a second. Then the voices of over 200 people surged together like a torrent, nearly lifting the roof of the workshop. No problem. In the general manager's office, Lei Zhaorong sat behind the desk, while Lu Mintao stood beside him, starting to detail the overall situation of the garment factory. After Lu Mintao's report, Lei Zhaorong gained a clear understanding of the factory. He identified the root of Zhang Mingde's hostility. He was one of the earliest followers of Zhou Zhenbang and had deep feelings for him. He was personally assigned by Zhou Jinbang to be the general manager of the garment factory, yet he had little knowledge of the clothing industry and often directed operations blindly. Lu Mintao, on the other hand, had worked in this factory for a full decade. He rose from a grassroots worker to the workshop director, well-versed in every aspect of the garment factory. His skills were excellent, he was down-to-earth and treated the workers well. All the employees in the factory respected him sincerely. After hearing this, Lei Zhaorong asked, "Now what are the issues facing the garment factory?" Lu Mintao replied seriously, "The most pressing issue is that overseas large order. The order from the Y country chain department store MS is for 100,000 shirts totaling 2 million Hong Kong dollars. The deadline is 90 days, and there are only 30 days left now." He opened the production report in his hand. "We have currently completed about 50,000 pieces, almost half. What are the penalties for breach of contract?" Lei Zhaorong asked. "For delayed delivery, the penalty is 0.2 of the contract amount per day. If the delivery is delayed for more than 30 days and cannot be fulfilled, the client can unilaterally cancel the order and demand compensation." Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Lu Mintao's face. "You are the general manager now. Is there a way to complete the work on time without compromising quality?" Lu Mintao gritted his teeth as if making a significant decision. "Yes. From now on we will work in 3 shifts with the machines running continuously. Based on our maximum daily production capacity, we can finish production in 22 days plus 3 days for quality inspection. It is feasible." "Good. Let's go with this plan." Lei Zhaorong straightened up his tone, turning serious, "But pay attention to 2 things. First, safety in production. There must be no accidents. Second, night shift allowances and overtime pay must be issued according to standards, not a penny less." Lu Mintao stood tall. "Rest assured, Lei Sheng, I will ensure everything is arranged properly." Lei Zhaorong nodded and asked again, "Aside from this subcontracting contract, are there any other orders?" "Currently there is only this large order." Lu Mintao paused and added, "Our garment factory mainly does subcontracting, and we usually receive similar orders." Lei Zhaorong pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. "After this order is completed, do not take on new subcontracting orders for the time being." Lu Mintao's expression changed drastically, his voice rising in pitch. "Lei Sheng, if we don't take on subcontracting orders, how can we manage? The factory has over 200 employees, we can't just stop." Lei Zhaorong waved his hand. "It's not about shutting down. It's about transforming." He stood up, walked to the window, looking at the machines in the workshop below that were restarting, his voice steady yet powerful. "Simply doing subcontracting is not a long-term solution. Think about it. Now that the mainland has opened up, is our labor cheaper, or is the labor in the mainland cheaper? Of course, it's cheaper on the mainland." Lu Mintao lowered his head, his voice softening. "I have inquired. The new garment factory in Shunxing pays workers less than 200 Hong Kong dollars a month. Here, a skilled worker's monthly salary starts at 1,200. Lu Mintao's face grew even graver. Lei Zhaorong turned to look at him. "So if you were a merchant looking at subcontracting the same piece of clothing, and you saw that the quality is similar but the cost is lower on the mainland, which would you choose?" Lu Mintao fell silent. Lei Zhaorong returned to sit behind the desk, his tone serious and resolute. "So now we need to prepare for the future and transform early. The future direction of this garment factory is to create our own brand. Design and marketing will remain in Hong Kong, while production will be moved to the mainland." He looked into Lu Mintao's eyes. "Our goal from now on is branding, not subcontracting." Lu Mintao remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly raised his head, the confusion in his eyes fading, replaced by a brightness he had never experienced before. "Lei Sheng, I understand now." Meanwhile, on Nathan Road, a Kowloon bus line 70 was awkwardly tipped over at the junction, turning into Wadalao Road. The sounds of police sirens, cries, and ambulance horns mixed into a chorus. Not far away, a photographer pressed. On May 1st, Saturday, Nathan Road. The bus lay overturned by the roadside like a giant beast exhausted from battle. Fragments of glass covered the ground, reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. The air was filled with the nauseating scent of gasoline mixed with blood. The sounds of wailing rose and fell. Countless injured people lay scattered. Some were trapped between the deformed seats, unable to move. Some were thrown out of the vehicle, lying motionless on the ground. Others had blood all over their faces, staring blankly at the sky. A few lightly injured passengers slowly crawled to an open area away from the bus, and then collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. A crowd had already gathered around, but they dared not step forward to help, standing at a distance. It was not indifference. Rather, it was common sense that moving the injured without expertise could cause further harm. Only a handful of brave souls bent down to assist the lightly injured, who could still move, helping them to safety. As for those who lay still and covered in blood, no one dared to touch them. All they could do was wait for the police and ambulances to arrive. Among the crowd, several individuals with cameras were busy. Some squatted beside the bus, pointing their lenses at the twisted front, the shutter clicking loudly. Others were holding on to witnesses, their pens flying across their notebooks. Some crouched next to a lightly injured person with a head wound, rapidly questioning for details. Each person's face was marked by an unmistakable excitement. This was first-hand breaking news. When the phone rang, Lei Kuan was preparing to leave. "Lei Sheng, something's wrong. The Kowloon bus line 70 has overturned on Nathan Road. There are many injured, and the scene is chaotic. It's just a traffic accident. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Let the company handle it. Last year's accident was dealt with in the same way, and in the end, we just paid a bit of money to settle it. I'm busy today, so don't bother me with these matters. After hanging up, Lei Zhaorong walked towards the door. Lei Zhaorong and Lei Zhaoyue were already waiting by the car. Once inside, Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his seat and sighed deeply. Today is the day of our third brother's trial. I really hope he's okay, that a miracle will happen. His voice grew somber, carrying the pain of a father. Such a good child, why is heaven so unfair to him? Sigh. At this point his expression suddenly darkened. It's all that unfilial son Lei Zhaorong's fault. Truly a calamity that befalls the family for generations. Next, watch how I deal with him. Lei Zhaorong turned slightly, considering his words. Dad, I've looked into this. Third brother's situation is serious and quite troublesome. His crime is clear-cut, and he resisted arrest with a gun. Although he didn't fire, the police found his fingerprints on one of the guns. We've consulted a top lawyer. There's basically no chance for a defense. We can only try our best to reduce the charges and get a lighter sentence. After that, there's still plenty of room for maneuvering. Lei Zhaoyue's eyes turned red, her voice turning teary. Dad, please don't be too sad. Even if he is sentenced, there are still ways around it. A friend of mine said that there are many loopholes in Hong Kong's laws. For instance, if a prisoner develops a terminal illness while serving their sentence, they can apply for medical leave on humanitarian. Still, it's all Lei Zhaorong's doing. Lei Zhaorong scoffed. First, let's deal with Zaifa's matter. Then we'll sort him out later. He turned to Lei Zhaorong, his tone regaining the authority of the head of the family. In the next few days, I need to focus on Zaifa's case. Keep a close watch on things at the company. Handle today's accident as you see fit, referring to previous cases. And don't show them any kindness. Lei Zhaorong nodded, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Dad, I know how to handle it. Kowloon Tong Industrial Area Garment Factory. Lei Zhaorong stood on the second-floor corridor, looking down at the shift handover taking place below. Lu Mintao stood in the crowd, holding the duty roster and subsidy scheme, loudly announcing the person in charge of each shift, the handover times, and production targets. The shift schedule was arranged meticulously with responsibilities assigned to each individual. When he announced the night shift's subsidy and overtime pay standards, a cheer erupted in the factory. Finally, Lu Mintao put down the documents in his hand, scanning the faces of every employee, raising his voice. During this period, I will be fighting alongside you on the production line. Let's strive to complete this order as soon as possible. The employees nodded enthusiastically, their cheers resounding. Lei Zhaorong watched it all, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. This general manager is the right choice. He walked downstairs and called Lu Mintao to the side. This period is critical. A few things need attention. First, security needs to be strengthened to prevent any accidents. Especially safety awareness on the production site must be ensured. Second, the security forces in the warehouse should also be increased to prevent sabotage. Third, identify and dismiss all of Zhang Mingde loyalists in the factory. Not a single one should be left. Rest assured, Lei Xing, I understand. I will make sure to follow your instructions. At 3 p.m. at the High Court, Lei Zhaorong sat in the public gallery at the back of the trial, gripping his hat tightly on his knees. His gaze pierced through the rows of heads in front, landing on the familiar figure at the defendant's stand. Lei Zhaofu, dressed in prison garb with disheveled hair and deep-set eyes, had long lost the spirited demeanor of the third young master of the Lei family. The judge's voice echoed in the courtroom. Defendant Lei Zhaofu, charged with drug trafficking, illegal possession of firearms, and resisting arrest, among other charges, with conclusive evidence, and the defendant himself has confessed to the criminal facts. The court's ruling is no bail granted. 7 months awaiting trial. During this period, he will be held at Stanley Prison. On May 3rd at 10 a.m., he will be formally escorted to Stanley Prison for his trial. The gavel struck. Lei Zhaofu suddenly turned around, shouting hoarsely towards the public gallery. Dad, save me. Someone is framing me. I know I was wrong. I want dare again. His tears mixed with snot, his voice sharp and hoarse like a chicken with its neck squeezed. Lei Kun's fingers nearly dug into his palm. In the past, whenever Lei Zhaofu spoke in that tone, teary-eyed, saying I know I was wrong, he would soften. He would gently comfort him, forgiving him for everything. But now Lei Zhaorong could only sit there, slowly shaking his head. Zhaofu, Dad will find a way. His voice was old and weak. Then he could do nothing but watch as the court officers escorted the sobbing Lei Zhaofu away. The youngest son he loved most, tears streaming down his face, was carried away by 2 men disappearing into the shadows of the side door. Just then Lei Kun's assistant hurried in through the side door, bending down to whisper a few words in his ear. Lei Kun's eyes widened in shock, sharply interrupting the assistant. Forget about that for now. What could be more important than my son's matter? He took a deep breath, his voice filled with exhaustion and irritation. Let Zhaorong handle it tomorrow. It's just a matter of paying a little more money. Nathan Road, accident scene. The sky was growing darker. The police and municipal workers were still busy at the site. The overturned bus was finally upright by a tow truck, slowly being pulled away from the scene. The chaos was cleared away, but the dark red stain on the road would not wash away no matter how hard they tried. After paralyzing traffic for a full 5 hours, it finally resumed. The person in charge of the scene stood by the roadside, wiping sweat from his forehead, hoarsely asking his deputy, have the casualty statistics been compiled? The deputy opened his notebook, his voice low. The bus driver died on the spot. An elderly passenger was crushed by the deformed seat and died immediately. Another young woman, after being sent to the hospital, was pronounced dead on arrival. He turned to the next page. 12 people seriously injured, 41 with moderate to light injuries. Additionally, there were several pedestrians injured by flying debris during the overturning, but their injuries were not serious. The person in charge fell silent for a few seconds. Then he suddenly yelled, startling those around him, "Where's the person in charge of Kowloon bus? Haven't they shown up yet?" His face turned red, veins throbbing on his forehead. Such a serious accident, and they still haven't come to the scene. This is contempt. This is a contempt for life. He slammed his fist against the nearby lamp post, producing a dull metallic sound. I will make sure they pay for this. May 2nd, Sunday. Early morning. Lei Zhaorong sat at the dining table unfolding today's Hong Kong Daily. The headline was shocking. Kowloon bus overturns on Nathan Road, 3 dead, 55 injured. Vehicle poorly maintained, brakes failed, leading to tragedy. The accompanying photo captured the scene from yesterday. An overturned bus, shattered glass everywhere, and injured people lying on stretchers, bloodied. The article detailed the entire sequence of events surrounding the accident. From the bus line 70's route to the moment the brakes failed while turning onto Wudaleo Road, and the ensuing chaos and helplessness. The reporter's writing was calm, yet incisive, each word like a scalpel, dissecting the surface of the incident, directly pointing to the management issues of Kowloon bus. The vehicles are poorly maintained, routine checks are virtually non-existent. The management only extracts profits without reinvesting in upgrades. Lei Zhaorong nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a fragrant figure pounced into his arms. Guanlin, dressed in silk pajamas with slightly tousled hair, nuzzled like a lazy cat. What news has you so happy today? Lei Zhaorong set down the newspaper, signaling her to take it. Guanlin took the newspaper, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Guanlin read the headline word for word. After finishing the last word, she suddenly exclaimed, startling Lei Zhaorong with her yelp. He gently slapped her on the buttocks. No need to be so startled. Guanlin paid no mind, her big eyes filled with disbelief, her voice trembling. My psychic ability really worked. Did it really happen? Does this mean acquiring Kowloon bus is imminent? Does this mean your marriage proposal is also near? Lei Zhaorong pulled her into his embrace. Exactly. Guanlin buried her face in his chest, her shoulders slightly shaking, unsure if she was laughing or crying. Lei Zhaorong lowered his left hand, picked up the phone beside him, and dialed Wang Minjuan's number. Editor Wang, today's headline is great. On the other end, Wang Minjuan's voice was filled with the joy of being acknowledged. Lei Zhaorong continued, his tone calm, yet weighty. Continue tomorrow, and keep following it for the next few days. Include an editorial as well. The wording should be harsher and more provocative. He paused, his gaze returning to the photo of the accident scene in the newspaper. Arrange for journalists to continuously follow this matter, keeping an eye on Kowloon bus, the police, and municipal updates. Send a few people specifically to interview the injured and the families of the deceased, and connect them all together. I want this incident to ferment until every corner of the streets is filled with curses against Lei Kuan, and everyone is boycotting Kowloon bus. On the other end, Wang Mingyuan fell silent for a second. Then his voice became exceptionally serious. Understood, Lei Shun. I will personally oversee this matter. Lei Guanlin lifted her head from his embrace, her big eyes reflecting his image. Lei Zhaorong lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Soon. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself, yet also to her. It will be soon. On May 2nd, Sunday. The morning light of Deepwater Bay streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, casting shimmering reflections on the sea surface. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin stayed cocooned on the sofa. Guanlin curled up in his arms, flipping through a fashion magazine, stealing glances at him from time to time, before contentedly retreating back. Lei Zhaorong held her close, resting his eyes. This Sunday was just perfectly tranquil. Yet some people were destined to be deprived of this peace. An emergency mediation meeting regarding the Kowloon bus took place in a municipal conference room near Nathan Road. The room was packed with the families of the victims, the air thick and stifling, mingled with the sense of disinfectant sweat and tears. Some had reddened eyes, some clenched their fists, while others held onto photographs of the deceased. Lei Zhaorong sat at the other end of the long table, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, an expression of impatience etched on his face. His subordinate was arguing with the family representatives, voices growing louder. Brake failure is a mechanical fault, an act of God, and Kowloon bus has no legal obligation to compensate. You are shirking responsibility. My father died on your bus. That's the law. We can only provide appropriate compensation based on humanitarian. The two sides were locked in a heated argument. The noise roused Lei Zhaorong, causing him to fidget more and more with deepening furrows on his brow. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table. Enough. He mimicked Lei Kun's usual manner, waving his hand imperiously. Aren't you just trying to get more money? Fine, I'll give you an extra 20%. Is that acceptable? His tone was dismissive, as if shooing away a group of beggars. Take the money and leave quickly. Don't be a nuisance here. If not, you won't get a single cent. The conference room fell suddenly silent. That silence sent chills down spines. A woman in plain clothes pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. If not, you won't get a single cent. The conference room fell suddenly silent. That silence sent chills down spines. A woman in plain clothes pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, each word tearing from her throat. I don't want money. I want my husband's life back. After she finished speaking, she seemed to be drained of energy, collapsing to the ground in a fit of sobs. Her cries ignited a fuse, instantly setting the entire room ablaze. Return my father's life. You are all a bunch of capitalists who trample on human lives. A middle-aged man with red eyes surged forward. Return my daughter's life. She was still in the prime of her life. An elderly woman with graying hair trembled, pointing at Lei Zhaorong with a voice that quivered almost out of tune. What good is it to compensate no matter how much you offer? If you want to compensate, then offer your own life. At that moment, everyone's emotions erupted completely. The crowd surged forward, cries and curses blending into a wave crashing towards Lei Zhaorong. A thought flashed through his mind. What father said seemed off, but it was just a moment. Fear and arrogance swiftly swallowed that thought. Father said to just handle it casually and compensate to settle matters, but why did these people seem like they wanted to eat him alive? The municipal officials and police personnel, seeing the situation escalate, quickly formed a human wall to separate both sides. Yet their eyes were also filled with disdain. This representative from Kowloon bus was truly foolish beyond measure. The municipal official said, everyone please calm down, and this won't solve the problem. How about we each take a step back? As the crowd seemed to be slightly appeased, a voice suddenly rang out from the corner. You are all covering for each other. You all want to shield these capitalists. The speaker was a family member of an injured person. Eyes reddened. If we don't get a satisfactory answer today, this won't. The previously quelled anger was reignited. The crowd surged forward again, the human wall teetering on the brink of collapse. Lei Zhaorong shrank in the corner, his legs weak, wishing he could flee immediately. But they were surrounded in the innermost part with only that wobbling human wall in front. Just as the conflict was about to spiral out of control, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A team of fully armed riot police poured in. The shields crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull sound that completely separated the crowd from the people of Kowloon bus. An angry family member slammed his fists on the shield, twice the metal echoing dully. He knew there would be no. He abruptly turned around and shouted at everyone, friends and family of the deceased. These officials and police are determined to protect those from Kowloon bus today. There will be no resolution here. His voice echoed in the conference room. Let's go outside. We cannot resolve things here. We will find a place that can. The municipal official's face changed, drastically squeezing through the human wall to shout loudly. Everyone please calm down. I understand your feelings. But this won't solve the problem. It's better to sit down and discuss properly. Calm down. A voice cut him off, directly filled with uncontrollable anger. How can we calm down? My husband is still in the hospital, barely clinging to life. How can we calm down? The woman's voice trembled. You are determined to cover up today. We have no way out. What the previous brother said is right. If we can't resolve it here, we'll find a place that can. Tomorrow we will march to the governor's mansion to petition. Yes, march. Petition. To the governor's mansion? Let's go tomorrow. The responses came one after another. The riot police stood motionless with their shields like an emotionless wall. The family members began to exit the conference room in an orderly fashion, each casting a hateful glance at Lei Zhaorong before leaving. No one noticed the two inconspicuous figures at the edge of the crowd. They were quietly documenting everything with their cameras and notebooks in the corner. Every angry expression, every heart-rending accusation, and Lei Zhaorong's pale face as he shrank against the wall. The sound of the shutter click reverberated, and the pen tip flew rapidly across the paper. The two exchanged a glance, excitement evident on their faces. They were reporters from the Shanjiang Daily. Lei Zhaorong had arranged for Wang Mingyuan to prepare in advance according to the system's message. They captured every detail from start to finish, leaving no stone unturned. On May 3rd, a Monday, at 8 in the morning, the families of the deceased gathered on Nathan Road as scheduled. Some held banners with white backgrounds and black text that read, "Severe punishment for Kowloon bus," and "Return my loved one's life." Some held photographs of the deceased, the person in the photo smiling gently, while the holder's eyes brimmed with tears. Everyone clutched a copy of the Shanjiang Daily, the ink on the front page headlines still wet. The procession began to move. The person at the forefront unfolded the newspaper and read the editorial aloud. Kowloon bus treats human lives as if they are mere grass. Their vehicles are old and poorly maintained, and management is virtually non-existent. The voice echoed on the morning streets. After he finished reading a segment, the person beside him immediately took over. 3 dead, 55 injured. This is not just an accident, but a man-made disaster. One after another, the editorial was recited repeatedly. At every street the procession passed, employees of the Shanjiang Daily were handing out newspapers for free. Citizens received the papers, reading the headlines and editorials. Some fell silent, some shook their heads, and some clenched their fists. A middle-aged man finished reading the newspaper and quietly walked into the march. A young mother pushing a stroller stopped, glancing at the banner and then at the photo in the newspaper, her eyes reddening as she joined in. Two workers just off the night shift exchanged glances, discarded their cigarette butts, and joined the procession. Lei family mansion. Lei Kowloon sat on the sofa clutching today's Shanjiang Daily. On the front page, the photo showed Lei Zhaorong huddled in the corner, his face as pale as a ghost. His hand trembled. The number of marchers grew like a snowball. From the initial dozens, it swelled to hundreds, then thousands. Uniformed police were on motorcycles flanking the procession, looking tense but powerless. Their orders were to maintain order, not to disperse. Boycott Kowloon bus. Return my justice. The slogans rose higher and higher, echoing from Nathan Road to every street on Hong Kong Island. HSBC trading room. Lei Zhaorong sat in the command seat, the stock ticker for Kowloon bus flashing on the screen before him. Manager Chen stood beside him holding the latest data report. Lei Sheng, the report from the Shanjiang Daily has spread widely today. The march is moving towards the governor's mansion and the number of participants is still increasing. He paused, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. From the analysis, Kowloon bus stock price will certainly fluctuate dramatically once it opens. We currently hold short positions of 25 million shares, close to 30% of the circulating stock. As long as we sell at the opening, combined with the media frenzy, panic selling will quickly follow. Lei Zhaorong picked up his teacup, his gaze fixed on the still number on the screen. Kowloon bus yesterday's closing price was $14.40. The corners of his mouth slowly pulled into a smile. Start right at the opening, hit them hard. His voice was calm, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. The teacup was gently placed back on the table, producing a crisp sound. Let the storm be even more ferocious. Manager Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:23. 7 minutes until the market opened. On May 3rd, a Monday. In the HSBC trading room. In the final minute before the market opened, the tension in the air was taut like a bowstring. The operators took their positions, fingers hovering above the keyboards, waiting for the command. Manager Chen hurriedly walked up to Lei Zhaorong and lowered his voice. Lei Sheng, I just received a few messages. He flipped open the notebook in his hand, speaking rapidly. The marching army has grown from the initial dozens to thousands, sweeping through the streets and paralyzing everything in their path. The numbers are still increasing. He lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with suppressed excitement. But the Lei family hasn't reacted at all, letting the situation escalate. The city officials are already panicking. Governor McLeod has just received the news and is furious. He's set to resign next month, and the Lei family's actions at this critical moment have enraged him. Lei Zhaorong lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. Manager Chen took a deep breath, lowering his voice even further. Lei Sheng, the current situation is even more favorable than we anticipated. I suggest we go all in right away. He paused, his gaze fixed intensely on Lei Zhaorong. There's no need to phase the sell-off as we discussed before. In this situation, if we strike hard, Kowloon bus will have no chance to recover. We can maximize our profits. If the Lei family tries to intervene, well, buy back a portion and continue to sell. The trading room fell silent. A smile slowly crept onto Lei Zhaorong's lips. Good. We'll do it your way. Go all in. He picked up his teacup, his gaze drifting to the window, a hint of amusement in his tone. I wonder what expression Lei Kun. It must be quite spectacular. Lei Kun's expression was indeed quite spectacular. However, it was not what Lei Zhaorong expected. Outside the side door of the High Court, a dark prison van was parked by the roadside. Two police officers escorted a young man in prison garb out through the side door. The young man had disheveled hair and sunken eyes, the shackles on his feet dragging across the concrete, making a jarring sound. Lei Zhaofu. He desperately twisted his head, screaming hoarsely at the crowd behind. Dad. Save me. I don't want to go to Chizhu. Lei Kowloon stood outside the caution tape, gripping the iron railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Tears rolled down his aged cheeks, soaking his collar. Zhaofu. His voice was hoarse and trembling. Dad will find a way. Don't worry, you won't be inside for too long. Lei Zhaofu was pushed into the prison van, turning back for one last look, his eyes red, his voice filled with despair. Dad, hurry up. Come save me. The iron door of the prison van slammed shut. Lei Kowloon's hands remained tightly gripping the railing, his knuckles almost embedding into it. Lei Zhaofu stood beside him, wiping away tears while Lei Zhaorong was absent. He had gone to oversee Kowloon bus. In the distance, a man with a camera pressed the shutter. Click. This scene of a loving father and son farewell at the execution ground was captured on film. The photographer nodded in satisfaction. Excellent composition, good lighting, and even better emotion. Tomorrow's front page illustration is secured. In a private trading room, Guodeshing sat on the sofa, holding a cup of pure tea, steam curling upwards. Several reports were spread out on the table, the screen flashing with Kowloon bus stock price. Traders kept entering to report. Guosheng. A massive sell order just came in. The stock price is at 14.6, 14.5, 14.3. Guosheng. The parade has crossed the sea and is gathering at Victoria Harbor, waiting for the rest of the groups to join. Guosheng. 10 minutes ago, Governor McLeod was furious, saying, Lei Kowloon wants to make things difficult for me before I resign, then I'll make things difficult for him before I step down. The governor's office has appointed a commissioner to thoroughly investigate all major assets under Lei Kowloon, including Kowloon bus, Kowloon construction, and Golden Princess cinemas. Guodeshing paused slightly with the teacup in hand. On the screen, Kowloon bus stock price continued to drop. He was silent for a moment, then slowly sighed. For the first time, a hint of emotion appeared on his usually calm face. Truly formidable young people. He set down his teacup, his gaze falling on a copy of the Xinjiang Daily beside him. The headline was still wet with ink, a work of Lei Zhaorong. Looking at his profile, previously unremarkable, he only began to shine after being cast out of his family. He must have been hiding his talents before. Guo Dixing's voice was low almost to himself. The rise of the Xinjiang Daily is a clear indication. Now he is using this newspaper to lay out his plans, advancing step by step. The Xinjiang Daily in his hands is like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and striking. He paused, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His skill in guiding public opinion is quite impressive. He stood up and walked towards the trading platform. The 71-year-old man sat upright, but his voice suddenly turned sharp. All the stocks of Kowloon bus we hold were acquired from the market. He paused, speaking deliberately. Sell it all. The trader was taken aback. Guosheng, that's 11.5%. Sell. Guo Dixing picked up his teacup again, his tone returning to its usual indifference. This young man's style of doing things isn't bad. Let's lend a hand. At the headquarters of Kowloon bus, in the general manager's office, Lei Zhaorong sat with his legs crossed in his father's chair, holding a cup of coffee. Today his father went to see the third brother, so he was in charge here. Early in the morning, a staff member came to report. Young Master Lei, there are reports that the relatives started the march from Nathan Road yesterday towards the central governor's office. Should we think of a way? Lei Zhaorong didn't even lift his eyelids. A bunch of commoners, just a few dozen people, what waves can they make? They want to go to the governor's office as if ordinary people can go there. What a pipe dream. Ignore them. He flipped a page of the newspaper. Suddenly his expression darkened, and he jabbed his finger forcefully on a photo in the paper. It was a photo from yesterday's mediation meeting. He was huddled in a corner, his face pale, his mouth twisted into an ugly arc. This Xinjiang Daily is really too much. He slammed the coffee cup down on the table, the brown liquid splattering. They actually took a candid shot yesterday, making me look like this. They seriously damaged my image. This must be accounted for. His eyes turned cold, his voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. Lei Zhaorong, you undoubtedly have a path to your demise. A person who should be struggling to survive in the mud now dares to challenge me. I must make sure Dad tramples him down. He leaned back in his chair, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When the time comes to trample him, he will have to obediently hand over the Xinjiang Daily. Just then an assistant hurriedly pushed the door open, looking grave. Young Master Lei, the stock market. Kowloon bus stock price is fluctuating significantly. It has already dropped by 1.5, and there is a trend of continued decline. Should we take action? If it keeps dropping without intervention, it will cause panic in the stock market. Lei Zhaorong put down the newspaper, unusually serious, nodding. You're right. Quickly gather funds to halt the down. Otherwise I won't be able to explain it to Dad when he returns. He waved his hand, raised the funds immediately. 5 minutes later the assistant returned. Young Master Lei, I have gathered all the liquid funds totaling 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Should we start bottom fishing now? Lei Zhaorong nodded. All right, immediately bottom fish. We must stop the downward trend and then gradually raise it. The assistant took his orders and left. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, leisurely picking up his coffee cup. He flipped through the Xinjiang Daily, occasionally cursing at Lei Zhaorong's photo. 20 minutes later, the office door was suddenly flung open. The assistant stumbled in, his face as white as a sheet. Young Master Lei. It's bad. Lei Zhaorong's hand holding the coffee shook. What's wrong? Speak slowly. Our 80 million. Invested in the stock market, not even a splash of water, it's all gone. The stock price is still falling. Lei Zhaorong spat out a mouthful of coffee, splattering the table. He jumped up abruptly, the chair toppling over with a thud. What did you say? Say it again. His voice turned sharp. That's 80 million. Impossible. Absolutely. The assistant was almost in tears. Young Master Lei, it's absolutely true. There were too many sell orders, and 80 million was simply not enough. The stock price is still dropping, already below $11. Lei Zhaorong collapsed back into his chair, his eyes vacant, his lips trembling. What do we do now? His voice was weak, as if all strength had been drained. Have you notified Dad? I've contacted him, but can't reach him. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lei Xing should be going to see the third young master, so we can only keep calling Lei Sheng's car phone. The signal there is poor. I've already sent someone to find him. Do we still have funds? Can we manage an emergency? The assistant shook his head with difficulty. The 80 million was all the cash we could mobilize. Young Master Lei, if you want more funds, you'll have to take out a loan from the bank. Lei Zhaorong closed his eyes, the color drained from his face. In the HSBC trading room, Manager Chen's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Lei Sheng, our 25 million shares have all been sold. The current stock price is 11.5, average price at 12.6, having dropped over $3. He flipped a page of the record, his speech growing faster. Just now a large order appeared in the market, close to 17 million shares. Then it seems there was another fund trying to bottom fish, but it didn't hold long before being breached, and the stock price continued to plummet. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing deeper. That large order, could it be from Guosheng? Not many can directly sell that amount. If it is, then it becomes even more interesting. He shook his head, a hint of mockery in his tone. It seems the Lei family is also in play. However, this method is so crude it's unlikely to be Lei Kuan. It's probably my older brother Lei Zhaorong, who has no real ability and only knows how to pose. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing the foam. 80 million gone in 20 minutes. Truly fitting of his stand. Victoria Harbor. The marching army has crossed the sea, completing their assembly on the island side. Thousands stand together, banners with black letters on white fluttering in the wind. Some held photos of the deceased, others clutched today's Xianzhang Daily, and everyone's eyes were red. Let's go. The procession began to move towards Garden Road. With less than 2 kilometers to go to Upper Albert Road, the governor's office. At this speed, the march will reach the gates of the governor's office within 40 minutes. In the governor's office, McLeod sat behind a large desk. 2 thick files were spread out on the desk. The left file contained detailed information about Lei Kuan and all his properties. Zhaorong Bus, Zhaorong Construction, Golden Princess, Cinemas, a thick stack almost piled up like a small mountain. The right file contained only a few thin pages. Name Lei Zhaorong. Former identity, second son of the Lei Group, expelled by Lei Kuan, severed ties. Current identity, owner of the Xianzhang Daily, independent investor. McLeod's gaze lingered on the 4 characters Xianzhang Daily for a moment. He had read each front-page headline from the past few days. His gaze shifted from the thick documents on Lei Kuan to the thin few pages on the right. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, creating a dull rhythm. He was set to resign next month. At this critical juncture, Lei Kuan had created such a huge mess for him. Thousands marching, the entire city's traffic paralyzed public opinion in an uproar. His expression was so dark it seemed to drip water. Since you, Lei Kuan, do not wish for me to have a comfortable time before next month, then you should not expect to be comfortable either. He raised his head, instructing the secretary standing beside him, go spread a message. Zhaorong Bus is shirking responsibility in handling the aftermath for the victims causing social unrest. The Hong Kong government will conduct a thorough investigation into all of the Lei family's properties with severe consequences. The secretary quickly took notes and then turned to leave. McLeod leaned back in his chair, his gaze again falling on the thin file on the right. In that photo, Lei Zhaorong's eyes were calm, yet sharp like a knife that had not yet fully drawn from its sheath. His fingers continued to tap unconsciously on the table. In the HSBC trading room, on the screen, Zhaorong Bus stock price jumped to $8. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup, the curve of his lips deepening. Not enough. There is still 1 hour left until the market closes. At the headquarters of Zhaorong Bus in the general manager's office, Lei Zhaorong stared intently at the stock price trend chart on the screen, his fingers unconsciously scratching marks on the table. The stock price of Zhaorong Bus was approaching $10, sinking like a corpse bound with stones. A thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. First, let's get a bank loan, he suddenly shouted, startling the assistant beside him. It cannot drop below $10. We must hold it at this position. 5 minutes later, the assistant hurried back, looking quite grim. Young Master Lei, the bank has responded. Given our current collateral and credit situation, we can only borrow a maximum of 40 million Hong Kong dollars. He paused. Do we need to borrow it? Lei Zhaorong gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching. Borrow. In the HSBC trading room, Manager Chen stood beside Lei Zhaorong, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Young Master Lei, today is going very smoothly. At this rate, the stock price of Zhaorong Bus is likely to fall below $10 today. Just as Lei Zhaorong was about to speak, a trader hurried over. Young Master Lei, we just detected a flow of funds entering Zhaorong Bus, seemingly to prop it up. The position is near $10, and there are signs of price stabilization. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the screen. 10 minutes passed, and the stock price indeed stabilized around $10. Now let's absorb some. His voice calm, 1 to 2 million shares. 10 minutes later, Manager Chun returned to report. Young Master Lei, we have absorbed 2 million shares at an average price of $10.01. The other side is now attempting to raise the stock price, which has reached $10.05. Since earlier, they have likely consumed nearly 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong's lips curled into a faint smile. Good. Then let's dump all the 2 million shares we just absorbed. Manager Chin's eyes lit up excitedly, rubbing his hands together, and turned to execute the order. At the headquarters of Zhaorong Bus, Lei Zhaorong sat in Lei Kun's chair, crossing his legs, and wearing a smile of someone who had survived a disaster. On the screen, the stock price of Zhaorong Bus stabilized around $10, and even began to rise slowly. Haha, he laughed heartily, pointing at the screen, and saying to the assistant, look, it has finally stabilized. Now let's raise the stock price a bit more, and show those short sellers our strength. The assistant hesitated for a moment, but still advised, Young Master Lei, artificially raising the stock price requires a lot of money. Think twice. Lei Zhaorong waved his hand, impatiently pointing at the numbers slowly rising on the screen. Look, the stock price is gradually increasing, proving it has stabilized. What's the problem with raising it a bit more? Go ahead. A few minutes later, the stock price climbed to $10.05. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, a smug expression on his face. I told you it could be raised. The office door was suddenly pushed open, slamming against the wall with a muffled thud. Lei Zhaorong frowned in displeasure at first, then his expression quickly changed to a smile as he stood up from his chair. "Daddy, you're back." His voice was full of the desire for praise. "It was quite risky today. Our Kowloon bus stock price plummeted, but fortunately, I acted decisively and stabilized it." He slightly lifted his chin as if to say, "Praise me." Lei Zhaorong said nothing. The assistant quickly stepped forward, handing him a report, and then silently retreating to the corner, wishing he could embed himself into the wall. Lei Zhaorong looked down at the report, flipping through the pages one by one. His expression grew increasingly grim. Lei Zhaorong completely failed to notice his father's changing expressions and continued to chatter for praise. "Daddy, look, the stock price has stabilized. Aren't I impressive? Those short sellers must not have expected." Slap. A loud slap struck Lei Zhaorong. His glasses flew off, crashing to the ground with one lens shattered. The office fell into a deathly silence. The assistant huddled in the corner, wishing he could meld into the wall. Lei Zhaorong's hand remained suspended in midair, trembling slightly. The only sound was the lens rolling on the floor, clattering until it came to a stop in the corner. Lei Zhaorong was completely stunned, covering his face as he stared blankly at Lei Zhaorong. After a long while, he came to his senses, bent down to pick up his glasses, missing a lens, and awkwardly adjusted the crooked frame. "Daddy, wasn't it already stabilized?" His voice carried a hint of grievance and confusion. "Why did you hit me?" Lei Zhaorong opened his mouth about to speak. The office door burst open again, and a subordinate rushed in, pale-faced. "Young Master Lei, it's bad. Kowloon bus has fallen below $10, and it's continuing to drop." Lei Zhaorong spun around abruptly, his eyes nearly popping out. "What? Impossible. It was clearly stabilized earlier." He rushed to the screen, staring intently at the flickering numbers. $10, $9.90, $9.80. His hands began to tremble. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the numbers still plummeting on the screen, then at the report in his hand. 80 million in liquid funds plus 40 million in bank loans, totaling 120 million, all gone. He let out a long sigh, waved his hand to dismiss everyone. The office door closed gently. Lei Zhaorong sat heavily in his chair, feeling as if his spine had been pulled out. On the screen, the stock price of Kowloon bus continued to drop. The Hong Kong stock market closed. In the HSBC trading room, manager Chun held the final settlement report, his voice filled with excitement. "Young Master Lei, the closing price of Kowloon bus is $9.44. Today's drop is a full $5. He closed the report and sincerely said, "Congratulations, young Master Lei. You are one step closer to acquiring Kowloon bus." Lei Zhaorong nodded, his tone calm and sincere. "I also want to thank you for your help." He paused, then shifted the topic. "Manager Chun, please help me schedule a meeting with Senior Shinbai. I wonder if he is free." Manager Chun was taken aback for a moment. Senior Shinbai of HSBC is not someone you can meet just because you want to. But he did not ask more and turned to make the call. 2 minutes later, he returned to report, "Young Master Lei, Senior Shinbai is free now. Please follow me." They walked through several corridors and arrived at the door of an ancient and heavy office. Manager Chin stopped, gestured for Lei Zhaorong to enter by himself, then turned and left. Lei Zhaorong raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." He pushed the door open. A silver-haired foreign man sat in a wide executive chair, his gaze fixed on him. Those sharp and composed eyes carried the calmness forged from decades in the financial battlefield. Lei Zhaorong stood at the door, respectfully speaking, "Senior Shinbai, hello. I have admired you for a long time." Shinbai sized him up, then burst into hearty laughter. Having seen countless people, he could naturally tell. This young man spoke these words with genuine sincerity, devoid of any flattery. "Sit." He pointed to the chair opposite. Lei Zhaorong thanked him and took a seat. His gaze casually swept over the corner of Shinbai's desk. A group photo. Shinbai and Bao Yugong stood shoulder to shoulder in front of a cargo ship, shaking hands. The photo was a bit old, but had been cleaned well. Shinbai got straight to the point. "I've heard that you wanted to see me. I wonder what it's about." Lei Zhaorong knew that people from country-wide generally preferred straightforwardness and did not beat around the bush. "What do you think of me, Senior Shinbai?" Shinbai raised an eyebrow slightly. This question was indeed unexpected. He leaned back in his chair, pondered seriously, and then slowly spoke. "I have been paying attention to you for a while. You can say that you are a prodigy." His tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet every word was weighty. "I have reviewed your trading records at HSBC. Since the first time you walked into this building until now, you have not had a single failed investment. You are the most talented and prudent investor I have ever seen." He paused, his gaze falling on Lei Zhaorong's face. "The success of Shangjiang Daily also proves your unique vision and long-term perspective. You are indeed a highly talented individual." Lei Zhaorong sat up straight, listening earnestly, then humbly nodded. "Thank you for your recognition, Senior. It is my honor to receive your praise." He lifted his head, his sincere gaze meeting Shunbai's. "My admiration for you is indeed heartfelt. One of my favorite things you've said is, the future of Hong Kong lies in Chinese entrepreneurs. That's why you supported Mr. Li Jiaqing and Mr. Bao Yugong." Upon hearing someone praise his most proud achievements, Shinbai's smile deepened, and he laughed heartily once more. Once the laughter subsided, Lei Zhaorong continued, "Since you believe I have great potential, I wonder if you would be interested in investing in me." Shin Bi's smile gradually faded. He looked at Lei Zhaorong and fell silent. The office was quiet enough to hear the faint sound of a foghorn from Victoria Harbor outside. After a long while, Shin Bi's demeanor returned to its usual composure. "Yes." His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "I have a high regard for your potential. Investing in you will definitely not lead to loss. Perhaps investing in you will be my proudest investment of a lifetime." He clasped his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward. "Tell me, how can I help you?" Lei Zhaorong felt a sense of relief wash over him, his joy evident on his face. "Thank you for your support, Senior. You are aware of the situation with Kowloon Bus, I believe. I am currently working on suppressing the stock price of Kowloon Bus with the ultimate goal of fully acquiring it. I need your support." Shinbai pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Your cash flow is approximately over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. This shorting of Kowloon Bus will yield a profit of about 150 to 200 million. For the final acquisition, you will likely need an additional 1 to 200 million in funds." He raised his head, calmly gazing at Lei Zhaorong. "This amount can be lent to you." Upon hearing this figure, Lei Zhaorong's anxious heart finally settled. He stood up and bowed earnestly. "Thank you for your support, Senior. This will surely be your proudest investment in this lifetime." Shinbai laughed heartily, waving his hand for him to sit down. Then, as if recalling something, he leaned slightly forward, his tone taking on a hint of significance. "Since you have decided to invest in me, let me share one more piece of news with you." He paused. "The news just received. Governor Mac Lehos has faced public protests of thousands due to Lei Kun's inaction. Although the demonstrators merely sat in front of the governor's residence to petition, this matter has already reached London. Mac Lehos will resign next month. This incident is a stain on his political career. He is extremely angry and has decided to fully suppress Lei Kun before leaving office." As Lei Zhaorong left Shin Bi's office, his steps were as light as if he were walking on clouds. With Mac Lehos's intervention, Lei Kun would not escape unscathed this time. He drove back to Repulse Bay. Pushing open the door at home, Guanlin had already been waiting in the living room for a long. Seeing him enter, Guanlin rushed over like a little wife, bending down to help him change his shoes and tiptoeing to. Then she linked her arm with his and pulled him down onto the sofa. Her big eyes were filled with eagerness. "How did it go?" Lei Zhaorong looked at her anxious expression and couldn't help but laugh. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his tone firm yet gentle. "No problem. Everything went smoothly." He leaned down close to her ear, speaking softly like a gentle breeze. "Just wait to call me husband." Guanlin's face turned red, and she pushed him away, turning her head with a haughty hum. "I haven't agreed yet." But the curve of her lips, which she couldn't hide, had already betrayed her. 3 days later, on May 6th, Thursday, at 10 in the morning at the government house, Lei Zhaorong sat across from Mai Lihao, feeling a slight chill running down his spine. The first words spoken by Mai Lihao made cold sweat break out from Lei Zhaorong's spine. "Young man, have you been using me as a pawn these past few days? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" 3 days prior, after receiving news from Shun by that Mai Lihao intended to suppress Lei Kun, Lei Zhaorong immediately called Wang Mingyuan. At that moment, Wang Mingyuan's voice was filled with disbelief. How could a straightforward business matter suddenly turn into a political issue? Yet Wang Mingyuan still executed Lei Zhaorong's plan strictly. The Shanjiang Daily kept stoking the flames. Front page headlines, special editorial sections, interviews with the victims' families, a retrospective on the Kowloon bus past accidents, and records of the Lei family's industry violations. Day after day, it overwhelmed the public. If this were in later years, it would surely be a reality show with soaring ratings. The newspaper subtly hinted at the message that the governor is very angry and the consequences are severe. Those who initially wished to observe sensed the smell of danger and quickly abandoned their thoughts. As expected, informed sources quickly confirmed that Governor Mai Lihao indeed let it be known that before stepping down, he would comprehensively suppress Lei Kun and his enterprises. With the push from the Shanjiang Daily, the news spread rapidly throughout Hong Kong. The stock price of Kowloon bus plummeted even faster. Moreover, Lei Zhaorong's two foolish maneuvers, 80 million in liquid funds combined with 40 million in bank loans, throwing 120 million into the stock market without even a ripple, directly severed Lei Kun's financial chain. Lei Kun wanted to seek another bank loan, but not only did the bank refuse to lend, they pressed him for repayment instead. He considered borrowing from loan sharks, but that was a bottomless pit, merely a thought. Thus he watched helplessly as the stock price of Kowloon bus approached rock bottom. Lei Kun was in a panic and his hair turned gray significantly in just a few days. He was left with only over 40% of the Kowloon bus stock stuck at a high price, unable to move. Under Lei Zhaorong's direction, Wang Mingyuan managed to accurately capture the first-hand news every time. The journalists wrote with a flourish and sharpness, embellishing every detail vividly. The stock price of Kowloon bus kept falling and the number of panicked people grew. Some people saw no hope for a stock price rebound and directly cut their losses. No further funds dared to come forward to support them. Under the barrage of various negative news, the stock price of Kowloon bus had already dropped to over $4. Lei Zhaorong first had manager Chun redeem the borrowed short-sold stocks. This round of redemption earned Lei Zhaorong nearly 150 million, and then he began to slowly accumulate shares. Using multiple accounts to operate separately with each account holding no more than 5% of the shares, there was no need for public disclosure. My Lei's suppression was also taking effect. Various municipal departments repeatedly visited Lei Kun's enterprises, checking fire safety, tax compliance, environmental protection, and labor. Each inspection left Lei Kun feeling overwhelmed. No one dared to plead for Lei Kun, and no officials were willing to show leniency. Without the support of banks, no businessman dared to extend a helping hand. At this moment, Lei Kun found himself trapped in a dire situation, more severe than when the Shanjiang Daily had launched its Fulan assault. Thus, Lei Zhaorong spent over 200 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire 48% of Kowloon bus shares. A small percentage of shares remained on the market while the rest were stuck in Lei Kun's hands at a high price. When he received the call inviting him from my Lihao today, Lei Zhaorong was also somewhat bewildered. He had no connection with the governor, but with such an invitation, there was no reason to decline. As soon as he sat down, he was startled by my Lei's words, which made him break into a cold sweat. Lei Zhaorong forced a smile, steadied himself, and said, "Your Excellency Governor, I believe you are aware of my situation. From the moment I was expelled from the Lei family, my thoughts have been focused on how to take revenge. Now that the opportunity is before me, I cannot let it slip away." He paused, his tone sincere, but not submissive. "As for what you referred to as using you as a pawn, that may be a bit of an exaggeration. At most, I was merely going with the flow." He raised his head, meeting my Lei's gaze calmly. "Your Excellency Governor, every report in the Shanjiang Daily is factual. You wouldn't deny this, would you?" My Lihao fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "If there were any false information, I would have long since shut down the Shanjiang Daily, and I wouldn't have called you here." His fingers lightly tapped on the table twice, and then he shifted the conversation. "Shenbai told me he has high hopes for you. He has only a few years before retirement and wants to make one last investment before then. He said you might become his most valued investment." My Lihao leaned slightly forward, his gaze becoming serious. "Young man, I want to make a deal with you." Lei Zhaorong was taken aback. He hadn't expected the topic to shift so quickly. "Please, Your Excellency Governor, go on." My Lei's voice was low and solemn. "This recent protest incident has cast a stain on my political career. I am quite uncomfortable. Next month I will be stepping down, and I must find a way to turn the situation around." He looked into Lei Zhaorong's eyes. "And your Shanjiang Daily is the only one with a chance to help me achieve that." Lei Zhaorong did not respond immediately. He remained silent for a few seconds before asking, "What are the terms of the exchange?" A hint of a smile appeared on my Lei's lips. "Talking to a smart person is indeed effortless. I will pressure Lei Kun to sell all his Kowloon bus shares to you at a low price. What do you say?" Lei Zhaorong did not agree immediately. He pondered for a moment before speaking again. "What extent does Your Excellency Governor wish to achieve?" My Lihao leaned back in his chair, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue, but more so determination. "The protest incident has already happened and is irreversible. But I need to do my utmost to restore my reputation and the support of the public. As for how to do this, you know better than I do." Lei Zhaorong pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right. Thank you for your support, Your Excellency Governor." He paused and added, "Before I formally acquire Kowloon bus, I hope Your Excellency Governor can ensure that Lei Kun fully resolves the issues concerning the victims. Family members' consolation, compensation, and place public apology. None of these can be overlooked." My Lihao waved his hand. "Of course." With my Lei's support, Lei Zhaorong instructed manager Chun to continue acquiring shares of Kowloon bus at a low price. My Lihao also cooperatively exerted pressure on Lei Kun. In these days, Lei Kun felt that the family business he had built was on the verge of collapse. Municipal officials, police, tax authorities, and fire safety officials from all departments swarmed between his various enterprises like rotating lanterns. No one gave him a good face, and no one was willing to be accommodating. Just when Lei Kun was at his most desperate, the governor's office sent someone to deliver a message. "Complete 2 tasks, and the Lei group will be spared." The messenger's expression was impassive, and his tone was indisputable. Lei Kun, like a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood, quickly agreed. "The first task: resolve all issues with the families of the victims within a day. Once resolved, we can discuss the second task." Lei Kun took the initiative. He visited each family, apologizing one by one. He doubled the compensation and promised to cover all medical expenses for the injured, and publicly apologized. Those family members who initially wanted to tear him apart, upon seeing him gradually calmed down when he truly bowed his head and showed sincerity. Within a day, Lei Kun resolved all issues concerning the families of the victims. He let out a slight sigh of relief, waiting for the second task. The second task soon arrived: sell all his Kowloon bus shares at the current market price. Lei Kun remained silent for a long time. Kowloon bus had never been a heart's desire for him. After taking over, he only knew how to continuously withdraw cash flow, never updating the vehicles, merely patching them up to maintain. Selling the over 40% of Kowloon bus shares now would lead to devastating losses, but at least it could revive the family's other businesses. He agreed. On the morning of May 7th, at the Peninsula Hotel, in a private meeting room, When Lei Zhaorong entered with all relevant documents and share certificates for Kowloon bus, several officials from the governor's office were already waiting in the meeting room. They expressionlessly gestured for Lei Zhaorong to sit down and informed him that the buyer had not yet arrived. Lei Zhaorong placed the documents on the table, crossing his hands over his knees, waiting silently. He did not know who the buyer was, but anyone who could have the governor's office personally arrange this transaction must not be an ordinary person. Soon the door to the meeting room was pushed open. Two impeccably dressed men walked in. The man in front was tall and composed, wearing a faint smile. Following him was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase, Manager Chun. The moment Lei Zhaorong saw the visitors, he froze. A scene flashed through his mind. Months ago in the hall of the Lei family mansion. He sat at the head of the table looking at Lei Zhaorong, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "From this day forward you are no longer a member of the Lei family." His pupils constricted sharply, the blood drained from his face only to be replaced by a flush of anger. His voice was almost a roar. But in the next second his expression shifted from anger to bewilderment, and from bewilderment to disbelief. "So it's you." Lei Zhaorong sat down across the conference table, his smile gentle and appropriate. He looked at Lei Zhaorong as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "Mr. Lei, long time no see." Inside the conference room of the Peninsula Hotel, the transaction was completed even more smoothly than Lei Zhaorong had anticipated. Under the full supervision of the officials from the governor's office, Lei Zhaorong had no possibility of backing out. With trembling fingers, he signed his name on the equity transfer agreement. Each stroke felt like cutting into his own flesh. The 43 shares of Zhaorong bus, valued at a total of 200 million Hong Kong dollars at the current market price, were all transferred to Lei Zhaorong. This 200 million Hong Kong dollars was exactly what Shunbai had instructed HSBC to lend to Lei Zhaorong. Manager Chun meticulously checked each document, confirming that the equity transfer procedures were complete, then nodded to Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong put all the stock materials and the transfer agreement into his briefcase and looked up at Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong had already stood up and was walking towards the door of the conference room. His back was much more hunched than a few days ago, and there were more silver strands in his hair. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing, pushed the door open and disappeared into the corridor. Lei Zhaorong watched the door slowly close, unsure if Lei Zhaorong regretted it now. An official from the governor's office stepped forward, his tone polite, but with a hint of warning. "Mr. Lei, please keep the deal with the governor in mind." Lei Zhaorong withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I began preparations yesterday." The headline of today's Xinjiang Daily was, "The governor sternly urges Lei Zhaorong personally visits the families of the victims to apologize and provide double compensation." The accompanying image showed Lei Zhaorong bowing, handing a thick envelope to an elderly woman. The elderly woman's eyes were red, but the anger on her face had mostly dissipated. There were also a few other photos of Lei Zhaorong bowing and apologizing at the homes of other victims. The report detailed how Governor McLaughlin sternly urged Lei Zhaorong to apologize and provide double compensation to each family. Every detail was vividly sketched by the reporter's pen. How Lei Zhaorong lowered his head, how the compensation amount was doubled, and how the victims' families gradually moved from anger to acceptance. These were all guided by Lei Zhaorong for the interviews. The reporters of Xinjiang Daily visited every household of the victims, revealing the governor's backing. Only then did those families realize. No wonder Lei Zhaorong personally came to bow and apologize. No wonder the compensation amount was doubled. No wonder he was willing to meet the various demands of the families. It turned out that it wasn't Lei Zhaorong's awakening of conscience, it was the governor standing behind them. At once these families were filled with immense gratitude towards the governor. They gladly accepted interviews from Xinjiang Daily, sincerely praising the governor. Some said, "The governor is our people's true protector." Others said, "If it weren't for the governor, my daughter's life would have been in vain." And some said, "Governor McLaughlin is a good official who truly cares for the citizens of Xinjiang City." These heartfelt words, along with the photos, were published in the most prominent position of Xinjiang Daily. In the following period, Lei Zhaorong also arranged for Wang Mingyuan to compile a series of policies favorable to the development of Xinjiang that McLaughlin had implemented since taking office. The establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, the Public Housing Plan, 9 years of free education, new town development, and underground railway construction. Each accomplishment was repeatedly reported, accompanied by interviews with citizens and expert comments, stirring up a wave of gratitude and reluctance towards this soon-to departing governor across Hong Kong. Lei Zhaorong closed the newspaper and walked into the doors of HSBC. Inside Shinbis' office, the silver-haired boss was waiting with coffee. After entering, Lei Zhaorong did not sit down, but bowed solemnly. "Thank you for your support. The equity transfer of Zhaorong bus has been fully completed." Shinbai set down his coffee cup, waved his hand, but the smile on his face was unmistakable. "You were able to take over Zhaorong bus because of your own capability. I was merely adding a finishing touch." He paused. "What are your plans next?" Lei Zhaorong straightened up, his gaze firm. "First, let Zhaorong bus go private, then completely renovate it." Exiting Shin Bis office, Lei Zhaorong instructed Manager Chun to handle the delisting procedures for Kowloon Bus. Thus, Kowloon Bus transformed from a publicly traded company into a wholly owned private enterprise of Lei Zhaorong. He had finally reclaimed the first asset of the Lei family. The delisting process would take time, but Lei Zhaorong did not want to wait. He drove directly to the headquarters of Kowloon Bus, located in Lichi Kok. The building was not new with some peeling paint on the exterior, but it occupied a large area, and the attached parking lot was filled with hundreds of buses lined up closely. At the entrance, all the middle and senior management personnel of Kowloon Bus were already lined up waiting. The man standing at the front was in his 50s with graying hair, a lean figure, but standing straight. Luo Yongfa, the general manager of Kowloon Bus. Lei Zhaorong had an impression of this person. Luo Yongfa was an old man who had worked alongside Lei Zhaorong's grandfather and had been with Kowloon Bus for decades, loyal to the old Lei. However, he did not get along with Lei Kuan, because after Lei Kuan took over, he only knew to keep extracting cash flow from Kowloon Bus, neglecting to update vehicles, merely patching them up to maintain the status quo. Luo Yongfa had repeatedly advised, but was scolded back by Lei Kuan and later was simply marginalized. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Luo Yongfa quickly stepped forward to personally open the car door for Lei Zhaorong. Mr. Lei, welcome. Lei Zhaorong got out of the car, shook hands with Luo Yongfa, his attitude polite and respectful. Manager Luo, I've long admired you. I will rely on you a lot in the future. Luo Yongfa was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes became a bit misty. Having worked at Kowloon Bus for most of his life, Lei Kuan had never given him a good face. This new boss, however, seemed to be an understanding person. He let out a slight sigh of relief and led Lei Zhaorong. In the conference room, Luo Yongfa reported in detail about Kowloon Bus, the total number of vehicles, route distribution, average daily passenger flow, revenue status, and staffing. Lei Zhaorong listened quietly, not interrupting. After the report ended, he directly asked, Manager Luo, what is the most urgent issue Kowloon Bus needs to address right now? Luo Yongfa thought for a moment and replied earnestly, 2 things. First, gradually purchase new vehicles to update the fleet. Many of the vehicles currently on the road are barely holding up. The bus on line 70 that had the accident was due to an aging and poorly maintained braking system. His tone grew heavy. Second, restore public confidence in Kowloon Bus. This accident has caused a massive uproar, and it can be said to be a fatal blow to us. Now many citizens are afraid to board Kowloon Bus, preferring to wait for several buses from other companies. Lei Zhaorong nodded, not rushing to respond, but continued to ask, how many vehicles does Kowloon Bus need to update? What is the number of the first batch that urgently needs replacement? Luo Yongfa replied without hesitation, we currently have a total of 100 buses, including 1050 double-decker buses and 150 single-decker buses. Out of the double-decker buses, 600 need to be replaced, with 230 being the most urgent in the first batch. The first batch of single-decker buses that urgently need replacement is 30. What about the vehicle models and prices? The double-decker buses are mainly Danish Dragons, costing about 680 Hong Kong dollars for a 12-meter 3-axle bus, and about 580 Hong Kong dollars for a 9-meter 2-axle bus. The single-decker buses use Toyota coasters, costing around 680 Hong Kong dollars each. Luo Yongfa quickly calculated, replacing all 260 vehicles in the first batch will require about 17 million Hong Kong dollars. He paused, adding with a bitter tone, however, Kowloon Bus almost has no money left on its books, drained completely by Lei Kuan. Lei Zhaorong did not hesitate at all. Go to HSBC to loan 30 million first. You can find Manager Chen at HSBC, he will arrange it. Luo Yongfa was stunned for a moment, then a warm wave surged in his heart. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Lei Zhaorong continued, take the 17 million to replace the new vehicles. Do not let any of the problematic vehicles go back on the road, not even one. The remaining 13 million will be for daily operating funds. Understood, Mr. Lei. I will take care of it right away. Luo Yongfa's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Lei Zhaorong shifted the topic. What about the second issue? How do you plan to solve it? Luo Yongfa hesitated for a moment. This requires gradually building up our reputation. The fastest way would be to use your Xiangjiang Daily to promote and guide public opinion positively. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lei Zhaorong a bit nervously. Lei Zhaorong thought for a moment and shook his head. That's not enough. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. First, tell me how Kowloon Bus operating mechanism works now. Although Luo Yongfa was confused, he carefully explained the existing operating mechanism in detail. From fare area division to the workflow of drivers and ticket sellers, and then to the route scheduling method, he covered everything. After Lei Zhaorong listened attentively, he nodded. To completely clear the name, gradually replacing the old vehicles is only the first step. The second step is to improve the software as well. He called for pen and paper, saying, you take notes. First, all vehicles must adhere to strict speed limits. Double-decker buses must not exceed 40 km per hour, and single-decker buses must not exceed 45 km per hour. As long as we control the speed, even if something goes wrong, the loss won't be too great. Luo Yongfa nodded, quickly jotting it down. Second, drivers and ticket sellers must provide good service. Polite language is necessary, and they should treat passengers courteously. Anyone who fails to meet this standard will receive a warning the first time and will be directly dismissed the second time. Luo Yongfa nodded again. Third, abolish the area-based fare and implement a unified fare. Passengers will pay $2 regardless of how far they travel. Luo Yongfa's pen suddenly paused, and he stood up excitedly. Currently, passengers crossing more than 3 districts account for over 30, and their fares are $3 to $4. If we change it all to $2, just this part of the passengers will mean a daily shortfall of at least 3 to 400,000. That's over 10 million a month. Mr. Lei, if you do this, Kowloon bus revenue will decrease significantly. Think it through. Lei Zhaorong reached out, patting Luo Yongfa's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. Once Luo Yongfa was settled again, Lei Zhaorong spoke slowly. How much can you earn from tickets? He looked into Luo Yongfa's eyes. You know Xinjiang Daily, right? Luo Yongfa was taken aback for a moment, instinctively answering, yes, Mr. Lei, you single-handedly revived it and made it the #1 newspaper in Xinjiang. Lei Zhaorong smiled slightly. Xinjiang Daily was essentially a free newspaper. Free things are the most expensive. Just relying on advertisements, we currently earn 26,000 Hong Kong dollars every day. He leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming serious. Kowloon bus can adopt the same thinking. Luo Yongfa was completely calm at this moment. Indeed, Mr. Lei was recognized as a business genius, having single-handedly transformed the near-bankrupt Xinjiang Daily into the #1 in Hong Kong. His vision was certainly beyond anything he could compare. He straightened up his attitude, becoming humble and focused. Mr. Lei, what specifically should we do? Lei Zhaorong was pleased with Luo Yongfa's change in attitude. He drew a simple diagram on the paper and began to explain in detail. Currently, Kowloon bus serves about 2 million passengers daily. Based on a $2 fare, that's a fixed income of 4 million Hong Kong dollars. After unifying the fare, it will be simpler and more convenient. Passengers only need to prepare $2 and change to board without having to calculate the area difference in fares. His pen moved to the lower part of the diagram. The lower deck of the double-decker buses can be slightly modified. In the future, ticket sellers will stop selling tickets and instead sell goods. We will set up small convenient shelves in the bus where small daily necessities, ready-to-eat foods, and drinks can be sold. Passengers can easily buy a bottle of water or a pack of tissues while waiting at red lights. Luo Yongfa's eyes lit up. Lei Zhaorong's pen continued to move on the paper. Kowloon bus has over 200 stations, and each station can have a small convenience store similar to a 7-Eleven. The stations themselves are places where people gather, so those waiting for buses will naturally go in to buy something. His pace of speech was not hurried, but every word struck Luo Yongfa's heart like a hammer. Think about it, we have a total of 180 routes, over 200 stations, and each station is a terminal sales point. This kind of terminal sales network covers every corner of Hong Kong. How much can we earn? Luo Yongfa's breathing became rapid. Lei Zhaorong did not stop, continuing. Then there's advertising. This will be the real big money. Forget about the fragmented small ads on the bus. We will plan everything uniformly. Each bus will have 3 standard advertising spaces on the left side, right side, and rear. The interior of the bus will also have standardized advertising spaces. The exterior walls of the station convenience stores will also serve as advertising spaces. He put down his pen and looked at Luo Yongfa. At that time, just like Xinjiang Daily, we will directly hold advertising bidding meetings. Do you think the income will be low? Luo Yongfa's voice trembled slightly. It won't be low. Absolutely not. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his tone firm. The key is the flow of people. With a daily passenger flow of 2 million, this figure is significant. Advertisers will be scrambling to get in. Now do you understand? Luo Yongfa did not answer immediately. He stared blankly at the diagram on the paper, memories of decades in the industry surging in his mind. Those passengers getting on and off the bus every day, those crowds he had long taken for granted were not costs, but assets. So, buses can be operated like this. His voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. Then he stood up and bowed deeply to Lei Zhaorong. Mr. Lei, only under your leadership can Kowloon bus truly develop and grow. Lei Zhaorong chuckled and also stood up. That is a must. He walked to the window, looking at the rows of worn-out buses in the parking lot below, then suddenly turned back. Notify everyone to increase salaries by 20%. Luo Yongfa was stunned. Then his eyes turned completely red. Yes, Mr. Lei. At the shallow water bay villa, when Lei Zhaorong opened the door to his home, Guanlin had already been waiting in the living room for a long time. She fluttered towards him like a butterfly, standing on tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Lei Zhaorong's neck and giving him a long, warm kiss. Then she took his hand and pressed him down to sit on the sofa beside her, her big eyes filled with eager light. How did Lei Zhaorong naturally knew what she was asking? He didn't keep her in suspense, pulling her into his arms, resting his chin on her head, his voice deep and firm. Kowloon bus has been completely secured. From today it is mine. He tightened his arms and whispered in her ear, you can start preparing for the wedding. Guanlin lifted her head from his embrace, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. She giggled and leaned in again, kissing his lips. Lei Zhaorong closed his eyes, feeling the warmth and softness in his arms. Yet another image flashed in his mind, the tall building of Julong Jinya standing in Tsimsha Sui. Next. On May 8th, Saturday. The morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line upon the bedroom floor. Lei Zhaorong opened his eyes, his arms cradling the still sleeping Guanlin. She curled up like a little kitten, breathing evenly and softly, her long eyelashes fluttering occasionally. The two had discussed late into the night and finally decided, next Saturday, May 15th, to meet Guanlin's parents. Guanlin had anxiously nestled in his arms, her voice muffled. I'm afraid they will see me as a commodity. My mother only sees money. Last time she asked me how much I earned for the role and immediately told me to take more jobs. Lei Zhaorong understood her concerns. He gently ran his fingers through her hair and simply said 3 words, I will handle everything. Guanlin did not say more, burying her face in his chest and nodding vigorously. Lei Zhaorong gently withdrew his arm from under Guanlin's head without waking her. Putting on a robe, he stepped onto the balcony where the sea breeze brought a salty, fishy scent. He habitually opened the system, and the main news was pushed out on time. A silver message caught his eye. On May 8th, news of Mrs. Thatcher's upcoming visit to China broke. The future of 97 remains uncertain and panic spreads in the market. From May 10th to May 14th, the price of gold rebounded strongly from $420 per ounce to $465 per ounce, an increase of over 10. The corners of Lei Zhaorong's mouth curled slightly. He would never miss such an opportunity. In the morning, he drove straight to Deepwater Bay. In the living room of the Guo family mansion, 71-year-old Guo Dushing sat on the sofa, holding a cup of pure tea. Upon seeing Lei Zhaorong enter, a hint of a smile appeared on the old man's face. Mr. Guo. Lei Zhaorong sat down opposite him, his posture respectful, but not servile. I came specifically to thank you for the matters regarding the Kowloon bus. Your 11.5 share helped tremendously. Guo Dushing waved his hand, took a sip of tea, his tone flat, yet laced with a hint of appreciation. It's your own ability. I merely went with the flow. If Lei Kuan's son was even slightly competent, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. The two chatted for a while, the conversation extending from Kowloon bus to Sun Hung Kai, from real estate to the stock. Guo Dushing spoke little, but each word carried weight. Lei Zhaorong listened attentively, occasionally interjecting a sentence or two that always hit the mark. When it was time to say goodbye, Guo Dushing unexpectedly escorted him to the door. Come by often when you have time. Lei Zhaorong nodded in agreement. After leaving Deepwater Bay, he headed straight to HSBC. Manager Chen was already waiting in the trading room. Mr. Lei, any instructions? Mortgage the villa in Shallow Water Bay and the commercial building in Wan Chai for a loan of 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong's tone was calm and resolute. Go long on gold on Monday. Manager Chen did not ask why. He had learned long ago that what Mr. Lei said was never wrong. After completing the loan procedures, Lei Zhaorong went to the Hong Kong Daily. In Wang Minjuan's office, the note saying 3500 is just the beginning was still stuck on the door, its corners slightly curled. Mr. Lei. Wang Mingyuan poured him a cup of tea and sat down opposite. Now that the foundation of the newspaper is stable, can we start to expand gradually? I've looked at a few printing houses and newspapers. The prices are all decent. Lei Zhaorong picked up the teacup and shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. He looked into Wang Minjuan's eyes. In the coming months, the market will undergo significant changes. At that time, there will be plenty of bargains everywhere for us to choose from. For now, let's accumulate capital and solidify our foundation a bit more. Wang Mingyuan trusted Lei Zhaorong's judgment deeply. He immediately nodded. Understood, Mr. Lei. During this time, I will focus my energy on consolidating the foundation, saving every penny possible. After leaving the newspaper, Lei Zhaorong visited Zhang Qinggang's home. Zhang Qinggang's mother had been discharged from the hospital and was resting at home. Upon seeing Lei Zhaorong enter, the old lady struggled to sit up from the bed, but Lei Zhaorong quickly stepped forward to press her back down. Auntie, please lie down. Well, don't get up. The old lattice eyes were red, her frail hands tightly gripping Lei Zhaorong's wrist, her voice trembling. Mr. Lei Qinggang has already told me. Without your 1 million, I would have long lost this old body. You are a great benefactor to our Zhang family. Zhang Qinggang stood aside, his eyes also slightly red. He said nothing, only deeply bowing to Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong patted the old lattice hand gently, his tone warm and sincere. Auntie, please take care of your health. Don't think about anything else. If there's anything you need, just let Qinggang tell me. During this time, the changes in Kowloon bus were visibly apparent. The Hong Kong Daily had been reporting on Kowloon bus Rebirth for several days in full-page sections. The front page featured the 5 reforms announced on the day of the acquisition by Lei Zhaorong, updating vehicles, speed limits, courteous service, uniform ticket prices, and convenience stores at stops. The inner pages contained journalists' first-hand accounts accompanied by large photos. The brand new Dennis Dragon buses parked at the Lai Chi Kok terminus, their bodies gleaming under the sunlight, drivers in new uniforms with name tags and employee numbers. The lower seating area of the bus converted into a convenience shelf neatly stocked with bottled water, tissues, bread, and gum. Citizens noticed that the old clanking buses were disappearing one after another, replaced by quiet and smooth. Drivers no longer slammed the accelerator and brake. When stopping at a station, they would actively ask, "Hello, please hold on to the handrail as you board." Conductors no longer wore stern expressions but stood by the modified shelves smiling and asking passengers if they wanted to buy a bottle of water. When the bus arrived at a stop, they would loudly announce the station name to remind passengers to get off. What surprised citizens the most was the ticket price. No matter how far the ride, it was just $2 to board. Simple, direct, no need to calculate regional price differences. Convenience stores at the bus stops also gradually opened. The blue and white sign read, Bailey Convenience Store, small but clean and bright, selling newspapers, magazines, drinks, snacks, umbrellas, and tissues, similar to 7-Eleven, but with slightly cheaper prices. Luo Yongfa seemed like a changed person. In his 50s, he arrived at the headquarters the earliest and left the latest. He personally inspected the new vehicles and closely monitored driver training, checking the renovation progress of the convenience stores at each station. Though the wrinkles on his face hadn't diminished, the vitality in his eyes was like that of a different person from half a month ago. Mr. Lei, the second batch of 100 new vehicles will arrive at the port next week. He reported to Lei Zhaorong over the phone, his voice full of spirit. The large convenience stores at the 3 hub stations will open by the end of the month. Additionally, I've already had the planning department work on the advertising bidding plan, and we can have a draft ready next week. Good news also came from the garment factory. Lu Mintao's voice on the phone was filled with suppressed excitement. Mr. The orders are completed. 15 days ahead of schedule. Today the MS people came for inspection. I showed them the finished products and randomly checked 300 pieces, all passed. They signed the acceptance form on the spot. Lei Zhaorong nodded, his tone calm, but approving. Well done. When will the final payment arrive? It will be credited on Monday. Lu Mintao paused, hesitating to ask Mr. Lei. The MS people asked if we could take more orders, saying the price can be negotiated. Let's not take any for now. Lei Zhaorong's response was without hesitation. He'll come to the factory on Monday and well set the future development route. Before hanging up, he added, keep an eye on the matter I asked you to pay attention to before. Lu Mintao immediately replied, understood, Mr. Lei. I've been asking around in Italy and France. Lei Zhaorong had long thought this through. The garment factory couldn't always be a contract manufacturer, it had to take the brand route. Having a proprietary brand is fundamental. Start with one and then make it more specific later. But just having a proprietary brand is not enough. To be high-end, we must have foreign brands to rely on. Those once glorious, now declining classic brands from Italy and France are the best targets to go after. It doesn't matter if I can't design, I can describe the direction and let professional designers implement it. Having seen so many blockbuster products in my past life, just a few concepts would be enough to overshadow most brands on the market today. Plus, participating in fashion weeks will gradually build up fame. As time flowed like water, it was soon May 15th, a Saturday. At the Peninsula Hotel, a private room. Lei Zhaorong arrived early with Guanlin. Guanlin sat in the chair, tightly clutching the strap of her handbag, her knuckles turning a bit pale. Her gaze was fixed on the door of the private room, her lips pressed into a line. She had no idea what kind of trouble her parents would stir up today. Lei Zhaorong reached out to pull her into his embrace, resting his chin on her head, his voice low and gentle. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I am here. Guanlin buried her face in his chest, taking a deep breath. The familiar, reassuring scent filled her nostrils, and her tense shoulders finally began to relax. This week, Lei Zhaorong's gold operations had come to a perfect conclusion. On Monday, he invested the 30 million Hong Kong dollars obtained from mortgaging the villa and commercial building, using a tenfold leverage to go long on gold. From 420 to 465, a 10% increase under leverage turned into astonishing profits. After closing the position and deducting interest and handling fees, the net profit was 32 million Hong Kong dollars. The bank loan had been repaid and the mortgage on the villa and commercial building had been lifted. The Hong Kong daily media operations regarding Governor Mac Lihos had not ceased. Performance reviews, citizen interviews, expert comments, a series of positive reports helped Mac Lihos shake off the gloom of the initial turmoil, appearing radiant. He knew that this time it would not only greatly reduce the negative impact of the protests, but also add a beautiful ending to his performance record. The transformation of Kowloon bus was also steadily progressing. The Bailey convenience sales points within the buses officially commenced operations, receiving better responses than expected. The signs for Bailey convenience store gradually lit up at over 200 stations, the blue and white lights becoming a new landscape on the streets of Hong Kong. Citizens discovered that while waiting for the bus, they could grab a copy of the Hong Kong Daily, buy a bottle of drink, and even purchase umbrellas and tissues at prices slightly cheaper than those at street-side stores. Everything was proceeding as planned. Lei Zhaorong was contemplating the future brand strategy for the garment factory when the door to the private room was pushed open. Guan Shan and Zhang Bingqian walked in one after the other. Guan Shan was dressed in a slightly worn suit, the button at his collar unfastened, his expression somewhat reserved. Zhang Bingqian wore a vividly colored outfit with 2 shiny earrings dangling from her ears. Her gaze scanned the room from the moment she entered, as if estimating something. Lei Zhaorong stood up to courteously invite them to sit down. Before Guanshan could speak, Zhang Bingxian had already plopped down into a chair, crossing her legs and staring directly at Lei Zhaorong. Her voice was not loud, but each word was like a knife. If you want to marry my daughter, first bring 30 million. Guanlin's grip on her handbag tightened suddenly. Then a hand covered her hand. Warm, dry, steady. It was Lei Zhaorong's hand. On May 15th, Saturday. Inside a private room of the Peninsula Hotel, Guanlin sat in a chair, her body trembling slightly. Her fingers tightly gripped Lei Zhaorong's hand, knuckles white like a drowning person clinging to the last piece of driftwood. She never expected her mother to so openly treat her like a commodity. 30 million a price, as if bidding it. Her father sat beside her, saying not a word, and at that moment she felt even more disappointment and despair towards her parents. She felt abandoned. Only the man beside her, who had a similar experience, was her lifelong support. Lei Zhaorong held Guanlin's hand, his palm warm and dry. He lifted his head, his calm gaze landing on Zhang Bingqian's face, his voice steady and unhurried. Ms. Zhang, in what capacity are you demanding this 30 million? As Guanlin's mother or as a businessman? Zhang Bingqian was momentarily taken aback. She did not expect this young man to be unaffected by her imposing presence, instead throwing the question back at her. But she quickly regained her domineering posture, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Regardless of the capacity, 30 million is non-negotiable. Lei Zhaorong glanced at her for 2 seconds, then leaned back against the chair, his tone casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Then you may leave. We are not getting married. Guanlin and I will live together for the rest of our lives. Our feelings cannot be bound by a piece of paper, so it does not matter whether we have that paper or not. His voice was not loud, yet each word drove deep into the air of the private room like nails. She understands my intentions, and I know what she thinks. You cannot separate us. Zhang Bingqian's expression changed. Lei Zhaorong did not give her a chance to speak, and continued, furthermore, have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a mother? After your divorce, you took Guanlin's younger brother to the United States. Have you cared for her even for a single day? His voice remained calm, but a thin layer of sharpness crept in. You are nothing but a parasitic leech sucking off Guanlin. Zhang Bingqian's face turned crimson as she trembled, pointing her finger at Lei Zhaorong. You. She roared in exasperation. I do not allow you to be together. Lei Zhaorong laughed. It was not a laugh of anger, nor was it mocking. He genuinely found it amusing. Do you have any say in this? His gaze shifted from Zhang Bingqian to Guanlin. The sharp light in his eyes instantly softened, replaced by a gentle certainty. Guanlin is a living person. Can you really restrict her? If it comes to it, she can just pretend she has no parents. I will not discriminate against her. Instead, I will cherish her even more. He turned his head and smiled at Guanlin. I do not have parents either. Guanlin and I are destined to be together. Guanlin lifted her head, gazing into Lei Zhaorong's eyes. The light in his eyes was like the calm and vast surface of a bay in the morning. She gripped his hand tighter, a smile slowly curving her lips. Natural and reassuring, like a ship that has finally found its harbor. Zhang Bingqian watched the two exchange glances as if no one else existed, and her anger flared even more. She wanted to roar, to throw things, to exert her mother's authority as she had before, but she realized she had no confidence. She was merely Guanlin's biological mother. Deep down she knew she had never cared for Guanlin, even once during all these years. When she called, it was always about one thing: money. Guanlin was her cash cow, easy to harvest. Now that this cash cow was about to fly away, she certainly wanted to score one last big hit. Her lips moved, her voice softening, tinged with reluctance and hesitation. So what do you suggest? Lei Zhaorong withdrew his gaze and looked back at Zhang Bingqian. His tone had not changed, calm, as if discussing a very ordinary business matter. I will marry Guanlin. We will not give you any money. Zhang Bingqian suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Impossible. I do not agree. Lei Zhaorong picked up his teacup, gently blowing at the foam before taking a sip. He then set the cup down, his voice not loud, yet it silenced the entire room. I am not seeking your opinion. I am notifying you. He looked into Zhang Bingqian's eyes, enunciating each word. Guanlin's life does not require your meddling. Zhang Bingqian's face turned as ugly as raw liver. She wanted to retort, but her mouth opened several times without sound. Lei Zhaorong did not stop. In the future, Guanlin will not give you a single cent. Her money will be our joint property. There is no way she will give anything to you, a parasite who only knows how to take. Zhang Bingqian completely lost her composure. What did you say? Her voice was sharp enough to pierce the walls of the private room. No, I do not agree. Lei Zhaorong picked up his teacup again and took another sip. He then set it down and repeated the same sentence with the same tone and pace. I am not seeking your opinion. I am notifying you. His voice carried no emotional fluctuation, like a still surface of water. If you have objections, you can file a complaint or take legal action. I will face it all. Guanlin tightened her grip, her lips slightly parted, wanting to speak. Lei Zhaorong's gaze swept over, gently shaking his head. Guanlin froze for a moment, then understood something, lowering her head, imitating her father Guanshan's demeanor, remaining silent. Suddenly the sound of crying filled the room. Zhang Bingqian was hunched over the table, her shoulders shaking violently, tears ruining her makeup, creating a comical sight with patches of black and red. Guanshan sat beside her, still silent. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, quietly watching her cry. Guanlin kept her head down, her hand still tightly gripping Lei Zhaorong's. The crying gradually subsided. Zhang Bingxian lifted her head, hastily wiping her face with a tissue, her voice hoarse and weak. So what do you suggest? Guanlin is still my daughter. I am her mother. Lei Zhaorong's expression suddenly turned cold. How dare you claim to be her mother? His voice was low, but each word pierced like an ice pick. Where were you when she was 13, earning money on her own? When she was pretending to comply with those who had ulterior motives against her, where were you? When she was nearly deceived for money and sex a while ago, where were you? The air in the private room felt as if it had been sucked away. You only know how to ask her for money. Aside from money, what else do you care about? Lei Zhaorong's gaze was like a knife cutting into Zhang Bingqian's face. You have another child, yet you only care for the younger one. When have you ever cared for her? 80% of her earnings over the years have been taken by you. What have you done for her? His body leaned slightly forward, his voice lowered to a level only the few at the table could hear. If you are not a parasite, then what are you? Guanlin lowered her head, her shoulders trembling gently. Her eyes were filled with tears, yet her lips curved upwards. It was a complex expression, an exposed wound that hurt, but finally someone voiced the words she had never. Her hand gripped Lei Zhaorong's tightly, her nails nearly digging into his hand. Zhang Bingqian's face turned beet red from what was being said. Tears had washed away the remnants of her makeup, leaving her face streaked with black and red. Coupled with her now cowering posture, it looked absurd. She no longer had the imposing air she had when she first entered, resembling a peacock stripped of its feathers, shrinking in her chair, her voice weak as a mosquito's buzz. So what do you suggest I do? What will happen when I grow old? Lei Zhaorong leaned back against the chair, his tone reverting to its usual calmness. When you grow old, we will talk then. Guanshan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse, carrying the marks of time's wear. He looked at Lei Zhaorong, his gaze reflecting a complex emotion, shame, resignation, and a hint of barely perceptible relief. You are Lei Zhaorong, right? I will call you Arong. He paused, taking a deep breath. I am Guanlin's father, Guanshan. You are right, I have also failed her over the years. Guanlin's shoulders stiffened slightly. She did not look up, but the hand holding Lei Zhaorong's moved gently, not tightening, but loosening a bit. His gaze shifted to Guanlin, lingering for a moment before returning to Lei Zhaorong. You can decide your own merit. I agree. He turned his head, signaling to Zhang Bingqian. Do not blame it, Qian. She just wants a bit more security. Zhang Bingqian seemed to have grasped the lifeline, nodding eagerly. Yes, I just want a bit more security. Guanshan looked back at Lei Zhaorong, his tone cautious. What are your plans moving forward? Guanlin's hand finally stopped trembling. Lei Zhaorong distinctly felt that delicate hand transitioning from tense to soft, the warmth gradually reaching him. He turned his head, exchanging a glance with Guanlin, then looked back at Guanshan and Zhang Bingqian. It is imperative that Guanlin and I marry. My voice remains calm, but there is an added warmth in my tone. Actually, I do not want to be too harsh. I am just very angry. You gave birth to Guanlin, but did not care for her. I hope you will make amends for your mistakes in the future. Do not continue to harm her in the same way as before. The private room fell silent for a few seconds. Lei Zhaorong spoke again, his tone turning, as if discussing a business deal. Calm, clear, and straightforward. Guanlin suddenly looked up, staring at Lei Zhaorong. Her lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with surprise. This was something he had never mentioned to her before. He looked at Guanshan and Zhang Bingqian, laying his cards on the table one by one. I can offer you shares, but these shares cannot be given without reason. You have been in this industry for so many years with your own resources and connections. I need you to use those connections. He leaned back against the chair, picking up the now cool teacup, his tone flat, yet undeniable. In the future, you will receive direct dividends. No more being parasites. He set the teacup down, his gaze shifting from Guanshan's face to Zhang Bingqian's. Without direct financial interests in the family, things will be more harmonious. The private room was quiet for a few seconds. Guanlin lifted her head, speaking for the first time. Her voice was soft, but steady. Dad, Mom. What Arong said is exactly what I wanted to say. She paused. This is my last chance for you to decide my affairs. Returning from the Peninsula Hotel, it was already 9 in the evening. Guanlin had not spoken a word along the way, merely holding onto Lei Zhaorong's arm tightly, as if afraid he might run away. As they entered the Qianshui Bay Villa, before she could even change her shoes, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him forcefully. It was not the usual light peck. It was a kiss filled with intensity and abandon. Lei Zhaorong was pushed back a half step by her force's back. Guanlin's fingers tangled in his hair, while her other hand gripped his shirt collar tightly, like a drowning person clutching onto the shore. She kissed him without any finesse, urgently and forcefully, her teeth grazing his lips, causing a slight sting, but more warmth. Alan, don't speak. Her voice was muffled and nasally. Lei Zhaorong felt warm liquid fall onto his cheek. He did not speak again, one hand wrapping around her waist while the other cradled the back of her head, pulling her into his embrace. Guanlin's fingers began to fumble with his shirt buttons, her movements frantic and often misaligned. Lei Zhaorong held her hand and looked into her eyes. They were still filled with unshed tears, yet they sparkled brilliantly, like stars after rain. You don't have to do this. Guanlin shook her head, her voice hoarse, but resolute. I want to. Her fingers slipped from his palm, continuing to unbutton his shirt. This time she was much steadier. The rain had stopped, and it was nearing midnight. In the bedroom, only a bedside lamp glowed, casting warm yellow light that projected their shadows on the wall. Guanlin rested her head on Lei Zhaorong's arm, her face buried in his neck, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Her fingers unconsciously traced circles on his chest round after round. Lei Zhaorong turned his head, resting his chin on her forehead. Alan, you don't have to do this. He had said the same thing twice this night. The first time was out of concern, this time it was serious. Guanlin's fingers halted. After a moment, she softly spoke, her voice lower than usual, as if drawn from a deep place. I know. She paused. I am happy today. Really happy. She lifted her face from his neck, gazing at the ceiling, her lips curved, the light in her eyes bright yet calm. You helped me resolve issues that have haunted me for years. Not just the money issue with my mom. She pondered, searching for the right words. It's about knowing that someone will speak on my behalf. Someone will stand in front of me. Someone will believe that I am worth protecting. Her voice was slightly nasally again, but she did not cry. There are no more purely transactional relations at home. There's a little bit of familial affection now. Lei Zhaorong said nothing, merely holding her a bit tighter. Guanlin nestled closer to him like a cat that had finally found its nest, her entire body curled up in his embrace. After a long while, Lei Zhaorong finally spoke. Now your parents have agreed. Is it at the time they chose, or do you have your own thoughts? Guanlin was silent for a few seconds before lifting her head and looking at him earnestly. There was no hesitation in her eyes. I don't know. In the past my parents made the decisions. I did whatever they said. Extend your hand and lightly trace along Lei Zhaorong's brow bone from the beginning to the end, her movements gentle, like sketching a painting. From now on you make the decisions. I will listen to you. You are my heaven. Lei Zhaorong clasped her hand and placed it on his chest, where a steady, strong heartbeat could be felt beneath her palm. Then let's set it for International Children's Day on June 1st. I hope you will always be happy. Guanlin was momentarily stunned, then her eyes curved into crescent moons. She nodded vigorously, her forehead bumping into Lei Zhaorong's chin, and both of them smiled. She buried her face back into Lei Zhaorong's chest, her voice muffled, yet filled with mirth. Okay, June 1st, May 17th, Monday. Lei Zhaorong's car pulled up in front of the Zhenbang garment factory. Lu Mintao was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing the car arrive, he quickly came forward. Lei Sheng. Lei Zhaorong nodded, and they both entered the factory in single file. The machines in the workshop were all turned off, creating an unsettling silence. Workers sat in small groups by their workstations, some staring blankly, others chatting softly, their expressions. It wasn't anger, it was worry. The kind of worry that comes from not knowing if there will be food tomorrow. Someone shouted, Lei Sheng is here. And everyone stood up in unison. The sound of chair legs scraping against the floor filled the air. It quieted for a few seconds. A bolder worker stepped forward. Lei Zhaorong recognized him as the team leader who had led the overtime work last time. His surname seemed to be Li. Lei Sheng, you've come, that's great. He rubbed his hands together, his voice a bit tense, but he still managed to ask, what should we do? There are no orders now, will you? Will you fire us? The entire workshop was so quiet that one could hear their own. Everyone looked at Lei Zhaorong, their eyes reflecting a strangely unified expression. Anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of resigned humility. Lei Zhaorong surveyed these faces. There were middle-aged individuals in their 40s, their calloused hands thick enough to grind wood. There were young female workers in their 20s with bandaged fingers. There were older craftsmen with gray hair, bits of cotton trapped in the wrinkles around their eyes. Just last month, these very people had worked in 3 shifts, completing an order of 100,000 shirts 15 days ahead of schedule. He stepped up onto a nearby step, raising his voice slightly. Everyone listen to me. The air in the workshop felt as if it had been hit by the pause button. I know your worries. I want to make it clear to you that I will not fire you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have raised your salaries by This statement sliced through the tension like a knife. The workers collectively exhaled in relief. Someone softly muttered, thank you, Lei Sheng, while others nodded vigorously. The team leader Li's eyes turned red. He bit his lip hard, holding back tears. Another worker, emboldened, stepped forward. Lei Sheng, what shall we do next? It's not a solution to always halt work. Lei Zhaorong glanced at him and smiled slightly. All right, let me explain. Everyone gather in the center first. He pointed to the empty space in front of him. The workers paused for a moment, then quickly got to work, forming a crooked square in less than 2 minutes. Those who have experience in design or have studied clothing styles stand on the left. He pointed to the left. There was a stir in the line, and a dozen people hesitated before stepping out to stand on the left. There was a commotion in the line. A tall, thin young man hesitated, taking a step to the left before retreating, scratching his head. Ultimately, he stood there. His co-worker whispered something, causing his face to redden, but he did not back down. Those who are articulate and have undergone sales training stand on the right. Another group of people stepped out to stand on the right. Lei Zhaorong glanced over. The numbers in the 3 groups were roughly equal. All right, now you 3 groups form your own teams. Each group should be divided into 5 to 8 smaller teams, and select a leader and deputy leader. Let's start with that. He jumped down from the step, brushed off the dust from his hands, and headed toward the general manager's office with Lu Mintao. Behind them, the buzzing of the workers' discussions began, but soon they started moving, some loudly calling for teams, others volunteering to be team leaders. Lu Mintao closed the office door. The calm he had tried to maintain finally cracking. Lei Shen, what do we do now? Lei Zhaorong sat down in a chair, his tone measured. Don't panic. I came here today to implement these plans. He picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and continued. You saw it outside just now. I divided them into 3 groups, the left for design, the right for sales, and the center for logistics. These 3 areas are the focus for the next phase of development. Lu Mintao nodded, but his face remained tense. I mentioned before that the garment factory needs to transform. We cannot just be a processing factory, it's a dead end, and will eventually get eliminated. If we're going to do it, we need to create our own brand. Lei Zhaorong looked at him. Have you found those brands I asked you to look for? The ones from Italy and France that were once glorious and well-known, but have now declined with some history behind them. I found them. Lu Mintao hurriedly pulled out a thick stack of documents from his drawer and handed them over. Please. Lei Zhaorong took the documents and flipped through them. Walter Albini, a pioneer of Italian ready tower in the 60s, went bankrupt in 73, leaving only the brand and copyrights for a few classic styles. Irene Galitzine, a high-end women's fashion brand from Rome famous for its court style, has been left unattended since the founder passed away last year, essentially an empty shell. He pulled out these 2 documents and placed them on the table. Let's secure these 2 first. They're both empty shells, so the price shouldn't be high. Let's practice with them. Lu Mintao glanced at them and couldn't help but ask what happens after we secure them. Of course we will fill them with brand and history. Lei Zhaorong pointed to the materials, which world-famous brand doesn't have a heap of history. The products may not necessarily be great, but they are indeed expensive. What people buy is the added value. Do you understand? Lu Mintao's expression was somewhat bewildered. Lei Zhaorong did not elaborate further. Some things are better demonstrated than explained. How much capital is left in the garment factory now? Did the final payment for that overseas order come in? It has arrived. Lu Mintao replied with newfound confidence. It just came in this morning, 2 million. Adding the previous balance, that totals more than 3 million. More than 3 million is not enough. Lei Zhaorong did not hesitate. I will transfer another 10 million in. You secure the 2 brands we just discussed. Lu Mintao opened his mouth, clearly taken aback by the 10 million, but he did not ask further, only nodded vigorously. What should I do next? We also need to establish our own brand. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window, looking at the workers who were discussing in groups outside. For the design group we just mentioned, each team should create designs based on a theme. They can also study the styles of world-renowned brands, take inspiration, and then innovate. Remember to register copyrights. He turned around. Our brand will be called Siner Chernua. Focused on women's clothing, we will also change our garment factory to Siner Chernua Fashion. Lu Mintao's lips moved silently, repeating the name twice. Chernua. Chernua. Then he nodded. It sounds nice. Next, let the logistics team find physical stores. We will only rent, not sell. Let the sales team practice their pitches. The processing work can be done by factories in the mainland in the future. What we need to do is design stores and sales. Lu Mintao's eyes brightened more and more, and by the end his entire face was flushed. Understood. Lei Xing, I understand. You also don't need to worry too much about customer sources. Lei Zhaorong walked towards the door. The Shangjiang Daily and Kowloon bus will advertise for Chernua. He opened the door and glanced back at Lu Mintao. Bring the design team to the conference room. I will be waiting there. Lei Zhaorong walked through the corridor leading to the conference room, the sound of his leather shoes tapping rhythmically on the He recalled the images of fashion show venues he had seen in his previous life. He remembered the stunning cuts, color combinations, and fabrics. He thought of those bestsellers that went viral on social media. He could not draw design sketches or understand pattern making, but he had seen more beautiful clothes than any design, as long as he could describe them and let the designers bring them to life. How shocking would those aesthetics from the future be if placed in 1982? He pushed open the door to the conference room, a faint smile playing on his lips. The conference room was packed with people. 50 to 60 individuals sat on the temporarily brought chairs, with some chairs insufficient, causing a few to squeeze together or simply stand against the wall. They all held paper and pens, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation. Lei Zhaorong stood at the front and clapped his hands. Now pay attention, the 8 groups here. The conference room instantly fell silent. I will describe and you will draw the designs. Discussions are allowed. Whichever group draws the best will have this design belong to them. He glanced at everyone, speaking at a steady pace, ensuring clarity in every word. The copyright of the clothing designs belongs to the company. However, your group can enjoy a share of the clothing creation profits. As long as each piece of clothing sold, a corresponding commission can be earned. This should be clear, right? He paused for 2 seconds. Then the entire conference room erupted with excitement. The designers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Someone quietly asked their neighbor, "Is this for real?" while another was already counting on their fingers. A young female designer wearing black-framed glasses even stood up, her mouth opening and closing, then sat back down, her face turning bright red. Lei Zhaorong did not interrupt their discussions. After waiting for about 10 seconds as the voices gradually subsided, he continued, therefore designing more clothing and gaining market recognition is also a way to earn income. He looked at the increasingly bright eyes. All right, let's begin now. He cleared his throat slightly, raised his head, and fixed his gaze on the blank wall, as if looking at something only he could see. The first design, a Greek-style chiffon camisole dress. Fabric silk chiffon. Cut high waist tapering just below the bust. Length ankle length. The straps are thin and crisscrossed. The neckline is designed as a draped neckline, cascading naturally. Initially, colors will be solid white champagne and haze blue. The only sound in the conference room was the rustling of pencils against paper. The female designer with black-framed glasses was the first to start sketching, her fingers moving swiftly, as if flying. The person next to her paused for a moment, then quickly lowered their head, sketching rapidly. By the time Lei Zhaorong finished his description, the female designer had almost completed her draft. She was extremely fond of the clothing in her draft, feeling that no garment in the numerous fashion magazines she had seen could compare to this one, her heart filled with astonishment. At this moment, Lei Zhaorong's voice came again. Next is the second piece, the hourglass jacket, also known as the fitted waist suit. By the time she heard the 10th piece, she had become somewhat numb. What kind of genius could design such outstanding clothing? In one breath, nearly 30 pieces. The conference room was so quiet that only the sound of pencils and suppressed breathing could be heard. All the designers buried their heads, their fingers moving rapidly across the paper. Some had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, some bit their lower lips, and some, having finished one piece, eagerly flipped to the next page. Lei Zhaorong observed everything. The female designer with black-framed glasses was sketching the fastest, her eyes burning with passion. Lei Zhaorong paused. No one looked up. Everyone was sketching like a videotape, fast-forwarding, unable to stop. After waiting for half a minute, he spoke. Finish these sketches first. Each group should at least prepare 2 pieces. Improve upon them, and I will review the results. Only then did the designers slowly raise their heads, their expressions a mix of shock and exhilaration. Some looked at their sketches, then glanced at their neighbors, their eyes filled with disbelief. The female designer with black-framed glasses took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Lei Zhaorong, how did you... Lei Zhaorong did not respond to this question. Among you 8 group leaders, one will become the overall design leader. This will be decided by you yourselves later. Let the works speak for themselves. He walked toward the door, glancing back before opening it. Improve upon them yourself first. The door closed. The conference room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it erupted like a boiling pot. The sounds of pencils, discussions, and turning pages mixed together. Someone raised their drawing and asked their neighbor, "Do you think the curve of my draped neckline is correct?" Someone stood up and loudly asked, "Who drew that hourglass jacket? What was the shoulder width again?" Someone was already tearing up unsatisfactory drafts to start over. The female designer with black-framed glasses kept her head down, her pencil moving so quickly that it left only a blur. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In the factory, Lu Mintao stood beside a serger, his expression not looking good. The machines in the workshop were all stopped, neatly arranged like silent beasts. Flying shuttle looms, sergers, flatlock machines, steam ironing equipment, all dusted with a thin layer of grime. These machines were all in good condition, operating day and night just last month, yet now they sat idle, collecting dust. Lei Zhaorong, what should we do with these machines? Lu Mintao's voice carried a hint of worry. He reached out to touch the surface of a serger, his fingers gathering dust. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the machines in the workshop, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the nice weather. It's simple. Keep what you need. He paused for a moment. Make a document detailing the performance photos and parameters of the excess machines. To find the garment factories on the mainland. Once you confirm which factories we want to collaborate with, just ask them if they want these machines. Lei Zhaorong walked over to a flatlock machine, flicking the flywheel, which turned smoothly. It's a way to offset debts. We need to establish long-term cooperation. Lu Mintao's eyes brightened as he slapped his forehead. Right? How did I not think of that? He quickly pulled out a notebook from his pocket and began jotting down notes. After finishing, he looked up, his frown already significantly diminished. Lei Zhaorong, I've thoroughly researched the 2 brands. The owner of Walter Albini is currently in Milan, and I have contacted them through an intermediary. Their asking price is not high. Irene Galitzine is even cheaper, basically just being given away, mainly needing to take on some legacy debts, but the amount is not large. Go for it. I estimate that the 2 combined can be acquired for a maximum of just over 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Remember to arrange things in the factory. Lei Zhaorong walked out of the workshop, his leather shoes making a steady rhythm on the concrete floor. Once those design garments are ready, they can be directly filled into each brand. For Chinois, Walter Albini, and Irene Galitzine, 3 lines, each with different positioning covering different demographics. Lu Mintao followed behind his back straight. Yes, Lei Zhaorong. I will ensure it is done. When Lei Zhaorong returned to the villa in Repulse Bay, the sky had already darkened. He went directly upstairs into the bedroom, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the sea of knowledge, and the system panel emerged in the darkness. Level 2, 4 brief messages daily, predominantly silver, with 1 golden message each month. Upgrade condition: successfully predict and avoid a major loss, still displayed as incomplete. He frowned. System: isn't the condition to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 to successfully avoid a major loss? His consciousness directly inquired. I took over the garment factory and completed the overseas orders. Isn't that a successful avoidance of a major loss? A line of text appeared on the panel, the silver glow flickering slightly. You merely avoided a loss, not a major one. Lei Zhaorong remained silent for a second. Then what constitutes successfully avoiding a major loss? Your current Chernua apparel, if successfully transformed, will count as successfully avoiding a major loss. In the original timeline, this was a garment factory that would lose its competitiveness due to lower labor costs in the mainland and eventually close down. You are now transforming it, and only if it successfully becomes a clothing brand will it count as truly changing its fate. Lei Zhaorong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It's not about avoiding a loss from an order, but changing the fate of a factory. The fate of a garment factory is to be replaced by competitors with lower costs from the mainland. Originally, the Jinbang garment factory would close after the Zhou family fell, losing orders and facing high costs. By buying the factory, he merely delayed this process. Only by transforming it from a factory relying on others' orders into a clothing company with its own brand and design capabilities can its fate be truly changed. Alright, then let's successfully transform Chernua apparel. He exited the system, opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Footsteps were heard at the door. Guanlin pushed the door open, saw him, lying straight on the bed, eyes wide open, motionless, staring at the ceiling, and was startled. She quickly walked to the bedside, reaching out to touch his forehead. What's wrong with you? Feeling unwell? Lei Zhaorong's hand lifted from his side, grasping her wrist and gently pulling. Guanlin gasped, falling into his embrace, and before she could react, his arms wrapped around her. You. She looked up, seeing the smile in Lei Zhaorong's eyes, realizing she had been tricked. She playfully punched his chest, but her body honestly snuggled closer into his arms, finding a comfortable position. The wedding is prepared at the Peninsula Hotel. What do you think? Upon hearing the word wedding, Guanlin immediately, she turned around in Lei Zhaorong's embrace, propping herself up with her elbows on the bed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Sure, the Peninsula Hotel is great, absolutely perfect. Do you want a Chinese or Western style? Western, Guanlin blurted out without hesitation, then paused, hesitating. But Chinese seems good too. No, I still prefer Western style. I want to wear a wedding dress. One with a long train. Lei Zhaorong smiled. Okay, Western style. The flowers should be white roses and baby's breath. Guests should not be too many. I don't want to invite those I'm not familiar with. The band should be a string quartet. The cake should be 3 tiers. What color for the invitations? Ivory or champagne? Guest list. Who do you want to invite from your side? Lei Zhaorong thought for a moment. Guodesheng Shun by Wang Mingyuan, Zhang Qinggang. Also Lu Mintao and Luo Yongfa. Guanlin noted it down, then looked up, hesitating. What about your family? Lei Zhaorong did not answer. Guanlin waited for a few seconds, lowering her head, drawing a question mark beside that box. The two of them discussed everything piece by piece: the style of the wedding dress, the banquet menu, the guest list, the ceremony time, the songs for the band. Guanlin became increasingly excited, climbing off the bed to find paper and pen, crouching beside Lei Zhaorong to jot down notes quickly. Halfway through, she crossed out and rewrote, biting the pen tip for a long time before solemnly writing down the new plan. By the time everything was basically finalized, the alarm clock on the nightstand pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. Guanlin folded the densely written paper and placed it under the pillow. Then she turned over, resting her face against Lei Zhaorong's shoulder, her voice gentle. You've been very busy lately. I will take care of the wedding details. Just focus on your own matters. The next morning, Lei Zhaorong was awakened by the sound of the system's message notification. He instinctively opened the panel, and then his eyes narrowed. At the top of the 4-message list, a golden message was the golden message. He immediately clicked to expand the details, reading it word by word. After finishing, his brows slightly raised. System. Can a transaction without cash also be a golden message? The system determines whether a message is golden based on value. Any value exceeding 50 million Hong Kong dollars qualifies as a golden message. Lei Zhaorong looked back at that message, the corners of his mouth gradually curving into a smile. On May 18th at 10:33 a.m., a Soviet individual will visit the Hong Kong Daily. The purpose is to seek partners through advertising. He needs to exchange advanced industrial machinery for daily necessities. Soviet individual. Industrial machinery. Daily necessities. He glanced at the clock on the wall. At 8:12 a.m. There are 2 hours and 21 minutes until 10:33 a.m. At 10:30 in the morning, Lei Zhaorong sat in the lounge of the Xianjiang Daily, having already changed his tea twice. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa, his gaze occasionally sweeping towards the door. The sound of knocking echoed. The door was pushed open and Wang Mingyuan entered, leading a tall foreign man. He had blonde hair, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and was dressed in a worn dark gray suit, the cuffs slightly frayed. He stood at the door, scanning the lounge before his gaze finally landed on Lei Zhaorong. Hello, the foreign man spoke. His Mandarin carried an accent, his tone slightly off, but every word was pronounced clearly. Lei Zhaorong stood up and extended his hand. Sir, I am the person in charge of Xianzhang Daily. My name is Lei Zhaorong. May I ask how to address you and what assistance you need? The foreign man grasped his hand, his palm large, fingers thick, and his grip firm. You may call me by my Chinese name Dong Machi. They both took a seat as Wang Mingyuan closed the door and stepped out. Dong Machi wasted no time directly pulling out a piece of paper from his briefcase. The main purpose today is to place an advertisement and seek a long-term partnership with a business. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the paper, which was an advertisement placement application written in traditional Chinese characters with a somewhat stiff handwriting penned in ink. He did not take it, but leaned back against the sofa, his tone casual. If it's about finding a business, it doesn't necessarily need to be in the newspaper. Dong Machi raised his eyes. Our newspaper is acquainted with many prominent businessmen. If suitable, we can introduce them directly. Dong Machi lifted his gaze. A flicker of something passed through his gray-blue eyes. Not surprise, but scrutiny. Dong Machi fell silent for 2 seconds, then folded the advertisement form and returned it to his briefcase. When he raised his head again, his expression had turned more serious. I have a batch of advanced machine tools that I need to exchange for daily necessities. Any daily necessities of equivalent value will suffice. He spoke straightforwardly, as if engaging in the most ordinary of business transactions. Lei Zhaorong nodded. May I see the list of items you require? Dong Machi pulled out a document from his briefcase and handed it over. Lei Zhaorong took it and flipped through the pages. Flour, rice, cooking oil, sugar, canned goods, cotton, fabric, soap, laundry detergent, batteries, bicycles, sewing machines, radios. The list was dense with several pages of common daily necessities. Each item was marked with specifications and quantities using metric tons and boxes as units. Are there any brand requirements? None. Dong Machi shook his head. As long as the goods are satisfactory. Lei Zhaorong placed the list on the coffee table. May I see the specifications of your machine tools? Dong Machi took out another document thicker than the previous one. The cover was in Russian, but it contained an English translation page. Lei Zhaorong opened it, his eyes scanning the technical parameters and photos. CNC boring and milling center. 4 units. Heavy-duty CNC lathes. 3 units. Precision grinding machines and gear processing equipment. 4 units. Special wire cutting machine tools. 2 units. The machines in the photos looked brand new, some still bearing the protective oil film from the factory. The parameter sheet was filled with dense numbers, precision levels, processing ranges, spindle speeds, and tool magazine capacities. Lei Zhaorong smiled as he closed the document. To be honest, he did not understand these. Terms like spindle speed, positioning accuracy, and tool magazine capacity were just a string of numbers to him. But he did not need to understand. The system's golden message had already provided him the answer, valued at over 50 million Hong Kong dollars. And he had just skimmed through that list of necessities. Flour, rice, oil, sugar, cotton, fabric, soap, all common items. The large suppliers at the Kowloon bus bail convenience store stocked these in their warehouses. Ordinary brands, no-name brands, gathering this batch of goods would be just a matter of making a few phone calls. Mr. Dong Machi. Lei Zhaorong placed the document back on the coffee table, leaning slightly forward. If you trust me, I can become your long-term partner. Dong Machi looked at him silent. I am now the owner of Xianzhang Daily. Lei Zhaorong's tone was neither heavy nor light, as if stating a fact rather than boasting. Kowloon Bus is also my enterprise. The goods you require I can procure quickly. What do you think? Dong Machi's eyebrows twitched. Kowloon Bus. He had done his homework before coming to Hong Kong and knew this company. Hong Kong's largest bus company with a daily passenger flow of 2 million. The young man before him appeared to be only 25 or 26, yet he was already the owner of these 2 enterprises. The key was that he understood the reputation of Xianzhang Daily, otherwise he wouldn't have come knocking. Since the other party had sufficient power and took the initiative to speak, it indeed made no sense to look for others. Furthermore, the background of this batch of machine tools was not something just anyone dared to meddle with. Dong Machi nodded. All right, since Mr. Lei is interested, let's collaborate this once. In Chinese, it's 1 time is a stranger, 2 times is familiar. Your Mandarin is quite good, Mr. Dong Machi. Lei Zhaorong smiled slightly. I've studied for 5 years. Dong Machi also smiled, revealing a row of even teeth. The 2 exchanged contact information and agreed to meet at Kwai Chung Pier No. 4 tomorrow to inspect the machine tools and sign the contract. After sending Dong Machi off, Lei Zhaorong went directly upstairs and pushed open the door to Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan was reviewing the layout drafts. When he saw Lei Zhaorong enter, he put down the red pen in his hand. Lei, has that man left? He has. Lei Zhaorong sat down across from him. I need you to find someone. A local expert in machine tools from Xianzhang, someone who truly understands the field. Tomorrow morning, Kwai Chung Pier No. 4. Wang Mingyuan pondered for a moment, picked up the phone on the table, dialed a few numbers, spoke a few sentences in Cantonese, then dialed another number and spoke a few more sentences. After hanging up, he wrote a name and phone number on a sticky note and passed it over. Found him. His last name is Mai, and he runs a small machinery factory in Kowloon with over 30 years of experience in machine tool maintenance and debugging. He has been invited to lecture at the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Hong Kong. He will meet at Kwai Chung Pier tomorrow morning at 9. Lei Zhaorong took the sticky note, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket. He stood up, patted Wang Minjiwan's shoulder, and left the office. At the Kowloon bus headquarters in Lai Chi Kok, Luo Yongfa's office was on the 6th floor, with windows facing. When Lei Zhaorong pushed the door in, Luo Yongfa was reading a document, his reading glasses perched on his nose. Upon seeing Lei Zhaorong, he immediately took off his glasses and stood up. Lei Zhaorong placed the list of items on his desk. Uncle Luo, I need a favor. This list of items, please have the suppliers gather them as quickly as possible. No need to look for name brands, ordinary brands will do. The quality must be assured, but the brand doesn't matter. Luo Yongfa took the list and read through it from top to bottom. His eyebrows raised slightly, but he did not ask further questions. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number. Leon, come over now. Yes, right now. Lei is here. It wasn't long before hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Liang Yu pushed the door open, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. He was a supplier for the Kowloon bus bail convenience store in his 40s, having been in the wholesale business for over a decade with sources covering a large part of Hong Kong's daily necessities market. Luo Yongfa handed him the list. Liang Yu took it, flipping through the pages. When he reached the 3rd page, his eyes. After reaching the last page, he looked up, his voice tinged with excitement. Ladies' goods. No problem. The quantity is a bit large, so it will take some time to coordinate. What is the maximum time required? I need them urgently. Lei Zhaorong looked him in the eye. And these goods do not need to be name brands. Ordinary goods, as long as they are the same items, will suffice. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu's expression relaxed immediately. Then it's no problem. If it's just ordinary goods, it can be done within 2 days. Lei Zhaorong turned to Luo Yongfa. Which of our Kowloon bus warehouses is the closest to Kwaichung Pier? Without thinking, Luo Yongfa replied, there's a large warehouse at the Tsingy branch. It takes only 6 minutes to drive to Kwaichung Pier. Liang. Lei Zhaorong turned back to Liang Yu. Have the goods delivered to the Tsingy branch warehouse. Within 2 days. This is my own order, payment upon delivery. Liang Yu was overjoyed, his posture straightening a bit. No problem, Lei. I will send you the quote right away and start coordinating the goods immediately. They will all be delivered to the Tsingy branch within 2 days. 2 days later, in the evening. The warehouse at the Tsingy branch was stacked with goods. Boxes upon boxes of flour, rice, and sugar were neatly arranged, resembling a wall. Cooking oil was sealed in iron barrels lined up in 2 rows. Cotton fabric was bundled, while soap and laundry detergent were packed in wooden crates, with bicycles and sewing machines placed separately. The entire stock occupied a 1/3 of the warehouse area. When Lei Zhaorong entered the warehouse with Dong Machi paused for a moment. Then he began his inspection. Not a casual glance, but a thorough check, examining each item. He randomly opened a box of flour, grabbing a handful to rub in his hands, then leaned in to smell it. He opened a barrel of cooking oil, poured a little into his palm, and inspected the color under the light. He unboxed the sewing machine, took the machine out, turned the flywheel, and listened to the sound. Lei Zhaorong stood by, not rushing him with a word. After nearly 40 minutes of inspection, Dong Machi finally straightened up. He dusted off his hands and turned around. Mr. Lei, the quality of this batch of goods is excellent. His tone was much more sincere than it had been 2 days ago at the newspaper. I will arrange for shipping right now. Kwaichung Pier Warehouse No. 03. The machine tools are still there at Kwaichung Pier Warehouse No. 03. The iron rolling door was pushed up with a clatter, and the fluorescent lights in the warehouse lit up one by one. 13 machine tools were neatly arranged, their metal surfaces coated with anti-rust oil, glimmering coldly under the lights. Each machine bore a factory nameplate with the Russian letters clearly visible. Lei Zhaorong nodded. It looked exactly the same as when he brought the machine tool expert for inspection yesterday, with no changes. After the inspection yesterday, the machine tool expert had quietly told Lei Zhaorong, Lei, this batch of machine tools is the most advanced from the Soviet Union. They are not available for purchase anywhere outside. There are a few here that I have seen at a trade show in Germany. The quotes all started at $1 million. If estimated at market value, the total would be approximately $14 million. There is a shortage of supply. $14 million. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, it was close to 80 million. The quotation Liang Yu delivered this afternoon totaled 5 million Hong Kong dollars for all the goods. Dong Machi produced a document from his briefcase, which was a warehouse ownership transfer agreement. Kwaichung Pier Warehouse No. 03, with an area of 1,200 square meters and clear property rights. As agreed, this warehouse, along with the machine tools inside, would be fully transferred to Lei Zhaorong. Both parties signed the document. Dong Machi put away his copy of the agreement and extended his hand. Mr. Lei, in 2 months we can trade. Lei Zhaorong grasped his hand. No problem. I will always have supplies here. Dong Machi smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the cargo ship waiting at the pier. Lei Zhaorong stood at the warehouse door, watching the last box of flour being hoisted onto the deck. The cargo ship's horn sounded low and long as the vessel slowly departed from the dock, sailing towards the sea in the dusk. 13 of the most advanced Soviet machine tools quietly remained in the warehouse behind him. He recalled a term from his past life, dimensionality reduction strike. Using Hong Kong's surplus light industrial capacity in 1982 to exchange for the Soviet Union's surplus heavy industrial technology. While merchants in this era were still pondering how to sell goods to consumers, he was already engaged in arbitrage between two superpowers. Others might worry about this batch of machine tools. Soviet products are high in precision durable, but who dares to openly buy and sell them in the market? Western countries monitor Soviet technological equipment closely. Arbitrary dealings can easily cause trouble. But Lei Zhaorong knew where the best destination lay. The next morning at the Xinhua News Agency's Hong Kong branch, Lei Zhaorong waited in the reception room for about 10 minutes. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in dressed in a dark gray zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, wearing black-framed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses steady and scrutinizing. Mr. Lei, hello. I am Su Jiaowen. The two shook hands and took their seats. President Su did not engage in much small talk, his calm gaze fixed on Lei Zhaorong. He knew well who Lei Zhaorong was. The owner of Xiangjiang Daily, the actual controller of Kowloon Bus, a young man recently rising to fame in Hong Kong's business community. But with the other party's sudden visit, he needed to understand the purpose of this meeting. Mr. Lei, may I ask what brings you to see me? Lei Zhaorong wasted no time. He pulled a document from his briefcase, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it toward President Su. The cover displayed a list of machine tool models in Russian and English with detailed technical parameters and photos inside. I have a batch of the most advanced machine tools from the Soviet Union. He looked into President Zu's eyes, his tone flat, as if discussing something utterly mundane. President Zu's fingers pressed against the machine list, his knuckles turning pale. He didn't speak. His gaze shifted from the list to Lei Zhaorong's face, then back to the list. He repeatedly confirmed, as if to assure himself that this wasn't a dream. After a while he spoke, his voice lower than before, his throat slightly bobbing. Mr. Lei, please wait a moment. He stood up with the list in hand and pushed open the door to the meeting room. In the corridor his voice could be heard instructing his subordinates in a hushed tone, speaking rapidly. Lei Zhaorong vaguely heard the words, directly contact Beijing, and urgent. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The Longjing tea was of the finest quality, brewed with care. The tea leaves unfurled in the cup and the surface of the water rippled slightly. 10 minutes later President Su returned, walking faster and breathing deeper than before. He sat down across from Lei Zhaorong, his expression restored to composure, though the flush on his cheekbones had yet to fade. Mr. Lei, how do you plan to trade for this batch of machine tools? Lei Zhaorong put down his teacup, leaning slightly forward. He understood what these 13 machines represented: the most advanced CNC boring and milling centers, heavy-duty CNC lathes, and precision grinding machines from the Soviet Union. With Western blockades and embargoes, even with US dollars, they were unattainable on the mainland. As the reform and opening up was just starting, factories urgently needed this equipment to upgrade their production lines. President Su, I won't beat around the bush. I know the mainland urgently needs these machines. He looked into President Zu's eyes, speaking candidly. As a fellow Chinese, I don't want to take advantage of you. I firmly believe that 1997 will see a smooth return. He paused for a second. You can exchange equivalent oil for them. Just give me the offshore price. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. President Su looked at Lei Zhaorong, the calm scrutiny in his gaze gradually peeling away. In its place was a serious, warm sentiment. He extended his hand, firmly grasping Lei Zhaorong's right hand. Thank you for your support, Mr. Lei. Rest assured we won't let our friends who help us suffer. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Good. When will the experts inspect the goods? The earliest would be tomorrow. Then tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Kowloon No. For pier. After acceptance, they will be transported directly to avoid any unnecessary delays. President Su grasped Lei Zhaorong's hand again, this time holding it longer. Tomorrow I will also prepare the oil export approval documents. The next day at 10 a.m. at the Kowloon No. For pier, the iron rolling door fully lifted. The metallic surfaces of the 13 machines glimmered under the light, each polished to a shine, evenly coated with anti-rust oil. Master Mai had brought a team for a comprehensive maintenance yesterday, even cleaning out the dust from the gaps in the guide rails. Behind President Su stood 7 or 8 individuals holding toolboxes and testing equipment. He whispered, "Let's begin," and the experts entered with their toolboxes. They inspected more meticulously than the precision of the guide rails was measured millimeter by millimeter with a micrometer. The spindle runout was tested repeatedly. The hydraulic system was disassembled for inspection, and each electrical line was measured one by one. Some crawled beneath the machine base with flashlights to illuminate the internal structure, while others copied and verified the serial numbers from the Russian nameplates. Half an hour later, a middle-aged expert with black-rimmed glasses walked out briskly, his work uniform stained with oil, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his face radiated with joy. Report. All machines are in perfect condition. They are brand new and completely match the list. President Su took off his heavy black-rimmed glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and gently put them back on. Lei Zhaorong noticed that the fingers hanging at his side had relaxed slightly. This wasn't a change in expression, but rather a muscle memory, an imperceptible instinctive response, shifting from tension to relaxation. Mr. Lei. President Su turned around and took out several documents from his briefcase. The craft paper file folder bore a red official seal on the cover. He laid the documents in front of Lei Zhaorong one by one. The special approval documents for barter trade from the central government and the oil pickup rights documents. He picked up the last of the 3 contracts, signed this, and the transaction can proceed. Lei Zhaorong flipped to the price clause and paused. President Su, isn't the offshore price $32.50? The contract stated $30 per barrel. President Su smiled faintly, but there was a determined warmth in his eyes. We won't let our friends who help us. Lei Zhaorong looked at him for 2 seconds before picking up a pen and signing his name on the 3 contracts. The tip of the pen glided over the paper, making a soft scratching sound. He handed over the warehouse ownership documents and the keys. President Su grasped his hand firmly. Mr. Lei, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me directly. At HSBC headquarters, the top floor office with a floor-to-ceiling window facing Victoria Harbor. Shinbai was standing by the window on a call. Seeing Lei Zhaorong enter, he said to the phone, "Please hold on," and hung up. His head of silver hair shimmered slightly in the light streaming through the window. Mr. Lei, what brings you here today? Lei Zhaorong got straight to the point. He laid all the documents, the barter trade approval documents, the oil pickup rights documents, and the 3-party contract on Shin Bis' desk one by one. Mr. Shin, I just received a batch of Daqing oil, approximately over 460,000 barrels. I know there's a significant consumption on the British side over in the Falklands, and they urgently need oil. I came to see if you need any right away. Shin Bis' eyebrows raised slightly. He put on his reading glasses and began to examine the documents page by page. He read meticulously, occasionally pausing on a line for several seconds, and sometimes flipping back to verify a number. The office was silent save for the sound of pages turning. 5 minutes later, he set the documents down, removed his reading glasses, and leaned back in his chair. He gently tapped his fingers on the desk twice. Indeed, there has been considerable consumption on that side. You are quite thoughtful. For this batch of oil, I won't let you lose out. He'll give you a direct premium of 40%. How does that sound? 40%. Lei Zhaorong quickly calculated in his mind. The offshore price of Daqing oil was $30 per barrel, 46,000 barrels, totaling $14 million. A 40% premium would amount to $19,600,000. The initial batch of living supplies sent to the Soviet Union cost only 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Converted to dollars, it was less than 800,000. From 5 million Hong Kong dollars to nearly $20 million in less than a month. A smile crept across his face, genuine joy evident. Then thank you, Mr. Shun. Shunbai pressed the intercom. Within 10 minutes the transfer contract was delivered. Both parties signed and stamped it. $19,600,000 was transferred into Lei Zhaorong's HSBC USD account. Shinbai stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Lei, in the future, if such opportunities arise, remember to come to me first. Lei Zhaorong shook his hand. Absolutely. At the shallow water bay villa, Lei Zhaorong pushed open the door, and before he could change his shoes, Guanlin ran over from the living room. In a pale yellow home skirt, her ponytail casually tied, she took his briefcase and placed it on the shoe cabinet, bending down to set the slippers at his feet. Lei Zhaorong didn't change his shoes. He wrapped his arms around Guanlin's waist and spun her around several times. Guanlin let out a squeal and then laughed, her skirt fluttering like a yellow flower. After several spins, Lei Zhaorong finally set her down. Guanlin leaned softly against him, her cheek resting against. What is making you so happy today? Did you find some money? Lei Zhaorong looked down and kissed her lips gently. Not exactly finding money, just made a bit of profit. Guanlin looked up, her eyes sparkling. How much did you make? Lei Zhaorong tilted his head, a teasing expression crossing his face, the corners of his mouth curling up, his eyes squinting like a cat that had caught a fish. Not much. All in all, about 19 million. He deliberately paused for a second. Dollars. Guanlin paused for a moment, then playfully punched his chest twice with her fist, not hard like a cat needing milk. You just go ahead and gloat. Lei Zhaorong laughed as he caught her fist and pulled her into his embrace. Guanlin struggled for a moment, then obediently buried her face in his chest. In the days that followed, Lei Zhaorong dedicated most of his energy to preparing for the wedding. System notifications continued to push through, and a few short trades earned him over 4 million Hong Kong dollars, not much, but enough to cover all wedding expenses. Good news also came from the Kowloon bus side. Luo Yongfa's voice was trembling as he reported over the phone all advertising slots were sold out, generating advertisement fees of 360,000 Hong Kong dollars daily. The Bailey convenience store gradually launched, and the in-car sales point also began operations, with daily profits already reaching 100,000 and expected to rise further once matured. Lei Zhaorong instructed him to stabilize things first and to explore new profit growth points after the honeymoon. During other times, he stayed with Guanlin. They tried on wedding dresses at 3 different shops, finally settling on a 3-meter train French lace gown. After putting it on, Guanlin twirled in front of the mirror several times, her eyes reddening. They ordered white roses and baby's breath air freight from the Netherlands. The menu was tried twice, 3 different fonts were chosen for the invitations, and a string quartet was booked for the band. Every detail was meticulously confirmed one by one. June 1st, a Children's Day, was the day of Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin's wedding. The night before the wedding they reviewed the process until 1 a.m. After confirming the last item who would present the rings, they both leaned back on the sofa, sighing with relief. There were faint dark circles under Guanlin's eyes, but her gaze sparkled like stars. Lei Zhaorong reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She said nothing, only rubbed her face against his palm. Tomorrow will be tiring. Lei Zhaorong said. I'm willing, Guanlin replied. Now dawn broke. Lei Zhaorong stood in front of the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window dressed in a tailored black suit, white shirt with a bow tie hanging at his collar. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line on the floor. He habitually opened the system panel. A line of silver text appeared, flickering slightly. Congratulations to the host on the wedding. A newlywed gift package has been issued. Lei Zhaorong opened the newlywed gift package. Lines of silver text jumped out, and his pupils contracted slightly. 1982 World Cup in Spain, the champion team, Italy. Current odds 7-1. The betting location is the Lisboa Hotel in Macau with a maximum bet of $20 million and a deadline of June 6th. 7-1 maximum bet of $20 million if full, and net profit of $120 million. The system's text continued to glow in the dark. Lei Zhaorong stared at the lines of silver characters. His fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill twice. 7-1. The deadline is in 3 days. This means he must take Guanlin to Macau before their honeymoon officially begins. A voice came from behind him. Arong, could you help me check the zipper in the back? He closed the panel and turned around. Guanlin stood at the bedroom door with her back to him, the skirt of her white wedding dress spreading like clouds, the zipper only halfway up. Morning light shone from behind her, outlining her in a golden halo. Lei Zhaorong walked over, grasped the zipper pull, and slowly pulled it up. The metallic teeth interlocked one by one, making a delicate sound. At the moment the zipper reached the top, he lowered his head and gently kissed the back of Guanlin's neck. Wife. Moi. After the wedding ends, we need to make a trip to Macau. What for? Lei Zhaorong's lips curled slightly. On the evening of June 1st, Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin returned home, gazing affectionately at each other as they prepared to drink from the nuptial cups. The atmosphere was warm and festive. The room had been redecorated. Red pillows, red bed covers, and red curtains hung from the ceiling, gently swaying in the breeze of the air conditioning. The window was adorned with large red double happiness characters cut into a dragon and phoenix pattern. Candlelight filtered through, illuminating the golden lines. On the bedside table were 2 red candles, their flames flickering and casting a warm red hue across the entire room. This was completely different from the wedding at the Peninsula Hotel during the day. The daytime ceremony was Western style. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the sea breeze from the Victoria Harbor swept across the lawn, and the floral arch made of white roses and baby's breath sparkled in the sunlight. The long table for the buffet was covered with a cream-colored linen tablecloth, silver utensils neatly arranged, and champagne glasses stacked in a pyramid, each rim polished to a crystal shine. A string quartet played in one corner of the lawn. Mozart's Serenade for Strings was carried away by the sea breeze, faintly drifting into the ears of the guests. The red carpet stretched from the entrance of the lawn all the way to the floral arch flanked by white roses. The moment Guanlin was led by Guanshan onto the red carpet, everyone fell silent. The wedding dress was made of French lace with an off-the-shoulder design, a fitted waist, and the skirt flowing from the waistline like waves, the train extending 3 meters long. Intricate silver threads were embroidered on the lace. With each step she took, the silver threads sparkled in the sunlight, resembling stars embedded in the fabric. The veil was double-layered, the short layer draping over her forehead, while the long layer cascaded down from the crown of her head, blending seamlessly with the skirt. She held a bouquet of white roses, the petals still glistening with dew from their air transport from Holland this morning. Guanshan walked slowly, each step seemingly measured. His back was straight, his face expressionless, yet the hand gripping Guanlin's arm had white knuckles. Lei Zhaorong stood beneath the floral arch, watching as Guanlin approached step by step. The sunlight illuminated her from behind, turning the silver embroidery on her veil into a hazy halo enveloping her in light. She lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on her face, her lips curving into a gentle arc. Not a smile, but a serene and confident curve. Like a pure angel. All eyes were on her. Among the guests, a large group of Guanlin's friends were seated. Many were familiar faces from the film industry, those who had appeared countless times in newspapers and on television. Several actresses, upon seeing Guanlin's wedding dress, had tears welling in their eyes. Someone quietly exclaimed, "So beautiful," while others nodded vigorously. When Lei Zhaorong welcomed guests, he exchanged a few words with each of them, becoming familiar and establishing goodwill. Lei Zhaorong had not invited many people. Wang Mingyuan arrived, followed by Zhang Qinggong manager, Chen Lu Mintao, and Luo Yongfa. They were all people who worked with him, seated at one table, each dressed in their finest suits, ties neatly knotted, smiling even more brightly than he was. Then Guodeshing arrived. The 70-year-old man wore a dark gray tang suit, leaning on a rosewood cane with his eldest son, Guo Bingxiang, following behind. As he walked onto the lawn, the guest area fell silent for a moment. Someone recognized him and gasped. The founder of Sun Hung Kai, a true tycoon in Hong Kong's real estate sector, a figure who commanded respect even during Lei's family's peak, suddenly appearing at the wedding of the Lei family's cast-off. Guodisheng did not linger. He shook hands with Lei Zhaorong, patted his hand, and wished him congratulations on your marriage, leaving behind a pair of jade rui before taking Guobingxiang away. Then Shunbai arrived. The head of HSBC, a silver-haired expatriate from Country Y, when he stepped out of a black Rolls-Royce, the entire lawn fell silent. If Guodisheng's appearance was surprising, Shinbis' arrival made jaws drop. The head of HSBC personally attending the wedding of a 25-year-old. This news would spread throughout Hong Kong's business community tomorrow. Shinbai did not stay long. He shook hands with Lei Zhaorong, presented a pair of Patek Philippe watches, one for men and one for women, their dials glimmering gently in the sunlight. One for you and one for Miss Guan. Congratulations on your marriage. After saying this, he left, the taillights of the Rolls-Royce disappearing around the corner. Lei Zhaorong smiled all day, his cheek muscles slightly stiff from it. Returning home felt natural and relaxing. Guan Lin, standing opposite him, had already changed into a qipao. The bright red base was embroidered with a golden phoenix that spiraled from the hem up to her waist, the fitted cut, highlighting her slender figure perfectly. The collar was upright with golden frog buttons tightly fastened to her chin, accentuating a dignified sensuality. Standing in the candlelight, the golden threads on her qipao flickered gently with her breathing, making her appear as if she had stepped out of an old painting. At this moment, Lei Zhaorong and Guan Lin gazed deeply into each other's eyes. The transparent liquid in their cups turned amber in the candlelight, gently swaying. Their arms intertwined. Guan Lin looked up at him, the light in her eyes brighter than the candle flame. Lei Zhaorong said nothing, merely watching her. They both simultaneously drank the wine from their cups. The wine was warm, spreading warmth from his throat to his chest. Lei Zhaorong set his cup down and took hold of Guan Lin's left hand. The diamond ring adorned her ring finger, the candlelight passing through the facets of the diamond, refracting a spectrum of colors, red, gold, blue, dancing across both their faces. He lowered his head. She stood on her toes. Their shadows cast by the candlelight onto the wall, bearing the double happiness character, drew closer until they merged into one. The red candles shined brightly, reflecting the mandarin ducks. The phoenix and dragon harmonized within the painted hall. A lifetime of good fortune is destined by heaven, and 100 years of happiness will last long. The next day, when Lei Zhaorong woke up, sunlight had already squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line on the red bed cover. He did not rush to get out of bed, lying there savoring everything from last night. Then he remembered the newlywed gift package. He had been too busy yesterday and only glanced at the title before closing it. Now he finally had time to take a closer look. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system. The interface for the newlywed gift package was still at the position where he had left off yesterday, a few lines of silver text dimly glowing in the dark. Contents of the newlywed gift package. The World Cup in Spain starting in June. The champion team is Italy. Current odds 1-7. Betting location Macau's Lisboa Hotel betting station. Betting limit $20 million. Exceeding this amount will trigger an odds adjustment mechanism with unpredictable consequences. Information validity deadline June 5th. Lei Zhaorong's eyes widened. 1-7. A limit of $20 million. If he bet the full $20 million, he would net $120 million. Converting to Hong Kong dollars, that's nearly $700 million. The total acquisition cost for the Kowloon bus was only 530 million Hong Kong dollars. The system had truly presented him with a grand gift. Behind him came the sound of rustling. Guan Lin turned over, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her long hair tousled on the pillow. She squinted her eyes at Lei Zhaorong, her lips curving as she spoke, her voice still husky and soft from just waking. Hubby. The two words melted like sugar on her tongue. Lei Zhaorong turned to her, tucking her messy hair behind her ear. Wife. Guan Lin nestled closer to him, resting her face against his chest drowsily, asking, are we getting up now to head off on our honeymoon? Lei Zhaorong's hand paused on the back of her head for 2 seconds. The honeymoon plan needs to change. Guan Lin looked up, her sleepy eyes gazing at him. First, hubby will take you to make some small money. The moment small money was uttered, Guan Lin's eyes brightened instantly. The last time Lei Zhaorong mentioned small money, he had made $19 million. She propped herself up from his embrace, resting on her elbows, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars. What small money? The last time you called it small money, it was $19 million in dollars. How much is it this time? It should be more than last time, right? Lei Zhaorong nodded proudly. That is a must. He turned to his side, propping his head with one hand as he looked at her. How much money do you have now? Guan Lin thought for a moment. Probably around 6-7 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong tilted his head, a teasing expression appearing on his face. Beauty, that might not be enough. Do you want hubby to lend you some? Guan Lin squinted her eyes. Then she wrapped her arms around Lei Zhaorong's neck, hanging on him, resting her chin in the crook of his shoulder, her tone assertive. You belong to me now, why would you lend me anything? Hurry up and give this princess her money. Lei Zhaorong laughed at her boldness. All right, my princess. He'll lend you $5 million for now. Guan Lin's arms stiffened for a moment. She released him, stepping back to seriously look into Lei Zhaorong's face. $5 million converted to Hong Kong dollars is close to 30 million. What kind of small money requires her to take out her entire fortune and still ask for an additional $5 million? Hubby, what exactly is going on that requires so much money? Lei Zhaorong decided to stop keeping her in suspense. He pulled Guanlin back into his embrace, resting his chin on her forehead, his voice low but clear. Insider information. 1 month from now, the champion team of the World Cup will be Italy. An upset. The betting odds are 1-7. Guanlin was silent for 2 seconds in his arms. You can't be telling me to directly bet $5 million, right? 1-7 means $35 million. Net profit of $30 million. Her voice rose slightly. You call that small money? Lei Zhaorong looked at her. Of course that's small money. Others refer to their small targets in terms of billions. We're not even close to that yet. Guanlin opened her mouth to retort, but found herself utterly overwhelmed. When Lei Zhaorong said small targets in billions, his expression was serious, far from joking. What made her feel even more powerless to resist was he truly had the capability to do so. The fatigue from last night had not fully faded, and a lingering softness remained deep within her body. She decided not to argue with him any further. She couldn't win. Hubby. She awkwardly shifted the topic. Where is our honeymoon trip's first stop? Macau? Lei Zhaorong took only 10 minutes to change his clothes, then sat on the sofa in the lobby for nearly 40 minutes before Guanlin finally emerged from the bedroom, dragging her suitcase. She had changed into a cream-colored dress, her hair tied in a low ponytail, and her face adorned with light makeup, looking completely different and beautiful from when she wore the chi-pao last night. While waiting for her, Lei Zhaorong opened the system panel once more and read through the information on the newlywed gift package from beginning to end. Every word was etched in his mind. The Spanish World Cup. Italy winning the championship. Odds of 1-7. Lisboa Hotel betting station. The limit was $20 million. Deadline June 6th. This was the system's grand red envelope for his marriage. In his previous life, he had certainly known that Italy was the champion of the 1982 World Cup. Paolo Rossi's legendary comeback, the redemption of the Golden Boy defeating West Germany in the final. These classic moments had been replayed countless times in later years. But knowing the outcome and daring to place a heavy bet were two different things. The greatest value of this information from the system was not to tell him Italy will win. He already knew that, but to precisely inform him of the odds, location, limit, and deadline. More importantly, the system had conveyed this information with the authority of a golden memo. On this timeline, this outcome would not change. Therefore, he needed to rush to Macau at the earliest opportunity. He would bet $10 million, and Guanlin would bet $5 million. Together, they would place a bet of $15 million with odds of 1-7, netting $90 million. Guanlin finally finished packing. Lei Zhaorong stood up, took the suitcase from her hand, and with his other hand held hers. Let's go, wife. Off to make some small money. Guanlin shot him a glare, but the corner of her mouth was turned up. In Macau at the Lisboa Hotel, the two checked in at the hotel lobby and then headed straight to the betting station located in one wing of the hotel. By 1982, the betting business in Macau was already very mature. The betting hall at the Lisboa Hotel bustled with people, with the electronic display board on the wall scrolling real-time odds for various events. The betting for the World Cup champion was displayed prominently, with Italy's name followed by a number 1-7. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin filled out their betting slips. Lei Zhaorong $10 million Italy as the champion. Guanlin $5 million Italy as the champion. The staff behind the counter received the betting slips, glanced at the amounts, and paused for a moment. Then he looked up, examining Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin seriously. A personal bet of $10 million was rare, even at the Lisboa. But he said nothing further, verified their identification, printed the betting receipts, stamped them, and handed them over. Sir, madam, here are your betting receipts. Please keep them safe. Present these for redemption after the match. Lei Zhaorong took the 2 thin sheets of paper, folded them, and tucked them into his suit pocket. $15 million had turned into 2 pieces of paper. In a month, these 2 pieces of paper would become $105 million. Guanlin linked her arm with his as they walked out of the betting hall. Neither of them spoke, but Guanlin gently pinched his arm. Lei Zhaorong turned his head and saw the smile she could not suppress at the corner of her mouth. Small money, she whispered, then burst into laughter herself. Lei Zhaorong joined in her laughter. In the evening, the two came down from their room at the Lisboa Hotel, ready to play a little at the casino. Lei Zhaorong changed into casual clothes, while Guanlin wore a floral dress, linking her arm with his, leaning against his shoulder, sweet and happy, easily recognizable as a newlywed couple on their honeymoon. The main entrance of the Lisboa casino is famously designed in the shape of a tiger's mouth, said to represent swallowing wealth. The golden neon lights outline the casino's silhouette in the night, dyeing the entire street a warm yellow. At the entrance, people came and went, some in suits and leather shoes, others in floral shirts, and some locals with hurried expressions. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin were about to step up the stairs. Guanlin, Lei Sheng. A voice called from behind, filled with laughter and energy. The two turned. A chubby figure hurried up the steps, panting slightly. With a round face, small eyes, and gold-rimmed glasses, his whole face crinkled in a joyful smile. He wore a flashy Hawaiian shirt with an open collar, a thick gold chain around his neck, and held a cup of iced lemon. Wang Jin, a colleague of Guan Lin, one of the most famous directors in Hong Kong's film industry. He reached the couple, caught his breath, then smiled at them. Wang Jin jogged over his floral shirt, billowing in the sea breeze like a colorful flag. The cup of iced lemon tea in his hand clinked as the ice cubes collided with the glass. Lei Zhaorong looked at him, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. This chubby man with a round face and small eyes had a smile that squished his whole face together, just like the curly-haired director he had seen in his past life in the film Gambling Hero 1999. At that time, Wang Jin was playing himself, a director of gambling films seeking inspiration in Macau. Now this person was standing right in front of him, wearing the same flashy shirt and speaking with the same tone. The timelines matched up. Lei Xing, what a coincidence to run into you and Guan Lin here. Wang Jin beamed as he sized up the two. Aren't you supposed to be on your honeymoon? What brings you here to have fun? Lei Zhaorong snapped back to reality and chuckled. Since you're Guan Lin's friend, just call me a Rome. He wrapped an arm around Guan Lin and casually walked inside. We are on our honeymoon. This is our first stop. Did you come here just for fun? All right, from now on I'll call you a Rome. Wang Jin followed the three of them, walking side by side through the famous Tiger's Mouth entrance of the Lisboa casino. I came here on a whim, purely by coincidence. He sighed, the flesh on his face quivering with emotion. After finishing my first gambling film, I felt like something was... The visuals were there, the plot was there, but it just didn't hit the mark. Suddenly I had some ideas, so I came to seek inspiration. The three walked through the resplendent hall. The crystal chandeliers shattered the light into countless fragments, scattering them across the dark green gamut. The sounds of chips clashing, the clicking of the spinning roulette, the rattling of dice in the bowl, and the hushed gasps during baccarat. All these sounds blended together, creating a unique background noise that subtly heightened adrenaline. Lei Zhaorong hugged Guan Lin and turned to Wang Jin. What kind of movie do you want to conceptualize? Wang Jin's small eyes lit up. He placed his iced lemon tea on the nearby table and gestured with his hands. Of course, the male lead has to be handsome, the female lead has to be sexy, and their gambling skills must be extraordinary. His fingers framed an outline in the air. Just a silhouette should be unforgettable, with eyes capable of killing. Huh. Guan Lin was amused by his antics, leaning against Lei Zhaorong's shoulder, her shoulder shaking gently. Lei Zhaorong walked to the chip exchange, took out a check for 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and exchanged it for 3 stacks of chips. He divided the chips into 3 portions, handing one to Guan Lin and stuffing one into Wang Jin's hands. Wang Jin waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, Rome, I can't accept this. Lei Zhaorong directly shoved the chips into his hands. Just play around, find some inspiration. He glanced at Wang Jin, his tone casual, but his words made Wang Jin pause. After our honeymoon, we also intend to enter the film industry. At that time, Lin will be the boss. You as a friend will have to help out more. Wang Jin held the chips, a hint of surprise flashing in his small eyes. He looked at Guan Lin and then back at Lei Zhaorong. Lei, Rong, are you entering the film industry to make money? Lei Zhaorong cast him a glance, his expression seemingly saying, is that even a question? Of course it's to make money. What movies would you make without earning? His tone was as if it were a matter of course, without any hesitation. I would never devote myself to art. First, of course, I want to make commercial films. If commercial and artistic can coexist, then I have no objections. Wang Jin paused for a second, then burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the casino hall, drawing the attention of a few gamblers. He slapped Lei Zhaorong's shoulder with force, his chubby palm making a muffled sound against the suit. Guan Lin imitated him, hesitating for a long time before betting, toggling between big and small, finally tossing one in with her eyes shut. Wang Jin was a bit more serious, observing the card path for a long time before muttering to himself, yet his betting amounts remained pitifully small. Though the three of them had fortunes in the billions, they acted like 3 frugal tourists in the casino hall, celebrating with high fives when they won and blaming each other when they lost. They had no sense of being billionaires. They were enjoying themselves. On the west side of the hall, at a baccarat table, last round Wang Jin had sat in the player's position, gambling against the dealer across from him. The dealer was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a gold chain around his neck as thick as a pinky, glimmering under the casino lights. By comparison, Wang Jin's necklace looked like a piece of embroidery thread. Perhaps it was because Wang Jin's gold chain wasn't thick enough. Wang Jin lost. He stood up from his seat, his flesh hanging down, looking disgruntled. I'll take a turn. Guan Lin patted his shoulder. She was dressed in a floral dress with her hair tied back in a low ponytail, sitting in front of the baccarat table, clearly a novice. She even took several seconds to figure out how to place her chips. The man across with the big gold chain glanced at her, curling his lip without saying a word. The dealer began to deal. The dealer's first card was a 6 of diamonds. The player's, Guan Lin's, first card was a 5 of hearts. The second round of dealing began. The dealer revealed a king of spades totaling 16 points. The big gold chain glanced at the cards and waved his hand to the dealer. No thank you. He then looked at Guan Lin, slightly raising his chin. Without a second thought, Guan Lin directly told the dealer, hit me. The dealer flipped over a card, and pushed it in front of Guanlin. An 8 of hearts. 5 plus 9 plus 8. Bust. The big gold chain laughed, revealing a gold tooth. He gathered the chips on the table to himself, his gold chain swaying back and forth on his neck. Guanlin giggled, standing up from her seat, showing no signs of displeasure. She walked back to Lei Zhaorong's side, linking her arm with his, her tone as light as if she had merely lost a game of Ludo. We both lost, it's up to you now. Lei Zhaorong patted her hand, sitting down in her previous spot. He casually pulled out a few $100 chips from his pocket, betting on player. The big gold chain glanced at the few chips, then at Lei Zhaorong, his expression seeming to say, another one here. The big gold chain still bet on the banker. The dealer dealt the first card, Queen of Clubs. In front of Lei Zhaorong was a 10 of hearts. The second round. The dealer revealed a 9 of spades, totaling 19 points. The big gold chain glanced over, chuckling to himself, and waved his hand to the dealer. His gaze fell on Lei Zhaorong, waiting to see how this young man would struggle. The dealer pushed the cards in front of Lei Zhaorong. He didn't look at the cards and flipped them over directly. Ace of spades. 10 plus ace, totaling 21 points. The smile on the big gold chain's face froze. He opened his mouth, looking down at his 19 points, then at Lei Zhaorong's 21 points. The dealer pushed the chips on the table towards Lei Zhaorong. Although it wasn't much, the direction it was pushed was towards him. Guanlin jumped up beside him, her floral dress swaying as she bounced. We won, we won. Lei Zhaorong shrugged, his expression nonchalant, as if the card he had just revealed was not an ace of spades, but merely an inconsequential card. Wang Jin stood beside him, his chubby face lit up with a broad smile, his small eyes squinting into slits. Haha, Lei Zhaorong, you're having such a blast at this small stakes table. A voice came from behind, laced with unreserved mockery. No, it wasn't mockery. It was scorn. The three of them turned their heads in unison. A man in his 30s stood 3 steps away, dressed in a fitted white bespoke suit, precisely tailored, the fabric gleaming with a matte finish under the casino lights. The cuff buttons were platinum, and on his wrist was a limited edition Patek Philippe the moon phase on the dial, subtly moving. His hair was meticulously styled, and his face wore a carefully maintained expression that hovered between a smile and mockery. 2 others stood beside him, one in a dark blue suit, and the other in a gray jacket. The 3 shared an oddly consistent aura. They were all rich kids who had never lacked money since childhood, exuding the same vibe. Lei Zhaorong glanced at him. Do we know each other? What is your surname? The man in the white suit slightly raised his chin, the curve of his lips lifting a bit more. I don't know if you know me, but I know you. My name is Lin Daiyue. I currently manage Li Xian Garment. He pronounced Li Xian Garment with a tone that was unmistakably smug. Li Xian Garment. An old brand in the Hong Kong garment industry, established in the 1950s, specializing in export-ready tower with stable clients in Southeast Asia and Europe and America. Its scale isn't top-notch, but it's well known in the industry. Lei Zhaorong thought for a moment, then displayed a look of sudden realization. I don't know you. Lin Daiyue's lips twitched for a fraction of a second. So does Mr. Lin have business with me? Lei Zhaorong's tone was as casual as asking for directions. Just to clarify, it's my honeymoon now, so no business talks. Lin Daiyue's expression slightly darkened, but he quickly returned to that half-smile. His gaze swept over the small denomination chips in Lei Zhaorong's hand, and his lips curled up again. You, a person with a fortune in the hundreds of millions, are playing at such a table. Don't you feel it's beneath you? Lei Zhaorong looked at him. He stared for 2 seconds. Then he spoke, his tone utterly devoid of anger, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. What's beneath me? Does having money mean your toilet is bigger than others? Or is your toilet made entirely of gold? Huffed. Guanlin was the first to break down. She buried her face in Lei Zhaorong's shoulder, her fragrant shoulder shaking violently, making suppressed ugh sounds. The straps of her floral dress trembled along. Wang Jin turned his face away, his cheeks puffed out like a toad struggling to hold back laughter. The gold chain around his neck shook with his breaths. Lin Daiyue's 2 companions also laughed, their mouths twitching in an attempt to hold back, their eyes darting around, pretending to admire the crystal lights on the ceiling, pretending to look at the distant roulette table, but daring not to look at Lin Daiyue's face. Lin Daiyue's face turned increasingly grim. It wasn't an angry kind of grim. It was a grimness of having been poked in public, unable to retaliate. The muscles in his face tightened, the skin below his cheekbones twitching slightly. Lei Zhaorong, are you insulting me? Lei Zhaorong looked at him, a confused expression on his face. It wasn't an act. He genuinely felt perplexed. You're overthinking it. This isn't an insult, just following. He paused, his tone sincere. If you consider this an insult, your heart must be quite small. It's better not to talk to me in the future. I'm afraid I might accidentally make you die of anger. It was as if he was quoting Zhou Yu when he was angered, saying, why was there a Zhuge Liang born after me? If you feel that way, then don't say anything, just directly appear in my dreams. The hall fell silent for less than a second. Then laughter erupted like a dam breaking. Guanlin had completely given up on any semblance of expression management, hanging on Lei Zhaorong, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Wang Jin's chubby face turned bright red, tears glistening in his small eyes as he laughed, wiping his face with the back of his hand. Lin Daiyue's 2 companions could no longer hold it in, the one in the gray jacket turning away, shoulders shaking. Even a few unfamiliar gamblers beside the gambling table started to laugh, some pointing this way and whispering to only Lin Dayu's expression grew increasingly ugly. His chest beneath the white suit heaved violently, fingers clenched into fists at his side. Lei Zhaorong did not look at him. He turned to Guanlin and Wang Jin saying, "All right, it's about time we head back," even though it wasn't fully satisfying. "Let's rest and go play somewhere else tomorrow." The three turned and walked towards the exit. Guanlin leaned against his shoulder, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Wang Jin followed beside them, still wearing a grin on his chubby face, softly muttering, "Rong your mouth is Lei Zhaorong." Lin Dayu's voice came from behind. It was no longer the mocking tone from before. It was a voice pressed down by something deliberately flattened. Lei Zhaorong stopped in his tracks and turned around. Lin Dayu stood beside the baccarat table, his gloomy expression smoothed out. The white suit remained impeccably fitted, the Patek Philippe still gleaming on his wrist. His expression regained its composure, at least on the surface. He fixed his gaze on Lei Zhaorong, slowly curling his lips into a curve. It wasn't a smile. It was a provocation. "Since you didn't have enough fun, why not play with us?" He paused, putting both hands in the pockets of his suit pants, leaning slightly back. Lei Zhaorong turned his head to look at Lin Dayu. In a white bespoke suit, a limited edition Patek Philippe, his hair meticulously styled. He looked polished and glamorous, like a page torn from a fashion magazine. But those eyes betrayed him, filled with the same desperation as the gamblers outside the casino who had lost, unwilling to accept defeat, eager to turn the tables, wanting to prove something. "Although I don't know why you were targeting me." Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, carrying an air of genuine disinterest, "but your current demeanor resembles that of a primary school student. Unable to articulate a comeback, you act petty, trying to assert dominance elsewhere." He looked into Lin Dayu's eyes. "So immature." Lin Dayu's lips twitched slightly. "Forget it. Winning in your case brings no sense of achievement, hardly." Lei Zhaorong turned to Guanlin and Wang Jin, saying, "This place is truly dull. Let's go." The three stepped toward the exit. "Don't you want to know why I know about you?" Lin Dayu's voice called after them, slightly more urgent than before. Lei Zhaorong halted in his tracks. He turned around, a hint of interest finally showing on his face. "Now that's somewhat intriguing. Go on." Lin Dayu's face lit up, thinking he had captured Lei Zhaorong's attention. His strategy was working. He adjusted his suit collar, regaining his composure, his voice laced with renewed self-satisfaction. "At the last auction of the Zhou family's assets. By the time I arrived, you had already bought the Zhou family's garment factory." As he said bought, the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. "That was my opportunity to expand production capacity. You snatched it away from me." He paused, lifting his chin slightly. "So, I went to investigate you thoroughly." Lei Zhaorong suddenly understood. So it was that garment factory. After the Zhou family's downfall, the assets of Xinbang Industries were split up and auctioned off by the bank. Lei Zhaorong acquired that garment factory for 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Along with the factory's 10-year lease, 200 employees, complete equipment, and a contract for 100,000 shirts. At that time, few attended the auction, and Lin Dayu likely arrived too late. Now that factory has been renamed Chinois Apparel, with the design team working on sketches for over 30 new clothing items, while Lu Mintao is negotiating a brand acquisition in Italy. So what? Lei Zhaorong's voice showed no fluctuation. As the saying goes, the quick win and the slow lose. You were slow, didn't think about your own reasons first, and now you want to blame me. He looked at Lin Dayu, his gaze as calm as discussing the weather. If you can't produce, can you blame the latrine? He paused, clapping his hands as if realizing something. Oh right, your latrine is quite large. Did you fall in? Uffed. Guanlin once again buried her face in Lei Zhaorong's shoulder. Wang Jin's chubby face turned the color of liver, turning away as his shoulders shook violently, like a volcano ready to erupt. The gold chain around his neck trembled, swaying under the light. Lin Dayu's two companions, Zhou Mingyi and He Mingxian, simultaneously lowered their heads. Zhou Mingyi's lips twitched while He Mingxian pretended to cough, covering half his face with the back of his hand. Several onlookers in the hall were also laughing, some covering their mouths, while others couldn't hold back laughing uproariously. Lin Dayu's complexion shifted from pale to red, then purple. The muscles in his face tightened, the skin beneath his cheekbones quivering, his chest heaving violently beneath the white suit. You are also someone with a net worth of over $1 billion. His voice rose, tinged with a hint of breaking. How can you be so uncouth? Your words are like latrines. Crude. Lei Zhaorong shrugged, his expression innocent. There's no helping it. This is called being grounded, living authentically. He looked at Lin Dayu's sharply tailored white suit, his gaze sweeping from top to bottom. Unlike you, who layers upon layers of pretense. Seemingly glamorous, yet hypocritical and fragile. He sighed, his tone carrying genuine fatigue. I really don't want to deal with you. It's exhausting. He turned again. Are you afraid of losing? Lin Dayu's no longer mocking, no longer angry. It was a deliberate, crushed calm, every word seeming forced out through. If you're afraid of losing, just admit it. We won't blame you. Provocation. The most basic kind. Lei Zhaorong did not stop his steps. He had seen too much of this level of provocation in his past life in the business world. When someone resorts only to provocation, it signifies they have no other cards to play. Then a sudden flash occurred in his mind. The system panel popped up, automatically silver letters appearing in his consciousness. Detected multiple provocations from Lin Deyue, reaching the threshold for temporary permission activation. Does the host wish to use this month's opportunity for a golden message to exchange for a 3-hour Lucky Max stat? Yes, no. Lei Zhaorong truly halted his steps. Not because of Lin Deyue's words, but because of the system. Lucky Max. 3 hours. Since his arrival in this world, the system had granted him master-level skills in stock, trading master-level skills in capturing, provided business headlines for the next 30 days and precise odds for the World Cup champion. But it had never offered something like this. Neither information nor skills, but a direct alteration of luck itself. The system is trying to help me stand out. He silently repeated a word in his heart. Yes. Temporary permission activated. Lucky Max status in effect. Remaining time 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Lei Zhaorong turned around. He looked at Lin Deyue, his impatience no longer concealed. Are you always the— I've already said I don't want to have any interactions with you. He took a step forward. Guanlin still clung to his arm, sensing a change in his stride. She lifted her head to glance at him. Lei Zhaorong patted her hand, signaling it was nothing. Fine, I'll indulge you this once. Like a fly. He raised his wrist to check the time. Not a luxury watch, just an ordinary steel watch, something he casually bought while shopping with Guanlin. It's settled. It's 9:30 now. Oh, I'll play until midnight at most. It's still our honeymoon trip. Ooh, I really don't want to waste time on you. Isn't it more enjoyable to be with my wife? Guanlin gently pinched his arm, but her lips curved upwards. So how shall we play? Lin Deyue was overjoyed. The purplish hue on his face hadn't fully faded, but his eyes were already gleaming like a hunter who had finally seen his prey step into a trap. He thought Lei Zhaorong had fallen for his trick. Midnight it is. He turned sideways, pointing at his two companions behind him. And these two. This is Zhou Mingyi from Lion City, and this is He Mingxian from the He family. Lei Zhaorong nodded politely to the two, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Mingyi bowed slightly, and He Mingxian nodded slightly, both expressions steadier than Lin Deyue's. The four of us will each have 20 million in chips. Lin Deyue raised 2 fingers. At midnight, whoever has the most chips wins. The others will lose an additional 10 million. How about it? An extra 10 million bet, plus 20 million in chips. Losing everything means 30 million. Lei Zhaorong waved his hand impatiently. Fine. Then hurry up, stop dawdling. Lin Deyue felt a sting from his words again, his facial muscles twitched. He snorted, turned around, leading the way with large strides, the hem of his white suit fluttering. Lei Zhaorong turned his head to ask Wang Jin. Are you coming along? Wang Jin hesitated for a moment. Aren't you looking for inspiration? Lei Zhaorong nodded toward the depths of the corridor. This kind of gambling with cash over 100 million. There should be something worth learning from. Wang Jin's small eyes instantly lit up like 2 pieces of coal ignited. He rubbed his chubby palms, his facial fat crinkling into a smile. Great. I couldn't ask for more. The VIP room was deep within the Lisboa hotel. Passing through one door after another, the corridor grew quieter, the carpet thicker, the air filled with the scent of cigars and sandalwood. The door to the room was pushed open. Lei Zhaorong's first impression was, just like in a gambling movie, a dark green long table with dark golden table edges and high-backed leather chairs. The crystal chandelier overhead was dimmed to a warm yellow, not glaring, just right to illuminate the table clearly. A wine cabinet and a cigar cabinet were placed against the wall, and a television in the corner silently played a horse racing program. The curtains were deep burgundy velvet, completely blocking out the neon lights of Macau's night scene. The dealer was a man in his 50s with graying hair, wearing a white shirt and black vest, his cufflinks meticulously fastened. He stood at one end of the long table, hands clasped in front of him, with no expression on his face. Lin Deyue walked to a chair and sat down, patting the armrest. Texas Hold'em is in vogue now. Let's play this. Lei Zhaorong sat down opposite. Guanlin settled beside him, her floral skirt spreading across the dark green leather chair. Wang Jin sat on the sofa against the wall, taking out a small notebook and a pen, his chubby face brimming with anticipation. The four of them each signed checks for 20 million and handed them to the dealer. The dealer checked each signature and amount on the checks, then took out 4 stacks of chips from the chip cabinet, neatly arranging them in front of each person. The transparent crystal chips valued at 100,000, 500,000, and 1 million shimmered softly under the warm yellow light. The dealer donned white gloves and drew a brand new deck of cards from the card box. He tore off the seals and fanned the cards on the table, displaying them for all 4 to see. 52 cards without any marks. Then he began to shuffle the cards. His technique was astonishingly adept. The playing cards flowed through his fingers as if alive, shuffling noisily. Cutting, pulling, shuffling in a dovetail style, each action precise to the millimeter. The sound of the cards flipping was crisp and dense like rain on banana leaves. Guanlin watched intently and softly remarked, "So impressive." Lei Zhaorong also watched for a moment before looking away. He didn't know how to use Lucky Max. The system only stated that 3 hours of Lucky Max status had been exchanged, but there was no manual. No numerical panel, no skill icons, no perceivable changes. He had walked all this way, yet he didn't feel any luckier. He hadn't tripped over chips on the ground to find money, nor had he hit a jackpot on a slot machine, nor had Guan Lin's hairpin suddenly transformed into a valuable antique. Everything felt completely normal. The dealer began dealing the cards. The first card, the whole card, slid from the dealer's hand to each person. The second card, the face-up card, was flipped and placed next to the whole card. Lei Zhaorong's face-up card was a 7 of hearts. He reached out, pressing down on the corner of the whole card, lifting it slightly to take a glance. Just a glance. Then a feeling surged from the card's surface. It wasn't visual. It wasn't tactile. It was something more nebulous yet more direct, like intuition, but not his own intuition. It appeared in his consciousness, accurately clear, as if written in his mind. This round would lose. No reasons, no analysis, no reasoning, like, because the cards are such and such, so this is what happens. Just knowing. As certain as knowing one's own name. Lei Zhaorong flipped the whole card back down on the table. Then he pushed both cards forward. Fold. The entire room fell silent for a second. Lin Deyue raised his eyebrows, his expression a mix of surprise and mockery. Do you even know how to play? Just got the whole card, and you fold. Lei Zhaorong ignored him. The dealer's face remained expressionless, simply taking away the cards in front of Lei Zhaorong and continuing the game. Guan Lin watched him from the side, a hint of confusion in her eyes, but she didn't ask. Wang Jin was scribbling something. The first round ended swiftly. Lin Deyue and Zhou Mingyi stayed until the last card, both raising their bets 3 or 4 times. When the cards were finally revealed, Lin Deyue had a pair of kings and a pair of tens, 2 pairs. Zhou Mingyi had a pair of queens and lost. Lin Deyue gathered the chips on the table in front of him, a smug smile plastered across his face as he glanced at the nearly untouched pile of chips in front of Lei Zhaorong. Lei Sheng, with your folding style, 2 million can last until dawn. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. Continue. The dealer began shuffling the second round of cards. The playing cards flew through his fingers. Cutting, shuffling, dealing. The first whole card slid in front of Lei Zhaorong, followed by the second card. The face-up card flipped over. Ace of spades. Lei Zhaorong pressed down on the corner of the whole card. That feeling returned. In the opposite direction from the first round. It wasn't a premonition of losing, but another kind. Equally certain, equally, without reason, equally clear, as if engraved in his bones. This round would win. He flipped the whole card back down. Then he extended his hand, flipping the ace of spades over face-up, pressing 2 fingers on the card surface, pushing all his chips forward. All in. All in. And those 2 words fell into the air of the private gaming room like 2 stones dropped into still water. Lei Zhaorong neatly stacked all his chips before him, placed both hands firmly on either side of the pile, and slid it forward. The crisp, rapid clinking of crystal chips filled the emerald green tabletop, a shimmering cascade that glinted warmly beneath the amber light. He himself thought the gesture looked strikingly cool. And the system truly was extraordinary. And the dealer's hand extended toward Lei Zhaorong, then paused midair. His face, over 50 years old, remained impassive. But that hesitation betrayed him. In this private room, where he had dealt cards for over a decade, fewer than 3 guests had ever gone all in on the second hand. Mr. Lei has gone all in. Gentlemen, will you call? And the room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhou Mingyi reacted first. He lowered his gaze to re-examine his whole cards, his brow faintly furrowing. He Mingxian tapped lightly twice on the back of his whole card with a fingertip, then lifted it to inspect. Lin Deyue flipped his whole card, while cursing each word forced out through clenched teeth. Do you even know how to play? You go all in without looking at your whole cards. Lei Zhaorong dug idly at his ear, his expression as dismissive as if shooing away an especially bothersome mosquito. Whether I look at my cards is none of your business. And he lowered his finger and fixed Lin Deyue with a steady gaze. And so, will you call or not? Guan Lin sat beside Lei Zhaorong, her floral skirt bunched tightly in her fist, its hem twisted into a delicate, trembling bloom. Her wide eyes locked onto the towering chip stack, her excitement, barely containable lips pressed together, yet corners irresistibly lifting upward. Wang Jin sat on the sofa against the wall, his plump fingers gripping a pen, scribbling rapidly in a small notebook. His narrow eyes bulged wide, his jowls flushed faintly with exhilaration, and his note-taking speed had more than doubled since the game began. Zhou Mingyi laid his whole cards face down and shook his head. His chip stack slid smoothly toward the center of the table. I fold. And he Mingxian followed suit, shaking his head and pushing his cards forward. Only Lin Deyue remained. He stared at his whole cards, his features twisting into a knot of disbelief. Lei Zhaorong's move defied all logic. Second hand, no glance at his whole cards. Yet an immediate, audacious Allen of 20 million. Either he was utterly mad, or holding an exceptionally strong hand. The up card, the ace of spades, lay exposed. If his whole card were also an ace, or even another high-ranking card perfectly suited. His fingertip pressed down on the whole card for 2 seconds, then slammed hard onto the table. Humph. I fold. Lei Zhaorong curled his lip disdainfully. Weren't you just boasting you'd lose until tomorrow? And he swept the chips from the table back before him, his tone as casual as commenting on the weather. I'll return that remark to you. Are you prepared to lose until tomorrow? Lin Deyue's face instantly flushed deep purple. His chest heaved violently beneath his white suit jacket, his fists hidden beneath the table clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white. He felt as though he'd swallowed 10 tons of dynamite, the fuse already burning down to its final incandescent tip poised to detonate at any moment. Yet he forced it down, just barely. His Adam's apple bobbed sharply. His voice emerged raw and guttural, scraped from the depths of his throat. In all bravado, no substance. And Lei Zhaorong didn't even deign to reply. He leaned back in his chair and said to the dealer, next hand. And the dealer began shuffling the deck for the third round. In cards flowed fluidly between his fingers, the rustling cascade unervingly distinct in the hushed room. Cutting, riffle, shuffling, dealing. The whole card slid silently before Lei Zhaorong. Then the up card flipped open, the 6 of diamonds. And Lei Zhaorong lifted his whole card just enough to glimpse it. That uncanny intuition surfaced again. Clear, certain, irrefutable, he would lose this hand. Yet he did not fold. And he recalled the gambling films Wang Jin had shown him. In the gambling king, Ko Chun's subtle gesture of rubbing his signet ring transformed his entire aura. Yet Lei Zhaorong wore no ring. He lowered his head and rubbed his left thumb repeatedly over the base of his little finger, small, deliberate, visible to those across the table. And he called the first round. 50,000 in chips pushed forward. And when the second up card appeared, Lei Zhaorong glanced at his board, rubbed his little finger once more, and then slid his cards away. And I fold. His 50,000 stake remained on the table. And Zhou Mingyi won the hand. His 3 5s lay exposed upon the green felt, blazingly conspicuous under the warm amber light. He gathered his chips with quiet satisfaction, offering polite nods to the others. And fourth hand. In that same inner certainty whispered again he would lose. As in the third hand he examined his whole card, rubbed his little finger, called once, sacrificing 50,000, then folded. And this time Lin Dayue claimed victory. A straight, from 7 through jack, not a flush but still formidable. He swept the chips toward himself, stacking them into a gleaming hill, then raised his eyes to meet Lei Zhaorong's. His triumphant smirk was pure petty vindication. His mouth stretched nearly to his ears, his eyes brimming with unspoken smug certainty. See, I told you so. He even arranged his chips with exaggerated slowness, each motion painstakingly precise, ensuring every eye witnessed his triumph. And Lei Zhaorong didn't so much as lift his eyelids. Fifth hand. And the dealer dealt. Whole card. Up card flipped open, the king of diamonds. And Lei Zhaorong lifted just one corner of his whole card. The 2 of clubs. Simultaneously that same premonition returned, identical to the one before his first Allen. Not the dread of loss, but its precise opposite. Certain, crystalline, etched into bone. And he would win this hand. And he did not go all in. In first he rubbed his little finger, exactly as before, identical rhythm, pressure placement, indistinguishable from prior rounds. Then he pushed his chips forward. In, I call. And the second up card landed the 2 of hearts. And Lei Zhaorong's visible board now held the king of diamonds and the 2 of hearts, plus 1 concealed whole card. He rubbed his little finger once more. Then when his turn arrived, reached forward and meticulously aligned his chips. Transparent crystal cubes clicked into perfect formation beneath his fingers, edges squared, height uniform. He pressed both palms firmly against the sides of the stack, and slid it forward. In, all in. And this time the dealer paused not at all. His motions were smooth, his voice steady. Mr. Lei has gone all in. Gentlemen, will you call? And Zhou Mingyi's eyebrows twitched. He did not immediately glance at his whole cards. Instead he studied Lei Zhaorong intently. He pressed both palms firmly against the sides of the stack, and slid it forward. In, all in. And this time the dealer paused not at all. He Mingxian scrutinized his own cards, his fingertip tapping slowly against their backs. Then he lifted his eyes, first sweeping across Lei Zhaorong's face, then Zhou Mingyi's, finally settling on Lin Dayue. Lin Dayue burst into raucous laughter, echoing through the room thick with the glee of long-awaited vindication. He flipped his whole card face up with a sharp slap onto the table, then inspected it again. Lei Zhaorong, are you trying to bluff? And he leaned forward, eyes gleaming. And you think you've concealed it well. Your body has already betrayed you. And he jabbed a stubby finger toward Lei Zhaorong's hand. In every single hand, whether you fold or call, you touch your little finger. Did you really believe I wouldn't notice? And he stacked his chips with military precision, pressed both palms against the sides, and shoved the entire pile forward with force. And chips cascaded outward, colliding with Zhou Mingyi's, and he Mingxuan stacks. Bluffing again. I call. And Zhou Mingyi glanced first at Lin Dayue, then at Lei Zhaorong. Before pushing his I call, Nonly he Mingxian remained. And he made no immediate move. His gaze lingered on Lei Zhaorong's face, then shifted to Lin Dayue, then to Zhou Mingyi. His fingertip tapped slower than before against the back of his whole card. And then he exhaled softly. In, I call. And all 4 players were now all in. The dealer wasted no time. Cards flew from his hands. Third up card, fourth up card, fifth up card. Each revealed one by one, like fate itself unveiling its verdict. The final card settled. And all 4 hands lay fully exposed upon the table. In Lei Zhaorong's up cards, king of diamonds, 2 of hearts, plus 2 more revealed cards, 2 of spades and 2 of diamonds. 3 twos now rested openly on the table. In Lin Deyue's up cards Jack of Hearts, 10 of Hearts, 7 of Hearts, 4 of Hearts, all hearts. If his whole card were also a heart, he'd hold a flush. In Zhou Mingyi's up cards 9 of Spades, 8 of Diamonds, 10 of Clubs, Jack of Hearts. 4 cards forming a near straight needing only a 7 or Queen to complete it. He Mingxuan's up cards King of Spades, Queen of Spades, 10 of Spades, 9 of Spades. 4 spades neater and stronger than Lin Deyue's red suits. If his whole card were also a spade, he'd hold a flush, and one superior to Lin Deyue's. Silence swallowed the room, broken only by shallow breaths. And the dealer's voice remained calm, devoid of inflection. Please reveal your whole cards. In Lin Deyue flipped his first. 5 of Hearts. And all 5 of his cards were hearts, a flush. He leaned back, lips curling triumphantly, as his gaze swept across the others. Zhou Mingyi turned over his whole card, Queen of Diamonds. In 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. Yet mixed suits a straight, but not a flush. A straight ranks below a flush. He shook his head gently and pushed his cards away. In He Mingxian revealed his whole card, 7 of Spades. In King, Queen, 10, 9, 7, all spades. A spade flush, larger in rank than Lin Deyue's heart flush. In Lin Deyue's smile froze mid-expression. In He Mingxuan's spade flush eclipsed his heart flush entirely. Only Lei Zhaorong remained. Naviri gaze converged upon his concealed whole card. In Lei Zhaorong extended his hand and grasped one corner of the card. He did not flip it immediately. Instead, he turned his head toward Guanlin. Her wide eyes held his unwaveringly, lips pressed tight, fingers crumpling the floral fabric of her skirt into deep folds. He faced forward again and flipped the card. In 2 of Clubs. In the table already held 3 twos, 2 of Hearts, 2 of Spades, 2 of Diamonds. Now with this 4th, not quad 4 of a kind. In the air in the room seemed vacuum sealed. In 4 of a kind outranks a flush. It outranks a straight, and everything else save for a royal flush. Zhou Mingyi's eyebrows arched high, then settled slowly downward. And he nodded once, expression unreadable, and withdrew a checkbook from his inner jacket pocket. Uncapping his fountain pen, he inscribed a figure onto a blank check. 10 million Hong Kong dollars. And he tore the check free and slid it across the table toward Lei Zhaorong. And Mr. Lei, let's play again soon. And Lei Zhaorong accepted the check, glanced at the amount, folded it neatly, and slipped it into his inner jacket pocket. He smiled and nodded. Absolutely. And He Mingxian retrieved his own checkbook. His handwriting was slower, meticulous, each stroke deliberate and precise. After signing, he pushed the check toward Lei Zhaorong and lifted his eyes. That gaze held scrutiny, contemplation, and a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker of respect. Mr. Lei, impressive technique. And Lei Zhaorong accepted the check. Mr. He is too kind. Nonly Lin Deyue remained. Ni's complexion had faded from purple to ashen gray. His white suit hung on him like an empty shell. His stare fixed upon the 4 twos before Lei Zhaorong. Light draining from his eyes, one slow, inexorable dimming. Impossible. Ni's voice cracked, grating like sandpaper dragged across wood. And you were bluffing. That tell. Every hand. Clearly you were bluffing. Why? And Lei Zhaorong placed the 2 of Clubs back upon the table. Then raised his left hand, his little finger slightly curled upward. Identical to the gesture from the previous 4 hands. In that little finger rub, I added it deliberately in the first 2 hands. Ni's voice, low and clear, resonated through the stillness. Specifically to lure you into calling this hand. Lin Deyue opened his mouth. No sound emerged. Now, I have one. Lei Zhaorong lowered his hand and met Lin Deyue's gaze directly. Don't make me despise you. And those words struck deeper than any insult. Lin Deyue's face shifted from gray to a hue indescribable, pale, hollow, stripped bare. He bowed his head, fumbled for his checkbook inside his jacket, uncapped his pen, and hovered the nib above the paper for several long seconds before writing. The digits wavered crookedly, his signature trembled visibly. He tore the check free and slid it toward Lei Zhaorong, never once raising his eyes. I accept the wager. Each syllable emerged gritted, forced from between clenched teeth. Lei Zhaorong took the check, folded it neatly, stacked it atop the others, and tucked the trio into his inner jacket pocket. He rose from his chair. Guanlin stood instantly beside him, her floral skirt falling gracefully as she instinctively linked her arm through his. It's not yet midnight, Lei Zhaorong remarked, glancing at the wall clock. But nearly. Our honeymoon awaits. I must take my leave. And he guided Guanlin toward the door. Passing Wang Jin, the latter sprang upright from the sofa, his plump face still alight with exhilaration, notebook closed, but pen still clutched tightly in his fist. The 3 exited the private room. As the door closed behind them, Lei Zhaorong glanced back once. Lin Deyue remained seated, his white suit glaringly stark beneath the amber light. He hadn't moved, merely stared at the 4 twos on the table, frozen as a wax figure whose soul had been siphoned away. Lei Zhaorong had won 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Guanlin remained silent throughout. She kept her arm linked with Lei Zhaorong's, leaning gently against his shoulder, her expression serene, luminous with quiet, radiant admiration. Like a devoted fan finally standing beside her idol, words unnecessary, presence alone sufficient. In Wang Jin embodied the polar extreme. His animated gestures began the moment they stepped past the private room's threshold and continued uninterrupted all the way to the entrance of the Lisboa Hotel. His plump arms sliced through the air, mimicking the dealer's precise shuffle, then Lin Due's triumphant flush reveal, then Lei Zhaorong's effortless unveiling of Fortu's. Zhaorong, that move was genius. You planted that tell in the first few hands, making them believe it was your weakness, then used the same gesture to go all in on the fifth, convincing them you were bluffing again. Slap. He thumped his thigh, sharp and resonant. In psychological warfare. Pure masterful psychological warfare. I'm writing this into my script. Lei Zhaorong led them down a narrow alley. Macau's midnight streets pulsed with neon hues at the alleys, and a Dai Pai Dong remained open. Plastic chairs and tables spilled onto the pavement, steam rising from a bubbling wok. Let's eat first. And the three settled at the stall. Guanlin finally released Lei Zhaorong's arm, but sat close beside him, shoulders brushing lightly. Wang Jin sat opposite a plate of chilla black bean clams before him, though his chopsticks remained untouched as he spoke incessantly about the psychology of bluffing, pacing in gambling films, character tics, and antagonist construction. Lei Zhaorong peeled shrimp while listening, interjecting occasionally. Guanlin sipped congee slowly, her eyes crinkled with quiet delight. And she set down her bowl and said suddenly, "When you rubbed your little finger, I believed it was your habit." Lei Zhaorong turned to look at her. "And even you were deceived." Wang Jin's eyes widened comically. And Guanlin nodded, then smiled. "But when you revealed Fortu's, I knew. You'd planned it all along." After midnight snacks, the three walked back toward the Lisboa Hotel. The grand lobby's crystal chandeliers still gleamed, but the atmosphere was markedly quieter than the casino floor. Not parting, Lei Zhaorong called Wang Jin back. "You're a good man." And Wang Jin halted and turned. "And you may overthink things, but you're genuine, never false." Lei Zhaorong held his gaze. "And somehow we click." A sincere smile, unlike his usual boisterous grin, softened Wang Jin's round face. He nodded. "I feel the same about Zhaorong." Lei Zhaorong stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to Wang Jin. "And here's an insider tip. Use it as you see fit." Wang Jin blinked rapidly. "In this World Cup football tournament, Italy will win." And Lei Zhaorong stepped back, patted Wang Jin's shoulder, and guided Guanlin toward the elevator. Wang Jin stood rooted, watching their silhouettes vanish behind the closing elevator doors. His expression cycled, then settled into a thoughtful, knowing smile. He glanced down at his notebook, then up again at the elevator doors. Every page overflowed with meticulous notes from tonight's game. He flipped to the last page and wrote a single line in the margin neatly. "Champion." At the restaurant of the Lisboa Hotel, the noon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the white tablecloth gleam. Lei Zhaorong cut a piece of steak and slowly chewed it. Guanlin sat beside him, sipping red wine in small amounts, leaving a faint lip mark on the rim of her glass. Wang Jin sat across from them, focused on his own steak. The sound of his knife and fork clattering against the porcelain plate was as bold as his physique. The three of them chatted casually, their expressions relaxed, as if they were enjoying the sea breeze on a terrace in a shallow bay. Lei Zhaorong finished the last sip of his red wine and set down his glass. "Wang Fatty, after lunch, Guanlin and I will head to our next honeymoon destination. What are your plans next?" Wang Jin did not lift his head. He showed no reaction to the nickname Wang Fatty, as if he had long gotten used to it. He speared a piece of beef with his fork, swirled it in the black pepper sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up like a hamster. "I'm going back as well," he said while chewing, his voice muffled. "Last night's gambling match was quite rewarding for me. I need to go back and organize my thoughts, otherwise I'll forget them after a while. The script also needs to be reimagined and refined." Lei Zhaorong nodded. "Our final stop on the honeymoon is Spain to watch the World Cup final. Do you want to come? I can book the seats and hotel in advance." Wang Jin thought for a moment. His fork paused in midair, his small eyes blinked, but he ultimately shook his head. "Never mind. I need to focus on writing the script and brainstorming scenes, so I won't be going. I aim to finish everything in a month and then shoot it." Lei Zhaorong glanced at him. On Wang Jin's chubby face, beyond the usual joviality, there was something he had never seen before: seriousness. He was indeed going back to write the script. Lei Zhaorong leaned back against his chair. "All right then. Focus on your creation. I look forward to your work." He extended a finger and pointed in Wang Jin's direction. "It's a promise that when Guanlin and I return, we will shoot together. Don't think you can have it all to yourself." Wang Jin chuckled, a myriad of creases appearing on his chubby face. "No problem, I'll shoot with you when you get back. I believe this film will definitely be a huge hit." Lei Zhaorong laughed as well. "I believe it can be a massive success too." The two of them burst into laughter simultaneously, their laughter echoing through the restaurant, catching the attention of several tables nearby. Guanlin held her glass of red wine, smiling at the two of them, occasionally chiming in with a soft voice, like the red wine gently swaying in her glass. It was a harmonious scene. Earlier that morning, Lei Zhaorong stood on the balcony of the hotel room, the sea breeze blowing in from the direction of the dock, carrying a salty scent. He held the phone receiver, the cord stretched out from the room, arching across the door threshold on the balcony. The first call was to Wang Mingyuan. Everything at the Xiangjiang Daily was normal, with a daily circulation stable at 400,000 copies and advertising revenue steady. Wang Mingyuan mentioned on the phone that a few smaller newspapers were rumored to be up for sale, asking if Lei Zhaorong wanted to take a look. Lei Zhaorong said there was no rush, asking him to keep the information for now and discuss it in a few months. Wang Mingyuan didn't ask why, simply agreeing. The second call was to Luo Yongfa. On the Kowloon bus side, the second batch of new buses had all gone online, and the average daily profit of the Bai Li convenience store was stable at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, with all advertising spots sold out, bringing in 360,000 daily. Luo Yongfa's voice on the other end of the line trembled with excitement, saying that the Kowloon bus now was completely different from 2 months ago. Lei Zhaorong instructed him to steady himself and mentioned a few tasks. Apply for new bus routes whenever possible, connect existing routes to cover all of Hong Kong, keep an eye out for suitable land for bus stops, delay purchases for now, and gather all information before making a move in a few months. Luo Yongfa noted everything down, saying he would handle it right away. The third call was to Lu Mintao. This call lasted the longest. At Shino Fashion, the design team had completed the drawings for over 30 clothing designs, and the samples were in. Lu Mintao mentioned that the team leaders in the design group were working overtime until late at night, competing for the position of chief designer, with each drawing becoming more refined than the last. The acquisition negotiations for 2 foreign brands had reached their final stages. The owner of Walter Albini agreed to a deal at 850,000 Hong Kong dollars, while Irene Galatzine was even cheaper, with 60,000 Hong Kong dollars for both the brand and the copyright. The contract was under review by Zhang Qingong, and it was expected to be signed next week. Lei Zhaorong held the receiver, detailing the next arrangements to Lu Mintao. The design work cannot stop. All existing drawings must be turned into finished products while keeping an eye on global fashion shows and exhibitions. Milan, Paris, London, New York, wherever there is a show, go there. The logistics team should select the 3 best shop locations and rent them all. No need to buy, just rent. These 3 shops should be transformed into the initial flagship stores of. The logistics team should select the 3 best shop locations and rent them all. No need to buy, just rent. These 3 shops should be transformed into the initial flagship stores of Shino Fashion. The store's decor needs to have a unified style, minimalist, clean with warm lighting, and the fitting room mirrors must be large enough. The display method should also be consistent. Each piece of clothing should have a specific placement and accessory pairing. Then comes the most crucial step. Have Zhang Qinggang assist in registering an international fashion company in Milan, Italy, and Paris, France. Pack the recently acquired Walter Albini and Irene Galatzine into these 2 companies. Then, through an international licensing agreement, authorize Shino Fashion to become the Asian general agent for these 2 international fashion brands. This is called the foreign monk reading scriptures well. Lei Zhaorong spoke into the microphone. We need to establish our brand, but in the initial stages we need a stylish facade. The 2 foreign brand counters should be set up in the 3 flagship stores. When consumers enter, they see an Asian flagship store of classic Italian and French brands, not a Hong Kong local garment factory direct sales store. Lu Mintao fell silent on the other end of the line for a few seconds, then exhaled deeply. Lei Xing, I understand. He recalled a month ago when Lei Zhaorong said in the garment factory office, which world-renowned brand doesn't have a lot. What they buy is all about added value. At that time he half understood. Now he comprehended. Lei Zhaorong reiterated a few points. Shino's own brand also needs to advance simultaneously, with 3 lines: Shino targeting the mass luxury market, Walter Albini pursuing Italian minimalism, and Irene Galatzine embodying high-end court style. 3 brands, 3 positions covering different demographics. The displays in the flagship stores should distinguish the 3 lines, but not isolate them, making customers feel this is a well-established international fashion group. After hanging up the phone, Lei Zhaorong stood on the balcony, watching the cargo ships slowly pass by at the distant dock. The foundation for Shino Fashion had been laid. Next, it was just about waiting for the finished products to come out, for the flagship stores to open, and for the first time to step onto the international runway. As for the potential acquisition targets for Xiangjiang Daily and Kowloon Bus, he wasn't in a hurry. Under the stock market crash, everything is at rock-bottom prices. London. Outside the fence of Buckingham Palace, Lei Zhaorong and Guan Lin stood in the crowd, embracing. The changing of the guard ceremony had just concluded. The red military uniforms and black bearskin hats particularly vibrant under the sunlight. Guan Lin rested her head on Lei Zhaorong's shoulder, holding a camera, extending her arm, and pressed the shutter for the 2 of them. In the photo, she smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, while Lei Zhaorong's lips curled into a slight arc, with the white marble of the Queen Victoria Memorial and its golden dome in the background. When Big Ben struck midnight, they stood on Westminster Bridge. The waters of the Thames flowed through the night, reflecting the lights from both banks. The chime rang out low and long, like the footsteps of time itself. Guan Lin wrapped herself in Lei Zhaorong's coat, counting the chimes. After the 12th chime, she tiptoed and gently pressed her lips against Lei Zhaorong's. From now on, I want to listen to every midnight with you. Lei Zhaorong did not answer, only wrapped her a little tighter. Afternoon tea by the Thames was on the terrace of an old hotel. A three-tiered stand held scones with clotted cream and strawberry jam and finger sandwiches cut into neat little pieces. Guan Lin held a fine bone china teacup, sipping Darjeeling tea in small mouthfuls, watching the boats come and go on the river. The sunlight bathed her profile in a golden hue, the shadows of her eyelashes faintly cast on her face. Lei Zhaorong picked up the camera and pressed the shutter. Paris. On the viewing platform of the Eiffel Tower, the wind was strong. Guan Lin's hair was blown up. She pressed it down with her hand, but eventually let it fly freely in the wind. From this height, Paris looked like an open chessboard, the Seine winding through, dividing the city in half. Guan Lin spread her arms, letting the wind fill her trench coat like a bird wanting to take flight. On a boat on the Seine, an elderly man sat by the rail playing the violin, not as a street performer, but as someone playing for himself. The sound of the violin was scattered by the river wind, drifting over intermittently, a tune unknown, but simple, yet melodious. Guan Lin leaned against the rail, listening with her eyes closed. The plane trees along the riverbank retreated one by one, their leaves turning translucent gold in the sunset. Spain. Their footsteps traced all over Spain, the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, the Prado Museum in Madrid, the Alhambra Palace in Granada. But Guan Lin's favorite was Seville. At dusk, the tiles of the Plaza de España shimmered with golden and blue light under the setting sun. Guan Lin wore a fiery red Spanish court gown, the layered skirt resembling a blooming pomegranate flower. A rose tucked behind her ear, another held between her teeth, its petals quivering with her breath. She stood in the center of the plaza, mimicking those around her as she began to dance the flamenco. Tiptoe heel, tiptoe heel. The soles of her shoes tapped against the stone ground, creating a crisp rhythm. The skirt spun around, flying up like a ball of flames. Her arms lifted above her head, her wrists twisted, fingers unfurling like petals. The sunset illuminated her silhouette from behind, casting her outline in gold, making her appear like a fairy dancing in flames. The crowd around her grew larger. Tourists, locals, the elderly, and children all watched this Eastern girl, gazing at her sun-kissed profile, her lips holding the rose, and her swirling skirt. Some started clapping along to the rhythm, while others whistled. Lei Zhaorong squatted at the front of the crowd, the camera pressed to his face, the shutter clicking. In his past life, he was an amateur photography enthusiast, and now this skill finally came in handy. In the viewfinder, Guan Lin turned around and smiled at him. The rose petals quivered at the corner of her mouth. Snap! The dance ended. Guan Lin ran over, her skirt held up as applause erupted behind her. Turning around, she saw the applause was for her, so she gracefully curtsied while holding her skirt, then dashed back to Lei Zhaorong. A fine sheen of sweat covered her forehead, her cheeks flushed. She spotted her photo in Lei Zhaorong's camera, her eyes sparkling like stars. Then, giggling, she grabbed Lei Zhaorong's hand and ran back to the souvenir shop by the plaza, breathlessly buying 6 identical red gowns. They'll find a chance to wear them for you in the future. She hugged the paper bag containing the dresses, her expression like a child who had stolen candy. At the port of Malaga, Guan Lin stood at the bow of an antique sailboat, dressed as a pirate. A black tricorn hat, a white shirt, a deep blue vest, a rapier on her waist, and a brass monocular in her hand. The sea breeze blew her hair up, the sleeves of her shirt billowed with the wind as she squinted with one eye peering through the monocular at the distant horizon. She looked just like a Mediterranean pirate queen from the 18th century. Lei Zhaorong stood on the dock, holding the camera, capturing her from below. Guan Lin lowered the monocular, looking down at him, her lips curling into a confident smile. Did you spot an enemy ship, Captain? Yes, one carrying Spanish ham and olive oil. Guan Lin burst into laughter, nearly losing her pirate hat to the wind. She hurriedly pressed down her hat, the rapier clinking at her waist. That night, Guan Lin's suitcase gained 3 more uniquely styled pirate costumes. Lei Zhaorong sat on the edge of the bed, watching her stuff one unique outfit after another into the already bold court gowns, pirate costumes, bullfighter jackets, flamenco shoes, and the beret and scarf she bought in Paris. He couldn't fathom how much she had shipped back to Hong Kong from this honeymoon trip. Every time before changing cities, Guan Lin would appear in the hotel lobby with a large cardboard box, filling out the shipping form, then clapping her hands, revealing a satisfied expression as if she had completed another task. The two of them were endlessly entertained. July 11th, Sunday, Madrid. Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. Lei Zhaorong and Guan Lin stood in the best seats in the front row of the stands. Around them was a sea of 80,000 people, blue-clad Italian fans, white-clad West German fans, flags fluttering, songs resonating, and the stomping creating a tremor throughout the stands. Guan Lin wore the blue jersey of the Italian team, her face painted with a small tricolor flag. She tightly clasped Lei Zhaorong's arm, peering onto the field on her tiptoes. The players were entering the field, the green turf shining under the sunlight. This was the final destination of their honeymoon trip. Lei Zhaorong looked at the giant World Cup emblem in the center of the field. In his past life, he had seen this match on television. Paolo Rossi's header, Tardelli's roar, and the confetti raining down when Zoff lifted the trophy. These images had been replayed countless times in later years, but at this moment they had yet to occur. The referee blew the whistle to start the game. 80,000 voices erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Guan Lin tightened her grip on his arm. Most importantly, after today the money would start rolling in. July 15th. The villa at Repulse Bay's second-floor terrace. The evening sea breeze blew in from the sea carrying a moist saltiness. The clouds on the horizon were dyed orange and purple by the sunset, resembling a slowly unfolding watercolor painting. Waves crashed gently against the rocks, their sound traveling far, soft and lingering. Guanlin wore a loose white cotton linen dress, her hair casually tied back, leaning against the railing of the terrace. Her skin had turned a light honey color from the European sun, and the warmth of the Seville sunlight still lingered on her cheeks. The wind tousled her loose strands, and she tucked them behind her ear, then returned her gaze to the vast sea before her. Lei Zhaorong stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. His chin rested on the top of her head. The two stood there in silence without a word. The month-long journey had come to an end. The chimes of London, the winds of Paris, the sunsets of Seville, the waves of Malaga, the cheers from Bernabeu. All the memories were captured in both the camera and their minds. 46 days of honeymoon from Asia to Europe, from the gaming tables of the Lisboa to the stadiums of Spain. And that little money. The Italian team won the championship with odds of 7-1. Lei Zhaorong's $1 million turned into $7 million, and Guanlin's $500,000 became $35 million. In total, $105 million, converting to over 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Plus the 90 million Hong Kong dollars won from Lindeue at the Lisboa casino. The victorious harvest of their honeymoon amounted to 90 million US dollars, along with 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Guanlin's fingers rested on Lei Zhaorong's hand, her fingertips gently tracing his knuckles. Hubby, let's go to a different place every year, okay? Lei Zhaorong tightened his arms, pulling her closer. All right. The waves continued to crash against the rocks. The clouds in the sky shifted from orange to deep purple, then from deep purple to gray-blue. On July 17th, Saturday, the morning sea breeze swept over from Repulse Bay carrying a salty, humid scent. Lei Zhaorong stood on the second-floor terrace, holding a cup of coffee, and habitually opened the system panel. Then he burst into hearty laughter. It was not a smile nor a chuckle, but a genuine roar of laughter. The sound echoed across the quiet terrace in the morning, startling a seabird perched on the railing. The seabird flapped its wings and flew away, but Lei Zhaorong's laughter did not cease. Footsteps approached, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Guanlin's face pressed against his back, her voice still carrying the hoarse softness of someone just awakened. Honey, what's making you so happy? Lei Zhaorong turned around and pulled her into his embrace. Guanlin was wearing a silk nightgown, her hair tousled over her shoulders, her eyes half closed, resembling a cat stirred from sleep. I have the chance to reclaim Kowloon construction. Guanlin's eyes instantly brightened. She knew the knot in Lei Zhaorong's heart, retrieving all the assets of the Lei family. Kowloon bus was the first step, but certainly not the last. Now that he mentioned having an opportunity to regain Kowloon construction, the sparkle in his eyes intensified several-fold. Really? That's wonderful. Lei Zhaorong's confidence naturally stemmed from the system. His consciousness returned to the golden message he had just read, its silver background and golden edges faintly glowing in the darkness. On July 17th, Lei Zhaorong transferred 150 million Hong Kong dollars from the 200 million received from selling Kowloon bus shares, leaving a safety net of 50 million Hong Kong dollars for emergencies. Kowloon construction, controlled by Lei Zhaorong, faced a stock market crash, with pre-sales falling far below expectations. 6 ongoing projects would all come to a halt by mid-August. The creditor group, led by HSBC, demanded the takeover of Kowloon construction and the restructuring of its debts, initiating unlimited personal liability clauses. All of Lei Zhaorong's funds were frozen. After September 24th, the economy of all industries in Hong Kong plummeted, triggering a full-blown stock market crash. At that time, applying to take over Kowloon construction and assuming all debts would allow one to acquire ownership for the extremely low price of 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong reread the message from start to finish. In the initial plan, Kowloon construction was the final target. Kowloon construction was not publicly traded, so it could not be acquired through the stock market. It had to be taken directly from Lei Zhaorong. He originally intended to wait until his asset scale reached a new level before discussing with Xinbai. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhaorong had shot himself in the foot, directly handing him the opportunity. When the stock market crash came, what good would 50 million do? 6 ongoing projects with pre-sales far below expectations would all stop by mid-August. By then, when the creditor group, led by HSBC, demanded takeover, restructuring, and freezing of funds, Lei Zhaorong would have no chance to turn the tables. The information in this message was substantial. First, Lei Zhaorong had already begun transferring funds. This very day. Secondly, the economic downturn had already begun, with the system clearly indicating that the stock market crash would commence on September 24th. There were still over 2 months left. Thirdly, the final transaction price for Kowloon construction was 30 million Hong Kong dollars. After assuming all debts, one could acquire ownership at an incredibly low price. He wouldn't have to do anything. When the stock market crash arrived, he could just approach HSBC to find Xinbai. However, he needed to prepare his other assets within these 2 months. The Hong Kong Daily Kowloon bus and Chinois apparel. Each needed to stabilize before the stock market crash and reserve enough cash. The stock market crash was not a disaster, but an opportunity for soaring. When bargains were plentiful, those with cash in hand would be kings. Guanlin snuggled quietly in his embrace without disturbing him. She could see that Lei Zhaorong was deep in thought. When he pondered, his brow would slightly furrow, his gaze would drift to some uncertain distance, and his breathing would become long and even. She had learned to stay quietly during such moments, without asking questions, without interruptions, just leaning against him, letting him know she was there. Her slightly chilly arms, blown by the sea breeze, rested against his chest, absorbing warmth. The ringing of the phone broke the silence. Lei Zhaorong snapped back to reality, glanced down at Guanlin. Guanlin tiptoed and pecked his chin, then stepped out of his embrace and turned to make coffee. Lei Zhaorong walked into the room and picked up the receiver. Arome. Wang Jin's voice exploded from the receiver, powerful enough to make Lei Zhaorong pull it away from his ear. I knew you were back. My script is ready, come take a look. Then we can shoot it. Lei Zhaorong chuckled. This chubby guy had secluded himself for over 40 days. It seemed he truly had produced something. The two agreed to meet at the Peninsula Hotel. After hanging up, Lei Zhaorong walked over to the vanity. Guanlin was applying toner to her face, looking at him in the mirror. During this period, we might be entering the film industry. You're familiar with this, so start thinking about how to proceed. Wang Jin's movie will be the first. Guanlin pouted. I won't be managing it. How should we do it? Lei Zhaorong extended his hand, curling his index finger and lightly flicking her forehead. You can't manage it yourself, nor will you find someone capable to manage it. You should just manage the finances yourself. That makes sense. I can handle finances, she thought, silently calculating the money brought back from the honeymoon plus previous savings. Her little treasury already exceeded 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Guanlin covered her forehead, her expression first one of realization, then quickly shifting to an angry pout. I'm getting a little slow-witted, and you're flicking my forehead. Won't that make me even slower? Lei Zhaorong chuckled, not engaging, and pulled her to change clothes. At the Peninsula Hotel in the cafe, Wang Jin was already sitting at a window seat waiting. In front of him sat a glass of iced lemon tea, droplets of water running down the cup. Seeing Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin enter, he stood up and waved vigorously, his chubby face smiling so broadly that his eyes were nearly closed. Quick, take a look. Quick, take a look. Wang Jin pushed a neatly bound script in front of Lei Zhaorong, the title on the cover written in bold black characters. The God of Gamblers. See if there's anything that needs changing. This is my masterpiece from this period. He leaned back in his chair, his expression like that of a mother showcasing her newborn after delivery. Proud, anxious, and expectant, all emotions stirred together. Unlike you going on scenic trips with beauties. A hint of grievance flashed in his small eyes. Lei Zhaorong flipped open the script, laughing as he read. Unlike you going on scenic trips with beauties. A hint of grievance flashed in his small eyes. Lei Zhaorong flipped open the script, laughing as he read. Is it too late for me to regret now, eh? Definitely too late, Lei Zhaorong replied without looking up. Let's plan to go out together next time. By the way, does your family own any stocks now? If so, sell them quickly. Wang Jin blinked his small eyes. None. My dad and I don't play that game. What's up? Nothing. Just a reminder. In the meantime, Lei Zhaorong had quickly finished reading the entire script. In his past life, he had watched this film many times, every plot etched in his mind. Gao Jin de Cugio, the god of gamblers' habit of eating chocolate, the rule of not taking photos at gambling tables, as well as those classic lines. Now this script was in his hands years ahead of the original version, yet the structure of the story was already fully formed. He flipped the script back to the beginning, his finger pointing at a piece of action description. This action of touching the little finger, let's change it. Wang Jin leaned over. It can be changed to touching a jade finger ring. An imperial green jade finger ring. When touching the finger ring, the light shines on it, and the green reflection illuminates the face. Wouldn't that elevate the quality? Wang Jin paused for half a second, and then suddenly slapped his thigh. The sound was crisp, startling the guests. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. His chubby face turned beet red, his voice trembling with excitement. I always felt like this action was missing something. Turns out it was this. Touching a little finger was too ordinary. Touching the finger ring, the jade ring, imperial green. Suddenly the level went up. A character like Gao Jin should have a priceless finger ring on hand. He snatched the script, grabbed a pen, and started making changes. His handwriting was lively, while muttering words like finger ring, lighting reflection. Lei Zhaorong waited for him to finish writing before speaking. So shall we start preparing? I'm fine with it. The funds are always available. It mainly depends on you. All right. He'll have a Lin help you. Guanlin, holding a coffee cup, smiled slightly at the two men. Just then a middle-aged man's voice came from a nearby booth, interrupting the two who were excitedly discussing details. Can I also join your film project? Lei Zhaorong and Wang Jin turned their heads simultaneously. In the adjacent booth sat a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair combed meticulously, with facial features as sharp as if chiseled from stone. On the table in front of him was a cup of coffee that had gone cold, indicating he had been sitting there for quite some time. Wang Jin raised his head, saw the man's face, and nearly dropped his pen. Lei Zhaorong recognized him at a glance. Long Wu. He had been so engrossed in discussing the script with Wang Jin that he had completely overlooked this pair of ears beside him. With the script spread out on the table, the jade finger ring gouged Jean the gambling scene. These key pieces of information had likely been overheard. The middle-aged man stood up from the booth, adjusted the buttons on his suit, and walked over to the two. The middle-aged man, seeing that Lei Zhaorong recognized him, remained calm, merely nodding slightly, as if confirming something. I just heard you two discussing the script, though I apologize for the intrusion. His tone was neither rushed nor slow. However, a good story is worth the boldness. His smile was different from that of an ordinary person. It was steady, measured, as if everything were under his control. My surname is Xiang. The Peninsula Hotel Cafe. Wang Jin froze for a second. The excitement on his face faded into a faint, almost imperceptible bit. Yet his composure returned instantly. He sprang up with a cheerful smile and gave a slight respectful bow to the middle-aged man approaching. Mr. Xiang Sheng, it's an honor. Xiang Chong clasped Lei Zhaorong's hand firmly, not in a showy display of strength, but with the quiet, ingrained power of habit. Though half a head shorter than Lei Zhaorong, Xiang Chong stood like a steel post driven deep into the earth. His hair was impeccably groomed, his shirt collar fastened to the top button, no ornaments adorned him. Only a stainless steel wristwatch, its face devoid of any logo. Let me join. What do you think? As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Lei Zhaorong's face to Wang Jin's, then back. His tone held neither supplication nor command, but a serene, unwavering certainty that refusal was unthinkable. Wang Jin's smile lingered, yet the curve of his lips stiffened slightly. He remained silent, turning his eyes instead toward Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong understood Wang Jin's unspoken question instantly. Fatso, Lei Zhaorong addressed Wang Jin, his voice calm and measured, as if dissecting a commercial proposition. With Mr. Xiang Sheng aboard, this film will encounter far fewer complications. Wang Jin blinked his small eyes. And monopolizing success rarely sustains longevity. Mr. Xiang Sheng's integrity is solid. I recommend bringing him on board. What's your take? Wang Jin paused momentarily, taken aback. Though he hadn't known Lei Zhaorong long, he knew well that his friend never hedged on pivotal decisions. When Lei Zhaorong said recommendation, he had already weighed the calculus. When he called someone solid, it meant exactly that. When he said far fewer complications, it implied some obstacles would strain even him. Wang Jin's shoulders relaxed subtly. His smile softened, genuine once more, as he nodded toward Xiang Chong. You're absolutely right. I have no objection. Xiang Chong's gaze swept over both men, and the corner of his mouth lifted, not in triumph, but in quiet confirmation these two were astute, worthy of engagement. Xiang Sheng, Lei Zhaorong resettled himself, hands folded neatly on the table. I know your family stands at a critical juncture, actively seeking new paths forward. Wang Fatso's film is certain to turn a profit. I trust you've already gleaned something of our standing. Xiang Chong nodded, offering no denial. I have two conditions. Accept them, and we forge a long-term partnership. Xiang Chong arched a brow. Few dared use the word conditions when addressing him in Hong Kong. Yet this young man sat before him unruffled and composed, as though discussing quarterly targets with a senior executive. Xiang Chong felt intrigue stir. Speak. I'm listening attentively. Invest in the film properly. No illicit dealings. Xiang Chong hesitated just slightly. He knew precisely what Lei Zhaorong alluded to. The unspoken rules shadowing the Xiang family's name within Hong Kong's film industry, funds of murky origin. Lei Zhaorong had voiced it plainly, bluntly, as if ordering dishes. Xiang Chong fell silent for a moment, then replied, his voice lowered deeper. Agreed. The Xiang family has long sought legitimacy. Secondly, Lei Zhaorong's gaze held no evasion. I expect Mr. Xiang Sheng not to transplant your family's ethos onto this film. Xiang Chong's expression remained unchanged, but the fingers holding his coffee cup paused ever so briefly. After a long pause, he set the cup down and met Lei Zhaorong's eyes directly. Agreed. He extended his hand. Then let's make this collaboration fruitful. Lei Zhaorong grasped it firmly. Likewise. Wang Jin, grinning, added his own hand atop theirs. Likewise. Guan Lin sat nearby, her luminous gaze drifting from Lei Zhaorong to Wang Jin, then returning to Lei Zhaorong. She said nothing, yet her lips curved in a quiet, serene arc. Lei Zhaorong picked up the script from the table and handed it directly to Xiang Chong. Xiang Chong accepted it and opened to the first page, then did not look up again. The cafe's ambient chatter, the clink of porcelain, the background music, all receded, sealed outside the script's world. He turned pages at a steady pace, pausing occasionally on certain passages, fingertips lightly tracing the paper as if visualizing scenes unfold. After 15 minutes, he slapped the table. An outstanding script. The coffee cup jingled sharply. Nearby patrons startled, glancing over. Unaware, Xiang Chong tapped the script with evident, unrestrained enthusiasm. The plot unfolds with masterful dynamism, embracing comedy and gunplay alike. Its details are exquisitely rendered. This character, Long Wu, I find utterly compelling. He raised his eyes to Lei Zhaorong. May I take the role? I believe Mr. Xiang Sheng suits the part perfectly, Lei Zhaorong affirmed, then turned to Wang Jin. But the director is Wang Jin. He holds final say. Absolutely, absolutely. Wang Jin waved cheerfully. Mr. Xiang Sheng brings experience and embodies the character's essence. It's as though Long Wu were written expressly for him. What began as a trio's discussion now included 4. Around the modest round table, heads leaned in close. The script lay open at its center. Each person nudged their chair half an inch forward. The cast list took shape swiftly. 4 Gao Jin, all 3 named the same actor, then burst into Dako Jio was confirmed. Long Wu naturally went to Xiang Chong. Guan Lin would portray a Zhen. Only Gao Jin's wife remained undecided. Wang Jin vacillated among several names. She must be sensual. Wang Jin mused, biting his pen cap, his plump face earnest. But not cheaply so. Refined, elegant, possessing gravitas enough to command presence beside Gao Jin. After prolonged deliberation, they reached no consensus. Wang Jin sighed. We'll revisit this later. Then he turned to Lei Zhaorong. Arong, would you consider taking a role? Just stand there. You'd radiate presence instantly. Minimal lines, just a few shots. Guaranteed charisma. Lei Zhaorong shook his head. The coming months will be exceptionally demanding. Perhaps next time. Then let's host a press conference once roles are finalized. Xiang Chong steered the conversation back. Invite industry figures across the board. Advance publicity. Wang Jin's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Generating buzz before filming even begins. That's a winning strategy. After Xiang Chong departed, Wang Jin's shoulders visibly slumped. He sank back into his chair, drained a gulp of iced lemon tea, the ice cubes clinking rhythmically, then lowered his voice to ask Lei Zhaorong. Is Xiang Chong's involvement truly without risk? Lei Zhaorong lifted his coffee cup, voice placid. Rest easy. The Xiang family seeks redemption, with the handover looming. Compliance is non-negotiable. Wang Jin swallowed another mouthful, his glass now empty. He set it down and exhaled deeply, the flesh of his plump face trembling faintly. With you anchoring things, I feel far more secure. Guan Lin leaned in from beside him. Arong, shall we establish a company next? Lei Zhaorong didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to Wang Jin. Fatso, would you like to invest? Let's build wealth together. Wang Jin's round face registered mild surprise. He rubbed his fingers together, smiling bashfully. I'm willing, but my capital is limited. Trivial matters, Lei Zhaorong interjected, speaking rapidly, yet casually, as if debating how many soda cases to buy. 2 million HKD, 3% equity. 2 million for 3%. By investment ratio, the company's valuation hovered below 7 million. Yet Wang Jin knew this wasn't about money. Given Lei Zhaorong's personal wealth, full ownership would pose no challenge. Offering 3% wasn't an investment opportunity. It was an invitation to partnership. Wang Jin nodded, saying nothing further. Some truths require no elaboration. Alan will contribute 15 million initially. Lei Zhaorong turned to Guan Lin. You'll allocate 10% to your parents, to leverage their resources. Guan Lin nodded, her eyes gleaming. Then facing Wang Jin, Alan handles finances capably, but administration isn't her forte. Any recommendations? Wang Jin pondered a moment, his small eyes twinkling. Actually, there is someone. He leaned forward. Sure, Launching. Heard of her? New Cinema's chief operations officer. From production to distribution to theatrical release, nothing escapes her grasp. Yes, excellent choice. Please arrange a meeting. Are you poaching her? Wang Jin's eyes sparkled with play. Indeed, poaching her. Wang Jin chuckled. Bold move, daring to raid New Cinema's foundations. Admirable courage. But sure, Launching is fiercely independent. You'll need compelling terms. Terms won't be an obstacle. Lei Zhaorong sipped his cooled coffee, voice resolute. Lei Zhaorong arrived at the Hong Kong Daily. In Wang Mingyuan's office, the note reading 350,000. Just the beginning, still clung to the door, its corners curled further. Yet the number had changed. The current circulation stood at 43,000 copies, securing its place as Hong Kong's undisputed top newspaper. Wang Mingyuan first reported recent metric circulation, advertising revenue, reader feedback, each surpassing last month's. By the end, he even chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his hands together. Have you prepared those valuable periodicals I asked you to monitor? Ready. Wang Mingyuan pulled a file folder from his drawer and opened it. Neatly clipped inside were profiles of several magazines. Outlook, art and fashion focused, highly regarded among youth and cultural circles. Film Biweekly, the authoritative journal on Hong Kong cinema, read by insiders across the industry. Eat, Drink, Man, Woman, a publication deeply rooted in culinary culture, renowned for its spirited discourse and loyal readership. Lei Zhaorong flipped through the dossier. Excellent. These will do. Wang Mingyuan nodded, then hesitated. Mr. Lei, should we expand the Hong Kong Daily itself? Absolutely not, Lei Zhaorong replied, emphatic, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Mingyuan recoiled slightly at his intensity. This free distribution model carries devastating force. It would destabilize the entire industry. To cut off another's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Lei Zhaorong's voice darkened, not explaining, but warning. Had we not been backed into a corner, I'd never have chosen this path. For now, maintain the status quo, no expansion. Wang Mingyuan studied Lei Zhaorong's expression and swallowed the words rising to his tongue. In all their time knowing each other, this was the first time Lei Zhaorong spoke with such gravity. Not anger, not urgency, but profound, unshakable seriousness. Understood. Status quo maintained. Lei Zhaorong closed the folder. 2 months hence, when the stock market crash arrives, that will be our optimal moment to expand. Wang Mingyuan shot upright, his chair's wheels screeching across the floor. His expression shifted from disbelief to a volatile blend of shock and exhilaration. Mouth agape, eyes wide with question marks, facial muscles trembling faintly. Mr. Lei, you're not joking. Lei Zhaorong shot him an exasperated glance. Would I jest about such a matter? Wang Mingyuan offered an awkward chuckle and resettled, but his posture had transformed entirely. He leaned forward, palms flat on the desk, like a student awaiting the teacher's first question. Prime Minister Thatcher will visit China in September. Her agenda inevitably centers on Hong Kong. Lei Zhaorong spoke slowly, his voice low, yet compressing the air in the room. She'll naively presume she can negotiate with that leader riding the residual prestige of the Falklands War. She fails to grasp that to those elder revolutionaries such a minor victory is laughably insignificant. He held Wang Mingyuan's gaze. The resolve to safeguard sovereignty and reclaim Hong Kong is immutable. Thus this visit promises no favorable outcome. Panic will spread. Capital will flee. Markets will plummet. Bargains will litter the landscape. That will be our golden hour for expansion. Wang Mingyuan listened, his expression shifting from doubt to conviction, then to fervent anticipation. His fist tapped the desk softly. Understood, Mr. Lei. I'll prepare meticulously over these 2 months and seize these publications decisively. The economy is already contracting. Lei Zhaorong pushed the folder back toward Wang Mingyuan. Begin discreet outreach. Probe their willingness. He glanced around the modest office. Since acquiring the Hong Kong Daily, Wang Mingyuan had worked here, never repairing the peeling paint on the walls. Not due to lack of funds, but frugality. Investing in journalism mattered more than cosmetic upkeep. You must identify a skyscraper. It's time the Hong Kong Daily relocated its headquarters. Wang Mingyuan paused, then nodded firmly. He uttered no questions about budget or feasibility, merely etched the directive into the foremost chamber of his mind. Lei Zhaorong rose and clapped Wang Mingyuan's shoulder. Just then the desk phone rang. Wang Mingyuan answered, listened briefly, then passed the receiver to Lei Zhaorong. Mr. Lei, it's for you. Lei Zhaorong accepted the handset, puzzled. Who would call the Hong Kong Daily's landline seeking him? This is Lei Zhaorong. May I ask who's calling? A Mandarin voice, accented and slightly uneven in tone yet precise in enunciation, echoed through the line. Familiar, resurfacing after more than a month. Mr. Lei, hello. This is Dong Machi. A faint smile tugged at Lei Zhaorong's lips. Hello, Mr. Dong Machi. Have you arrived in Hong Kong? Not yet, came the steady low reply. We arrive next week, July 24th. 22 machine tools, this time models similar to last. 22. Nearly double the previous shipment. Dong Machi paused, to a faint crackle threaded his voice. This time we require double the materials listed previously. Lei Zhaorong held the receiver, his smile deepening incrementally. Last time 13 machine tools, procured with 5 million HKD worth of goods, were exchanged by Director Su for 460 barrels of oil, then sold at premium to Shun by netting nearly 20 million USD. This time 22 units. Doubling the materials cost only 10 million HKD. Agreed. Everything will be ready in advance. His voice remained calm, unwavering. Monday, July 19th, in the afternoon. At the Peninsula Hotel's cafe, Lei Zhaorong sat by the window, a cup of coffee placed before him. The coffee had grown cold, untasted. His mind was wholly immersed in the system interface. That morning a copperton message had arrived precisely on schedule. On July 17th, Chung Kong Holdings' under construction project was completed and sales met expectations, sparking a 3.7 rebound for the company that same day. Such short-term intelligence no longer held much interest for Lei Zhaorong. Yet he forwarded it to Mr. Chen's team at HSBC, a small favor to an old subordinate. Mr. Chen had executed countless trades under his guidance, never once faltering. On rare occasions Lei Zhaorong would pass along such transparent low-risk opportunities. Yet that very afternoon, before market close, Mr. Chen's call came through his car phone. Mr. Lei. Mr. Chen's voice carried a note of cautious hesitation. Today's intelligence contained discrepancies. Chung Kong Holdings did indeed rally briefly upon the positive news, but when its gains reached only 1.3, the stock plunged sharply. Fortunately, we acted swiftly. No losses were incurred. Lei Zhaorong gripped the steering wheel, silent. Mr. Lei, are you still there? Yes. Understood. He ended the call. Now seated in the Peninsula Hotel's cafe, his untouched coffee cooled beside him, his consciousness submerged once more in the system interface. Text scrolled steadily across the screen. System, why did this message err? Due to the growing butterfly effect triggered by the host, the timeline has begun to deviate subtly from its original course. Minor inaccuracies in intelligence are now within normal error tolerance. Lei Zhaorong's fingers tapped lightly upon the tabletop, faster than usual. If I can no longer determine which intelligence is reliable, won't I be perpetually reactive? At system tier 3, confidence metrics will appear. Higher confidence indicates greater probability of occurrence, lower confidence signals potential deviation. He stared at those words for a long while. The butterfly effect. His arrival from another world had altered so much. The fate of Guan Lin, the survival of the Hong Kong daily, the ownership of Kowloon Motor Bus, the collapse of Xinbang Industrial, the diversion of Soviet machine tools. Each altered thread sent ripples outward, nudging events that should never have occurred into being. The system remained unchanged, but the original timeline it observed was no longer the one beneath his feet. He must elevate the system to Tier 3, urgently. Confidence. Those two words now outweighed everything else, knowing which intelligence warranted full commitment, which demanded caution, and which might never manifest at all. Yet the current condition for Tier 3, Shenhua Apparel's successful transformation, remained unfulfilled. The design sketches were complete, the brand contract signed, and flagship store renovations underway, none of which could be rushed. Footsteps approached. Lei Zhaorong withdrew. His apparel's successful transformation remained unfulfilled. The design sketches were Launching wore a sharp navy blue suit, her hair cropped neatly above her ears, her gaze steady, incisive. Her bearing bore none of the glittering affectation of the entertainment industry, as she resembled instead a seasoned executive commanding boardrooms. Beside her stood a man half a head taller, his curls soft, his eyes holding the defiant spark of an artist, yet tempered by an air of quiet uncertainty. Suku. Lei Zhaorong rose and extended his hand. Monsieur Director Su, please sit down. Launching shook his hand, firm, measured, perfectly calibrated. Suku's handshake was brief, accompanied by a slight nod. They took their seats opposite him, and Launching spoke first. This is Suku, my boyfriend. Her tone was crisp, devoid of preamble. Mr. Lei, you summoned us. May I ask why? Lei Zhaorong temporarily set aside the question of confidence. Now was not the time. Now was the moment to recruit talent, from Cinema City to Tunglong Film. He slid the coffee cup aside and leaned forward slightly. I wish to formally invite both of you to join Tunglong Film Company. Launching's brows lifted faintly. She said nothing, waiting for him to continue. My credentials, I trust, require no elaboration, Lei Zhaorong said, calm, yet unshakable. Should you join us, I pledge Director Su's films will receive priority investment. Suku's fingers resting on the table twitched almost imperceptibly. Director Su may establish his own studio operating under Tunglong Film's umbrella, with zero interference in creative decisions. Lei Zhaorong turned to Launching. I propose you serve as general manager of Tunglong Film. Launching and Suku exchanged a glance, identical expressions flickering in both eyes, astonishment, not at the invitation itself, but at its terms. Launching had navigated the film industry for years, encountering countless executives. Some claimed they'd never interfere with creativity, yet knew nothing of cinema. Others understood film deeply, but could not resist meddling in every detail. Lei Zhaorong laid each condition bare from the outset: priority, financing, autonomous studio structure, creative freedom, transparent script review, each striking directly at Cinema City's institutional weaknesses. Launching paused, silent for a moment. Mr. Lei's sincerity is evident to us both. Yet this decision requires careful consideration. Her tone was genuine, not evasive but earnest. Lei Zhaorong lifted the chilled coffee and took a slow sip. I understand your reservations, but can Cinema City truly unlock Director Su's potential? Suku's brow furrowed slightly. Major shareholder Matt Ka wishes to inject additional capital, but results remain poor. He also insists on unilateral control. Their latest release, The Best of Partners 2, underperformed critically and commercially. Lei Zhaorong set the cup down, his gaze shifting deliberately from Launching to Suku, measured, deliberate, weighted. Second shareholder Ishida's attention lies entirely in the stock market. His engagement with Cinema City has waned considerably. Launching's eyelid flickered. Huang Baoming, the smallest shareholder, lacks both influence and leverage. Lei Zhaorong paused, letting the silence settle. Most critically, Lei Kuan, the de facto controller and primary investor, is running out of funds. His liquidity has already collapsed. Those words struck like a stone dropped into still water. Launching's lips tightened into a thin line. Suku's eyes flashed with surprise. What future does such a Cinema City offer you? Launching did not answer immediately. She lowered her gaze, fingertips rotating the untouched glass of water before her, beads of condensation slipping one by one down its rim. Suku was utterly overlooked at Cinema City. She knew it well. He served only as assistant director on others' projects, his own screenplay, polished over years, denied even preliminary approval. He'd voiced this grievance to her countless times, always vowing to leave, always waiting. Waiting for what? For Matt Ka to relinquish autocracy, or for Ishida to withdraw from the stock market. We sincerely thank you for your esteem, Mr. Lei Launching said, lifting her eyes, calm, composed. Yet your company faces a pressing obstacle. Even if we joined Tunglong Film, our scope for meaningful contribution would remain severely constrained. Lei Zhaorong regarded her steadily. Lei Kuan has issued a warning across the industry. Launching continued, lowering her voice, but keeping her tone level. Anyone collaborating with Tunglong Film will face blacklisting by Golden Princess Theaters. Lei Zhaorong listened, and then burst into genuine laughter. Not a sneer, not a hollow chuckle, pure unguarded amusement. His laughter echoed through the hushed cafe. Oh, several servers glanced discreetly in their direction. Suka flinched, startled, confused. Launching froze. Lei Zhaorong's mirth subsided. He leaned back in his chair, a lingering smile at the corners of his mouth, shaking his head. Do you truly believe Golden Princess Theaters alone can blacklist me? He leaned forward again, his expression shifting from amusement to sober gravity. Those who align themselves with Lei Zhaorong reveal only myopic vision. Golden Princess Theaters. Have you forgotten? I control the Hong Kong Daily. Launching's eyes widened slightly. The Hong Kong Daily, Hong Kong's highest circulation newspaper, printing 4,300 copies daily. In this era, the power of its film review and promotional pages over box office success was undeniable. She understood it better than anyone. Even setting aside my capacity to acquire scattered cinemas outright, Lei Zhaorong tapped once on the tabletop. I could simply trade the Hong Kong Daily's cinematic promotion space for screening slots with Chow Man Hui. Launching's breath caught. Cathay Pacific Theaters, the largest chains in Hong Kong's sworn rivals of Golden Princess. If the Hong Kong Daily threw its full promotional weight behind Cathay's releases in exchange for prime placement, Chow Man Hui would wake from dreams smiling. Lei Zhaorong's blacklist. Against the Hong Kong Daily, it was little more than scrap paper. Please consider carefully. Lei Zhaorong resumed, his tone serene once more. But do so swiftly. We are interviewing other candidates. The general manager position at Tunglong Film remains highly sought after. Launching and Suku rose. Their expressions differed subtly, neither uncertain nor dismissive, but recalibrating. Launching's brow remained faintly furrowed, not in hesitation but in focused contemplation. We'll take our leave now, she said, and walked toward the exit with Suku. After a few steps, Suku glanced back, his gaze carrying quiet, tentative hope. Once they departed, Lei Zhaorong sank deeper into his chair, his smile fading, vanishing entirely. Lei Zhaorong. Again Lei Zhaorong. Even now drowning in crisis. 6 Kowloon construction projects poised to halt in August, his cash flow fractured beyond repair. He still found energy to issue threats in the film industry. Golden Princess Theaters was now Lei Zhaorong's most valuable remaining asset, and his final veil of dignity. Yet he failed to grasp that veil too was fraying in the wind. 2 months. When the stock market crash arrives, how long can Golden Princess Theaters survive in Lei Zhaorong's hands? Then no blacklist will be needed. The initiative will rest entirely with him. Kowloon walled city. Midnight. Deep within its labyrinth, neon tubes flickered and died, unrepaired. Street lamps rusted into indistinct smudges of color. Damp stains seeped up cracked walls. The air hung thick with the sour stench of rotting garbage and decaying vegetables. Alleys narrowed to single-file passage. Overhead, tangled wires and laundry lines sliced the night sky into jagged, irregular shards. A young man with a pronounced limp emerged from the shadows, hood drawn low over his face. He leaned heavily on a wooden crutch, dragging his right leg behind him, each step echoing with a dull, hollow thud against the concrete. Before him, in a pool of darkness, stood a middle-aged man. The youth handed over a brown paper bag, then another. This is the deposit, 800,000. The remainder, another 800,000, upon completion. His voice was hoarse, parched, as if unused for weeks. The second bag contains full dossiers on the target. He paused, his grip tightening on the crutch handle. How soon can it be done? The man accepted both bags, weighing them thoughtfully in his palms. His reply came in halting Cantonese, intonation uneven, laced with Vietnamese inflection, yet delivered with unwavering composure. Rest assured, we and you men honor our debts. We'll conduct reconnaissance first, action within 3 days. The youth said nothing more. Turning, he limped slowly away, vanishing into the alley's far end. The rhythmic thud of his crutch faded, drowned beneath the distant clatter of mahjong tiles and the melancholy strains of Cantonese opera drifting from a radio. Night. Victoria Harbor. On the waterfront, a young man, leaning on a crutch, settled onto the cold concrete. Harbor lights stretched his shadow long and slender across the pavement. He lowered his hood. Streetlight fell upon his face, lean, pallid, hollow-eyed. His lips curved faintly, not quite a smile, not quite a sob. This visage bore no resemblance to the self-assured young master who'd swaggered through the racetrack months earlier. Then he'd worn bespoke suits trailed by sycophantic entourages, flipping blackjack cards with the arrogance of a man who believed himself invincible. Now he wore a faded, worn shirt, his right calf and ankle twisted into an unnatural permanent curve, the result of Lei Zhaorong's bone-dislocating hand technique during Zhou Yongyan's ambush at the Zhou family asset disposal office. Only Lei Zhaorong himself could realign the limb. No other physician possessed the skill. Zhou Yongyan sat on the seawall's edge, legs dangling over the dark water. He gazed silently upon the harbor, its beauty undimmed. Across the water, Kowloon's lights shimmered, their reflections fractured upon gentle waves into shards of liquid gold. Far off, the foghorn of a star ferry sounded, low, resonant, timeless. He remained thus, motionless, for a long lull. His whisper was barely audible, directed inward, not outward. Regardless of how it began. Lei Zhaorong, from tonight onward our debt is settled. His whisper was barely audible, directed inward, not outward. Regardless of how it began, you destroyed my family, crippled my body, imprisoned my father, forced my uncle to sell everything and flee to Malaysia with my grandmother. He raised his eyes, gazing upward one last time at the star-strewn sky. Tonight I've paid 80,000, hired a killer. He leaned forward. I hope you join me soon. A soft, fleeting laugh, carried away on the sea breeze. He retrieved a heavy stone prepared beforehand, winding rope around it methodically, then secured the other end tightly around his left ankle, humming a childhood lullaby under his breath. Then he slipped from the seawall. The stone dragged him downward, black water swallowing his legs, his waist, his chest, his throat, his face. A tiny splash rose and fell. Upon Victoria Harbor's surface, only ripples remained, nothing more. July 20th, Thursday. The first light of dawn had yet to enter the bedroom when Lei Zhaorong awoke. It was not a natural awakening. It was an inexplicable restlessness in his heart that yanked him out of his slumber. He opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, breathing more rapidly than usual. A weight pressed upon his chest, indescribable in its heaviness, yet it felt stifling. It is said that highly skilled martial artists possess a sixth sense. As a master practitioner of grappling, had he developed such an intuition? Yesterday at the Peninsula Hotel, he distinctly felt a pair of burning eyes watching him. Wherever that gaze landed, his skin felt as if it were being scorched, tightening in waves. He had calmly scanned the entire cafe, every corner, every person, every window. Yet there was nothing. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find the owner of those eyes. They were like a phantom, appearing without a trace and vanishing just as swiftly. Now he lay in bed, his arm tightly wrapped around Guanlin. Guanlin was still in deep sleep, her breath even and gentle, her eyelashes fluttering occasionally. Her warmth radiated through the thin silk nightgown, comforting and soft. Lei Zhaorong buried his face in her hair, inhaling deeply. The scent of shampoo was clean and familiar. He closed his eyes, sorting through the events of recent times in his mind. In his recollection, everything seemed normal. However, since Monday, Lei Zhaorong and Lin Deyue had been stirring up trouble. Lei Zhaorong was aware that Lei Zhaorong had established a film company, and a new movie was already in the works. He was clamoring in the film industry to blacklist Kowloon Film. To Lei Zhaorong it was nothing but a joke. He wielded the Hong Kong Daily, a powerful weapon of public opinion with a daily circulation of 430,000 copies. A single word on the front page was worth more than 100 harsh words from Lei Zhaorong in the circle. Lei Zhaorong dared to threaten him using the Golden Princess cinema chain. It was akin to challenging a tank with a slingshot. Lei Zhaorong immediately issued orders to Wang Mingyuan. On Tuesday, the Hong Kong Daily featured a prominently placed announcement on its front page. The wording was very official, yet every word carried a knife. In light of the malicious and unfair competition by the Golden Princess cinema chain, which threatens to blacklist Kowloon Film in the industry, we hereby announce. Hong Kong Daily and Kowloon Bus will not cooperate with any businesses associated with Mr. Lei Kun's enterprises. Once the announcement was made, there was an uproar. The Hong Kong Daily was the largest newspaper in the city. Kowloon Bus covered every corner of Hong Kong. 2 million passengers daily, who wouldn't want to advertise there? The joint declaration from these two entities was equivalent to saying, if you choose Lei Zhaorong, don't come looking for us. Then the true intimidation followed. Lei Zhaorong instructed Wang Mingyuan to conduct comprehensive negative reporting on the 6 ongoing projects of Kowloon construction. 1 article on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday, each filled with data and pinpointing issues. Foundation settlement, substandard materials, pre-sales far below expectations, suspected funding chain break. Each claim was corroborated by photographs from on-site investigations. Those who had partnered with Lei Zhaorong or were still deliberating saw the newspaper and fled faster than rabbits. No one wanted to be collateral damage from such extensive negative coverage. On Tuesday morning, Wang Jin called. He laughed on the other end, saying, I knew you would strike back. Lei Zhaorong's blacklist is nothing. Sure, Lansheng and Suku responded quickly as well. We are willing to join Kowloon Film. This week, they would transition, officially starting next Monday. Lei Zhaorong had even used connections to hinder the new bus routes applied for by Luo Yongfa within the municipal department. The official who obstructed them was also noted by Lei Zhaorong for his blacklist. When the Tuesday Hong Kong Daily came out, that fellow called to apologize, his tone overly polite, as if he had become a different person. Lei Zhaorong completely ignored him. After the continued reporting on Kowloon construction by the Wednesday Hong Kong Daily, those businesses originally partnering with Lei Zhaorong hurriedly distanced themselves. It was as if they were avoiding a plague. Lin Deyue was also busy. It was unclear if it was arranged with Lei Zhaorong, but they began attacking Chernua Apparel on Monday. However, his focus was entirely misdirected. Relying on being a major client of Extra, he had the magazine resurrect negative news about the Zhou garment factory. He also pressured the fabric suppliers and logistics companies, choosing only between Leeson Garment and Chernua Apparel. After consideration, the suppliers deemed Leeson Garment a well-established brand, all sided with Lin Deyue. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhaorong no longer had a garment factory. He had long secured a manufacturing partner in the mainland and began production, ready to start sales once the storefront was renovated. Lin Diyue even rented a shop next to the 3 storefronts of Chinois apparel, transforming it into a dedicated crocodile shirt store preparing to compete head-on. Facing each other, clearly prepared for a direct confrontation. Lei Zhaorong was undeterred by such a face-off. Fair competition relying on one's abilities. When the flagship store opens and the 2 Italian brands hang their signs, who will prevail is still uncertain. Sorting through the recent events, Lei Ku and Lin Diyue. One is blocking cinema access, the other cutting off supplies. Both are business tactics. Though bothersome, they remain within the rules. He had not offended anyone to the point of no return. If Lei Kuan and Lin Diyue resorted to underhanded tactics against him according to the unwritten rules of Hong Kong's elite, they would be collectively ostracized. They would not be so foolish. But who is the owner of those eyes? Unable to grasp the connection, Lei Zhaorong could only close his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. He wanted to see if there were any notifications. The moment the panel opened, Lei Zhaorong's pupils constricted. There were no messages. No bronze, no silver, no gold. Today the notification bar was empty. Instead, there was a line of scarlet text faintly pulsating in the darkness like a bomb counting down. The system has detected today's fate line of the host will undergo a significant change. Insufficient level unable to exempt. Would you like to consume all remaining notification opportunities for the next 30 days to discover the reason for the significant change in the fate line? Yes, no. Lei Zhaorong's mind exploded with realization. A significant change in the fate line. Insufficient level. Unable to exempt. Today, these words hammered into his consciousness one after another, each like a hammer striking an anvil, sparks flying. The system had never issued a red alert before. Never before. Without a second thought, he silently thought yes. Consuming all remaining notification opportunities for this month. The reason is revealed as follows. On July 19th, Monday, Zhou Yongnian, harboring resentment against the host, used all his savings of 800,000 Hong Kong dollars to hire a Nanyue assassin to assassinate the host. Today it will definitely be executed. After hiring the assassin, Zhou Yongnian has already jumped into the sea and committed suicide. Lei Zhaorong suddenly opened his eyes wide. Nanyue assassin. It will definitely be executed. Zhou Yongnian, the young master of the Zhou family who had been slapped in the face at the racetrack, the one exposed in the newspaper for the family's illegal waste discharge, the one whose leg he had broken at the auction. He spent 800,000 using his life as a fuse, igniting a time bomb pointed at Lei Zhaorong. Today it will definitely be executed. Not possibly, not probably, but definitely. The system warned him with a red alert that someone would come to kill him today, no matter where he hid. Lei Zhaorong's anger erupted from his chest, surging to his head. His arm unconsciously tightened, waking Guanlin, who was still asleep. She opened her eyes in a daze, and upon seeing Lei Zhaorong's expression, she instantly came to her senses. She had never seen such an expression on his face. Not the usual calmness, not the occasional gentleness, but a kind of rage she had never witnessed before, suppressed, yet still burning fiercely. Honey, what happened? Lei Zhaorong glanced down at her. She had just woken up, her hair tousled, her eyes still drowsy, her lips slightly parted, her voice filled with concern. She had no idea what was happening. She was unaware that she might be assassinated today. All she knew was that her husband looked different from usual. Lei Zhaorong suppressed his anger, like closing a dam blocking all the waves behind the door. His expression returned to calm, his voice soft, his palm covering the back of Guanlin's head, pressing her back against his chest. It's nothing. Just had a nightmare. Guanlin tilted her face up, wanting to say something more. Lei Zhaorong did not give her the chance. You need to rest well. You're sleep deprived and need more rest. He deliberately glanced at the faint dark circles under her eyes as he said that. Guanlin was diverted by the topic, playfully hitting his chest a few times, burying her face in his neck, pouting, it's still your fault. Lei Zhaorong instantly smiled apologetically. Yes, it's all my fault. You rest first, I'll go wash up. He gently withdrew the arm that Guanlin had been resting on, got out of bed, and walked into the bathroom. He closed the door and locked it. Then he approached the sink, placing his hands on the cold marble surface, lowering his head to turn on the faucet. Cold water poured out, and he cupped his hands to splash his face. Then he looked up. In the mirror he saw himself with disheveled hair and a pale face, but only those eyes. Those eyes now held no trace of anger, replaced by an extreme, almost icy focus. Nanyue assassins. Those desperate men who had just returned from the battlefield. Nanyue people. Not armed with knives, he would certainly have a gun, probably more than one. If it were just cold weapons, with his master-level grappling skills, he would be confident in a direct confrontation. But bullets do not discriminate. Furthermore, Guanlin was sleeping in the adjacent room. He was not the only one in this villa. The intense gaze he had felt before must have belonged to that Nanyue assassin. At that moment he had been surveying the Peninsula Hotel, and now he was likely outside this very villa. Going out to search now would probably yield nothing. He might have been lurking around here all night. Lei Zhaorong's speculation was not wrong. At this moment a pair of eyes was intensely focused on his shallow water bay villa from 300 meters away, blending perfectly with the surroundings except for those eyes that stood out. As Lei Zhaorong wiped his face, he quickly organized his network of connections. At such a time, external aid capable of resolving the Nanyue assassin issue. First, they must be able to deal with the desperate men from non-UE possess intelligence channels, sufficient manpower, the capacity to operate in Hong Kong, and must be absolutely reliable. He thought of each one. The police. Too late. Moreover, there was no evidence, only the system's warning. He couldn't even file a report. Shinbai. A business friend, but he wouldn't be able to help in such matters. Guodisheng. A business mogul, but the opponent is an assassin, not a business rival. Xiangchong. There was nothing yet, and given the current situation of the Xiang family, they might not be willing to get their hands dirty. After much thought, there was only one path left. Lei Zhaorong sighed. The last batch of Soviet machine tools president, Su, had once said, if you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. That was a personal favor, a significant one. 13 cutting-edge machine tools urgently needed by the mainland were exchanged, not just for 46,000 barrels of oil, but for a man's promise. He had intended to save that favor for a more critical moment. Now was the most critical moment. Moreover, he still owed. He no longer hesitated. He opened the door and sat on the living room sofa. Picking up the phone receiver, he dialed that number. It rang 5 times. On the 6th ring, the other side picked up. A steady voice came through, tinged with a hint of hoarseness from being woken early, but more so with alertness. This number was not known by just anyone. Lei Zhaorong took a deep breath. President Su, I apologize for the intrusion. This is an urgent situation, and I can only turn to you for help. 1 hour ago, Lei Zhaorong hung up the phone and sat on the sofa for a moment. President Su on the other end of the line only said 2 sentences. The first was, hold on, our people are on their way. The second was, Lei Sheng, please be careful. His voice was steady without unnecessary questioning or panic, only a promise and a reminder. Enough. He stood up, thinking that he could not passively wait. What if the assassins attacked directly? He began to move quickly around the villa, each movement executed with an extreme focus and precision. It was not fear, it was the fear of being reduced to fuel. The first thing, he walked into the master bedroom, where Guanlin was still asleep, her breathing even. Lei Zhaorong gently embraced Guanlin and kissed her deeply on the lips. It seemed she sensed it. Without opening her eyes, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lei Zhaorong, responding passionately. Lei Zhaorong pressed lightly on the back of her neck, and she fainted. He immediately carried her and walked towards the cloakroom, opening the secret door there and placing Guanlin on the long table where a world-renowned painting was once displayed. He covered her with a blanket, tidied her hair, gazed deeply at her delicate features, kissed her forehead lightly, and then quickly left the secret room, restoring everything to its original state. The second thing, he pulled all the curtains in the villa shut. Not sheer curtains that let light through, but heavy double-layered velvet drapes. Once closed, the entire villa was plunged into a dim darkness. Then he went into the kitchen and pulled out everything he could find. Glass cups, a rice jar, bags of yellow beans, dried coffee beans, and coarse salt. There were also decorative items on the living room cabinet that are commonly found in seaside villas: shells and broken corals in glass bottles. He wrapped the shells and corals in cloth, smashed them with the back of a knife, the fragments making a soft crunching sound. He divided these items into several small bags and walked to every key position in the villa: the staircase, entrance, hallway, corners, back door, passage, and kitchen entrance, spreading the mixture evenly on the ground. Each grain made a soft sound underfoot. In the utterly quiet villa, these noises would amplify into alarms. The third thing, he rummaged through the storage room and found a solid wooden square table, flipped it over with the tabletop facing down and the 4 legs pointing upwards. On the tiled floor of the entrance, he poured 2 bottles of olive oil, the liquid spreading over the tiles, turning into a smooth mirror. The square table was placed on top of the oil. With a slight push, it would slide down the stairs. In the middle of the stairs, he also poured olive oil, spilling it from the 3rd step all the way to the corner platform. The fourth thing, he set up 2 tripwires with transparent fishing lines at the hidden corner of the stairs. The fishing line was very thin, almost invisible in the dim light. Then he categorized everything that could be used as weapons: 2 Western kitchen knives temporarily secured in a leather bag made from a belt slung across his back, a cleaver placed for easy access, and a crystal ashtray hidden at the nearest corner of the hidden staircase, heavy and sharp-edged. He changed into a dark sports outfit, soft-soled shoes, and loosened his wrists and ankles. Then he climbed to the top floor of the villa, choosing a position that overlooked the entire yard, hiding behind the curtain with just a slit showing. Now, Lei Zhaorong saw 2 figures through the gap. Their movements were quick, but not frantic. It was the quickness of trained precision, accurate to every joint. When they climbed over the courtyard wall, they hardly made any sound, their bodies as light as a cat. After landing, they immediately crouched down, moving along the wall, each step taken in the dead angles of vision. Lei Zhaorong's heart, on the contrary, calmed. Earlier, while waiting at the top, his fingers gripping the kitchen knife had been slightly trembling, not from fear, but from the body's instinctive reaction. Now, when the target truly appeared in front of him, the tremors had all disappeared. He needed to first determine the number of opponents, then create chaos to divide and conquer. He silently retreated from the top floor, sneaking to the position of the light at the entrance of the 2nd floor staircase. This was the connecting hub between the first and second floors, also the core node of the entire villa's layout. He crouched behind the decorative cabinet at the entrance, holding his breath, and turned his ear towards the staircase below. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps stepping on the mixed particles. Very light, but the things Lei Zhaorong had laid out. Shards of glass, coffee beans, yellow beans, coarse salt, crushed shells. Each had irregular shapes causing different sounds when stepped on. The crisp sound of glass, shards, the rolling of yellow beans, the crunch of broken shells. The sounds came from 4 different directions: the entrance hall by the main door, the back door of the kitchen, the direction of the living rooms, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the hallway leading to the storage room. At least 4 people. Lei Zhaorong cursed inwardly. They truly thought highly of him, sending 4 gunmen directly. He mentally reviewed the floor plan of the villa, marking the positions of the 4 sound sources. 2 people were searching the first floor, one near the stairs, and another still further away. There was also one probing towards the hidden staircase. Footsteps began to sound on the stairs. Very slow. One step paused, then another step. This person was walking up the stairs, and had already stepped onto the olive oil Lei Zhaorong poured on the middle of the stairs, the soles of their shoes, making a subtle sticky sound against the liquid. Lei Zhaorong stood at the entrance, his hands resting on the edge of the solid wooden square table, filled with heavy items. Under the table were the tiles soaked in olive oil, and the inner side of the tabletop was piled with several bags of rice, a stack of hardcover books, and 2 cast iron pots. He counted the footsteps. 5th step. 6th step. 7th step. Oh no! A muffled exclamation. The olive oil caused that person to lose balance. As their body tilted backward, the gun in their hand bumped against the stair railing, making a dull metallic clanging sound. Lei Zhaorong did not hesitate. He exerted all his strength to push the table down the stairs. The table slid over the tiles with almost no resistance, crashing into the person on the middle step, making a dull thud. The heavy items stacked on the table flew out with inertia, books, pots, and rice bags, all smashed down, blending into the chaotic sounds coming from below the stairs. A scream followed by a series of muffled thuds from the heavy items falling. Someone was shouting urgently in an incomprehensible language. Lei Zhaorong did not wait to see the outcome. He knocked over the nearby decorative cabinet to block the staircase and turned to run. As the cabinet fell, the vases and picture frames on top shattered to the ground, shards of glass littering the entrance tiles. He ran toward the hidden staircase. This staircase was for servants, much narrower than the main staircase, hidden behind an inconspicuous door at the end of the corridor. Lei Zhaorong disguised the entrance, piling up several cardboard boxes and hanging 2 old clothes. From the outside, it looked like a deadened pile of clutter. He hid around the corner, slowing his breath. Sounds of rummaging came from the hidden staircase. The cardboard boxes were being moved. A footstep was quickly climbing up the stairs. The rhythm was off, not the slow pace of a search, but the urgent rush of someone coming to assist after hearing a comrade scream. Then the tripwire at the staircase landing was triggered. A muffled thud followed by the sound of a body losing balance and crashing against the wall panel. The gun hit against the stair railing and wall, then there was a heavy thud as the person fell. This was the moment Lei Zhaorong had been waiting for. He dashed down from around the corner. His masterful grappling skills allowed him to explode into action in this narrow space, without any unnecessary movements. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. He was so fast that the assassin had not yet steadied themselves and could only widen their eyes. In those eyes, the physiological response from the fall a moment ago transformed into fear upon seeing. He desperately tried to lift the gun in his hand, but his body was still sliding down, his arm caught by the stair railing, the barrel pointing completely off target. Lei Zhaorong's fingers gripped his throat, watching his young face brimming with terror in that moment. His thumb and 4 fingers clutched precisely at the soft tissue on both sides of the Adam's apple, as accurate as a caliper. Without hesitation, crack! The assassin's body stiffened abruptly, then went limp like a marionette with its strings cut, rolling down 2 steps and lying still. Lei Zhaorong did not look at his face. He bent down and grabbed the thing still held by the assassin. A makeshift short-barreled shotgun, the barrel sawed off short with black tape wrapped around the wooden stock. He knelt on one knee on the stairs and quickly checked the chamber. There were bullets inside. He gripped the gun in his hand and stood up. His chest was heaving violently, not from physical exhaustion, but from adrenaline surging through his veins. He did not feel nauseous after his first kill. There was no time for that. There were still 3 living assassins in the villa. At that moment, another voice came from below the hidden staircase. More urgent, faster in speech, with a tone of panic. Lei Zhaorong could not understand what he was saying, but he could tell. His comrade was not responding, and he was flustered. Lei Zhaorong turned and ran upstairs, taking 2 steps at a time. Before he had time to hide again, he heard a loud crash from the main staircase. It was the sound of an obstacle being forcibly moved, the heavy decorative cabinet being pushed aside and hitting the ground. Someone had already cleared the obstacles at the staircase entrance. He rushed to the corner of the corridor and peeked towards the entrance. A figure stood at the entrance looking around. In the dim light, the face was not visible, but he could see the gun in his hand and the wreckage of the toppled decorative cabinet at his feet. Lei Zhaorong did not hesitate. His hands pulled out 2 Western kitchen knives from the leather bag on his back, flicking his wrists as the 2 knives flew forward and backward, paying no heed to whether they would hit the target. The blades spun rapidly in the air. The person turned just in time, seeing the 2 knives flying towards him, instinctively tilting his head and sidestepping. One knife grazed past his ear and embedded in the wall, while the other brushed against his shoulder. He dodged, but his body lost the optimal position. As he raised his gun to aim, Lei Zhaorong had already closed the distance between them. The cleaver traced an arc in the air, its edge crashing down on the assassin's wrist with all his momentum. A dull snap rang out the palm, and the gun held inside falling to the ground, blood spraying from the severed wrist. Before the assassin could scream, the second blow came in from the opposite direction, accurately slicing across his throat. The scream was cut off in his throat, only a muffled sound like a bursting bubble. His body lurched forward, crashing against the railing at the entrance, and then slowly sliding down. The third one. Lei Zhaorong bent down to pick up the severed hand from the ground, prying open the stiff fingers to extract the gun. He quickly checked. There were still bullets in the magazine. He was about to. The cleaver was thrust back into the kitchen bag as he held the pistol in his hand, a short shotgun tucked into his lower back. He reached the edge of the foyer, suddenly peering out to look down, then quickly recoiled. In that brief moment, he observed enough to conclude beneath the square table downstairs lay a person still moving, but each struggle was arduous, pinned down by the table and the heavy objects stacked above. One hand was still free, clutching a pistol, trying to aim towards the staircase. But there was no angle. Lei Zhaorong chose to ignore him for now. With the table and heavy objects pressing down on him, he posed no immediate threat to the second floor. He turned and dashed towards the corner closest to the concealed staircase, where the crystal ashtray was hidden. Just as he touched the icy surface of the ashtray, he heard a faint sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the concealed staircase. Someone had already ascended and was moving down the hallway. Lei Zhaorong lowered his body, pressing against the wall. At the other end of the hallway, a figure was raising a pistol, the muzzle slowly sweeping through the dim corridor. He moved slowly, each step confirming there was nothing unusual underfoot. A sliver of faint light filtered through the gap in the curtains behind him, outlining his silhouette. Lei Zhaorong didn't give him more time. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy crystal ashtray spun through the air towards the assassin. The trajectory of the ashtray's flight was clear, and the assassin immediately noticed. He didn't fall down, he fired. The bullet struck the corner of the wall where Lei Zhaorong had just been hiding, concrete debris scattering. But Lei Zhaorong had already changed positions. As he threw the ashtray, he slid out, his knees and elbows scraping across the floor. Using the momentum, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger in that direction. The gunfire echoed deafeningly in the enclosed hallway. The first shot hit the chest, followed by the second shot to the shoulder, then the third and fourth. He continued to pull the trigger, one shot after another, until the chamber was empty. The assassin collapsed straight down amidst the hail of bullets, the gun flying from his hand, spinning twice before coming to a stop on the ground. His body crashed onto the shattered shells and coffee beans Lei Zhaorong had scattered earlier, producing a faint crunching sound. The fourth one. Lei Zhaorong discarded the empty pistol and moved forward to pick up the assassin's gun. After checking the magazine, he returned to the foyer position, crouching down to look down the stairs. The person pinned beneath the square table on the first floor was still moving. The movements were weaker than before, but the gun was still clutched tightly. Lei Zhaorong couldn't tell if he was truly at the end or just pretending. To be safe, he drew the short shotgun from his lower back, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot reverberated in the villa, then fell into silence. He counted. First, the concealed staircase. The neck was snapped. Second, the foyer on the second floor. The cleaver dealt with him. Third, the corner of the hallway. The shotgun took care of it. Fourth, the lobby on the first floor. The pistol handled it after being pinned down by the square table. 4. Lei Zhaorong leaned against the wall of the foyer, his chest heaving heavily. The muscles in his arms trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the body's instinctive reaction after the adrenaline rush subsided. Sweat streamed down his forehead, trickling into his eyes, which he wiped with his sleeve. He took a few deep breaths, then carefully pushed against the wall to stand up and headed towards the stairs. Just as one foot was about to step onto the first step of the staircase, a wave of heat brushed across his instep. Not pain. It was a burning sensation, as if he were being watched. Just like that day in the Peninsula Hotel Cafe. Wherever his gaze fell, his skin tightened, as if scalded by sun. Lei Zhaorong's body reacted faster than his mind. He abruptly withdrew his foot, his whole being shooting back into the corner of the second-floor foyer, curling up against the wall and the column structure for protection. Cold sweat seeped down his back. Both layers of clothing were soaked. The fifth one. Those eyes were still there. Lei Zhaorong pressed his back against the icy wall, his hand gripping the gun tightly, listening to his heartbeat thumping in his eardrums. For assassins had fallen one after another, yet this person made no sound, made no attempt to save his comrades, did not shout in anger, nor did he even alter his breathing rhythm to reveal his position. He was like a snake lurking in the shadows, watching his companions fall one by one, quietly coiled in the corner, waiting for a fatal strike. Lei Zhaorong quickly analyzed the pros and cons. He had the advantage of terrain. This was his villa, and he was familiar with the location of every wall, the layout of every room, and the dead angles of every line of sight. But he had no military training. His earlier encounters relied on master-level grappling skills and familiarity with the terrain, not tactical knowledge. The person below was most likely a seasoned veteran, calm, cunning, patient. A heated confrontation held no chance of victory. Now he couldn't even lock onto the opponent's position while the opponent had already locked onto his approximate direction. He took a deep breath, then spoke. His voice echoed in the empty villa, slightly out of breath, yet every word was articulated clearly. Friend below, I know you are still there, and you can understand what I'm saying. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to communicate with Zhou Yongyan. No reply came from downstairs. The air was taut. Lei Zhaorong continued, his tone steady, no longer sounding like a prey cornered in the corner of the hallway, but more like a businessman discussing terms. I know Zhou Yongyan hired you to kill me for an advance of 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. But that night Zhou Yongyan jumped into the sea and committed suicide. You can't possibly receive the remainder. He paused. Are you sure you still want to kill me? In the corner of the lobby, a rough-looking middle-aged man tilted his head slightly. His gun was still aimed upstairs, but the finger on the trigger had loosened a bit. 800,000 advance. Suicide by jumping into the sea. The remainder was gone. This person from Hong Kong. He never spoke of employers, only took money for work, yet Lei Zhaorong had been too specific. The details of the transaction were known only to the employer and him. The employer was dead, and the remainder was gone. As he thought of this, the man's expression shifted slightly, but this young man had just single-handedly taken down all four of them using the terrain like a seasoned urban combat expert. This was completely different from what the dossier had described. Lei Zhaorong waited for a moment. There was no response from below. He tightened his grip on the gun and spoke again, his tone sharpening slightly. Without the final payment, there's no point in killing me. I just took down 4 of your comrades. As long as I don't make a mistake, this is my territory, and now I have a gun. It would be unlikely for you to kill me in the short term. His voice echoed between the foyer and the hallway. Each word was amplified by the empty villa, reaching the ears of the person in the corner of the lobby. Now the gunshots must have attracted attention. The longer it takes, the more advantageous it is for me, and the more dangerous it becomes for you. Lei Zhaorong's gun remained steadily aimed at the staircase. His voice lowered again, returning to a flat tone, as if discussing terms at a negotiation table. Why don't you just— After all, I have never seen you, nor do I know who you are. What do you say? After speaking, he pressed his back more firmly against the wall. The gun still pointed unwaveringly at the staircase. Sweat had soaked the grip, leaving his fingerprints damp. After a while, a faint sound of a door hinge creaking came from the direction of the front door. Then there was the sound of a window being opened. It was very light, but Lei Zhaorong heard it clearly. He did not move. He did not stand up, did not peek to look, nor did he show any sign of relaxation. The gun remained gripped tightly in his hand, aimed outward. He couldn't be certain that the person had truly left. Perhaps he was changing positions, or perhaps he was waiting for him to show himself. Then gunfire erupted outside the villa. Not a single shot, but a series of them. Handgun, rifle. Lei Zhaorong could not distinguish the types of guns, but he could tell the direction of the shooting. There were people exchanging fire outside. Almost simultaneously, a figure dashed in from the direction of the front door, moving briskly and decisively, turning around to fire a shot, while entering, completely exposing his back to the second-floor foyer. Lei Zhaorong hesitated not at all. Such hesitation was a death sentence. The enemy had already offered his back. What more restraint was needed? He raised his gun, aimed at the figure still shooting outward, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. The bullets struck the middle-aged assassin in the back and lower back, shot after shot. The person shook violently several times before collapsing forward. This time it was not his comrade. It was that snake from earlier. Lei Zhaorong lowered his gun, his fingers still trembling slightly. Outside the front door there was silence for a few seconds. Then a voice shouted in standard Mandarin, but the person did not appear. Mr. Lei, we are here to assist you, sent by President Su. What is the situation now? Lei Zhaorong leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. The breath rose from the soles of his feet, through his chest up to his throat, and slowly long exhaled from his mouth. The tense string within him suddenly loosened. His legs felt a bit weak as he slowly slid down to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. With the last strength in his hand, he said loudly, I'm fine. Thank you for coming to rescue me. I just took down several assassins. As the words fell, several figures flashed in at the doorway. Once they entered, they did not head directly to the lobby. Instead, one by one, they sought cover, their guns sweeping over every corner, their movements professional and coordinated. After confirming there were no other threats, one person crouched down to inspect the body on the ground. Someone checked the middle-aged assassin's collar and his weapons, then looked up and shouted upstairs. Sorry, Mr. Lei, we arrived late. Not late. Not late. Lei Zhaorong stood up, stretching his weak leg. His ankle hurt a bit. It had scraped against the floor when he slid out, but it was not a bone injury. Thank you all for your timely assistance. Otherwise, the last assassin would have escaped. He walked down the stairs, his steps already returning to their usual rhythm. He glanced at the body at the front door. The middle-aged assassin lay sprawled on his back, eyes still open, his expression not one of terror, but of extreme surprise. He probably never imagined he would die by the hands of a businessman. Lei Zhaorong withdrew his gaze and looked towards the few who had come to aid him. I still need to trouble you a bit. Please help to handle things and clean up. The leader nodded, holstered his gun, took a couple of steps towards the door, and began to report softly into the intercom. His voice was very soft, Lei Zhaorong could only vaguely hear a few words: target secure, 5 attackers seen. Then he turned back to Lei Zhaorong and said, Mr. Lei, our people will finish up within an hour. You can take a moment to rest. Lei Zhaorong nodded, but did not rest. He confirmed Guanlin's safety, then walked back downstairs, and said to the reinforcements, do you have any cigarettes? In the reception room of the West District Police Station, Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee brought by. The coffee was instant, bland in flavor, yet he sipped it slowly, taking small sips, as if savoring a hand-brewed coffee at the Peninsula Hotel. Guanlin sat beside him, her hand continuously wrapped around his arm. She wore a plain dress today, without makeup, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. She told the police that she knew nothing while hiding in a secret room, but she was not foolish. When she woke up in the morning, the arrangement in the villa had changed. Decorative cabinets in the corridor had been moved, there were new scratches on the stair railing, and bullet holes were faintly visible on the wall of the hidden staircase on the second floor, with a hint of the scent of cleaning agents lingering in the air. She asked no questions, only tightened her grip on Lei Zhaorong's arm. Zhang Qinggang stood at the door, quietly negotiating with an officer. He wore a dark suit, holding a briefcase, speaking clearly, but at a measured pace. After his mother's surgery, he had shed his previous shell, no longer the young man lost in the hospital corridor. Now he was the founder of Qinggang Law Firm, and also Lei Zhaorong's legal advisor. This identity carried weight in the police station. Moments later, a police officer in his 40s walked over from the end of the corridor, holding a folder, and said to Lei Zhaorong, Mr. Lei, thank you for your cooperation. You can leave now. He closed the folder, his tone official and steady. The situation has been clarified. Several armed robbers attempted to break in, but were dispersed by Mr. Lei's security forces. In the future, if Mr. Lei encounters such situations, he must report to the police in a timely manner. We will actively ensure your safety. Lei Zhaorong stood up, a smile appearing on his face. The smile was sincere, as genuine as it could be. Absolutely. I trust the police to protect us. He placed the coffee cup on the table, half of the coffee still remaining in the cup. Holding Guanlin's hand, he followed Officer Liu out of the reception room. Zhang Qinggang trailed behind them, his leather shoes tapping rhythmically on the polished floor of the police station. As they turned the corner of the corridor, Lei Zhaorong's gaze swept across a wanted poster on the wall, his expression emotionless as he looked away. They exited the West District Police Station. The sunlight was blinding. Wang Jingjing stood at the bottom of the steps outside the police station, wearing his signature floral shirt, the gold chain around his neck glinting in the sunlight. He paced back and forth, his chubby hands rubbing together ceaselessly, his usual playful expression absent. When he saw Lei Zhaorong come out, he hurried up the steps, his small eyes filled with worry. Are you all right? Lei Zhaorong silenced his further inquiries with a look. The meaning in that look was quite clear. Outside, do not ask anything. Wang Jin opened his mouth, then closed it again, swallowing the words that were about to escape. The group got into the car, crossing half of Hong Kong Island, returning to the villa in Repulse Bay. Pushing open the front door, traces of the struggle still remained in the villa. The olive oil on the midsection of the main staircase had been cleaned, but the section where the railing had been bent still bore marks. There were several noticeable dents on the wooden floor below the stairs, and a solid wood square table had shattered. On the wall of the hidden staircase, there was an irregular scratch left by the unbalanced killer from yesterday. Bullet holes remained in the corner, and one of the curtain rods hung askew. The blood had been cleaned, but a faint scent of cleaning agents still lingered in the air. Wang Jin stood in the living room observing these traces, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. He jogged to the bottom of the main staircase, squatted down to examine the dents on the floor, then stood up to look up the incline of the stairs. Here. Something must have been pushed down from above, crashing down the stairs and hitting someone just right. Look at this angle. The deepest part of the dent aligns with the lowest center of gravity of a person being pressed down. He demonstrated with his hands the impact must have been significant, probably crushing. He ran to the hidden staircase, tracing the marks on the wall and the scratches on the railing, his expression growing more and more excited. Someone fell from above. Look at the direction of this scratch on the railing. It was scraped downwards, indicating that after losing balance, he tried to grab the railing, but missed. Something must have tripped him here. He pointed at a bullet hole, leaning in to look closely, tracing an imaginary line with his finger. The shooting position was at the end of the corridor. Listen, the first shot was fired to dodge, then they shot at each other. Bang, bang, bang. He turned around, excitement making his cheeks jiggle slightly. The upstairs robber and the downstairs robber. First the upstairs dealt with a few minions, then the hidden boss made his move. He was nearly jumping with excitement. This would definitely make for an amazing movie. A gunfight across 2 floors utilizing the terrain with concealed traps. So real. More authentic than any set built in a studio. Fatty. Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, but it interrupted Wang Jin's torrent of words. Wang Jin turned to see Lei Zhaorong leaning back on the sofa, holding a cigarette. He exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling in the beam of light. This time we got through safely. It's been a close call. Thank you for your concern. Hong Kong is about to undergo significant changes that will affect everyone here. He paused, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. What I'm about to say, you'd better not spread it. Just keep it to yourselves. Wang Jin swallowed, sitting down on the sofa. Zhang Qinggang straightened up, placing his hands on his knees. Guanlin pushed a cup of tea in front of Lei Zhaorong, then quietly sat beside him. I predict that in 2 months the Hong Kong economy will suffer a significant blow. Lei Zhaorong's voice was steady, as if presenting a market analysis in a conference room. It can be understood as a stock market crash or an economic crisis. But this is also an opportunity for profit. He looked at Wang Jin and Zhang Qinggang. If funds are available at that time, it would be wise to acquire quality properties. Guaranteed profit. Wang Jin blinked twice. Zhang Qinggang's lips moved slightly. Neither questioned Lei Zhaorong's words. It wasn't that they dared not, but that there was no need. They had known him for so long and had never seen him make a mistake in significant judgments. Wang Jin nodded heavily, and Zhang Qinggang followed suit. After they left, the villa's door closed. Guanlin suddenly turned around, wrapping her arms tightly around Lei Zhaorong's waist. It wasn't the usual playful embrace. It was a desperate, trembling hug, her face buried in his chest, shoulders gently shaking. Darling. Her voice was muffled in his shirt, tinged with nasal tones. I don't know what happened, but I know it must have been very dangerous. Please don't leave me to face it alone in the future, okay? I want to face it with you. Lei Zhaorong remained silent. He simply held her tighter, one arm around her waist, the other hand gently patting her. Then he lowered his head, burying his face in her hair, saying, all right. From now on we will face it together. On the police case registration form number PC 1982072000813, case type. Armed home invasion unsuccessful, dispersed by security forces. Several newspapers published brief articles in the social section titled Robbery Incident at Repulse Bay Villa. Police responded swiftly to control the situation, with the text under 100 words placed between a typhoon warning and a story about a pet cat stuck in a tree. No one delved into why the robbers carried a short-barreled shotgun, nor did anyone question what security forces. Lei Zhaorong sat on the second-floor terrace, holding a cigarette. He opened the system panel, finding it empty of notifications, the message column barren. However, he noticed that the previous crimson alarm icon had vanished. The panel's background returned to normal, the silver border quietly glowing. The alarm had been lifted. He slowly exhaled the last puff of smoke, pressing the cigarette but into the ashtray, feeling the last remnants of tension in his back finally release. On July 24th, in the evening at the Kwai Chung No. For Pier, the night cast the sea into a thick black hue, the silhouette of cargo ships barely visible under the dim light of the dock. Lei Zhaorong stood beside the berth, the sea breeze lifting the hem of his suit. All 22 machines had been loaded onto the ship, the wooden crates marked with Russian labels tightly covered with waterproof canvas. Dong Machi stood by the gangway, shaking hands with Lei Zhaorong for the last time. The middle-aged man with blonde hair bore an expression different from his usual calm and collected demeanor. There was a hint of subtle anxiety between his brows. Mr. Lei, this might be the last transaction for a while. Our ship has been targeted by NATO. Dong Moki's voice was low, audible only to the two of them. Fortunately, we redirected it using a diversion to draw their attention to other shipping routes. You must move these machines quickly. They will inevitably pay attention here soon. He squeezed Lei Zhaorong's hand firmly, then released it and turned to board the ship. The gangway was pulled up and the cargo ship's horns sounded deep and long. The vessel slowly departed the berth, heading into the darkness of the sea. Lei Zhaorong watched the cargo ship disappear into the night before briskly walking towards the car. He closed the door, started the engine, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, while the other dialed the familiar number on the car phone. The call connected. President Su. His voice was fast and clear without any preamble. The last batch of machines, and now I've acquired another 22. You need to send someone right away to take them. This place will soon attract attention, and we must avoid prolonged issues. Just like last time at the warehouse. Hurry. There was a brief pause on the line. Then President Zu's voice came through, lower than usual, but each word was as solid as iron. I will arrange it immediately. Wait there a moment. At midnight, the last truck pulled out of the warehouse at the pier. The 22 machines were divided among 3 trucks, each covered with deep green tarps, the headlights off, only relying on the rear lights of the lead vehicle for guidance. There were no honks, no unnecessary sounds. The convoy vanished into the midnight streets. President Su stood at the warehouse entrance, exhaling deeply. He reached out, firmly gripping Lei Zhaorong's hand. Mr. Lei, let's depart separately for now. We can discuss it in detail at the branch after dawn. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Several vehicles drove away from the pier, scattering in different directions. The cool sea breeze of the late night hit the iron door of the warehouse, creating an empty echo. About an hour later, several headlights reappeared in front of the warehouse. A black sedan stopped, the lights turned off. The foremost individual stepped out, dressed in a suit with blonde hair. He stood before the warehouse door, coldly observing the empty interior. There was nothing left after the metal roller door was pushed open. Go check it out. His voice carried a thick accent, icy in tone. See if the Soviet goods arrived here. Investigate thoroughly using all resources of NSDS NATO Science and Technology Intelligence Service in Hong Kong, and if necessary leverage the governor of Hong Kong. The assistant bowed. Understood, Sir Leonard. On July 25th, Sunday at the Xinhua news agency Hong, when Lei Zhaorong walked into the reception room, President Su had been waiting for a long time. He stood up quickly, approaching, shaking hands with Lei Zhaorong, the grip stronger than ever. Mr. Lei, thank you so much this time. These advanced machines are in short supply domestically. You've truly helped us immensely. Lei Zhaorong smiled slightly. I merely pushed the boat along. I must also thank President Su for the previous rescue. President Su waved his hand, and the two took their seats. I've understood the situation. You're still impressive, Mr. Lei. By the time they arrived, you had already resolved the issue. After saying this, he casually shifted the topic, his tone returning to calm. Is this batch of machines still going to be settled in oil, Mr. Lei? Lei Zhaorong leaned back on the sofa, remaining silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. I initially intended to settle in oil. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table, not drinking it, just watching the steam rising. Although I resolved the crisis myself, this time President Su's timely rescue afforded me the opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem. Otherwise it would be endless trouble. He set down the teacup, raised his head, looking into President Su's eyes. This time I want to reciprocate. No longer settling in oil. Change it to investing in the mainland. At the governor's residence in a side hall, Lei Zhaorong sat in a colonial-style leather chair, steam rising from the white porcelain teacup in front of him. Half an hour ago, the secretary's office at the governor's residence called the villa in Repulse Bay, saying that Governor Yud wished to invite him for afternoon tea. He changed into a dark suit and came, leaving Guanlin at home, going alone. The door was pushed open, but it was not Yud who entered. The newcomer was dressed in a suit, his blonde hair meticulously styled, and the lines of his face seemed chiseled. He walked over and sat down opposite Lei Zhaorong, pulling out an identification card from his suit pocket and sliding it. Hello, Mr. Lei Zhaorong. My name is Leonard, and I am the head of NSDAS, the NATO Science and Technology Intelligence Service for the Asia-Pacific region, concerning the Soviet technology blockade. His Mandarin was heavily accented, but every word was pronounced clearly. Today I asked Governor Yud to invite you here. We need to ask you a few questions and hope you will answer truthfully. Lei Zhaorong was taken aback. NATO Science and Technology Intelligence Service. Soviet blockade. These words flashed rapidly through his mind. Dong Moki's warning from last night echoed in his ears. Our ship has been targeted by NATO, and today NATO was sitting across from him. His expression remained unchanged, pausing for less than a second before breaking into a smile, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. All right, Mr. Leonard. Feel free to ask any questions. Leonard retracted the identification card and pulled out a folder from his briefcase, opening it. He did not look at the document, but stared into Lei Zhaorong's eyes. May I ask, Mr. Lei, do you know a businessman named Andisnovich? Lei Zhaorong immediately shook his head, his expression showing no sign of disturbance. I haven't heard of him, I don't know him. Leonard's eyes did not leave his face. He also has a Chinese name, Dongmachi. Indeed. Lei Zhaorong felt a tension rise within him, yet his smile appeared even more natural. Last night at the dock warehouse door, he had already considered all possible scenarios. The machine tools had already been moved, the warehouse was empty, and the transaction records were with President Su. All that he had left was a name, and that name could not be hidden. I know Dongmachi. He nodded, his tone casual, as if speaking of an ordinary business partner. He is a businessman who previously placed an advertisement in the Shanjiang Daily. I bought some textile equipment from him before. Leonard's brow slightly raised. He clearly did not expect Lei Zhaorong to admit it outright. Are you sure it was textile equipment? Lei Zhaorong looked into his eyes, fully aware of one thing. His transaction with Dongmachi could not escape the intelligence network of NATO. The cargo ship had been tracked, the warehouse had been searched, and the trading partner would eventually be uncovered. Instead of hiding and waiting to be caught, it was better to acknowledge it openly. As long as part of the truth is concealed, and he does not admit to the machine tools, they cannot produce physical evidence. Of course I am sure. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his tone resolute. My Chernua fashion has now completely outsourced to factories on the mainland. However, their equipment is too poor to meet my order requirements. Dongmachi happened to have some available, so I bought a few. Textile equipment is not a prohibited item. He shrugged, his expression open like a book laid bare. Leonard stared intently at Lei Zhaorong, his gaze flickering with constant change. The side hall fell silent for several seconds, only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Lei Zhaorong did not avoid his gaze, nor did he force a stare, simply sitting there naturally, lifting his teacup. Leonard finally spoke, closing the folder. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lei. He pulled out a business card from his card holder and handed it over. If Dongmachi contacts you again, please be sure to inform us. This is my business card. Lei Zhaorong stood up, accepting the card with both hands, his gesture respectful, yet natural. All right, Mr. Leonard. He glanced at the card. It was entirely in English, with the gold-embossed NSDS abbreviation pressed beneath Leonard's name, lacking an address, only a telephone number. He pocketed the card, nodded slightly, and turned to walk out. As he reached the entrance of the governor's residence, the afternoon sun made him squint. He unfastened his suit jacket, taking a deep breath of air tinged with the scent of the sea. The back of his shirt was slightly damp, a remnant of the sweat he had just broken out, and not much, only he could feel it. The governor's car drove him back to Repulse Bay. After closing the car door, he lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. After Dong Moki's reminder last night, he realized that today's scene might unfold. In the early morning, while waiting for President Zu's convoy at the dock warehouse, he had already run through the worst-case scenarios, being summoned by the British Hong Kong government, being investigated by NATO, or even being directly detained. So in the morning at Xinhua News Agency, he and President Su had gone through all these details together. A unified stance. This was the original agreement he had with President Su this morning. Thinking of President Su, Lei Zhaorong's mouth curled slightly. This morning in the guest room of the Xinhua News Agency, his words, "reciprocate kindness," were not spoken in a moment of impulse. The person President Su sent during the assassination incident had saved his life. He kept this in mind, but it wasn't the whole reason. Sooner or later, he would invest in the mainland. Hong Kong's future, the future of all of Asia, lies in the mainland. He simply advanced the timing a bit. He and President Su calculated on paper for an entire morning. The 22 machine tools were valued at $25 million, and he would convert all of that into land in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. He drew several circles. Land parcels within the second ring road of Beijing, the riverside area of Pudong in Shanghai, and the location where Lu and Futian meet in Shenzhen. These would be the most valuable lands in the future of this city. President Su watched him draw circles on the paper, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Lei Shun, your understanding of the mainland is deeper than many locals." Lei Zhaorong smiled, not explaining. As one of the first Hong Kong businessmen willing to invest heavily in the mainland, President Su secured him a condition that made him overjoyed, a land use term of 50 years. This was specially approved, and President Su had communicated for a long time over the phone, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead when he hung up. 50 years of usage rights. President Su said, "This is the most favorable condition that can be offered at present." "That's enough." Lei Zhaorong shook President Su's hand. "By the end of the year, I will open the first chain store of Shernua in Shenzhen." President Su readily agreed to help him recruit retired special forces from the mainland as bodyguards, but it would take some time to arrange. Lei Zhaorong was very pleased with this. After the assassination incident, he had been wanting to resolve the security issue. No matter how skilled a civilian bodyguard was, they were still just civilians. He needed someone truly trained. 7:00 p.m. Mandarin Oriental Hotel. The launch event for God of Gamblers was arranged in a casino style with dark green felt tables adorned with playing cards and chips, and a massive movie concept poster as the backdrop. The flashing lights of the reporters filled the entire hall, illuminating it as bright as day. Wang Jin stood on stage, his floral shirt replaced with a deep red suit, the gold chain around his neck glinting under the lights. He spoke confidently into the microphone, excitement dancing in his small eyes, gesturing animatedly, as he emphatically declared, "Commercial films can also possess artistic flair." Shi Lanqing stood beside him, her short hair neatly cut, holding a flowchart, occasionally whispering instructions to the staff. Suka stood behind her, the light reflecting off his glasses. Lei Zhaorong did not go on stage. He stood in a corner with a glass of red wine, Guan Lin linking her arm with his, and the two slowly drank while watching the bustle on stage. "Darling, look how happy the fat guy is today," Guan Lin said softly. "He has been waiting for over 40 days. Lei Zhaorong took a sip of wine. "Today is his big day." At that moment, a sudden voice came from behind. "Hello, Miss Guan." The two turned around. A young man in his 20s from the second floor stood before them, wearing a suit made of good fabric, but ill-fitting, his expression carrying an air of forced arrogance. His gaze was fixed on Guan Lin, seemingly oblivious to her linked arm with Lei Zhaorong. "My name is Chen Zhihao. Chen Songqing from Jialing Group is my father." He emphasized the name, Jialing Group, as if afraid others did not know what it represented. "I have admired you for a long time and would love to get to know you." Guan Lin's expression darkened. She glanced at Lei Zhaorong. His face looked even worse than hers, then coldly replied, "Sorry, I don't want to know you. Moreover, I am already married. This is my husband, Lei Zhaorong." Only then did Chen Zhihao shift his gaze to Lei Zhaorong, sizing him up and smirking slightly. "You are Lei Zhaorong. I heard you have been rather arrogant lately, daring to provoke anyone." Lei Zhaorong couldn't help. He held his wine glass, looking at the young man before him, whose chin was slightly raised, his demeanor exuding, "My dad is Chen Songqing," while other information floated in his mind. According to system alerts, Jialing Group's stock price had been on a continuous downward spiral for 3 months, with Chen Songqing frantically borrowing funds to plug the holes, but the bigger the hole got. The myth that had shown in the Hong Kong stock market for several years was about to shatter. Yet here was the young master of the Chen family arguing over a woman. "Are you out of your mind, or just not awake yet?" Lei Zhaorong's tone was akin to speaking to an immature child. "You keep causing trouble for Chen Songqing outside. Who does he know? Your family is on the brink of bankruptcy, don't you know? Do you still dare to act tough in front of me? Are you trying to hasten your family's demise?" Chen Zihao's face turned red. "Impossible. You're talking nonsense. How could Jialing Group go bankrupt? You must be spreading rumors." "Lei Zhaorong, you are rambling again." Another voice interjected. Lin Diyue emerged from the crowd, his white custom suit glimmering coldly under the lights, a limited edition Patek Philippe subtly visible at his cuff. He approached Chen Zhihao, looking at Lei Zhaorong with a half smile. Zhaoling Group is merely experiencing a decline in stock price. How could it possibly go bankrupt? It's clear that you are just fear-mongering. Lei Zhaorong chuckled. It was not a laugh of irritation, it was genuinely amusing. He looked at Lin Daiyue, then at Chen Jihao, slowly shaking his head. Lin Daiyue, so it was you. You brought this brainless guy along, didn't you? He placed his glass on the nearby table. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. Idiots truly do have idiot friends, all thinking in an abnormal way. He turned his gaze toward Chen Jihao, a hint of pity in his eyes. Though you are a bit foolish, you are being used as a pawn. Let me advise you, don't try to show off. His voice was not loud, but every word clearly fell into the ears of those nearby. The last person who tried to show off is now a forgotten grave. You might as well enjoy your last days as a young master at home. It won't be long before you can't enjoy it anymore. Then his expression suddenly turned cold, his gaze like a knife, piercing into Chen Zihao's face. Don't come provoke me. Otherwise I won't hesitate to sink your family's Zhaoling Group. Think carefully about your actions. Chen Jihao opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Lei Zhaorong's gaze made him swallow all his words. He clenched his fists and turned to walk away, his footsteps slightly unsteady. Lei Zhaorong turned his gaze to Lin Daiyue. I heard you opened a store next to Chernua Fashion. Are you trying to compete with Chernua Fashion? Lin Daiyue chuckled, his chin slightly raised. Are you scared? Our crocodile shirts are world-renowned. Defeating you is just a matter of minutes. Lei Zhaorong looked at him, a gradual smile forming on his lips. That smile held no anger, only a condescending, mocking coldness. I really wonder where your confidence comes from. Crocodile shirts are just a third-rate brand outside of Hong Kong. I don't know what gives you the audacity to speak so boldly here. Lin Daiyue's smile froze. He was truly taken aback by this comment. Crocodile shirts had always been the pride of Leeson Group in his eyes, and had never been described as a third-rate brand. Lei Zhaorong did not give him time to react. He took a step forward, closing the distance to Lin Daiyue to only half a meter. His voice was not high, yet each word carried a metallic chill. Lin Daiyue, your repeated provocations have annoyed me, led to negative magazine reports, and cut off my raw material supply. Do you really think I have no temper? His gaze changed. It was not the furious red, but a more terrifying coldness. It was as if he had already drawn the knife, merely choosing where to strike. Then next I will fully target your Leeson Group. I hope you can hold out a little longer. Saying this, he took Guan Lin's hand and turned to walk toward the exit. Guan Lin's high heels clicked against the marble floor, their figures alternating between light and shadow amid the flashes of the cameras. Lin Daiyue stood in place, gripping his wine glass tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stared at Lei Zhaorong's retreating figure, his lips moving, yet no words escaped. Lei Zhaorong's earlier gaze lingered in his mind. That was not the gaze of someone who was merely bluffing. Guan Lin linked her arm with Lei Zhaorong, softly asking, Darling, you seemed rather fierce just now. How do you plan to deal with Lin Daiyue? Lei Zhaorong chuckled. We don't need to do anything now. They will walk themselves to the edge of the cliff, and when the time comes we can just kick them off. On July 26th, Monday, at 10 a.m. In a private room of the Peninsula Hotel, Lei Zhaorong sat by the window, crossing his legs, holding a cup of freshly brewed hand-poured coffee. Outside the window, Victoria Harbor shimmered under the sunlight with the faint sound of the Star-Ferris horn drifting in. He did not look outside, but stared at the two people sitting on the opposite sofa. Chen Songqing wore a deep gray suit made of fabric from Y Country, though the cuffs were slightly frayed. He wore a smile, maintaining the curve of his lips with effort, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed him. Chen Jihao sat beside him, head lowered, his fists resting on his knees, not having raised his eyes since entering. Lei Zhaorong took a sip of coffee, remaining silent. Chen Songqing's smile froze for a moment before he quickly resumed it. He raised the teacup in front of him to take a sip, the rim trembling slightly between his fingers. The silence in the room stretched long enough to hear the elevator arriving at the end of the corridor. Lei Sheng. Chen Songqing finally spoke, his voice tinged with a forced warmth. Jihao is still a child. You are magnanimous, so don't hold it against him. I, Chen Songqing, am immensely grateful. Lei Zhaorong slowly set down his coffee cup. The sound of porcelain meeting a plate resonated clearly in the quiet room. He looked at Chen Songqing, a smirk slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Not a smile, but a thin slice of contempt displayed on his face. A child, eh? His voice was not loud, but each word was sharp, a 25 or 26-year-old child. He cast a glance at Chen Jihao. Chen Zihao's shoulders trembled slightly, but he did not raise his head. Such a big man-child, why not keep him in the cradle at home instead of letting him out? His age is about the same as mine, isn't it? Lei Zhaorong shifted his gaze back to Chen Songqing, his voice cooling by half. Is this your attitude? Chen Songqing's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. Before coming here, he had already reviewed Lei Zhaorong's information several times. An outcast cast out by the Lei family, going from nothing to holding the Kowloon bus, and the Hong Kong Daily in just 3 months, with the gunfight in the shallow waters of Repulse Bay even classified by the police as security dispersal. He knew this young man was not easy to deal with. But when they finally sat face to face, he realized that the information written about him was far from sufficient to describe the kind of composure that transcended age. This matter isn't entirely Zihao's fault. Chen Songqing leaned forward with a forced smile. It was all instigated by Lin Daiyue. Jihao was merely deceived and used as a pawn. His speech quickened as if seizing a lifeline. If there is a grievance, there is a master for it. You should be looking for Lin Yue. Lei Zhaorong looked at him, not responding. The room fell silent again. Chen Songqing's smile became increasingly stiff, his fingers rubbing back and forth on the teacup. Chen Zihao's fists tightened further, the knuckles turning white. Is this your attitude, just shifting blame? Finally Lei Zhaorong spoke, his voice flat, as if stating a rather uninteresting fact. If you're wrong, you must admit it. If you're going to take a beating, do it standing up. If you lack sincerity, then there's no need to talk. He pushed the coffee cup aside, leaning slightly forward, his hands. Let me know when you have thought it through. Then he stood up. Chen Songqing suddenly stood up, instinctively reaching out to block Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong glanced at that hand, and Chen Songqing quickly retracted it. Lei Zhaorong's gaze passed over him, landing on Chen Zhihao behind him. Chen Zhihao still kept his head down, fists clenched. His shoulders trembled slightly, not out of fear, but as if he were desperately enduring something. Lei Zhaorong sneered disdainfully. That laugh was light, yet it pricked at Chen Zihao's nerves. Daddy! Chen Zhihao abruptly stood up. His face flushed, red blood vessels visible in his eyes, and his voice almost shouted, "What are you talking to him for? Is our Jianing group afraid of Lei Zhaorong?" Chen Songqing's expression changed. Zhihao. Brother Lin is right. He is just an outcast from the Lei family. What is there to fear? Chen Zhihao spoke as if a dam had burst, each word bursting forth. Our Jianing group is a large enterprise worth 8 to 9 billion. Do we need to be afraid of him? Worst case, we can join forces with Lin Yue to besiege his assets. Can Lei Zhaorong turn the tides? Lei Zhaorong remained still standing there looking at Chen Zhihao, the smile still on his lips, but his eyes had changed. It was not anger, but a coldness that came from watching a reckless child rush towards the edge of a cliff. Chen Songqing's face had already turned pale. He watched as Lei Zhaorong's expression darkened, glancing at his passionate son, and suddenly raised his hand. Slap. A firm slap landed on Chen Zihao's face. The sound exploded in the private room. Even the sunlight outside seemed to tremble. Shut up. Chen Songqing's voice was trembling. What right do you have to speak here? Hurry up and apologize. Chen Zhihao covered his face, looking at his father in disbelief. Tears quickly filled his eyes, his lips trembled several times before he managed to speak. Daddy, you've never hit me before. Today you're actually hitting me for an outsider. He took a step back, his voice. Are you still my father? Lei Zhaorong coldly observed the scene, slowly clapping his hands. The applause was not loud, but each clap felt like a slap on Chen Songqing's face. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Lei Zhaorong's voice carried unabashed sarcasm. So Chen Zhihao truly knows nothing about Jianing Group's situation, still immersed in fantasies, dreaming of being a wealthy young master. He looked at Chen Songqing, his tone as if giving a kind suggestion. Chen Sheng, I advise you to wake him up sooner rather than... His expression suddenly darkened. The highest stock price of Jianing Group was $18. Oh, now it's only $4. 8. Your debts and financial situation are probably hard to conceal, so take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave. The sound of his leather shoes on the carpet echoed dully, each step counting down. Chen Songqing panicked. He ignored his son, rushing forward in 3 steps, gripping Lei Zhaorong's arm tightly, his face pale, the expression shifting from a forced smile to one of pleading. Lei Sheng, please calm down. His hands trembled, his voice shaking. Everything can be discussed. Just tell me what you want, as long as it's not excessive. He'll agree. Lei Zhaorong halted his steps. He slowly turned around, looking at the fingers gripping his arm. Knuckles, pale veins bulging. A master of 100 billion enterprise was shamelessly holding onto a junior's arm. I originally only wanted to let go lightly. Lei Zhaorong's voice returned to calm, but that calmness was even colder than before. However, since Chen Zhihao has this attitude, then... He fixed his gaze on Chen Songqing's eyes. I want the 3 contiguous plots at the junction of Central and Admiralty. Chen Songqing's fingers stiffened momentarily. A flicker of pain crossed his face, his eyes rapidly darting, then he forced out a smile more unappealing than crying. No problem, no problem. Those plots are the best in Central, highly valuable, currently worth 10 billion. He cautiously observed Lei Zhaorong's expression. You can give 8 billion, just 8 billion. Lei Zhaorong coldly stared at him for several seconds. Then he laughed. That smile made Chen Songqing's back prick with cold sweat. Chen Sheng, have you not woken up yet? Lei Zhaorong's voice was light. Given Jianing Group's current situation, given Hong Kong's economic situation, are you daydreaming? You are so insincere, I think it's better to forget it. He pretended to walk away. Chen Songqing's hands tightened even more, his knuckles almost embedding into Lei Zhaorong's sleeve. Lei Sheng, let's talk slowly. He swallowed hard. Name a number. Lei Zhaorong snorted, extending 5 fingers. A firm price, 5 billion. You also need to handle the bank loans yourself. Impossible. Chen Songqing blurted out, his tone changing. This price is too low. I can't even pay. Absolutely impossible. The bank loan for that land plus interest was roughly that amount. If sold for 5 billion, he would have nothing left after paying back the bank. Lei Zhaorong did not argue with him. He twisted his wrist, easily breaking free from Chen Songqing's fingers, the force, making Chen Songqing stagger slightly. Then it settled. Think it over, and come back to find me. He opened the door to the private room and strode out. Behind him, the sound of Chun Songqing shouting did not cause him to look back. The service staff in the corridor stepped aside with a tray of fruits, watching as this young man passed by with an expressionless face, the sound of his leather shoes fading away. The crystal chandelier in the lobby of the Peninsula Hotel sparkled overhead. Lei Zhaorong crossed the lobby, pushed open the revolving door, and was met with the heat wave of July. He unbuttoned his suit, bent down to sit in his car, and closed the door. The car was very quiet. Outside the window, Hong Kong Island buzzed as usual under the morning sun, the sound of the tram's bell ringing from around the corner. Lei Zhaorong did not start the engine. He took out the car phone and dialed the first number. Wang Mingyuan. Lei Sheng. Wang Mingyuan's voice came through the receiver, steady and efficient. Chun Songqing and his son from Jining Group took the initiative to provoke me. I need to give them a taste of their own medicine. Lei Zhaorong's voice was devoid of any fluctuations, as if issuing a routine operational directive. Gradually release the news I gave you earlier. Start from the periphery. First expose the financing channel blockage, then reveal the shrinkage of core assets, and finally expose related transactions and misappropriation of funds. Okay, Lei Sheng. Tomorrow it begins. Wang Mingyuan did not ask another word. Arrange it and inform me. I want to control the pace. Understood. The call ended. Lei Zhaorong dialed the second number. Manager Chun. Lei Sheng. The voice of the manager of HSBC's private trading room came through, probably checking the market behind his golden-rimmed glasses. I need to short Jining Group. How much stock from Jining Group can I borrow? There was less than a second of silence on the other end. Manager Chun was likely checking the data. Currently, Jining Group's stock price is 4.8. You can borrow 20 million shares. Good. Lei Zhaorong's eyes fixed on a point outside the windshield, his voice steady, as if discussing the weather. Borrow them today and start dumping the stock directly. No need for any plans, just throw them all out. One shot is enough. Okay, Lei Sheng. Executing immediately. The crocodile shirt is about to die. Not tomorrow, not next week. It's today, right now, immediately. Linda U.S. stood at the entrance of his newly opened crocodile shirt store in Causeway Bay, the red banner reading grand opening 50 off store-wide, swaying in the wind like a joke. The staff leaned against the cash register, flipping through magazines, not out of laziness. There wasn't a single passerby at the door who could take a flyer. Across a street less than 20 meters wide, a long queue at the Shino flagship store had already made 3 turns, curling behind the columns of the adjacent Albini store, then looping back out, its tail reaching the illuminated floor-to-ceiling windows of Galaxine. Dark gray paper bags streamed out of the doors of the 3 stores, shimmering in the sunlight like a flowing river of brands. And all of this began 7 days ago. July 29th, Peninsula Hotel Conference Hall. The signing and launch event for the Shino clothing brand. Lu Mintao stood behind the side door, peeking through the crack to glance outside, taking a deep breath. He had worked in garment factories for 10 years and had never seen such a spectacle. Cameras filled the aisle with reporters from the Xiangjiang Daily occupying the best positions. 3 logos reflected the lights on the backdrop, Shino's traditional ink wash painting in the center, flanked by Italian cursive and Roman letters. The audience was packed with people, not a single empty seat. Lei Zhaorong extinguished his cigarette, and Guan Lin linked her arm with his. The improved qipao rushed out overnight by Shino's design department, wrapped around her with a traditional collar, preserved the waistline pulled tight, and the skirt side slit 2 inches higher than a traditional qipao, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. He wore a deep blue suit made by Shino, sharply tailored with no unnecessary embellishments. Let's go, he said. The lights dimmed, and the sound of jazz drums began. The first collection, Shino's urban commuting attire, stepped onto the runway, and the shudder sounds from the audience were as dense as a downpour on a tin roof. With clean lines and restrained colors, the collar and cuffs concealed small designs that caught the eye. The reporters whispered to each other, not out of impatience, but struck by something. An avant-garde feeling they had never encountered in the Hong Kong fashion scene. Next came Albini's Italian formal, where in deep gray navy and camel colors, the fabric shimmering with a delicate sheen under the lights. Finally, Galaxine's evening gown, handcrafted from silk velvet with bead embroidery. The moment the model turned, the skirt flared open like a flower blooming at midnight. Guan Lin's process sheet was creased in her grip, her eyes sparkling. Lei Zhaorong gently patted her hand. Lu Mintao stepped back onto the stage, his voice no longer hesitant. What we've showcased are merely parts of 3 brands' designs. Shino's brand layout covers the entire female consumer market from 18 to 50. He spoke passionately about Walter Albini's century-long history and vividly described Irene Galaxine's Roman court origins, from old photographs of Florentine workshops to footage of Elizabeth Taylor in Galaxine gowns. Then he shifted his focus to Shino, a blend of Chinese aesthetics and modern tailoring, where every price tier caters to suitable clothing for its consumers. He discussed the brand's stratified layout, from youthful sublines to high-end customizations, from daily commuting to evening social events, each positioning so precise it could almost be plotted with data. Reporters quickly took notes, some holding up recording devices, eager to stretch them onto the stage. The next day, the Xiangjiang Daily splashed a full-page feature at the bottom of its front page in-depth evaluation of Hong Kong and Kowloon clothing brands. 3 pages of coded paper plus a special issue compiled a list of all recognizable clothing brands on the Hong Kong and Kowloon market, scoring them across 5 dimensions: fabric, design, workmanship, price, and brand history. The crocodile shirt ranked 17th, with every indicator falling in the mid to lower range. Fabric B, with a footnote stating Chino's basic women's shirts are made from 100 combed cotton, soft to the touch and retains shape after washing. The crocodile shirt's comparable products are labeled as 60 cotton, 40 polyester blend. Design C, with a footnote stating Chino's seasonal stand-up collar element derives from the deconstruction of traditional Chinese garments. The crocodile shirt has used a classic polo shirt design for 3 seasons without significant innovation. Price-performance ratio C, brand history, better left unmentioned. With a circulation of 430,000 copies in Hong Kong, this was no joke. Bus stops, newsstands, tea houses, everywhere discussions were abuzz. Lin Diyue slammed the newspaper on the table in his central office. Shameless. His face flushed, red veins bulging on his neck, a coffee cup knocked to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. How dare he give his brand full marks? Inconsiderate news. His secretary cowered at the doorway, afraid to step inside. He leaned on the table, staring out the window toward Causeway Bay, where his crocodile shirt store still hung the grand opening 50 off store-wide banner. That night in the Lin family study. I have told you long ago, in business, harmony is key. Lin Baixin sat behind the desk, holding the Xiangjiang Daily, his voice low, but heavy with meaning. Why provoke Lei Zhaorong for no reason? What grudge does he have against you? He snatched the Zhou family's garment factory. That factory was originally the one I had my eye on. That factory belongs to Zhou Zhenbang. It's not your factory. Lin Baixin slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump. Whoever bids higher at the auction gets it. You don't understand even this. After so many years of studying abroad, you've only learned to act on impulse. Lin Diyue clenched his fists, the cuffs of his white custom suit already damp with sweat. Dad, you don't understand. It's a time of commercial competition. It's all about stepping over the bodies of your opponents to rise. Lei Zhaorong is a newcomer in the fashion industry with no resources, only relying on opportunism. If I go after him, it's sending him off. Sending off. Lin Baixin threw the newspaper in front of him. Open your eyes, and you haven't even laid a finger on him, and he's already pressed you down on the ground. Is this what you call sending off? Lin Diyue's face turned ashen, his mouth opened, utterly speechless. What his father said was right. He hadn't touched a hair on Lei Zhaorong, yet had already been beaten into a corner by a flurry of punches. I advise you to reconcile with him soon. Doing business isn't about anger. Apologizing and making amends isn't shameful. Impossible. Lin Diyue turned abruptly and stormed out of the study, slamming the door hard. In the corridor, the maid flinched at the sound of the door. Lin Baixin looked at the still vibrating door, slowly sighing. August 1st. The Chino flagship store officially opened. Number 50 off banners, no lion dance or flower baskets. Just the countdown sign taken down, the door pushed open, and the lights turned on. But a long queue had already formed outside. After being bombarded by the Xiangjiang Daily for several days, all the women in Hong Kong had been waiting for this day. As the door opened, the crowd surged in. The first reaction wasn't so many clothes. It was so beautiful. White walls paired with natural wood-colored shelves, clothes arranged by color and style, leaving ample breathing space. The fitting rooms were twice the size of a typical clothing store, with light gray carpets and soft lighting in front of the mirrors, making people look 3 times more beautiful than usual. Prices were 10% cheaper than the crocodile shirt, yet the fabric felt more substantial and the stitching was neater. The sales staff wore matching Chino outfits, speaking softly, neither pushing nor urging. Next door, the Albini store had dark oak flooring, black and white photographs hung on the walls, and the air carried the scent of sandalwood perfume. The Galatzine store resembled a small European salon. Crystal chandeliers hung low velvet sofas set before full-length mirrors, and each evening gown came with a tailored recommendation. The prices varied in tiers. Albini priced 3 to 5 times higher than Chino, and Galatzine 10 times more. Yet there was still a queue outside. 3 brands, 3 levels of consumption, all opening on the same day. This stretch of street in Causeway Bay was completely ignited. Lin Diyue sat in a silver Mercedes 50 meters away, having sat there for a full hour. He saw a woman pause at the entrance of the crocodile shirt store, peering inside, then looking back at the long line at the Chino entrance. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and crossed the street. The Chino sales staff smiled as they opened the door. Welcome, please feel free to browse. Dark gray paper bags streamed out of the Chino entrance, the brand logo shimmering in the sunlight, causing him pain. Meanwhile, his crocodile shirt store was desolate, the 50 off store-wide banner still fluttering, and underneath it not a single person was there to hand out flyers. The employees leaned behind the cash register board, flipping through magazines. His fingers embedded into the leather of the steering wheel, knuckles turning white. The muscles in his jaw twitched. Then his gaze fixated on a Chino trench coat in the opposite window. He had seen similar cuts in Italy, clean sharp lines, even more stunning than anything he had seen in Milan. He knew his designers couldn't produce anything like it. The next season's designs submitted by the crocodile shirt design department were still stuck at the stage of enlarging the crocodile logo. Suddenly he felt very cold, not because of the air conditioning, but because he realized that the hollow and flashy things he had been scolding for so long were precisely what he couldn't buy no matter how much money he spent. He couldn't curse anymore. He had no place to curse. The decor was real, the design was real, the fabric and workmanship were real, the sales staff service was real, and the long queue outside was also real. His only trump card was the 50 off store-wide banner, and now even that banner seemed like a piece of shamecloth. He squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth and slammed his fist on the steering wheel. The horn blared at the corner of Causeway Bay, and passers-by turned their heads. That afternoon at the Deepwater Bay Villa, Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa in his study holding the first-day business data for the 3 stores just delivered by Lu Mintao. Guanlin was flipping through the instant reports from various media outlets. The Ming Pao headline reads, Shino opens 3 stores simultaneously, long queue forms in Causeway Bay, while the Oriental Daily remarked domestic brands emerging, and the latest edition of the Xianjiang Daily was already in print. Lu Mintao stood at the desk rubbing his hands, his face showing the first relaxed smile in half a month. I told you not to worry. Lei Zhaorong set down the report, teasingly looking at him. Lu Mintao shyly smiled, wiping sweat from his brow. I was the one who couldn't hold my nerves. Now that you see the flagship store situation, you can be at ease. Next, we need to stabilize these 3 stores. Service must be top-notch, personally oversee the quality at the mainland factories, and every batch must be spot-checked. Don't slack off just because of this small achievement. Every store in the future must meet today's standards. Understood, Lei Sheng. Just then the phone on the table rang. Guanlin handed the phone to Lei Zhaorong, and a hoarse, heavily fatigued voice came through the receiver. Lei Sheng. It was Chen Songqing. His voice sounded 10 years older than a week ago, pausing for 2 seconds, as if making a final struggle. You won. The 3 plots of land in Central, 500 million, sold to you. Lei Zhaorong leaned back on the sofa, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. He glanced at Guanlin, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. 500 million, that's the price back then. On the other end of the line, Chen Songqing's breathing had stopped. After a moment of silence, only heavy, restrained breathing remained in the receiver. Chen Songqing did not speak. He did not dare to interrupt this brief silence, knowing that the number he was about to say would render any last chance of a comeback non-existent. August 2nd, Tuesday, 10 a.m. HSBC Headquarters VIP Room. This VIP room is located on the 17th floor of HSBC Tower in Central, with a panoramic view of Victoria Harbor outside the floor-to-ceiling windows as the Star Ferry leaves a white trail on the surface of the water. The room is carpeted in deep gray. The long table, made of white country oak, and an old photograph of Hong Kong Island hangs on the wall. Lei Zhaorong sits on one side of the long table with manager Chun and Zhang Chenggang standing behind him. Zhang Chenggang pulls out the contract documents from his briefcase, laying them out on the table one by one, his movements methodical. On the other side of the long table, there is only one person seated, Chen Songqing. He seems to have aged another 20 years. The white hair at his temples has multiplied several times since a week ago. Previously just streaked with gray, it is now almost completely white. His eye sockets are deeply sunken, cheekbones protruding, and the wrinkles on his face are no longer fine lines, but deep ravines. In front of him sits a cup of black coffee that has not been touched, its warmth long dissipated. He raises his head and looks at Lei Zhaorong. His gaze is neither angry nor resentful, but rather a hollow exhaustion, as if all vitality has been drained away. Suddenly he reaches out, picks up the cup of black coffee that has long cooled, and drinks it in one gulp, then heavily sets the cup back down on the table. Lei Sheng. His voice is hoarse as if gravel is lodged in his throat. 350 million. He pauses as if uttering this figure requires him to expend his last bit of strength. If we can't reach an agreement, then so be it. This price can be sold to many others. Lei Zhaorong looks at him silent. He quickly calculates in his mind. Jining Group's stock price plummeted from 4.8 to 3, with nearly 40 of its market value evaporated due to the dumping of 20 million shares. The Xianjiang Daily discloses a negative report on Jining Group every day. First about blocked financing channels, then about core asset depreciation, and finally about related transactions. Each report is not fatal, but collectively conveys to Chen Songqing one message: I still have more in my hands. If you do not cooperate, I will expose everything. Chen Songqing dares not gamble. He knows very well that if he can silence Lei Zhaorong, Jining Group might still have a glimmer of hope. Let the news continue to ferment, and as the stock price falls further, the bank will demand more collateral. At that time, not even the gods can save it. 350 million. Lei Zhaorong repeated the figure. He glanced at manager Chun, who nodded slightly. This price is slightly higher than the bank loan balance, implying that after Chen Songqing settles with the bank, he will still have a bit left. Okay. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Zhang Chenggang pushed the contract forward, 3 copies prepared with the terms already drafted the night before. Chen Songqing took out his reading glasses from the inner pocket of his suit, placed them on his nose, and flipped open the first page with slightly trembling fingers. Mr. Chun, Zhang Chenggang's voice was professional and steady. There is still an outstanding bank loan on these 3 plots of land with the mortgage held by HSBC. According to the contract, you need to settle this within 3 working days after signing and obtain proof of mortgage release. At that point, we will pay the full amount, and you will simultaneously handle the transfer. Chen Songqing remained silent. He read the contract word by word, the eyes behind the reading glasses bloodshot. After finishing, he slowly removed his glasses and picked up a pen. The pen tip paused for 2 seconds before signing in the signature box. Chen Songqing. The 3 characters were written in a crooked manner starkly different from his signature on the listing documents years ago. Manager Chen took the documents and went out, returning about 10 minutes later whispering to Lei Zhaorong. HSBC has verified the mortgage situation and the mortgage loan balance for the 3 plots matches what he said. As long as he pays it off within 3 days, the mortgage will be released. Everything was settled. The contract exchanged the 3 interconnected plots at the junction of Central and Admiralty. A total area of 140 square meters located less than 800 meters east of HSBC Tower, cleanly transferred to Lei Zhaorong's name. 350 million. Lei Zhaorong handed the contract to Zhang Qinggong, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Before this small arc could fully form, Chen Songqing's voice came through. I hope that in the future there will be no more news about Jining Group in Lei Sheng's Xiangjiang Daily. Lei Zhaorong's smile faded as he looked at him, his expression as calm as a mirror. Of course, we never had a great feud. If it weren't for your son's provocations, I wouldn't have resorted to this. Rest assured there will be no more news about Jining Group appearing in the Xiangjiang Daily. His voice was very sincere. In his heart, he added another sentence. If you can survive this stock disaster. Chen Songqing stood up, supporting himself on the table. His movements were slow, as if every bone was rusting. When he reached the door, he did not look back, pushing the door open, his silhouette disappearing at the end of the corridor. The oak door slowly closed behind him with a muffled thud. Lei Zhaorong withdrew his gaze and said to Manager Chen, let's redeem the shorted stocks today, and never touch Jining Group again. Manager Chen nodded and quickly walked out. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair and took a sip of the coffee in front of him. The coffee had already gone cold. Before long, Manager Chen returned, his footsteps twice as fast as before, and the eyes behind his golden-rimmed glasses were shining. Lei Sheng, it's already been arranged, and the transaction is expected to be completed before today's market closes. He lowered his voice, unable to suppress the excitement in his tone, previously shorting 20 million shares at 4.8 Hong Kong dollars, now redeeming at around 3. After deducting fees and interest, we estimate a profit of 35 million HKD. He flipped open his folder and quickly reported a series of numbers. The 3 plots in Central are internally valued by HSBC at 8 to 10 billion HKD. You obtain them for 350 million, and with the shorting profits, the actual cost is less than 320 million. Lei Zhaorong chuckled, finishing the cold coffee, feeling as carefree as the clear sky outside. Tumlong Films. The office is on the 7th floor of an old building in Kowloon, with movie posters lining the elevator door. The wall is already adorned with the concept poster for God of Gamblers, a gloved hand pressing down on an ace of spades, the background and neon silhouette of the Lisboa Casino in Macau. Guanlin is standing beside the front desk, flipping through costume samples. Upon seeing Lei Zhaorong enter, her eyes lit up, and she put down the samples to welcome him. She entwines her arms around his, leaning closer with her face tilted up at him. Darling, what brings you here today? She playfully shook his arm, then glanced into the office. Look, this office space is a bit small now. When will we be able to buy our own property? Lei Zhaorong chuckled at her antics. Soon. Didn't I tell you? Within 2 months. No need to rush. Guanlin stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek before stepping back to examine his face closely. Darling, you seem very happy today. Did something good happen? Lei Zhaorong laughed heartily. Yes, something good happened. I just acquired the 3 plots in Central at an incredibly low price. It's like finding a treasure. Guanlin's eyes brightened instantly, pulling on his arm as she headed toward the sofa. Quick, tell me what happened. Lei Zhaorong sat down on the sofa and recounted the whole story, from Chun Zihao's provocation at the press conference to Chen Songqing coming to apologize with his son to shorting 20 million shares of Jining Group to the Xiangjiang Daily, releasing negative news daily, and finally to today when Chen Songqing signed to sell the 3 plots in Central. Guanlin listened, her eyes sparkling as she pinched his arm. Are you saying that when that Chun Zihao looked at me at the press conference, you held a grudge? Of course. Guanlin let out a satisfied hum, leaning against his shoulder. That's more like it. What happened next? Did his father really come to plead with you? Lei Zhaorong shrugged. Next time there's such a scene, remember to bring me along. She pouted. You always go alone and I can't see anything at home. She suddenly remembered something, pulling out a stack of costume samples from the shelf beside the sofa and spreading them out on the coffee table. By the way, since Shino Fashion opened, business has been great. Many friends are discussing how trendy these clothes are. They've never seen anything like it in Hong Kong. In the movie God of Gamblers, almost all the clothing is from Shino, and director Wong is very satisfied. It would be great if you could release new styles every month on your end. Of course there are. Lei Zhaorong picked up a sample to look at, which was from Shino's newly released autumn collection. New styles are released every month, don't worry. The production capacity of the mainland factories can keep up, there won't be any stock shortages. As they spoke, Shirlansheng walked over from the end of the corridor. Today she wore a dark blue shirt, her short hair, even shorter than the last time they met, looking sharp like a freshly Lei Zhaorong. She held a shooting progress report and sat down opposite the sofa. The filming of God of Gamblers is progressing well, nearly 1/3 completed. Su Ku is keeping an eye on the set and Xiang Chong's side is cooperating very well. I was wondering, should we discuss the theater schedule with Jiahe in advance? Lei Zhaorong nodded. Sure, you can go negotiate. We can use the advertising space in the Xiangjiang Daily as leverage. They have a movie coming out in Hong Kong, and without major newspapers for promotion, the box office will drop by at least 20%. Using this to negotiate for screening slots, Jiahe won't refuse. Shirlansheng noted down a couple of points in her notebook, then looked up, her brow slightly furrowed. Lei Sheng, there's another thing. I heard there are issues with the Golden Princess cinema chain. Several construction projects of Kowloon construction have been halted, and the news has reached the cinema chain. The Golden Princess has 2 new cinemas under renovation, one in Mongkok and one in Kowloon, that have been forced to stop due to insufficient funds for the construction costs. The cinema manager asked Lei Kuan for money, but Lei Kuan hesitated, saying he was raising funds. She closed her notebook and looked at Lei Zhaorong. Could we send someone to contact the owners of those 2 new cinemas under a third-party name to discuss rental transfer? We could take over directly while Lei Kuan can't produce the funds. Lei Zhaorong leaned back against the sofa, thinking for a moment. Yes, first have someone talk, but don't rush to finalize anything. He held up a finger, delay for a bit, and wait until the end of next month to take action. Shirlansheng frowned slightly. Lei Sheng, why is that? Previously you had those projects delayed for the same reason. Lei Zhaorong's expression turned serious. He looked at Guanlin, then at Shirlansheng, lowering his voice, but every word was firm. I predict that an economic crisis will occur by the end of September. At that time, property prices will plummet. Commercial properties throughout Hong Kong will drop, and it will be a steep decline. That will be the right moment for us to enter. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping lower. If all goes well, we could directly acquire the Golden Princess cinema chain and Kowloon construction. Guanlin's hand still rested on his arm, and upon hearing these words, her fingers tightened slightly. Shirlansheng remained silent, merely looking into Lei Zhaorong's eyes and slowly nodding. She is not someone easily persuaded, but having followed Lei Zhaorong for these days, she has learned one thing. His judgment is best not to be questioned. After Lei Zhaorong finished speaking, Shirlansheng remained silent, her fingers gripping the notebook, tightening slightly. She looked up and met Lei Zhaorong's gaze, nodding solemnly. I understand, Lei Sheng. Outside the window, the August sun in Hong Kong is blazing. In the Shino flagship store in Causeway Bay, people are still lining up. The bus advertisements are traversing the city, and the extras of the Xiangjiang Daily are being sold out at the newsstands while the lights are bright on the set of God of Gamblers. And Lei Zhaorong sits in this small office, flipping over the next card. The card reads Golden Princess cinema chain and Kowloon construction. Awakens Geelong construction can only last for 10 more days at most. This was not calculated by Lei Zhaorong, but revealed by the cash flow on Lycan's own ledger. Of the 6 ongoing projects and 8 construction sites, only 3 can still be barely operated. The supplier's calls for payment rang from morning till night, and the invoices on the CFO's desk piled up half a foot high. Bank interests roll over daily, and HSBC has already called 3 times to inquire about the cash flow. The lights in the corridor of the central office were only half on, not for saving money, but because the layoffs had left no one to turn them on. He opened the asset list, his gaze fixing on a certain line. The Golden Princess cinema chain projects under construction, Mongkok cinema renovation progress at 40%, Kowloon cinema renovation progress at 30%. These 2 projects are the last pieces of meat under the Golden Princess that haven't been mortgaged to the bank. Everything Geelong construction could mortgage has already been pledged, and only the Golden Princess remains an independent entity temporarily untouched by the bank. However, if the bank finds out that he is selling these 2 projects to raise funds, he would immediately be required to use the proceeds to repay the loan. Not a single cent would be left. He dialed a number, lowering his voice. Help me find a buyer. 2 ongoing cinemas, Mongkok and Kowloon. The price is negotiable, but there is one condition: strict confidentiality. No one can know it's the Lei family selling. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Lei Sheng, in this market buyers are hard to come by. That's why I'm looking for you. Lei Kuan crumpled the cigarette box and tossed it into the garbage can. As long as you can find a buyer, the price can be discussed. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair and stared at the half-extinguished fluorescent light on the ceiling. The air conditioning blew out warm air like his crumbling business empire. The news spread faster than he expected. On the evening of August 6th, Shirlansheng pushed open the door of the Kowloon film office, spreading out a document on the coffee table, her expression a mix of excitement and alertness before a hunt. Guanlin was flipping through the shooting notice of God of Gamblers with Lei Zhaorong when she noticed her expression and patted Lei Zhaorong's hand. Lei Sheng, last time you asked me to contact those 2 cinema owners. The one in Mongkok has already been confirmed. The Golden Princess is 2 months behind on rent and is negotiating a transfer. But another party is also inquiring about these two projects. She turned to the second page of the document, pointing to a section in the middle leasing group. People from Lin Deyue. Lin Deyue wants to take advantage of the situation. Shi Lanxing spoke faster. Area strength is being suppressed by Shernua, unable to lift its head. Unable to compete with you in fashion, he aims to bite a piece off the assets of the Golden Princess. He must have guessed that Leikuan would sell Golden Princess to fill the hole in Zhaorong construction, trying to seize it at a low price. Guanlin frowned while Shi Lanxing closed the document and looked at Lei Zhaorong. What should we do? Should we directly bid high to kick Lin Deyue out? Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window. The headlights on Nathan Road below merging into two flowing ribbons of light. He turned around, a smile still on his lips, but a layer of coldness had entered his eyes. No need for bidding. Bidding is just letting him lead us by the nose. He sat back on the sofa, flipped through the document. What is Leikuan most afraid of now? The bank knowing he is selling assets. The buyers are limited. Only Lin Deyue and a disguised third party, perhaps one or two scattered individual buyers. As long as he doesn't drop out, he won't have much bargaining power. Let our people offer a price 10% higher than Lin Deyue, just 10% higher. Then repeatedly tug on the contract details, raise objections to the payment method, add clauses to the mortgage release, and push back the transfer date. Make this transaction look like it can happen at any moment yet remain indefinitely unconfirmed. Delay. Shi Lanxing narrowed her eyes. Yes. Let Leikuan hang all his hopes on this transaction. He will refuse Lin Deyue's low price and focus on negotiating with us, because he needs a better price to fill the hole. But the more he negotiates with us, the tighter his funds will be. When he is at his weakest, Lei Zhaorong cracked his knuckles, then give him an irresistible low price. This time bring Luo Yongfa in as well. He has old connections with Leiken's people at Julong Bus, approaching the owners under the guise of expanding the parking lot and maintenance station for the bus company. Even if the deal is exposed, outsiders would think it's Julong Bus contacting those two properties. No one would associate it with Tunglong Films, nor would they suspect that the real target is the entire Golden Princess cinema chain. Shi Lanxing stood up and walked to the door, looking back. The two cinema owners are asking for a total of 2 million. What's the final psychological price? Drag it until the end of next month. Lei Zhaorong extended 2 fingers, 500,000. Get both of them. Shi Lanxing raised her eyebrows, opened the door, and walked out. The footsteps faded away in the corridor, the rhythm slower than when she arrived, as if rearranging all the steps ahead in her mind. Guanlin leaned against his shoulder and asked softly, "Aren't you afraid Lin Deyue will directly raise the price and snatch them away?" "You want?" Lei Zhaorong patted her hand. "Lin Deyue is also waiting. He believes the Golden Princess won't last long and the price will drop. But he doesn't know that I don't need the Golden Princess to collapse. I only need Leikuan to collapse." He looked out the window as the myriad lights of Victoria Harbor spread out in the night like a giant net. Leikuan and Lin Deyue both think they are the predators. On August 10th, outside a tea restaurant in Yaomati, Luo Yongfa wiped his mouth and got into a black car parked by the side of the road. Shi Lanxing sat in the driver's seat and handed over a folder. "Contact made." Luo Yongfa opened the document. "The owner of the Mongkok Cinema is an old acquaintance of mine. The Golden Princess is 2 months behind on rent, and Leikuan is asking for 1 million each. Kuntong is about the same, also around 1 million. There are indeed people from Leeson contacting them, but their offers are not high, probably 60,000 each. Leisheng means to quote 110,000 each. Suppress Leeson, but don't rush to finalize. Let Zhang Qinggang complicate the contract, adding a few clauses that would be difficult for the owner to accept, such as handling all existing lease disputes by themselves, and that the transfer will only happen a month after. This is dragging it out." Luo Yongfa fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Lei Sheng is playing this hand, not to buy the property, but to buy time. He has always played this way." Shi Lanxing turned the steering wheel as the car turned onto Jaffe Road, the neon lights flying past the window. "I've never seen anyone who can think one step ahead of him." The car drove towards Causeway Bay. At the same time, at Leeson Group in Central Lin Deyue's office, a quotation sheet was spread out on the desk. 110,000 each, almost double his 60,000. He stared at the number for a long time, then crumpled the quotation sheet and tossed it into the trash, picking up the phone instead. "Stop dealing with Leikuan. Let him find that clueless fool to negotiate. After all, the Golden Princess won't last long and the price will drop." He thought he had made the right judgment. He and Shi Lanxing were saying the same thing. The price will drop. But Lin Deyue's next line was "so am waiting," while Lei Zhaorong's next line was "so am delaying." One is waiting for the market to help him lower the price, while the other is dragging time to eliminate him. 3 days later, Leikuan received a call from the agent. Leeson has withdrawn and the third party quoted 110,000, but the contract terms are extremely harsh. Payment is in 3 installments, delivery 1 month after the transfer, and existing lease disputes are to be handled by the owner. The agent hesitantly asked if he wanted to look for other buyers, to which Leikuan replied no. 110,000 is already the best offer at present, and he doesn't have time to wait. He instructed the agent to inform the third party that the terms can be discussed, but the price would not budge. He was unaware that the contract he was negotiating was intentionally drafted in such a manner by Lei Zhaorong and Zhang Qinggang. On August 14th, the first version of the contract was disputed over payment terms. On August 17th, the second version added clauses for mortgage release. On August 21st, the third version pushed the transfer date back by another 10 days. Lycan's CFO called 3 times a day to urge for progress, but the responses were always polite yet vague. In the process, the legal team is still reviewing the contract details need to be confirmed again. Kowloon did not know that the person seated opposite him was a shell company representative sent by Sure launching each negotiation, bringing a new, more complex draft of the contract, each version closer to finalization, yet each hiding a new reason for delay. He had already rejected Lin Dayu's 60,000. There was no turning back. 110,000 was his only option. Kowloon Construction's funds were gradually burning out. On August 23rd, another construction site was forced to halt due to overdue material payments. Kowloon flipped to the last page of the financial report in his office, then picked up the phone to call the agent. Notify the third party. Proceed according to their terms. Sign the contract as soon as possible. On August 25th, in Zhang Qinggang's law firm office, Sure Launching and Luo Yongfa sat across from the conference table as Zhang Qinggang pushed a revised contract across the table. The latest version. The payment method was changed to 30% on the signing day with the balance due after the transfer, but the transfer date was pushed back by 15 days. The clause regarding existing lease disputes was removed. He took off his glasses and wiped them. Kowloon hasn't raised any more modification suggestions. He accepted it. Sure Launching picked up the contract, flipping to the end, her lips slightly curling up. 2 months ago, Kowloon priced the 2 cinemas at a total of 2 million, while Lin Dayue offered 60,000 each in an attempt to take advantage of the situation. But now, 110,000 for both, with the payment cycle maximized and the transfer date pushed to the last possible moment. It's not taking advantage, it's a complete takeover. She set the contract down and looked up at Sure Launching. It's time to see him. In the shallow water bay villa, Lei Zhaorong sat on the sofa in the study, flipping through the contract draft that Sure Launching had just sent. Guan Lin entered with tea, glancing at the numbers on the contract, her brow slightly raised. For 2 cinemas, you pushed from 2 million down to 110,000. If Kowloon finds out, will he spit blood? He doesn't have time to spit blood. Lei Zhaorong closed the contract and lifted the teacup. He is busy waiting for money to save his life. Besides, 110,000 is just the current price. Guan Lin sat beside him, tilting her head to look at him. Can it go lower? Lei Zhaorong did not answer. He set the teacup back on the coffee table, the bottom of the cup making a soft, steady sound against the porcelain dish. Outside, the last typhoon of August was brewing over the South China Sea, the low pressure making it hard to breathe. On August 29th, HSBC officially initiated asset supervision procedures for Kowloon Construction. When Kowloon received the notification in his office, he was still holding the transfer contract he had just signed. 110,000 for the Mongkok and Kuntong cinemas signed just that afternoon. He thought this money would at least help him last another month, but the bank's supervisory procedures arrived a week earlier than he had. On the day he signed the contract, there was only over 40,000 HKD left in Kowloon Construction's account, and after paying the last round of salaries, it would be zero. Before the transfer payments for Mongkok and Kuntong arrived, he could barely pay the electricity bill for the office. He put down the phone, picked up the signed contract from the desk. Before the money arrived, the bank was already at his door. The assets of the Golden Princess had just been sold. The hole in Kowloon Construction had not yet been filled, and the bank's supervisory procedures had sealed off his last bit of maneuvering space. On the night of August 30th, Lei Zhaorong stood in front of the study window in the shallow water bay villa, having just finished a call with Sure Launching. The HSBC representatives had blocked Kowloon in his office that afternoon, launching bank supervision. Kowloon couldn't hold on any longer. He placed the phone back on the desk and lit a cigarette. Sure Launching, tell him. 2 cinemas, 500,000. Lei Sheng, will he sign? He has no choice now. The next day, September 1st, Kowloon sat silently in his office in Central for a long time, and then wrote his name on the contract. The remaining construction sites of Kowloon Construction would gradually halt in the next week or two, and the bank representatives were already sitting in the office next door, flipping through the account books. This 500,000 is the last bit of cash he can freely dispose of. From a 2 million quote to a 110,000 delay, finally settling at 500,000, while Lei Zhaorong sat in the shallow water bay villa, not even showing his face. In that gigantic, glittering net, of fish that thought it was the predator had just been dragged into the deep sea. Lin Dayue sat in his office at leasing garment, tearing the acquisition intention letter from Jean Gongju Properties into shreds. The paper scraps scattered on the floor, while the secretary stood at the door, too afraid to breathe. He panted as he stared at the pile of shredded paper for quite some time, and suddenly he smiled. The 2 cinemas of Jean Gongju were never his main battleground. If he could intercept them, that would be great. If not, it was no big deal. It was purely to annoy Lei Zhaorong. His true territory was in the clothing industry in Causeway Bay, on that street that had been bloodied by Chernoi. He picked up the schedule of Extra magazine from the desk, tapping his finger on the word special edition. Chernoi. He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, a pile of rubbish blown up by the Xiangjiang Daily. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a heavily accented male voice came through. Marco Benedetti, a washed-up designer who had made a brief appearance at Milan Fashion Week 10 years ago, but had not been on any respectable brand's release list since. Lin Diyue lured him out of a small tailor shop in Florence with a high salary arranged for him to have a hotel and office, and had him present as an international authority on fashion design to create a professional evaluation report. Mr. Benedetti, how is the report coming along? Mr. Lin, I have compared the design elements of the 2 brands and found many points to question. Don't question it. Lin Diyue interrupted him. Give me the conclusion. Your conclusion is, Xinyuo's design is plagiarized, it's a patchwork. He'll take care of the rest. After hanging up, he dialed the editor's number for Extra Magazine. Can that special edition be published within 3 days? Mr. Lin, 3 days is a bit tight with layout and printing. Add more money, Lin Diyue replied. He'll cover all costs. And this issue's manuscript must not be shown to anyone. Keep it confidential before printing. August 14th, Wang Mingyuan pushed open the door of the shallow water bay villa holding an unreleased magazine sample. His expression was darker than usual as he quickly walked to the living room and placed the sample in front of Lei Zhaorong. Lei Xing, someone from Extra sent this over in advance. Wang Mingyuan flipped open the sample, pointing to the cover. The special issue they're releasing tomorrow attacks Xinyuo throughout. Lei Zhaorong picked up the sample and flipped through it page by page. The cover title was printed in bold red letters: Crocodile Shirt vs. Xinyuo, who is the true king of design. Exclusive evaluation by international authority designers. Inside, an Italian design expert named Marco Benedetti analyzed Xinyuo's clothing designs point by point in a professional tone, comparing several of Xinyuo's new autumn products with the designs of well-known European brands, selectively highlighting similar colors and lines, marking them with arrows as highly similar, concluding with a single line: Xinyuo fashion is engaging in systematic design plagiarism. Not yet finished. There was an accompanying article on supply chain investigation implying that Xinyuo's production process had very few employees, questioning the possible exploitation of labor issues. After reading it, Lei Zhaorong closed the sample and placed it on the coffee table. Lin Diyue's final madness. His voice was calm, as if commenting on the weather. Lei Xing, should I rush out a special issue to counterattack? Wang Mingyuan had already pulled out his notebook. We can have it on the front page tomorrow. No need to engage in a war of words with him. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the desk, pulling out a stack of documents from the drawer, then returning to place them on the coffee table. He questioned our designs as plagiarized. Then let's let the facts speak for themselves. He opened the first document, the exclusive brand authorization letter between Xinyuo and Walter Albini, in both English and Chinese, with the signatures already dried on the signature page. The second document, the authorization letter between Xinyuo and Irene Galitzine. Then there were photos from the signing press conference with representatives of the 2 Italian brands standing next to Lei Zhaorong in front of the backdrop of the Peninsula Hotel conference hall, the photographer capturing each person's expressions clearly. The last stack consisted of hand-drawn sketches from Xinyuo's design department. From the initial rough sketches drawn when he first heard Lei Zhaorong's verbal description of the clothing concept, to the midterm design drafts after repeated modifications, and finally to the last version before finalization. Over 200 sheets of paper, each marked with dates and the designer's signature. The modification traces were clear, and the design logic was evident from beginning to end. The dates on these drafts started from May. Lei Zhaorong spread out a few sheets, the earliest date being May 20th, the latest in mid-July. Let them see what a true original process looks like. Wang Mingyuan took the drafts and flipped through them, his eyes brightening. The timeline on these drafts is irrefutable evidence. He'll go take photos for the layout, and we'll use these for tomorrow's front page. He picked up the authorization letters and photos, striding out. Lei Zhaorong dialed Zhang Chenggang's number. Zhang Chengang, 2 lawyer letters, send them out first thing tomorrow. One to Lisan Garment addressed to Lin Baixin. The other to Extra Magazine. All evidence of commercial defamation against Xinyuo Fashion by Lin Diyue and Extra Magazine has been collected. Understood, Lei Sheng. He'll prepare the litigation materials right away. Zhang Chenggang's voice was concise and powerful. August 15th morning. The front page of the Xiangjiang Daily had not a single insult. The entire front page had only one headline: who is the real third-rate brand? Xinyuo has reached an exclusive cooperation with 2 century-old Italian brands in Asia. Where is Lisan Garment? Below the headline were 2 photos of the authorization letters with the signature pages enlarged to fill a quarter of the page. Further down was a large photo from the signing press conference with the smiling faces of the representatives from the 2 Italian brands clearly visible. Next to the photo was a brief text: Xinyuo Fashion has reached an exclusive cooperation agreement in the Asia region with the century-old Italian brands Walter Albini and Irene Galitzine. The design originality of these brands has been certified by the historical archives of Milan Fashion Week worldwide. The second page was a selection of Xinyuo's design drafts. From the first rough sketch to the final draft accompanied by data annotations and brief design descriptions, each one clearly displaying the designer's thoughts and revision process. This newspaper was distributed to all stalls and bus stops in Hong Kong at 7 in the morning, and by 10 in the morning a long queue had formed outside the Shernua flagship store in Causeway Bay. On the same morning, 2 lawyer letters were delivered to the headquarters of Lei Zhaorong Group in Central and Extra Magazine in Tsim Sha Tsui. Lin Baixin sat in the office of the chairman of Lei Zhaorong Group, opening the lawyer letter and reading it from start to finish. His hands trembled, not from anger but from extreme disappointment. The attachment of the lawyer letter listed each defamatory accusation from the extra special edition, one by one, accompanied by copies of Xinyuo's authorization letters and design drafts, forming a complete chain of defamation evidence. Slowly he placed the lawyer letter on the desk, took off his reading glasses, and closed his eyes. He could no longer manage this son. From the day Lin Diyue returned from studying abroad, he had looked down on people believing that the old-fashioned ways of doing business were outdated. He thought business competition meant stepping on others' corpses to rise, but now the ground he stepped on was not a corpse, but a piece of red-hot iron. Lin Baixin put the lawyer letter back into the envelope and told the secretary, "Have Diyue come to my office." Lin Diyue did not come. Tsim Sha Tsui Extra Magazine. The magazine's editor-in-chief Yu Qingxiang called all the editors into the conference room early in the morning. The lawyer letter was prominently placed in the center of the conference table next to today's freshly released Xiangjiang Daily, with the photo of the authorization letter reflecting light under the fluorescent lamp. Who took Lin Dayu's order? Yu Qingxiang's voice was tense. No one in the conference room spoke. This special issue has already been printed in 50,000 copies and sales have begun today. Now the lawyer letter has arrived. Commercial defamation with irrefutable evidence. You can see for yourselves. He pushed the Xiangjiang Daily to the center of the table. They have exclusive authorization letters from 2 major Italian brands, hundreds of design drafts, and that Benedetti's comments were taken out of context, and the comparisons are superficial, failing to meet the most basic industry standards. How are we going to fight this lawsuit? The deputy editor cautiously spoke up. Yu Sheng, should we go talk to Lin Diyue? After all, he is leading this. Of course I need to talk to Lin Diyue. Yu Qingxiang slammed the lawyer letter on the table. If we lose this lawsuit, the entire magazine will be finished. In the afternoon, Yu Qingxiang waited in Lin Dayue's office for over an hour before finally seeing him. When Lin Diyue entered, his expression was not good, his lips tightly drawn. Lin Sheng, things have gotten troublesome now. Shernua has sent a lawyer letter, and the evidence is very substantial. We have made a serious mistake in content. The accusations of plagiarism cannot hold water at all. Lin Diyue snorted. What's there to be afraid of? I'll have Benedetti produce an even more detailed report. Yu Qingxiang stood up, raising his voice. The front page of Xiangjiang Daily today published the complete timeline of the design drafts. Their design started in May, and every version of the modifications has date records. What we have can only prove that Xinyuo's designs are too advanced, not prove plagiarism. How are we going to fight this? He stepped forward. Extra magazine sales have been declining continuously and operations have become very difficult. If we lose this time, the magazine's credibility will be ruined. It's not just about sales anymore, it's about whether we can survive. Lin Sheng, you need to take responsibility. Lin Diyue glared at him, the muscles in his jaw twitching several times. I will handle this properly. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Yu Qingxiang slammed the lawyer letter on the coffee table. As soon as possible. After saying this, he turned and left, slamming the door behind him. At 7 o'clock in the evening at Lei Zhaorong Group in Central, Lin Baixin's office. Lin Baixin had waited the entire day and finally saw Lin Diyue. He sat behind the desk with the wrinkled lawyer letter in front of him, the light reflecting off his graying hair. His voice was heavy. Stop. Tomorrow issue a public apology letter and put this matter to rest. Lin Diyue stood in front of the desk, his tie already loosened, his eyes bloodshot. Dad, I cannot apologize. Apologizing is admitting defeat. Why should Lei Zhaorong Garment yield to a kid who just entered the industry 3 months ago? Lei Zhaorong Garment has already been embarrassed because of you. Lin Baixin slammed the table. The front page of Xiangjiang Daily was seen by all of Hong Kong. The authorization letter is right there, the design drafts are right there, and the Italian designer you hired. Don't you know what level he is at yourself? A washed-up tailor from 10 years ago, and you paid a high price to have him create a false report. Oh, what chance do you have? Lin Diyue bit his lip, remaining silent. I'm saying this for the last time. Lin Baixin stood up, resting both hands on the table. Withdraw all advertising contracts with Extra, terminate all cooperation for this special issue, and let the lawyers negotiate a settlement. If you continue to be stubborn, it won't just be a matter of crocodile shirt losing money. The entire reputation of Lei Zhaorong Group will be dragged down by you. Lin Diyue slowly raised his head, meeting his father's gaze. There was no hesitation in those eyes that he had hoped for, only a fatigue and disappointment he had never seen on his father's face. He suddenly felt something shatter in his chest. But what he said was, I want. He turned and strode out the door, slamming heavily behind him. The sound echoed in the corridor, and Lin Baixin slowly sat back down in his chair. He stared at the door that had been slammed shut and remained silent for a long time. Then he opened the drawer. Inside was a yellowed family photo in which Lin Diyue was still a boy in a school uniform. He slowly placed the lawyer letter over the photo, as if personally burying something. In Tsuan in a cheap Marco Benedetti, looking at the front page of the Xiangjiang Daily with the authorization letters and drafts displayed in great detail, realized that Lin Deyue could not protect him at all. He put on his coat and stuffed an envelope into the inner pocket, the address he had obtained from Xinyuo's front desk. He needed to send the letter. That day in Lin Deyue's office, he saw his frenzied and bloodshot eyes, and he became frightened. He was indeed a washed-up designer, but he was not foolish. The authorization letters and design drafts presented by Lei Zhaorong were real ironclad evidence. Walter Albini and Irene Galitzine, he could not even touch the threshold back in Milan. He spent a day writing down everything Lin Deyue had him do and say, then rushed to the Chernua flagship store in Causeway Bay that night, handing the letter to the front desk and emphasizing that it must be forwarded to the person in charge. The only request was do not sue him. Lei Zhaorong was having dinner with Guan Lin in the Shallow Water Bay villa when he received the letter. He opened the envelope, read it from start to finish, then read it again, a cold arc rising at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Qinggang. He picked up the phone. Forget about suing the Italian designer. Have him sign a written testimony detailing the entire process of Lin Deyue, instructing him to create a false report with a signature and fingerprint. Give him some money to go back to Italy. The next day at noon, Benedetti signed a written testimony in Zhang Qinggang's. He put down the pen, his hands still slightly trembling, but the expression on his face was one of relief. That afternoon, he boarded a flight to Rome. Zhang Qinggang took a photo of the testimony for record, locked the original in the law firm's safe, and called Lei Zhaorong. Lei Sheng, the testimony has been signed. The content is very clear. From the overseas phone call invitation to the specific instructions for him to commit perjury, do not question, just give a conclusion. All of it has been written down. If you need it, you can take it out at any time. Got it. August 17th, Lin Deyue had not been to the company for. He locked himself in the office of Leasing Garments Causeway Bay store, the curtains tightly drawn, the desk piled high, with sales reports for Crocodile Shirt and customer flow comparisons for Xinyuo's flagship store. The staff said that Lin Sheng had been sitting from morning till night, only sipping half a cup of coffee in between. He had no way out. The special issue of Extra had been halted, and Yu Qingxiang called every day, urging him to pay the lawyer's fees. Xinyuo's lawyer letter was still spread out on the desk, and that expensive Italian designer he had hired had disappeared, without a word, vanishing somewhere in Kowloon. The look in his father's eyes, his mother's hesitating expression, the increasingly perfunctory nods of the company executives. He wanted to drive all of this out of his mind, but they were nailed there like spikes. He stared fiercely at the copy of Xinyuo's design drafts in his hand. Over 200 sheets of paper, the designer's signature clear with dates ranging from May to July, every modification recorded. He flipped through it countless times, trying to find a flaw, a gap, a straw to grasp. Right there were also allegations of Chernua exploiting employees. At this moment, Lin Deyue seemed to grasp a killer argument, the smile on his face gradually widening, and he finally laughed out loud. The next morning, Lin Deyue appeared with staff from the Labor Department at the door of the second-floor office of Xinyuo's flagship store in Causeway Bay. The Labor Department staff stepped forward, showing his credentials, and said, "My name is Zhang Wenguang from the Complaints Division of the Labor Department. We've received reports that Chernua Fashion is exploiting employees, and we're here to investigate, hoping for the cooperation of the person in charge." Zhang Qinggang seemed to have been waiting for them, standing there with Lu Mintao, saying, "No problem, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment." Zhang Qinggang displayed several documents. Contracts for commission processing signed by Chernua with 2 mainland factories, detailing contract dates, production capacity lists, and quality inspection standards, each written clearly. Next to them was a stack of quality inspection records with Lu Mintao's signature and sampling data for each batch of shirts since the first shipment. Lin Deyue stood at the desk with Zhang Wenguang from the Labor Department, flipping through the pages one by one. He turned to the production model section, outsourced processing with no own factories. He flipped to the quality inspection records, weekly sampling, batch numbers, sampling quantities, pass rates, inspector signatures, each column neatly filled. He finished flipping through, standing there like a stone statue. The production process was not based in Hong Kong. Xinyuo's designs were completed in Causeway Bay, with orders sent to mainland factories for processing. The finished products returned for quality inspection and then shelved for sale. No factories, no workshops, no exploitation of labor that he could report. There wasn't even a target to attack. He set the contract down, his lips moved, but no words came out. No one in the office spoke. Sunshine streamed in through the window, illuminating the documents on the desk, black and white, clearly visible. Lu Mintao said to Lin Deyue, "Lin Sheng, do you understand? Xinyuo's production is entrusted to qualified factories on the mainland, and they manage their own workers. Xiangjiang is only responsible for design and quality inspection. If the Labor Department colleagues need to verify the employment situation at the mainland factories, we can assist in contacting them." Zhang Wenguang returned the contract respectfully, saying, "The contract is fine. Upon investigation, Chernua Fashion is not exploiting employees, and with no other issues, we can disband the team." Zhang Qinggang nodded, then looked at the silent Lin Deyue. "Lin Sheng, you should know very well that business competition uses methods, not slander. Right now, you are not qualified to be Lei Sheng's opponent. We reserve the right to sue you. Please proceed as you wish. Lin Dayue said nothing, his face dark, and he turned and walked out of the office, his steps somewhat unsteady. On August 18th, at 10 o'clock in the morning at the Peninsula Hotel, in the same private room, Lei Zhaorong sat by the window, holding a cup of freshly brewed the aroma curling up in the morning light. Outside the window, the waters of Victoria Harbor were sliced into fragments by the sunlight, while the Star Ferry glided slowly, leaving behind a white trail. He set down his cup and glanced at the person sitting opposite him. Over 50 years old, dressed in a deep gray custom suit, his tie perfectly knotted, his graying hair slicked back, revealing a well-maintained but weary face. The chairman of Leeson Group, Lin Baixin. Leishing, the reason for your visit today is still about my son Lin Dayue. Lin Baixin's voice was steady and measured. After speaking, he stood up, hands clasped in front of him, bending slightly. I must apologize to you here first. A man who had navigated the business world for half his life bowed to a young man in his 20s. Lei Zhaorong did not. He sat there holding his teacup, accepting the bow. Lin Sheng, I have received your sincerity. He placed the teacup back on the saucer, the porcelain clinking softly. Let's talk about the practical aspects. Lin Baixin straightened up, taken aback. He clearly did not expect Lei Zhaorong to skip the pleasantries and move directly to discussing terms. He forced a smile and sat back down. Lei Sheng, can't we let this matter pass in light of my face? Lei Zhaorong glanced at him, his expression devoid of anger, only a faint surprise, as if he had heard something naive. Can face be eaten or drunk? How much is it per pound? His voice was neither loud nor soft, as if discussing an ordinary business deal. The fact that I can sit here and talk to you already shows I am giving you face. A verbal apology is of no use. Lin Baixin looked into Lei Zhaorong's eyes, where there was neither the impulsiveness of youth nor the arrogance of a victor, only a chilling clarity that bordered on cruelty. He realized this was someone who would not act without tangible results. Apologies, face, and favors were all meaningless to him. Leishing, what do you want? Shouldn't it be you who shows sincerity? Lin Baixin paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Leishing, just say it. Whatever you want, as long as it is appropriate, will be given. Lei Zhaorong looked at him, a thought sliding through his mind. Indeed, a wily old fox. Knowing that taking the initiative to quote a price would lose the upper hand, he stubbornly pushed the pricing power back. In Central and Western Districts, Leasing Garment has 2 large stores. Just these 2 will do. Lin Baixin's brow twitched. These 2 stores were the most valuable retail properties of Leasing Garment in Hong Kong, with the Central one, located on Queens Road Central, and the Western one on Devoe Road West, together worth at least 30 million Hong Kong dollars. He stared at Lei Zhaorong for a few seconds, then slowly exhaled. Lin Baixin's lips twitched. He knew that failing to give this young man an explanation was not just about 2 stores. He understood better than anyone how Zhenbang Industrial and Jining Group had collapsed. This time Dayue had truly pushed Leeson to the edge of a cliff. All right, I will arrange for someone to handle the transfer. His voice finally carried a hint of resigned hoarseness. But you, Lei Sheng, must promise me not to trouble Dayue again. Lei Zhaorong clasped his hands over his knees, his expression turning serious. Lin Sheng, from the beginning to the end, it was Lin Dayue who sought me out. I was merely passively retaliating. My words are slow, each one feels as though it is being struck into place. I can promise you, if Lin Dayue does not provoke me, I will never take the initiative to provoke him. But if Lin Dayue continues to maliciously provoke me, then next time it will not just be about 2 stores. Lin Baixin looked into Lei Zhaorong's eyes, finding no trace of bluster. He seemed to age a few more years, standing up with his back slightly more hunched than before. I understand. I will make sure to manage him. He picked up his hat from the table and nodded slightly to Lei Zhaorong. I shall take my leave now. Lei Zhaorong stood up, making a gesture to see him off. As Lin Baixin reached the door, he turned back to glance at the young man, who remained standing in place, his expression as calm as a mirror. The door closed. Lei Zhaorong sat back down on the sofa, picked up the now cool pure tea, and slowly took a sip. That evening, Shi Lansheng's call reached the villa at Repulse Bay. Leisheng, we received news from the owners of the 2 new cinemas under Golden Princess. Her voice came through the receiver, rapid and pace. Lei Kuan can't wait any longer. He can't find a better offer elsewhere and is willing to accept our previous terms. 1,100,000 for both, but requires full payment within 3 days. Tell him it's no longer 1,100,000. Lei Zhaorong leaned back on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. The news about Kowloon construction halting all work this morning has already spread. His bargaining power resets to 0 starting today. The new offer is 700,000 for both. The payment method remains unchanged, but the transfer time is pushed back by another week. Shi Lansheng paused for a second. Lei Kuan probably won't accept. He has no option to refuse. The bank has already initiated asset supervision procedures. He knows better than I do that if these assets are held for another month, the bank will directly auction them off. By then he won't even be able to get 70,000. He switched the phone to his other hand. After dragging out the contract details for so long, it's time to reel it in. After hanging up, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the waters of Repulse Bay turn a deep gray in the twilight, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a smile. On August 19th, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell of the villa at Repulse Bay rang. This was the first time Lei Kuan stepped onto his territory after Lei Zhaorong was driven out of the Lei family. He was not alone. Standing behind him were Lei Zhaorong and Lei Zhaoyue. The three of them stood outside the villa's main door, their shadows elongated by the sunlight behind them. Lei Kun's suit was still custom-made, but the shoulder seams had become loose and the cuffs had frayed slightly. His white hair had increased by several strands since last month, and the wrinkles on his face were no longer a normal sign of aging, but a depletion of vitality. Lei Zhaorong stood at the door looking at the three of them. It was not a surprised expression. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Please come in. He stepped aside to let them through, his tone as neutral, as welcoming an ordinary business visitor. He did not take them to the living room. The living room was a place for family. He seated them at the long table in the reception room. This was the place for business discussions. Guanlin personally brought the tea using a purple clay pot and fine bone china cups. Her movements neither hurried nor slow. She placed the teacups in front of the three of them, then naturally sat down beside Lei Zhaorong, quietly lifting her eyes to observe the people across from her. Lei Kuan looked around. The reception room at Repulse Bay was larger than the entire living room of the old Lei family home, with a garden and a glimpse of the sea visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The painting on the wall was an authentic Monet left over from an auction, not a famous piece, but it was exquisitely framed. The furniture was minimalist, dark hardwood, understated, yet each piece was well-crafted. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, not from incense, but from the furniture itself. He recalled the rosewood from his old home. Some pieces had already lost their lacquer after more than 20 years. Speak up. Lei Zhaorong picked up his teacup, skipping the small talk. What's the matter? Lei Kuan rubbed his hands over his knees. This was a habit he had when he was young and nervous, which had not appeared for many years. Zhaorong, there have been some issues at home. Kowloon Construction's financial chain has run into major problems, and the bank has initiated asset supervision. The only one who can help the family now is you. His voice carried a raw plea, one that came from being cornered. After all, we are father and son, we share blood ties. Lei Zhaorong interrupted him. He set down his teacup, the motion light, but Lei Kun's voice fell abruptly silent. Those two words were not dad or father, but Lei Sheng. Cold proper, as if addressing any business partner with the surname Lei. When you told me to roll out of the Lei family, did you ever think we had blood ties? Lei Zhaorong's voice was calm, so calm that it sent a chill down Lei Kun's back. So let's not mention familial affection. He tapped his index finger lightly on the table. Now, let's discuss a transaction regarding the Golden Princess cinema chain and Kowloon Construction. The reception room fell silent for a few seconds. Confusion, shame, and then exhaustion flashed across Lei Kun's face. Lei Zhaorong lowered his head, not daring to look at Lei Zhaorong, while Lei Zhaoyue's lips trembled. Lei Zhaorong, are you still human? Lei Zhaoyue was the first to jump up, her voice sharp like glass scraping against iron. Your father has already humbled himself. What more do you want? Is it only when the Lei family is ruined that you will be happy? That's your Lei family. Lei Zhaorong's voice remained flat, but each word was piercing. The moment I was driven out of the Lei family, I declared. Starting today, I, Lei Zhaorong, am my own master. I will reclaim the assets of the Lei family one by one. He leaned back in his chair, gesturing. If you're not interested in discussing, you may leave. Lei Zhaoyue's face flushed red, her mouth opening, as if to speak. Lei Zhaorong pulled open the drawer of the table, taking out a stack of photos and slamming them on the table. The photos slid across the smooth table surface. 7 or 8 of them fanned out. Each one depicted the same woman, with different men, all very private photos, some taken during the day, others at night, with dates spanning from June to August, covering an entire summer. Lei Kuan picked one up, his fingers stiffening. Lei Zhaorong grabbed another, gasping. Lei Zhaoyue snatched one, her face draining of color, then grabbed a second, and a third, her hands shaking violently. You. She pointed at Lei Zhaorong, her finger trembling. You shameless. Lei Zhaorong wrapped his arm around Guanlin's shoulder, tilting his head slightly. If the precious photos of you having fun with these little boys circulate, I wonder if you'll still remember how to write the words shame and modesty. You dare. Lei Zhaoyue screamed, her voice breaking. Then she suddenly covered her face, bursting into tears. The sobbing was muffled in her palms, her shoulders shaking, hard to tell if it was anger or fear. Enough. Lei Zhaorong suddenly stood up, his fist slamming on the table, causing the teacup to jump. Lei Zhaorong, do you want to ruin the Lei family completely before you are satisfied? Your younger brother Lei Zhaofu has already been framed by you. How many more must you harm? Framed. Lei Zhaorong's smile vanished suddenly. He looked coldly at Lei Zhaorong, his voice like a knife freshly pulled from the fridge. Lei Zhaorong, you need to understand. Lei Zhaofu was arrested for drug trafficking and resisting arrest. Lei Zhaoyue lacks shame. If you want to keep secrets, don't do anything shameful. He pulled out a thicker stack of documents from under the table, tossing them onto the table. And you. Lei Zhaorong's voice was icy. Do you think you can be much better? You can take a good look. He sat back down beside Guanlin, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, calmly picking up his teacup, again his expression returning to the previous composure. Take a good look. Lei Kuan trembled as he reached out, picking up one of the documents. The header on the paper was the account transactions of HSBC, a personal account, not a company account. Account name Lei Zhaorong. Fund flow large transfers out with recipients being several different named private and total amount 4,700,000 Hong Kong dollars. Misappropriation of public funds. Private investment. Lei Zhaorong slowly raised his head looking at his eldest son in disbelief. Lei Zhaorong's face had turned gray, not pale, but gray, like a freshly watered cement wall. He stared wide-eyed at Lei Zhaorong, his gaze like a beast pinned down wanting to rage, but finding he couldn't even he opened his mouth to say something, but his throat merely moved without any sound coming out. Lei Zhaorong slowly sat back down like a statue that had lost its core. In the reception room, only Lei Ziyu's suppressed sobs and the distant sound of waves could be heard. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup looking at Lei Zhaorong. You must have realized what the previous documents indicated. Lei Zhaorong privately misappropriated public funds for personal investments in a significant amount. If this is reported to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, who knows what will happen? Second brother. Lei Zhaorong suddenly raised his head, his face darkened, his lips trembling. Spare your elder brother this once. Mr. Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong's voice remained unperturbed. Don't shout. I have long severed ties with you. He turned to Lei Zhaorong, his gaze as calm as a still pond. Lei Zhaorong's eyes had lost all luster, sitting in the chair like a pile of hollow withered wood, his fingers digging into the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white. My patience is limited. Lei Zhaorong, Golden Princess, Cinema Chain, and Kowloon Construction. 30 million Hong Kong dollars, I will assume the over 200 million in debts. 30 million. Assume all debts. Lei Zhaorong sat in his chair, his expression no longer one of shock or anger, but an emptiness left after being crushed. He stared ahead, not at Lei Zhaorong's face, but at something non-existent in the air. He recalled the day at the Lei family mansion. The shards of blue and white porcelain still glimmered on the ground. Lei Zhao's tears were perfectly timed. Lei Zhaorong was delivering the killing blow, and Lei Zhaoyue was serving tea with a mocking tone. He sat on the rosewood chair and yelled, "Get out of the Lei family." And then this son really did leave. No crying, no kneeling, no looking back. Then this son had used less than 5 months to corner him to the other side of this table. He had sent one of his other 3 children to jail for trial, silenced another with photos of infidelity, and used bank statements to bind the last. And the only assets left for him to sell were the Golden Princess, Cinema Chain, and Kowloon Construction. The offer on the table was 30 million. In the face of over 200 million in debt, 30 million was a straw, but he had nothing else left to grasp. Outside, the afternoon sun shone brightly over Victoria Harbor. This harbor was swallowing and expelling billions of wealth every minute. Yet in this cold and elegant reception room, the once mighty Lei Group's leader was being bought out of his lifelong enterprise and dignity by his second son with 30 million Hong Kong dollars, a price that couldn't even purchase a luxury home on the peak. He slowly raised his head, his murky eyes looking at Lei Zhaorong. In those eyes there was no anger, no regret, only a silence that remained after all defenses had been breached. All right. A hoarse syllable like dry leaves falling to the ground. Lei Zhaorong slightly nodded his expression. He picked up the now cold pure tea and softly said to Guanlin, "See him off." Lei Zhaorong pushed against the table to stand up, his movements stiff like rusty gears. He picked up the now cold pure tea and softly said to Guanlin, "See him off." Lei Zhaorong pushed against the table to stand up, his movements stiff like rusty gears. On August 20th, a Friday morning, Lei Zhaorong woke up in the main bedroom of his villa in Qianshui Bay, just as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the sea outside. Unlike usual, he did not get up immediately, but leaned against the headboard, letting the images from yesterday replay slowly in his mind. The dejected figures of Lei Zhaorong and his 2 sons as they walked out of the villa. Lei Zhaoyue stifled her sobs with her hands covering her face. The deadpan expression of Lei Zhaorong after seeing the bank statement. The horse, all right, from Lei Zhaorong at the end, like a withered leaf falling on a stone slab. The Lei family's assets had all been reclaimed one by one. A slow smile crept across his lips as he reached out to embrace the still sleeping Guanlin beside him. The two had celebrated until the late hours last night. Guanlin knew he had fulfilled his greatest wish after more than 100 days, and she wholeheartedly cooperated with him. The proud and content flush on her face was more beautiful than ever. Lei Zhaorong gently lifted the blanket, preparing to get out of bed, when suddenly a long-forgotten notification sound echoed in his mind. This sound had been silent for a full month, ever since he had exchanged all the future notification opportunities for assassination intelligence on July 20th. The notification bar on the system panel had remained empty. He had grown accustomed to checking notifications first thing every day. That month-long void had added a layer of uncertainty to every business decision he made. But now the notification sound had returned, and his confidence was restored. Lei Zhaorong leaned back against the headboard, his consciousness sinking into the system panel. The silver border glimmered slightly, but unlike the previous static glow this time, the light flowed back and forth along the border resembling stirred mercury. System notification: the host has successfully completed the task of predicting and avoiding a major loss. The Chernua apparel has successfully transformed and started to profit, meeting the conditions for a level 3 upgrade. System upgrading. The progress bar advanced quickly on the panel, the silver light growing brighter. Upgrade, current level LV. 3. New functionalities are as follows. 1. Unlock confidence level function. Each notification will be marked with a confidence percentage reflecting the likelihood of the event occurring on the current timeline. The higher the confidence level, the stronger the certainty of the event occurring. Note the accumulation of the butterfly effect will cause fluctuations in the confidence levels of some notifications. Please use your own judgment accordingly. Lei Zhaorong stared at the words confidence level, feeling a month-long tension in his heart finally loosened slightly. The inaccuracy of that copper-colored notification from Chungkong Holdings had made him ponder repeatedly during the days without system information. Was it that the system had malfunctioned, or had he changed too many things, altering the course of fate itself? Now with the confidence level, at least he didn't have to gamble with his life. 2. The frequency of golden notifications adjusted from once per month to once per half month. 3. The probability of silver notifications appearing has increased. The total number of daily notifications increased from 4 to 5. While he was still pondering the new functionalities one by one, the notification sound echoed in his mind again. System notification: the 30-day cooling period has ended and the notification function has returned to normal. Today's notifications will be delivered shortly. Unlike before, the first notification this time did not have a silver or copper border. It was golden. A heavy metallic golden border slowly illuminated on the panel. Golden notification time: August 20th to August 25th. Event: the Mexican debt crisis has erupted with global funds pouring into gold as a safe haven. The international gold price surged from $320 per ounce to $412 per ounce, an increase of 29. Recommended action: go long on gold futures with a 10-fold leverage. Confidence level 100. Lei Zhaorong looked at the line confidence level 100 on this notification, his fingers unconsciously tapping twice on the blanket. This new entry on the golden notification felt like an old friend returning bearing a heavy gift. Starting today, a 29 increase with 10-fold leverage. He didn't need to check the accounts, he already had the numbers running through his mind. He calculated his available funds. After returning from their honeymoon, the only significant expenditure had been the 350 million Hong Kong dollars for the 3 plots of land in Central. After deducting daily expenses and the working capital for business operations, he currently had approximately 450 million Hong Kong dollars in cash available under his name. That was enough. Then he thought of one thing: Guanlin's account. He turned to look at Guanlin, who was still fast asleep. The thin blanket draped over her waist, her long hair spread out on the pillow, her breathing steady and gentle. He gently patted her on the backside, leaned down, and pressed his lips to her ear. "Little lazy pig, it's time to get up," Guanlin murmured, snuggling closer to him without opening her eyes, mumbling sleepily, "Hubby, let me sleep a bit more, I really can't anymore. After I wake up, I'll serve you. Quickly get up, let's make some money." The moment he mentioned make money, Guanlin's eyes flew open. She raised her head from his embrace, her eyes still heavy with sleep, but her gaze already starting to shine. Seeing Lei Zhaorong looking at her with disdain, Guanlin immediately changed her strategy. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she leaned closer, her voice sweet as freshly stirred honey. "Hubby, take me with you. At worst, I'll try my best to fulfill those strange requests of yours later." "What strange requests?" "Those are called interests." After correcting her seriously, Lei Zhaorong gently pinched her waist, his tone turning serious again. "All right, let's talk business. Don't you still have $40 million on you?" Guanlin stopped her playful demeanor and focused on the matter. During the World Cup betting, she had entrusted all her wealth to Lei Zhaorong, and when the $105 million was credited, she had seen the balance with her own eyes, but she had never inquired about the specific numbers, only knowing it was there. The dollar account should have a little over 40 million, and the regular account has about 10 million Hong Kong dollars. She blinked. "Do you need it? Leave 10 million in your dollar account and transfer 30 million to my dollar account." "All right." After Guanlin replied, she flopped back onto the pillow and pulled the blanket. "Is that all? Let me sleep a bit more." At 9:30 a.m. at HSBC headquarters, in the same VIP room around the same oak long table. But this time the person sitting on the other side of the long table had changed. Lei Zhaorong sat in the chair, still wearing the same suit as yesterday, his tie slightly askew. The expression on his face was neither anger nor sorrow, but a numbness that remained after being stripped of all emotions. Lei Zhaorong sat beside him, never raising his head. Lei Zhaorong was absent. Zhang Qinggang had just laid out the contract, 3 copies with clear terms. The entire equity of Kowloon Construction and Golden Princess Cinemas was being transferred to Lei Zhaorong for 30 million Hong Kong dollars, while he would also bear Kowloon Construction's debt of over 200 million to HSBC as the primary creditor. Lei Zhaorong held the pen steady without trembling. When a person is pushed to the extreme, they can become calm. Not because it doesn't hurt, but because after enduring too much pain, their nerves become numb. He meticulously signed his name in the signature section, then put down the pen and stood up. Lei Zhaorong also stood up and extended his hand. Lei Zhaorong looked at him for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand. Their hands clasped together. One was thin and cold, the other dry and strong. "Lei Sheng, take care," Lei Zhaorong said. Lei Zhaorong gazed deeply at him. This second son, whom he had driven out of the house less than half a year ago, now stood in the VIP room of HSBC, taking over the last remaining assets of the Lei family with the air of a master. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, either harsh words or soft words or something else. In the end, he only said one thing. Manage the Lei family's assets well. Then he released his hand, turned around, and walked towards the door. Lei Zhaorong followed closely behind their figures, disappearing at the end of the corridor. The oak door slowly closed with a dull sound. Lei Zhaorong withdrew his gaze and said to Zhang Qingyang, "The futures exchange." At 1130 a.m. in the bustling trading hall of the Hong Kong Futures Exchange, voices filled the air with phone rings and the shouts of traders colliding. Manager Zhang Mingda, assigned by the Futures Exchange, stood beside Lei Zhaorong, quickly verifying the data on the computer. Lei Xing 450 million Hong Kong dollars plus 30 million US dollars, totaling approximately 680 million Hong Kong dollars. If the direction of going long on gold futures is confirmed, I'll build positions in batches. In batches. Don't let the market see that funds are concentrating on buying in. Lei Zhaorong replied. Understood. We'll start building positions this afternoon and finish before the market closes. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Gold was currently at 320 US dollars per ounce, expected to reach 412 US dollars in 5 days. A 29 increase with tenfold leverage. He didn't need to calculate. He knew this number would keep many people awake at night. But among those people he was not included. At 3 p.m., accompanied by HSBC staff and lawyer Zhang Qingyang, Lei Zhaorong entered the management office of Golden Princess Cinemas and the conference room of Kowloon Construction. Lei Kuan had already sent out the notification. The new boss was coming. Manager Wang Chiwei of Golden Princess Cinemas, in his 40s of medium build, stood neatly at the door waiting for him. Lei Sheng. He handed over a freshly printed list of cinema assets. Welcome to take over the cinemas. Lei Zhaorong took the list, glanced at it, and looked up at him. Manager Wang, aren't you afraid of me? Wang smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of nervousness, but no hostility. To be honest, Lei Sheng, Lei Kuan has owed construction fees for several months. We've had to halt construction on the cinemas and salaries were almost not paid. With you taking over, at least the cinemas can survive. Lei Zhaorong pushed open the door to the Mong Kok cinema. The scaffolding still stood in the empty screening hall, and the screen was only half installed. He walked down the dusty aisle to the center of the stage and turned to look at the hundreds of empty seats. Then he turned back to Wang Chiwei and said, "Turn on the lights." The moment all the lights turned back on, he said, "Within 3 months, I want this place to be full of people." Manager Zhao Ming of Kowloon Construction was even more direct. This veteran project manager, who had worked at Kowloon Construction for most of his life, handed Lei Zhaorong a thick stack of project progress reports, his tone carrying an unmistakable relief. Lei Xing, the brothers at the construction site are very happy to hear that you are coming to take over. The previous payment issues finally have hope now. Lei Zhaorong flipped through the report from beginning to end and then closed it. Manager Zhao, don't resume full operations at the construction site just yet. First, take stock of the damaged materials and equipment during the downtime, and we'll arrange everything uniformly next month. Next month? Manager Zhao was taken aback. Yes, next month. Lei Zhaorong did not explain. Of course, he wouldn't explain. Next month the stock market crash would come. Resuming work now would just burn cash. After September 24th, all costs would significantly decrease, and then they could fully roll out, accomplishing twice the work for the same amount of money. That evening, in a private room at the Peninsula Hotel, the round table was filled with people, and the table was laden with delicious dishes. Wang Jin was the first to stand up from his seat, patting his belly, his floral shirt reflecting the light, and the gold chain around his neck swaying. "Arong, you didn't just invite everyone for a meal today, did you? I'm about to wrap up filming God of Gamblers, and I still have post-production waiting for me." Lei Zhaorong smiled and raised his wine glass. "Fatty, I know you're anxious, but hold on a bit. There's definitely something tonight. Just consider this a break." He stood up, holding the wine glass in one hand and pointing at Wang Jin with the other. "This is Wang Jin, the director of Tunglong Films, and also my partner." He wrapped his arm around Guan Lin's shoulder. "This is my wife, Guan Lin, the chairwoman of Tunglong Films." He pointed to a woman with short hair in a dark blue shirt sitting next to Guan Lin. "This is Shi Launching, the general manager of Tunglong Films. Next to her is director Su Ku." Lei Zhaorong had 30 days to transform 2 billion Hong Kong dollars into 2 billion, not through luck or gambling, but through gold. On August 21st, the Mexican debt crisis would detonate like a bomb across global financial markets, sending international gold prices surging from 320 to 412 in one breath. This was a certainty, confirmed with absolute confidence by the system. Yet he could tell no one. Everyone seated in the private dining room of the Peninsula Hotel knew only that he would utter 4 words that evening: cash is king. Wang Jin swallowed the last piece of roasted goose and patted his belly contentedly. Lei Zhaorong lifted his teacup and swept his gaze across the round table. Print, media, transportation, apparel, film, and television, law, real estate. Every card he held was already in play. "I've gathered you here tonight, not merely for dinner. Over the next month, I require your full focus on a single objective. Only 4 words: cash is king." Silence fell abruptly upon the private room. Wang Jin's chopsticks froze midair. Wang Mingyuan set down his wine glass. "Increase advertising rates on Kowloon motor bus vehicle bodies by 10%. Clients unwilling to comply may withdraw, free up space for joint promotions between Shino and Tunglong Film Television. Lao Luo, I expect your cash flow report by month-end, Lei Zhaorong said. Luo Yongfa nodded gravely. No superfluous questions asked. Shino's 3 stores continue rolling their daily revenue streams. Mainland contract manufacturing orders must not pause. Yet new store renovations are to slow. Only 3 outlets will open in Shenzhen before year-end, no more. The 2 central and western district locations recently compensated by Lin Baixin shall be replicated identically after the flagship store model in Causeway Bay. Lu Mintao swiftly jotted notes in his notebook. He had long since learned to ask only how, never why. Golden Princess Cinema Chain will be renamed Tunglong Cinema Chain tomorrow. All programming prioritizes Tunglong Film Television productions. Lei Kuan's 2 unfinished theaters shall be reintegrated into the Tunglong chain. Expansion need not rush this month, but should any suitable small cinemas become available, reserve them immediately on our ledger. Sure Launching withdrew a list of Southeast Asian distribution contracts from his briefcase, signed for countries South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, and confirmed that videocassette rights had also been secured. Following the release of The God of Gamblers, Wang Jin and Su Ke's upcoming films will be postponed until year-end for Spring Festival release. Fatso, I want a family-friendly comedy. Wang Jin burst into laughter, his narrow eyes crinkling into 2 crescent slits. Exactly my thought. The Spring Festival calls for joy and profit. I'll draft the script tomorrow. The title's already chosen. Wealth presses upon us. Lei Zhaorong rose and walked to the window, his back turned to the nocturnal expanse of Victoria Harbor. Strengthened synergy between Shino and Tunglong Film Television. Costumes for all productions shall be designed first by Shino with an in-credit line reading costume provider Shino. Mutual traffic generation. Along Kowloon motor bus routes, monitor storefronts suitable for convenience stores. Engage multiple suppliers. Never let a single entity hold us hostage, and procure directly from manufacturers, bypassing middlemen. Mr. Zhao construction at Kowloon construction sites remains temporarily suspended, but foreman, engineers, and project managers must stay on payroll. Pay them 3 months base salary as retention. Zhao manager opened his mouth, then swallowed the word why whole. Old Wang over the next 30 days strategically leaked negative news, piece by piece, about our target acquisition candidates. Don't overdo it, don't force it. Let them shed a layer of skin within 30 days. Wang Mingyuan's eyes gleamed with the sharp intuition of a veteran journalist. Boil the frog slowly. I'll control the heat. Lu Mintao finally voiced everyone's unspoken question. Mr. Lei, why hoard all this cash? Wouldn't leaving so much capital idle be wasteful? Lei Zhaorong raised his teacup, voice calm as weather report. By late September, Hong Kong's economy will face grave turbulence. When chaos descends, bargains will lie scattered everywhere. Those holding cash become hunters poised to seize opportunity. Those without cash become prey waiting to be seized. He set the cup down. Gentlemen, do you wish to hunt or be hunted? Silence hung for several seconds. Wang Jin was the first to raise his glass, draining it in one gulp, then slamming it onto the table. Whatever Mr. Lei says goes. I followed him from Macau this far, and my boss has never let me suffer a loss. Sure Launching bent lower over his notebook, adding another entry. Luo Yongfa and Lu Mintao exchanged a glance. This young man seemed truly capable of seeing what others could not. August 25th, nightfall. The study of Lei Zhaorong's Repulse Bay Villa. His finger traced downward along a freshly transmitted futures exchange settlement statement, halting at the final line. 450 million Hong Kong dollars plus 30 million US dollars. Leverage tenfold. Position established August 21st, closed August 25th. Gold surged from 320 to 412, a 29 gain. After deducting interest, taxes, and fees, net profit stood at 1 Hong Kong dollar. 91 billion. Combined with existing funds, his personal account now exceeded 2 Hong Kong dollars. 2 billion. He laid the statement on the desk and released a long, slow breath. Less than 5 months had passed since he'd been cast out of the Lei family mansion. Guan Lin entered silk robe, whispering against her skin, hair cascading over her shoulders. She leaned down and kissed his cheek. Honey, what's got you so delighted? She took the statement and read it from top to bottom, her lashes fluttering twice, eyes widening incredulously. 19 billion Hong Kong dollars, he replied. Net profit after tax and fees. I've already transferred 300 million Hong Kong dollars to your account. The rest remains with me. Guan Lin froze for 2 seconds, then launched herself forward, arms locking around his neck, lips raining kisses across his forehead, cheeks, and nose bridge. Lei Zhaorong, drenched in her affectionate saliva, chuckled and gently eased her back. Why do you love money so much? We haven't lacked it for years. Her smile faltered. Slowly she loosened her grip, lowered her head to smooth her fallen hair. When she looked up again, the luminous spark in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by a tender, earnest softness edged with vulnerability. Money brings security. If someday you abandon me, at least I'll have a way out. Lei Zhaorong's hand settled atop her hair, fingers threading softly through the strands, as though soothing a startled cat. Never. I told you once. You betray me not, and I shall never forsake you. Guanlin pressed her face deeper into his chest. I know you love me. But what accomplished man doesn't keep concubines? Even if you resist temptation, women still swarm toward you like moths to flame. I often notice how other beautiful women look at you, eyes full of hunger. Look at my father Guanshan, talented in every way, yet he abandoned wife and daughter to chase other women. My peers in high society, some married into wealth only to see their husbands flee bankruptcy, forcing them back on a stage to repay debts. Others suffered worse, husbands bringing younger women home outright. Honey, the more successful you become, the more I fear. Promise me just one thing. Should you ever bring another woman into our home, you'll seek my consent first. Will you? Lei Zhaorong tightened his embrace, chin resting atop her head, his arms pressured, deepening her breath. Guanlin felt the weight of that gesture. She wriggled slightly in his arms, her voice suddenly playful, teasing. Rather than risk you straying and disrupting our harmony, why not let me find them for you? Guaranteed the finest. Lei Zhaorong rolled his eyes and delivered a sharp, resounding smack to her upturned rear. The crisp sound echoed through the study. Guanlin, stung yet giggling, pressed herself even closer, murmuring, I'm wearing nothing underneath. You hit so hard it hurts. Lei Zhaorong scowled and smacked her again, then paused, palm lingering as he began massaging gently. You asked for it. Still hurt. 30 days vanished like mist. Early September brought the bodyguards arranged by Director Su. For men and one woman, all around 30, dressed casually, yet standing with military bearing, eyes sharp, and presence commanding, radiating palpable martial intensity. Director Su introduced them all, decorated national heroes. The 4 men were Special Forces veterans. Huang Wan, the woman, had honorably retired after sustaining injuries during active duty. Lei Zhaorong offered salaries on the spot. HK250 per person, HK2500 for team leader Tang Zhonghua. Their spines remained ramrod straight, but excitement shimmered unmistakably in their eyes. At the time, average monthly income on the mainland hovered below 100 Hong Kong dollars. Even local Hong Kong workers earned only about HK1000. Thereafter, Huang Wan served Guanlin as both assistant and bodyguard. Lu Zhong became Lei Zhaorong's driver and personal guard. Tang Zhonghua, with Li Fei and Luo Hua, handled external operations and villa security. Wang Jin's The God of Gamblers premiered. Despite the souring economy, box office soared 20 million Hong Kong dollars in 30 days, with experts predicting it might surpass A Better Tomorrow's record of 26 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong did nothing, merely waited motionless for that moment to arrive. September 25th. The Hang Seng Index collapsed at opening. Property and finance stocks plunged across the board. Outside Central Plaza, a man sat dazed on the steps. HSBC and Standard Chartered urgently froze all new loan approvals. Across Victoria Harbour, countless office workers stared speechless at live price screens. At the same moment, inside the conference hall of Kowloon Motor Buses, Lai Chi Coke headquarters, each attendee faced today's edition of the Xinjiang Daily. Its front page headline blared in bold type: Prime Minister Thatcher's visit to China on Hong Kong's future ends and stumble outside the Great Hall of the People. British position weakened, HKD plummets. Lei Zhaorong stood at the head of the long table, white shirt beneath a dark waistcoat, hands braced on the polished surface. His gaze moved deliberately down both sides of the table. Wang Mingyuan, Shi Lanqing Wang, Jin Lu Min, Tao Luo Yongfa, Mr. Chun Zhang Qinggong, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao. No panic clouded their faces, only the taut, focused stillness of hunters awaiting the horn's call. Fire burned in Wang Jin's narrow eyes. The success of the God of Gamblers had fortified his confidence. Shi Lanqing pressed his lips together. Wang Mingyuan tapped rhythmically on the newspaper, not from anxiety, but from countdown anticipation. Lei Zhaorong softly clapped his hands. All eyes lifted from the newspapers. You've all gathered here today. You know precisely why, don't you? Every head nodded firmly. He knew how long each had waited for this hour. 30 days earlier, when he uttered late September in the peninsula's private room, none had questioned him. Not out of fear, but because years of loyalty had taught them one immutable truth: whatever Mr. Lei declared would come to pass. Now all Hong Kong panicked, dumping assets indiscriminately. While they held 2 Hong Kong dollars, 2 billion in liquid cash ready to collect bloodied bargain-priced chips, one by one. Lei Zhaorong surveyed them, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. Then, beginning today, let our feast of abundance commence. On September 25th, photographs of Madame Sa Chieter's failed negotiations in Xinjiang and her stumble on the steps of Renmin Daotang filled the front pages of Xinjiang's major newspapers. The city rocked at the news. The Zhonghuan trading floor panicked, and the Hang Market, Dove and tea restaurants at bus stops and in factory districts, everyone clutched newspapers and spoke in tones of dread. If even the Iron Lady can't hold on, Xiangang has no future, became the street's consensus. Citizens rushed to sell property and convert savings into dollars. Both the real estate and stock markets howled. A heavy pall of pessimism settled over the whole city. Everyone was desperate to flee to safety, unaware that at the peak of such panic lies the finest moment to buy at the bottom. In the afternoon, the meeting at Julong Bus's Lizagio headquarters had just ended when Lei Zhaorong's order went out like a flare. Everyone moved at once. Manager Chun hurried back to Huifeng Bank at once. He and Huifeng's trading team were already prepared. Screens still showed the market tumbling. The Hengji had pierced every psychological barrier. Office towers in Zhonghuan were alive with ringing phones and the staccato clatter of printers. He didn't even loosen his tie before dialing Wang Mingyuan. Lao Wang Haoai's price has hit the floor. That lawyer's letter incident ruined their credibility. With the crash, their value has fallen more than 70% from 3 months ago. Go on and talk acquisition, they won't refuse. No problem. Wang Mingyuan's voice was short and firm. Dianying Shuanghaokan and Insher Nanu are the same. Their cash flow depends on advertising, and advertisers have fled with the crash. I've just been told their owner is already looking for buyers. Less than 2 hours later, Manager Chen's call reached the villa. Lei Zhaorong is taken, $1 85 million. Dianying Shuanghaokan and Insher Nanu together $1 for million. All 3 magazines will come under the Xiangjiang daily paperwork finished within 3 days. His voice could not hide his excitement. All 3 together under $4 million. Well done. Lei Zhaorong switched the phone to his other hand. Tell Wang Mingyuan integration can wait. First, keep the people steady. He set the phone down and leaned back on the sofa. Guan Lin brought him a cup of tea, and seeing the faint smile at the corner of his mouth, smiled herself. Picked up another bargain. She asked, there are better bargains coming. That afternoon, his second call went to Zhang Qinggang. Let's go look at Jining Center. Jining Center. Zhang paused. The 18-story commercial building of Qin Songqing. Yes. Jining stock has fallen below 1. The bank is calling in loans. The only asset Qin Songqing has left to sell is that building. You approach him. Offer 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhang hesitated for a second. Lei Sheng, that building was valued at over 850 million Hong Kong dollars before the crash. That was before the crash. Now buyers are protecting themselves. A few can produce 80 million Hong Kong dollars in cash at once. Lei Zhaorong's voice was calm. Qin Songqing doesn't have time to wait for a better offer. The bank will not give him time. Zhang Qinggang asked no more. After the call, he rifled through the Jining Center files. A prime Causeway Bay location, 18 floors, total gross area, over 2,000 square feet. Rent alone could yield millions a year. 80 million was less than 1/10 of that. On September 26th, in Kowloon, Qin Songqing sat in his top-floor office at Jining Center. The bank's final ultimatum spread before him. Repay the maturing loan principal and interest within 7 days or face forced auction. His fingers had left pale marks on the desk. The phone rang. After a few words, his expression shifted several times before he said, only let them come up. When Lei Zhaorong and Zhang Qinggang entered with the contract, Qin stood by the window with his back to the door. He looked thinner than a month earlier. His suit hung from his shoulders, the tailoring no longer holding its line. Mr. Qin. Zhang laid the contract on the desk, professional and measured. Lei Sheng's offer, 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Cash paid in full. Qin did not turn. 80 million Hong Kong dollars. The bank valued this building at 850 million Hong Kong dollars. That was 2 months ago. Now there is no one in Xianggang who will pay more. Lei Zhaorong's voice held no flourish, yet every word struck Chun like a precise blow. You have few choices left. Qin Songqing was silent for a long time. The noise of Xianggang Island carried on outside the window, but that clamor belonged to another life. He remembered pleading in a private room at the peninsula months ago, while Lei Zhaorong sat opposite, having driven the price of 3 parcels in Zhonghuan from $1 billion down to 350 million Hong Kong dollars. This young man's every move struck at his weakest points with surgical precision. Qin suddenly said, wait. Mr. Lin from Gaoding Yonghang came a few days ago and was willing to offer 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhang opened a folder and slid a page across. Gaoding Yonghang was just called in by Huifeng today. Mr. Lin cannot even keep his own office building. Qin's mouth twitched. He turned to the desk, picked up a pen. His hand trembled, then he scrawled his name on the contract in a crooked line. When he finished, he slumped back. The pen slipped from his fingers and rolled to the desk edge. Zhang closed the contract and Lei extended his right hand. Mr. Qin, a pleasant cooperation. Funds will clear within 3 days. As they left, Qin remained collapsed in the chair like a statue hollowed out from within. Outside Victoria Harbor remained unchanged. The Star Ferry's horn wafted in faintly, as it did, but Jining Group was finished. On September 27th, Manager Qin supervised the Jining Center transfer at Huifeng Bank's private transaction room. Zhang Qinggang completed the full suite of commercial property transfer documents, title deeds, tax clearances, mortgage release records, all filed. Tang Zhonghua escorted the original contracts in a car with 2 team members, each with a folding knife at their waist, eyes never leaving the document box. Lei Zhaorong took the transfer confirmation sheet handed by Zhang Qinggang. At his Qianshuan villa, glanced at the name in the owner column and dialed Wang Mingyuan. Jining Center in Kowloon will be renamed Tunglong Building as of today. Put a notice on the front page. Don't make it large, a modest square will do. Let the market know this building now bears the Lei name. Understood. Shall we mention Jining Group's situation? Wang asked. No need. The market will fill, and he hung up and set the transfer sheet on the coffee table. Guan Lin brought a fresh cup of pu'er and peering at the name on the paper let her eyes curve with amusement. Picked another bargain, she asked. Causeway Bay, 18 floors. Lei lifted his cup and sipped, his tone as calm as if discussing today's falling stock prices, which he did not need to check. It cost 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Guan Lin's eyelashes fluttered. She was not deeply versed in real estate, yet she knew Causeway Bay shop rents fetched thousands per square foot. An entire 18-story commercial building for 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Husband, she sat down and cupped his face with both hands. Ernest, be honest. Did you know the crash was coming? What do you think? Lei Zhaorong regarded her without a tell. Guan Lin stared for several seconds, then relaxed and rested her cheek against his shoulder. I don't want to know. The one who makes the money is my husband. In the Kowloon bus general manager's office, Luo Yongfa spread a massive route map of the harbor's bus lines. With a red pen, he circled stops along each line and annotated pedestrian flow, shop density, and recent for sale notices for each stretch. Per Lei Zhaorong's instruction, the task was to identify prime small storefronts along the bus routes, roughly 30 square meters. Owners forced by the crash to fire sale, so prices could be driven to rock bottom. His reading glasses slipped to his nose as his finger traced Nathan Road down to a red circle. This spot, the junction of Miaojia and Zhuaduan Road, pedestrian flow ranks in the top 10 across the harbor. Those shops were asking HK 250 per square foot last month. Now the owners can't hold on and will sell for HK 1100. His assistant furiously took notes on a laptop. Luo circled a dozen more stops along Wangjiao, Shinshibu, Guantong, and Tongluan, finding 3 to 5 suitable small shops at each location. He compiled the shortlisted properties and went to Huifeng Bank to apply for a mortgage loan. A manager, Chun, had already opened a channel with Huifeng's credit department. Kowloon Bus's cash flow statements were already on Shunbai's desk. Loan approval took only 1 day. 60 million in loans plus Kowloon Bus's accumulated cash brought the total to 80 million Hong Kong dollars, enough to snap up all 100 of those shops. Before the crash, those shops had been worth a combined 260 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Sheng said none of the shop slots along our routes may be given to others. Luo slid the signed loan contract into a folder and told manager Chen what he wants is for Bailey convenience store signage to be ubiquitous at every passenger node Kowloon Bus covers. Manager Chen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Then take them all. On September 28th, Sure launching and manager Wang of the Tunglong cinema chain had been running between the harbor and Kowloon for 3 straight days. In a crash, cinemas are the first to die. They survive on box office revenue sharing. Once ticket sales collapse, cash flow evaporates. Longdu, Digua, Jingdu, and Huangho, 4 small to mid-sized cinemas, were folded into their chain within 3 days. The priciest Jingdu cost 1. All 4 together cost under 5 million Hong Kong dollars and were absorbed into Tunglong. The Jin Gongju signboards were torn down and tossed into storage. New Tunglong plaques gleamed at each entrance. Ms. Sure, to be honest, in my 20 years running cinemas, I've never seen 4 Tunglong signs hung in the same week. Manager Wang wiped his brow as the 4th marquee went up. You'll see more. Sure slid the contract into her briefcase and checked her watch. Let's go. Manager Zhao is waiting for our report. On September 29th, at Kowloon, Janya headquarters, manager Zhao's hand trembled slightly as he put at the construction site behind him. The cranes on 6 halted projects had had their rust covers removed, and the concrete mixers had started turning again. Steel and cement had sat in the warehouse on the books for 3 months. Procurement prices had fallen nearly 30%, but that was minor compared with the other good news. He had just called several building material suppliers and checked prices one by one. Rebar had fallen almost 50% from the pre-shutdown level. Cement 30%. Labor quotes dropped from 32 Hong Kong dollars a day to 18 Hong Kong dollars. At those rates, the same budget could accomplish twice the work. He spent the night drawing up a new construction budget, checked the numbers thrice, then picked up the phone. When Sure launching entered, Zhao was speaking loudly into the receiver. Yes, all 6 sites. Start work tomorrow. He glanced up, saw Sure launching, said hold on into the phone, stood, and handed over a restart plan with both hands. Dark circles rimmed his eyes, yet he looked energized as if recharged. Our engineers put this together overnight. All 6 halted projects can restart. With current material and labor costs, the same budgets will complete the jobs, and in some cases at lower total cost than before. Sure flipped the plan and nodded. The figures check out. Lei Sheng will arrange bank transfers tomorrow. The first infusion is 20 million Hong Kong dollars. She closed the folder. Don't let him down. Never. Zhao's voice was a little hoarse, but steady. I've been with this company over 20 years. I've never seen finances move so decisively. He looked toward the site outside the window. Cranes turning black steel frames, scything arcs against the gray sky. 2 months ago, I wasn't sure the company would survive. Now Lei Sheng times when to wait. And on September 30th, Lei Zhaorong stood on the top floor of the newly christened Tunglong building. The glass doors behind him yawned open. Guan Lin had not yet been here. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, washing the empty level in pale gold. The streets of Tongluan narrowed out on Victoria Harbor. Freighters carved white wakes as they eased toward Lei Yuman. To the left rose Zhongwan's towers, to the right were the low blocks of Wanzai and Paomadi. beyond Lion Rock, showed a slate ridge through the thin mist. He lit a cigarette. In 7 days, Xianjiang Daily gained 3 magazines, Tunglong added 4 cinemas, Jiulong buses routes acquired 100 shops, and Jiulong Jianya's 6 cranes turned again. He had spent under 400 million Hong Kong dollars, including Jiulong buses owned 20 million Hong Kong dollars, and Huifeng's 60 million Hong Kong dollars loan. The assets he swallowed had been valued, not to mention the 100 bus route shops. When the economy warmed, those units would convert into steady Bailey convenience store cash flows, and his convenience store empire was only beginning. He exhaled, the smoke was torn into fine threads by the high wind, and drifted toward the sea. A slope, on October 3rd, at 9:30 in the morning in Central at the Land Plaza Lei Zhaorong, led Zhang Changgang out of the elevator, crossing the corridor carpeted in deep gray, and pushed open the oak door labeled CEO's office. The air conditioning was set to a chilling temperature inside the office, where a portrait of the Queen of England hung on the wall, and a stack of press releases intended for major newspapers was spread out on the desk ready for distribution that afternoon. Kate Ku, the CEO of the Land Group, stood up from behind the desk. In his 50s, with meticulously combed silver-gray hair, his face wore a professionally trained smile, but a slight furrow between his brows betrayed his surprise. He clearly did not expect the first person to enter his office today to be a young Chinese man he was unfamiliar with rather than a reporter from the South China Morning Post. "Mr. Lei, please have a seat." Kate Ku gestured to the leather chair across from him. "I wonder what brings you here unexpectedly today." Lei Zhaorong settled into the leather chair, crossed his legs, and rested his hands on his knees. Zhang Qinggang sat beside him, placing his briefcase at his feet and already retrieving a folder. "Mr. Kate Ku, I know that Land is looking to sell the coastal land on Shallow Water Bay Road, 35,000 square meters, with an asking price of 260 million Hong Kong dollars. Kate Ku's smile froze for half a second. The top sheet of the stack of press releases on his desk was indeed the announcement for the sale of the Shallow Water Bay land, originally scheduled to be released to the entire Hong Kong market through the South China Morning Post at 3 o'clock this afternoon. He instinctively pressed his elbow down on the edge of the press release, but this action exposed everything. Where did Mr. Lei get this information? Kate Ku squinted slightly, his tone revealing his unmasked doubt. Don't worry about the details. Lei Zhaorong's tone was casual, as if the topic wasn't worth discussing. Mr. Kate Ku, we are in the midst of a stock market crash. There are not many people who can produce this much cash at once. And I happen to be one of them. Lei Zhaorong naturally wouldn't disclose that the information came from today's system's silver message with a confidence level of 95, and he felt the value of the silver message had also increased. He looked into Kate Ku's eyes. As long as we finalize the transfer contract today, the cash will be in by today. What do you say? Kate Ku fell silent for a moment. He instinctively wanted to question the source of this information, but years of business acumen told him that young man sitting across from him held something far more valuable than the information itself. He leaned back in his chair, adjusted his facial muscles, and put on a professional smile again. Mr. Lei, this is a premium asset worth 780 million. How could it possibly sell for 260 million? This is the last piece of coastal land on Shallow Water Bay, and the land price alone exceeds this amount. A reasonable price is 470 million. Lei Zhaorong chuckled lightly. He did not respond, but slowly picked up the untouched cup of black tea before him, took a small sip, then placed the cup back on the saucer, and stood up to adjust the hem of his suit. Mr. Kate Ku, if there is no sincerity in this, then let it be. During a stock market crash, there are plenty of quality assets available everywhere. His voice was light, as if discussing today's weather, but each word carried a resolute, unwavering calmness. I have many options. Crystal Lake, Deepwater Bay, or those commercial lots in Central that are currently declining. If I knock on doors with cash, there will always be someone willing to open. Mr. Kate Ku, I understand your hesitation. But I also know that in the government's discussions about interest rate hikes to maintain the exchange rate, the ones most affected are high-leverage British property companies like Land. Are you sure you want to wait until interest costs rise a few more points before reconsidering my offer? He took a step toward. And how many people can produce more than 200 million in cash during a stock market crash? You can wait. Wait until next month when the economy worsens and see if anyone can offer this price. Kate Ku's fingers tapped twice on the table. He knew that Lei Zhaorong was right. Large real estate transactions in Hong Kong have always been clustered. There are only a few buyers. Chung Kong Holdings, Sun Hung Kai Properties, Henderson Land, and a few established British consortiums. Although these companies suffered relatively minor losses during the stock market crash, they were also tightening their belts and lowering leverage. There were no more than 5 people on the entire Hong Kong island who could pull out over 200 million in cash at once. Moreover, financial advisors had warned him 3 days ago in the government's measures to maintain the exchange rate interest rate hikes were a must, and at that time Land's financial costs would look even worse. He sighed. Mr. Lei, please have a seat. Lei Zhaorong turned around and sat back down in the leather chair. 260 million paid in full at once. Sign the contract today, and the funds will arrive today. Kate Ku picked up a pen, his voice carrying a hint of resigned acceptance. Deal. Zhang Changgang pulled out the pre-prepared transfer contract from his briefcase. This was hastily prepared in the car this morning. Lei Zhaorong had informed him before departure that land would definitely. He reviewed the terms one by one, while Kate Kest's legal team cross-verified in the adjacent room, and the phone rang back and forth multiple times between the office and the room next door. At 11 in the morning the contract was signed. At 1:23 in the afternoon HSBC's system indicated that the transfer was completed. The 35,000 square meters of coastal land on shallow water bay. Lei Zhaorong had preemptively secured it half a day in advance under the system's silver message prompt officially becoming his. As they walked out of the revolving door of Land Plaza, the October sun of Hong Kong shone on their shoulders, and the shadows of the sycamore trees swayed on the sidewalk in the breeze. Zhang Chenggang carried the file box containing the contract, while Huang Wan followed closely beside him, her gaze habitually sweeping over every passerby and car window. He turned to Lei Zhaorong. Mr. Lei, from the moment we entered until the signing of the contract, it was less than 2 hours. The land from land someone offered 700 million last year, and Kate couldn't sell. Lei Zhaorong unbuttoned his suit and put on sunglasses. Cash during a stock market crash is not money, it's oxygen. When a person is suffocating, they won't bargain with the one selling oxygen tanks. At 3 in the afternoon, a Rolls-Royce gently pulled up at the entrance of Land Plaza. Li Jiaqing stepped out of the car. He had received news that Land intended to sell the shallow water bay land he had been longing for, and he was now prepared to acquire it, striding quickly towards the top floor. That evening at the shallow water bay villa, the living room was temporarily set up as a banquet hall. A long table displayed a blend of Chinese and Western dishes ordered from the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Several bottles of red wine were opened, and the lighting was bright and warm. Lei Zhaorong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window holding a glass of red wine, watching the noisy crowd in the living room. Wang Jin was red-faced from drinking, his floral shirt unbuttoned at the collar, a gold chain glinting in the light. He was animatedly recounting tales of gambling in Macau to Lu Mintao and Luo Yongfa, gesturing wildly. And then Mr. Lei turned over the card for twos. The look on Lin Dayu's face, I tell you, turned green at that moment, just the same color as that crocodile shirt in his store. Lu Mintao laughed, pounding the table, and Luo Yongfa, rarely laughing, joined in. Shi Lanqing and Su Ke sat on the sofa. She held a cup of tea, a rare smile of relaxation gracing her. Su Ke adjusted his glasses, discussing something with Wang Mingyuan. It sounded like they were chatting about the content planning after the acquisition of Film Biweekly. Manager Zhao clinked his glass with Manager Chun, and neither spoke much. They both wore the same curved smile. The tower cranes of Kowloon construction had started to turn, and every transaction executed for him during that golden surge had already been secured. Tang Zhonghua and Huang Wan stood on either side of the glass door leading to the terrace, maintaining their habitual upright posture, but each held a glass of juice, given to them by Guanlin. Huang Wan initially refused to take it, but Guanlin directly placed the cup in her hands and said, "No standing guard at home," and only then did she accept taking a sip, while her gaze occasionally swept over every corner of the room. Tang Zhonghua quietly took a small sip of orange juice, then quietly straightened his back, as if that sip was some kind of disciplinary violation. Guanlin weaved through the crowd wearing a well-tailored evening gown, toasting with her glass to everyone. Her smile was just right, neither distant nor overly warm, like a true hostess. When she reached Shi Lanqing, he stood up to clink glasses with her, quietly saying a few words, and their gazes simultaneously turned to Lei Zhaorong before they both broke into smiles. Wang Jin saw Lei Zhaorong standing by the window waving his glass and shouting a Rome. "Come here." The box office for God of Gamblers has already reached 24 million. Experts predict it's just a matter of time before it surpasses The Best Partners. You've made history with your first move in film investment. Come, let's have a drink. Lei Zhaorong smiled and raised his glass, clinking it with Wang Jin from afar. Congratulations, your masterpiece is also about to break a record. Fatty, you drink first. Oh, I'll come over in a bit. He finished the drink in his cup, set it down, and walked onto the terrace. The evening breeze blew in from the sea, carrying a salty tang and a slight chill. In the distance, the lights of Deepwater Bay formed a winding trail in the night. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag and slowly exhaling the smoke through his nose. The sound of high heels echoed softly on the wooden floor as Guanlin pushed open the glass door and stepped outside. After closing the door, the sound of waves from the southern beach suddenly diminished, and the chirping of insects in the garden became clearer. She walked up to him and tucked a few strands of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, then leaned directly into his embrace. Lei Zhaorong naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She smelled of tobacco, reached over to take the cigarette from his fingers, took a drag, and then handed it back to him. "It's 20 billion. In less than half a month, my net worth has nearly tripled." Guanlin's voice was somewhat ethereal in the evening breeze. "Honey, what are you thinking about right now? I used to think that just getting back what belongs to the Lei family would be enough." He flicked the ash into the ashtray, his gaze drifting over a stretch of dark ocean directed towards Causeway Bay, which was gradually quieting down in the middle of the night. "But when I actually got it, I found it was nothing special. There's still a lot of cash sitting in the account. The money lying around in the account doesn't generate more money." Guanlin turned her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling in the night. "So you'll be busier in the future." "I will." He held her hand. but no matter how busy I am, you will always be my boss." Guanlin smiled a beautiful smile. She took the cigarette from his hand, extinguished it in the ashtray, and then pulled his hand towards the house. "All right, no need to pledge your loyalty. Come inside. Tonight you are the host, and can't just hide outside smoking." By the time the celebration banquet dispersed, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Everyone had already left. Zhang Qinggang was driven back to the law firm by Tang Zhonghua to work overtime, sorting out the land contract, while Wang Jin was helped in assure Lansheng's car by Wang Mingyuan, still muttering, "Break the record, must break the record." Huang Wan, Tang Zhonghua, and 3 others settled into a floor of the shallow Water Bay Villa's auxiliary building, which Guanlin had arranged to be tidied up by the maid last week, with each of the 5 sharing a room. Lei Zhaorong and Guanlin returned to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. As soon as the door closed, Guanlin's hand was resting on his shoulder, the scent of alcohol and perfume mingling, creating a familiar tipsy aura for Lei Zhaorong. Her cheeks were flushed from the alcohol, her eyes brighter than usual, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was not one of drunkenness. It was a cunning, awake expression ready to make some big moves. She pressed him onto the sofa, straddling his lap, holding his face with both hands. "Lei Zhaorong, do you really love me, eh?" "Yes. Really, yes." He did not hesitate for even half a second. Guanlin stared into his eyes for several seconds, as if confirming something. Then she smiled. That smile was not the usual playful teasing, but a determined, satisfied smile, as if she had just signed a contract she knew would be profitable. "The second question." She retracted her smile, her expression becoming serious. "How many wives do you want?" Lei Zhaorong was taken aback, and before he could speak, Guanlin had already pressed a finger against his lips. "Don't say. On this question your words don't count." She withdrew her hand, and while counting on her fingers she continued, "Look, this villa has 3 guest rooms besides ours that are empty. If the family grows in the future, we can't just use these rooms as storage. My requirement is very simple. I am the boss. No matter who comes in the future, they must pass my approval and my nod, and you absolutely cannot bring anyone home without permission. Whether you marry 2, 3, or 4, your heart must always leave the biggest space for me. You can flirt outside, but your heart cannot belong to anyone else." After saying all that, a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Also, you must leave me the biggest dressing room in the villa specifically for my things. The chairman's office on the top floor of the Tunglong building must also be mine." Lei Zhaorong looked at the woman straddling his lap, discussing such a ridiculous topic, yet her expression was serious, as if she were conducting due diligence. Her fingers were still counting, her lips slightly pursed, as if she were tallying up a calculation she had meticulously verified countless times. "You are enough." He pulled her into his embrace. Guanlin nestled against him, her voice muffled against his shirt, softer than before. "I know you will definitely become the most powerful person in all of Xiangjiang in the future. At that time, countless stunning beauties will flock to you. You can't stop it. Rather than having you mess around outside affecting family harmony, why not let me help you find your women, eh? But you must remember, I am already in your heart. You cannot abandon me." She lifted her face from his chest, looking at him earnestly. "You are not allowed to truly fall in love with anyone else besides me." Her voice was soft, but each word carried an undeniable weight. Lei Zhaorong lowered his head and sealed her lips with a kiss. She responded with her eyes closed, her hands sliding up from his waist, slowly wrapping around his neck, her breathing gradually becoming long and moist. He stood up, lifting her in his arms. Her skirt fell from her calves, casting a soft shadow under the light. He carried her towards the large bed, and she instinctively buried her face in his neck, her hair brushing against his chin. In the later half of the night, the tide at shallow Water Bay rose, and the sound of waves seeped through the half-open window indistinctly. Guanlin was already fast asleep, her breathing even as the waves returning to calm after turning. One of her hands grasped the corner of his nightgown, holding it tightly even in her sleep. Not too tight nor too loose. Like she was afraid he would suddenly disappear, but knowing he never strayed far. Moonlight filtered through the curtain gaps, falling on her eyebrows, softening the arc at the corner of her eyes. Lei Zhaorong watched her sleeping face, gently brushing his fingers over her slightly furrowed brow. Every ridiculous thing she said was serious. She wasn't trying to indulge him. She was using the only means she could think of to build the last dam for herself in this man's imminent rise in Xiangjiang. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against her forehead. October 15th, 9 a.m. The Hong Kong British Government Auction House. The seats in the auction hall are almost filled to capacity, with 2 rows of assistants and reporters standing in the back. The air is thick with the scent of cologne mingled with cigarette smoke. The air conditioning is set low, yet those seated in the front row are already sweating. This is not an ordinary auction. The stock market crash continues, but the real big buyers have already made their move. Li Jiaqing of Chung Kong Holdings is seated in the front row by the aisle, wearing a custom dark gray suit and a deep blue tie. His hair has thinned somewhat, but his eyes, sunken and calm on his lean face, remain inscrutable. Next to him sits a woman in her 30s with ear-length short hair, sharp and tidy. She is Hong Xiaolian, his newly appointed secretary from the mainland. Lin Diyue is seated in the 3rd row, dressed in white, his expression grim and taut. His company Leasing Group has suffered severe losses in the stock market crash. He is not here to bid, but to observe how others play. Representatives from New World Zheng Yutong, Henderson Land Li Zhaoji, and Sun Hung Kai Properties Guobingxiang are all present in the audience. Today's auction item is the old site of Hongham Whampoa Dock, a 19-hectare coastal lot, the last remaining virgin land on the north shore of Victoria Harbor. In 1981, at the peak of the real estate boom, this land was valued at 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Today's starting bid, 80 million. The auctioneer tapped the gavel and the auction began. 85 million. A bid came from the back row. 90 million. 100 million. Bids rose like a rapidly accelerating relay race. The price soared from 80 million to 160 million in less than 10 minutes. After surpassing 200 million, only 3 bidders remained in the hall. A middle-aged man wearing glasses consistently raised the bid by a steady 5 million, later recognized as an agent from a certain Japanese trading company. Zhang Qinggong, representing Lei Zhaorong, bid with a rhythm that was neither fast nor slow, each increment perfectly timed to coincide with his opponent's breathing. And then there's Li Kashing, seated in the front row, who had not turned around at all. His bids were raised by Hong Xiaolian, each one crisp and decisive, the numbers as accurate as if they had been pre-written. The Japanese representative dropped out at 250 million. The middle-aged man took off his glasses to wipe them, stood up to leave, his expression calm, as if he had known he would withdraw here. Only 2 bidders remained. Hong Xiaolian raised the bid. 280 million. Zhang Qinggong raised his bid. 290 million. Hong Xiaolian glanced back at Zhang Qinggong, then turned toward the auctioneer. 300 million. Whispers began circulating in the auction hall. 300 million. That price had nearly quadrupled from today's starting bid. But everyone knew that the true value of this land far exceeded 300 million. The issue was that in the midst of the stock market crash, only a handful of people on Hong Kong Island could muster 300 million in cash. Lei Zhaorong sat beside Zhang Qinggong with one leg crossed over the other, his hand resting on the armrest, his index finger tapping rhythmically. His expression was calm, as if he were watching a game that was not particularly related to him. Hong Xiaolian raised the bid. 320 million. Zhang Qinggong turned to Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong nodded slightly. Zhang Qinggong raised his bid. 330 million. In the front row, Hong Xiaolian tilted her head and whispered something to Li Kashing. Li Kashing did not turn around, merely shaking his head slightly. Hong Xiaolian raised the bid. 350 million. The auctioneer's voice rose. 350 million. Chung Kong Holdings bids 350 million. Is there a higher bid? At that moment, Lei Zhaorong recalled a system notification that had popped up in his mind. Event Hongham Whampoa Dock Auction. Key data: Li Jiaqing's highest bid will not exceed 350 million Hong Kong dollars. The final transaction price is expected to be 390 million. Confidence level 91. Lei Zhaorong's lips curled slightly. He leaned over, showing 3 fingers to Zhang Qinggong, then flipped his palm. 390 million. Zhang Qinggong raised the bid. 390 million. The auction hall fell silent for half a second. Jumping directly from 350 million to 390 million. This was not standard arithmetic, it was the end. Hong Xiaolian turned her head, her gaze crossing several rows of seats, to look at Lei Zhaorong behind Zhang Qinggong. Lei Zhaorong smiled slightly at her, nodding gently. Hong Xiaolian withdrew her gaze and whispered 3 words to Li Jiaqing. Li Jiaqing's mouth twitched slightly. Not out of anger, but rather a mild surprise at being outmaneuvered by a junior. He shook his head gently, not raising his bid again. The auctioneer called out 3 times. 390 million, sold. The gavel fell, with a crisp sound echoing in the high-ceilinged auction hall. The old site of Hongham Whampoa Dock, 19 hectares. Mr. Lei Zhaorong has won the bid. The reporters in the back surged forward, their flashlights popping on one after another. Linda U.S. sat in his seat, the muscles in his jaw twitching several times before he suddenly stood up, pushing past a reporter in his way, striding toward the exit. No one noticed his departure. Li Jiaqing stood up, adjusted his suit jacket, then turned to Lei Zhaorong. He smiled and extended his hand. Lei Zhaorong stood up to shake it. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves behind. Li Jiaqing's voice was calm, without a trace of anger, as if an elder sincerely praised a junior young man. Remarkable. You flatter me, Mr. Li. Lei Zhaorong held his hand, his smile equally calm. It's just that my cash flow happened to be sufficient. Seizing the opportunity. Li Jiaqing looked at him for a moment, released his hand, and turned toward the door. Hong Xiaolian followed closely behind. As they reached the door, Zhang Qinggong noticed a detail. Li Jiaqing raised his left hand, lightly pinching the button of his shirt cuff. The motion was slow and gentle, like a habit. That afternoon at the villa in Repulse Bay, Lei Zhaorong sat in the study, telling Zhang Qinggong, let's hold onto the Hongham land for now. There's no rush to develop it. Wait for the economy to recover, and its value will soar. Zhang Qinggong closed the folder. Understood. The phone on the table rang. Lei Zhaorong picked it up, listened for less than 10 seconds, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. Mr. Katek, I look forward to seeing you again. He hung up the phone and said to Zhang Qinggong, prepare the car. Let's go to Landmarks Plaza. At 3 p.m. In the conference room on the top floor of Landmarks Plaza. When Lei Zhaorong pushed the door open, 3 people were already seated across the long table. In the center sat Simon Katek of Landmarks with silver-gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses, an old acquaintance. On the left was a plump, gray-bearded man from Y Country, John Blake, chairman of Swire Group. On the right was a lean, middle-aged man, Henry Brad, president of the Hyson Development, wearing a shiny old family ring. Mr. Katek, we meet again. Lei Zhaorong smiled as he sat down opposite with Zhang Chenggang sitting beside him, opening his briefcase. Mr. Blake, it's a pleasure. Mr. Brad, nice to meet you. Katek adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression more guarded than he had already experienced this young man before. Just recently on this very floor, when his finance department had just released the news about the land on Repulse Bay, Lei Zhaorong had pushed open the door, cash in hand, in an unyielding offer. Mr. Lei, why did you request to meet all 3 of us today? The Hong Kong International Container Terminal. I know the 3 of you hold 51 of the shares, and I also know that you've been looking to sell. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his tone as calm as discussing today's exchange rate. Your transaction target is Li Jiaqing, but he has been dragging his feet trying to lower the price. The 3 British representatives exchanged glances. John Blake stroked his beard. Mr. Lei, your information is indeed well informed, but this is a commercial. I'll offer 700 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong interrupted Blake. Cash. The air in the conference room suddenly stilled. 700 million. Li Jiaqing's offer was 650 million, and negotiations have been dragging on for nearly 2 months with both sides at a standstill. Li Jiaqing's position has always been clear. During the stock market crash, it was impossible to buy large assets without a discount, but he wanted to acquire them in the most advantageous way. He could afford to wait, but the 3 British representatives could not. The financial pressure from the London headquarters was increasing, burning cash every day that passed. That's 50 million more than Mr. Li's offer. And Lei Zhaorong pushed a credit letter issued by HSBC across the table. The letter bore HSBC's steel seal and Shun Bis signature, and the figures in the credit limit section made Blake's beard twitch. Cash payment. Contract to be signed today, with funds to be transferred within 3 days. Blake reached for the credit letter and exchanged a few words with Katek in a low voice. Brad remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Lei Zhaorong, his tone steady. Mr. Lei, we have been negotiating this transaction with Mr. Li for a long time. It wouldn't make sense to suddenly change buyers. Lei Zhaorong looked at him, not responding. Brad took off his old shiny family ring and placed it on the table, his tone cautious, typical of an old-school businessman. But we have done things that don't make sense before. He slipped the ring back onto his finger. 700 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. I'm willing. But there is one condition. The contract for this transaction must be signed today with no additional preconditions. Katek nodded. Blake thought for a few seconds, then spread his hands. I have no objections, as long as the cash arrives on time. Lei Zhaorong smiled and nodded. Zhang Chenggang pulled out 3 copies of the English contract from his briefcase, neatly arranged in order, with every signing procedure checked for accuracy. The meeting's follow-up took less than half an hour. The 3 representatives signed the contract, exchanging copies, with each signer's actions clean and decisive. As they exited Landmarks Plaza, Zhang Chenggang quickly caught up with Lei Zhaorong's pace. 390 million secured the Hung Hom Dock, 260 million secured Repulse Bay land, and now 700 million for the terminal. Mr. Lei, in these 2 weeks you've bundled together the most valuable assets in Hong Kong. Bundling is one thing. How to utilize them next is another matter. Lei Zhaorong glanced back at the glass curtain wall of Landmarks Plaza. Zhang Chenggang turned back, asking what's wrong. Nothing. Lei Zhaorong turned his head, putting on sunglasses. Just feel that this building will have to be bought sooner or later. That night, at a private party hosted by Chung Kong Holdings, crystal chandeliers illuminated the banquet hall as Li Jiaqing stood among the crowd, holding a glass of red wine, chatting and laughing. Several people had already come over to pat his shoulder, expressing their regret over the auction result that day, though nearly everyone added, it's just a piece of land, Mr. Li doesn't care. Each time Li Jiaqing heard this, he smiled and nodded, showing no change in expression. Someone casually mentioned Lei Zhaorong's name. That young man certainly has some talent, said one executive from Sun Hung Kai. In just a few months, he went from being penniless to having a fortune of several billion. I heard there are 5 retired Special Forces soldiers as bodyguards in the Repulse Bay villa. Quite a show. Li Jiaqing chuckled, not responding. Next to him, Hong Xiaolian held a glass and replied on his behalf, Mr. Li greatly appreciates this young man. After the crowd dispersed, Hong Xiaolian followed Li Jiaqing out onto the balcony. The night view of Central sprawled below, the neon lights defiantly shining through the clouds of the stock market crash. Mr. Li, I just received news this afternoon. Hong Xiaolian's voice was very low. The controlling stakes of Landmarks Swire and Hyson have been intercepted by Lei Zhaorong. 700 million Hong Kong dollars cash. That's 50 million more than us, and they signed an on-the-spot contract. Li Jiaqing remained silent for quite a while. Then suddenly he smiled. It wasn't a bitter smile, but rather one of surprise, like a chess player witnessing an unexpected clever move from an opponent, his eyes lighting up. In the same week, first intercepting my land, then my terminal. He slowly finished his drink, his gaze drifting past the balcony railing, falling upon the surface of Victoria Harbor. Have you checked him out? We did. Hong Xiaolian flipped open her small notepad. 25 years old, the second son of the Lei family expelled from home by Lei Zhaorong 4 months ago. In the following 180 days, he acquired Kowloon Bus Hong Kong, Daily Sino-Fashion Tunglong Films, Kowloon Construction, and the Golden Princess Cinema chain. Adding these properties and the terminal, his total asset value is conservatively estimated to exceed 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. What's more noteworthy is not the speed, but the logic behind these transactions. Almost every major acquisition he made struck at the opponent's weakest points, and so far he has no record of failure. Lei Zhaorong pinched the button of his shirt cuff. The motion was light and slow. The young man is too sharp. Let him rush for now. He placed his wine glass on the balcony, railing, his tone steady, as if reaching a conclusion, or perhaps reminding himself, let's see who laughs last. In the study of the Repulse Bay Villa, Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, gazing at the system panel, where the silver news had just popped up, exhaling softly. Gold news. Event transfer of Hong Kong International Container Terminal HIT shares. Key data: Lei Zhaorong was originally set to acquire 51 of HIT shares held by Landmarks, Swire, and Hyson for 650 million Hong Kong dollars by early November. The host has preemptively intercepted the deal. Confidence level has been altered by the host. He flipped through the previous completed news records. Successful interception of Hong Kong. Confidence level 91. Successful interception of Repulse Bay Land. Confidence level 95. Successful interception of the terminal. Confidence level 98. Each action was marked by the system as a move on Lei Zhaorong's strategic map. System, are you trying to make me an enemy of the Lei family? He closed the news record and rubbed his temples, intercepting Hong Kong, Repulse Bay Land, and the terminal. These moves are all landing directly on his vital points. He must be recalling old grudges from when he learned to mold flowers. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing silently at the black sea under the moonlight for a few seconds. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Never mind. With the system by my side, I'm not afraid of him. Since the trend of continuous interceptions is no longer mere collateral damage in business, let's stop pretending. The waves outside crashed against the rocks, breaking into a sea of white foam. Then let the battle commence. Outside, the lights on both sides of Victoria Harbour still shone brightly. But at the pinnacle of capital in this city, a new duel between titans has quietly begun in the night sea breeze. October 18th, 6 o'clock in the morning. The phone at the villa in Repulse Bay rang incessantly like a disturbed hornet's nest, each call exploding one after another. Lei Zhaorong was awakened from his slumber by the first call. Guanlin, groggy beside him, turned over and mumbled, "Who is it so early?" He pulled the blanket up to cover her exposed shoulder and walked barefoot to the study to answer the phone. "Lei Xing, something has happened." Wang Minjiwan's voice came through the receiver, speaking almost twice as fast as usual. This morning, 6 newspapers simultaneously ran headlines all about you. Listen. Lei Zhaorong became a bit more alert. The front page of the Hong Kong Kowloon Morning Post has the headline, "Lei Zhaorong's rise suspected to involve organized crime, gunfight reported at Repulse Bay Villa." The headline of the Sing Tao Daily, "Shernua, clothing exploits mainland workers, the Labor Department has intervened." The Financial Morning News went even further. Funding source for the Kowloon bus acquisition is unclear. The Securities Regulatory Commission has initiated inquiries. The entertainment headlines linked the Villa gunfight with the mainland, implying that you have financial dealings with unidentified forces. The Business Weekly questioned whether Shernua's designs were truly original. The Causeway Bay Daily was the most direct. Its headlines simply read, "Lei Zhaorong, who are you?" Wang Mingyuan paused. 6 newspapers, 6 directions. Media, law, business, labor rights, fire safety, finance. Lei Xing, this is... Before Lei Zhaorong could hang up, the second call came in. Lu Mintao's voice was filled with an urgency that could not. Lei Sheng, people from the Labor Department and the Fire Services Department just arrived at the flagship store in Causeway Bay, claiming they received a real name report and are conducting an inspection. At the same time that Sim Sha Sui branch was also undergoing the same inspection. They seemed to have coordinated entering at the same time. The third call followed swiftly. Shi Lansheng's voice was crisp and decisive. The newly renovated Tingluan Cinema in Mong Kok was splashed with red paint late last night, with 8 words sprayed on the wall. Tingluan is ominous, roll away as soon as possible. I've already instructed people not to disturb the scene, each from a different firm with various reasons for the loss. Lei Sheng, I just received 6 letters from lawyers, each from a different firm with various reasons for the lawsuit: defamation, commercial slander, unfair competition, breach of contract, illegal funding sources, and allegations of tax evasion. The wording was almost identical, with a template-like format clearly manipulated by the same person behind the scenes. In addition, the Securities Regulatory Commission sent a formal inquiry letter requiring us to explain the funding sources for the Kowloon bus acquisition. The deadline is 10 working days. After all the calls ended, the study fell silent for a moment. Guanlin stepped out of the bedroom in her robe, leaning against the doorframe, her hair disheveled, her eyes not fully open, but the worry in her gaze was already awake. "Honey, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Lei Zhaorong stood up, patted her shoulder, his voice steady, as iron someone wants to overturn the entire chessboard. He walked to the window and lit a cigarette. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a pale golden glow on the floor. 6 newspapers, 6 lawyer letters, surprise inspections from the Labor and Fire Departments, inquiries from the Securities Regulatory Commission, and the red paint at the cinema, all 5 directions at the same time. This is not coincidence, it is an organized hunt. The smoke slowly dissipated in the morning light. Is it? He flicked the ash into the ashtray, his voice light, yet carrying the chill of extreme cold. Last time your father used 2 stores to settle the bill for you. This time, no one can settle the bill for you. At 8 o'clock in the morning in the villa's study, the core team had all arrived. Wang Mingyuan sat on the sofa clutching 6 newspapers, his brow furrowed. Zhang Qinggang took out 6 lawyer letters and the inquiry letter from the Securities Regulatory Commission from his briefcase, laying them out on the coffee table. Shi Lanqing leaned against the window, arms crossed. Lu Mintao had just rushed back from Causeway Bay, beads of sweat still on his forehead. Manager Chen carried the transaction documents for the Kowloon bus from HSBC, the edges of the pages still warm from the printer. Luo Yongfa stood in the corner, his cigarette unlit, merely pinching it. Tang Zhonghua and Huang Wan stood by the door. Huang Wan habitually scanned outside, while Tang Zhonghua stood straight, his gaze steady. Guan Lin did not shy away. She brewed a pot of pure tea, poured a cup for each person, and then sat down beside Lei Zhaorong. Who is the opponent? Shi Lanqing got straight to the point. Lin Daiyue. But he is not the only one. Lei Zhaorong slammed the 6 newspapers down on the coffee table, flipping through them one by one. Out of these 6 newspapers, 3 are advertising clients of the leasing group, 2 are old affiliates of the supplement that we cleared out when we acquired them at a low price, and 1, the Causeway Bay Daily, had never participated in any reports against us before. The simultaneous assault today indicates that someone is funding and coordinating from behind. He looked towards Wang Mingyuan. Old Wang, investigate all the behind-the-scenes owners of these 6 newspapers. I want the list before the afternoon. Wang Mingyuan had already pulled out his notebook. I'm already investigating. 2 of them are nominal legal entities, and the actual controllers require digging through 3 layers of shells to uncover. Dig to the bottom. Lin Daiyue thinks that a media war relies on quantity, but he forgets. Hong Kong's largest printing press is in my hands. By the time we counterattack tomorrow, these newspapers' readers will realize they've been reading fake news for a week. Lei Zhaorong picked up the stack of lawyer letters, flipping through them from start to end, a cold smile rising at the corners of his mouth. All 6 lawyer letters have been received, but not a single one shall be replied to. Let them think we are afraid that we are in disarray. You will dismantle each accusation in the letters one by one, collecting corresponding counter-evidence. Xinyuo's authorization letters, Kowloon bus transaction, records, repair invoices from the cinema. Once they run out of ammunition, we will countersue all at once, driving them to bankruptcy. Zhang Qinggang adjusted his glasses. Understood. The evidence collection is already underway. However, the inquiry letter from the Securities Regulatory Commission needs a formal response within 10 days. I will handle the Securities Regulatory Commission's matters. Lei Zhaorong turned to Manager Chen. Manager Chen, arranged for me to meet Shun Bai from HSBC this afternoon. Then pull out all the transaction records for the Kowloon bus acquisition, the timeline for short selling, the detailed data for low position accumulation, and a copy of the HSBC loan contract. Every source of funding must be clear. I want to report that the auditors from the Securities Regulatory Commission cannot pick any flaws in. Manager Chen set down the folder he was holding. I'll go retrieve it right away. The transaction records for Kowloon bus are all recorded at HSBC, each with a timestamp. Even the source of borrowed shares during short selling can be traced back to the lender. Lu Mintao. Lei Zhaorong looked at him. You will accompany the inspection from the Labor Department and the Fire Services. Let them check whatever they want. Xinyuo's production is all in the mainland. Hong Kong only handles design and sales. There isn't even a sewing machine in the store. Maintain a good attitude and cooperate quickly so they feel that this trip was a waste of time. Shi Lanqing. Regarding the cinema that was splashed with red paint, do not clean it, keep it, as is then called, the police. Let the police come to take photos and collect evidence. At the same time, under the name of Kowloon Film, publish a reward notice in the Hong Kong Daily offering a reward of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for any clues identifying the person who splashed the paint. Shi Lanqing raised an eyebrow. 100,000. Yes, a reward of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for clues. Enough to make those street thugs suspicious of each other for several nights. More importantly, it will shift the media's focus from Lei Zhaorong's involvement in organized crime to reward for catching the culprit. Public attention always follows the news. There's no need for us to deny any black material, we just need to create a bigger news story. He paused. Wait until the police collect evidence before arranging for someone to clean out. For now, keep the cinema secure. Shi Lanqing nodded, quickly scribbling a line in his notebook. Lei Zhaorong stood up, resting his hands on the table. Everyone. Lin Daiyue wants to use an encirclement to wear us down. But we don't need to fight on all fronts. Just grab one of his fingers and break it. He looked towards the door. Zhong Huayu and Li Fei will work hard. Investigate Lin Daiyue's recent schedule, who he has met, where he has been, and who he has been frequently in contact with recently. Also investigate those old owners and small wealthy individuals he offended when we acquired their businesses. I want to know how many people are in this alliance. Tang Zhonghua straightened his back. Yes, Huang Wenyu will serve as Guan Lin's assistant and bodyguard from now on. Luo Hua will be your driver, and Lu Zhong will stay by my side. Lei Zhaorong looked towards the few people standing at the door. Huang Wan stood tall, while Luo Hua and Lu Zhong nodded in acknowledgement. These three, along with Tang Zhonghua and Li Fei, were all retired special forces sent over by President Su from the mainland, and all five had completed significant missions for the country. Huang Wan stepped forward. Yes, Lei Sheng. Lu Zhong and Luo Hua responded in unison. Guanlin glanced at Huang Wan, then at Lei Zhaorong. Her lips moved slightly, but she did not speak. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at HSBC headquarters in Shun Bis private office, Shun Bai, with neatly styled silver hair, sat behind his desk were the 6 newspapers from today. He flipped through the newspapers from front to back, removed his reading glasses, and tapped the edges of the papers with his finger. Lei Sheng, the attack direction of these newspapers, funding sources, mainland relations, past violent incidents, is not an ordinary business dispute. Ordinary business disputes only target one point, they won't strike 5 points simultaneously. This combination is aimed at your legitimacy. Lei Zhaorong nodded. I know. Shinbai leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Lin Daiyue doesn't have the brains for this. Not to mention him. The current financial situation of the leasing group cannot support such a large-scale operation. To coordinate 6 newspapers to simultaneously publish front-page headlines, even if they write the press release themselves, the cost for advertising and hush money would be over $1 million. The leasing group's balance sheet has already looked terrible after the stock market crash. This is not a budget they would approve. I suspect there is someone behind him. Someone from Sakura country, the UK, or the beautiful country. Lei Zhaorong's eyes flickered. Does Mr. Shin have any suggestions? 2 things. Shinbai raised 2 fingers. First, quickly determine who the financial backer behind Lin Daiyue is. It's easy to take down Lin Daiyue, but if he has others behind him, taking down one Lin Daiyue will only lead to another. Second, he paused, his tone growing more seriously. Jiaqing won't take the opportunity to kick you while you're down at this time, but he will definitely be watching. The better you fight, the less he will move against you. If you show a flaw, he won't hold back. He pushed a document across the HSBC can provide you with an additional $5 billion in credit limits that can be drawn at any time. But I personally advise you, maintain the previous rhythm. Do not let the attack mess up your tempo. Let the opponent strike first and wait until they are tired before fighting back. Lei Zhaorong took the document, standing up. Thank you, Mr. Shun. In the evening at the Repulse Bay Villa, when Tang Zhonghua and Li Fei returned to the study, the sky had already darkened. Both of them had a thin sheen of sweat on their foreheads, breathing steadily, as usual, though their suits were tinged with the scent of scallions from the Causeway Bay market. Lei Shen, we found out. Tang Zhonghua pulled out a notebook from his pocket, flipping to the marked page. Lin Daiyue has been frequently contacting 3 groups of people recently. The first group consists of old suppliers and distributors of the leasing group. He is persuading them to jointly boycott Xinyuo's supply chain, using their connections to cut off our mainland factories' fabric and materials, severing our outsourcing channels. The second group consists of several small real estate developers in Causeway Bay who were offended when we acquired their properties at a low price last year and have been looking for opportunities since. The third group, he looked up, his gaze heavy, we have not yet figured out. This is the first time we've been shaken off during our tracking since coming to Hong Kong. The other side has a strong counter-surveillance awareness, not like the ordinary bodyguards hired by regular businessmen. Li Fei took over the conversation. Lin Daiyue met with a small Japanese businessman in a private room at the Peninsula Hotel this morning. A man in his 40s, dressed in an exquisite suit, wearing metal-framed glasses, accompanied by 2 attendants, with a handkerchief peeking out from his breast pocket, embroidered with what seemed to be a diamond pattern. Not the handiwork of an ordinary tailor, but rather resembling a family crest. We kept watch from 2 tables away. When Team Tang was serving tea, the other party shot a glance at us. This person even circled around the underground parking garage 3 times, changed cars twice, and successfully lost our people. Tang Zhonghua nodded. The other party has received professional counter-tracking training. They are not ordinary people. Lei Zhaorong's expression grew serious. Small businessman. He recalled Shun Bis words from the afternoon. Someone from Sakura country, the UK, or the beautiful country. Put aside matters regarding Sakura country for now. He pressed the cigarette into the ashtray, turning to Tang Zhonghua. As for the other 2 local groups, continue to monitor. Find out how Lin Daiyue is connected to them, how he funds them, and how the money is funneled to the newspapers and law firms. Especially those old owners who are taking the lead. They won't act for free. Lin Daiyue must have provided them with benefits. If we can trace the flow of funds, that's solid evidence. Understood. Tang Zhonghua tucked the notebook back into his pocket, and he and Li Fei exited in succession. Lei Zhaorong turned to Wang Mingyuan. Old Wang, tonight, do one thing overnight. Single out those old owners who were most offended when we acquired their business. Investigate their recent financial flows. Pull out all transactions over $50,000 in the last month. Lin Daiyue must have offered incentives for them to take the lead. Get to the bottom of it. Wang Mingyuan was already standing up. Zhang Qinggang will assist me in obtaining the bank inquiry letters. I'll get you results before tomorrow morning. Late at night, only Lei Zhaorong remained alone in the study. He leaned back in his chair, the system panel's messages quietly gleaming silver with no new notifications. He picked up a pen and drew a diagram on a blank sheet of paper. In the center was Lin Deiyue. Surrounding it were the 6 newspapers, several old owners, and a group of incited suppliers. He drew an arrow towards Tsim Sha Sui, labeling it surprise inspection. He drew another arrow towards Mong Kok, labeling it red paint. The inquiry letter from the Securities Regulatory Commission was sketched as a dotted line coming in from the legal wing. Then on the outer edge of the diagram, he drew a question mark. The question mark contained only 3 words: small businessman. He put down the pen and gazed out at the night. The sound of the waves from Repulse Bay filtered through the glass. The tide was rising. Tomorrow. He pressed the cigarette into the ashtray, standing up. First, pull out those 6 teeth of yours. On October 19th, in the morning, the front page of the 6 small newspapers in Xiangjiang featured Lei Zhaorong's name for the 3rd consecutive day. The headlines at the newsstands became increasingly sensational. The dark secrets behind the Lei family's business empire, the truth behind Xinyuo's exploitation of workers, exclusive reenactment of the shallow water bay gunfight. In the office buildings on both sides of Victoria Harbor, the editors of the finance section were furiously printing extras. Then the front page of the Xiangjiang Daily arrived. The front page bore no slogans of retaliation, only a statement so calm it sent chills down the spine. The headline was printed in bold black letters. All enterprises under this group will commence comprehensive legal rights protection procedures against the Lei Zhaorong Group, effective immediately. Next to the statement was a detailed timeline, starting from Lin Deiyue's provocation at the press conference for God of Gamblers, to the forged reviews in the special edition of Extra, to the coordinated defamation by the 6 small newspapers. Each malicious attack was clearly listed with a lawyer's letter archive number and evidence summary attached to each. The last sentence of the statement was a single line: all evidence has been submitted to the Business Crime Investigation Division of the Xiangjiang Police Department. Wang Mingyuan personally typeset this statement in the editing department. He took off his reading glasses and looked at the densely packed timeline under the headline, muttering to himself, after 3 days, it's time to close the net. He tossed the proof on the printing supervisor's desk front page. No withdrawal of ad space. Today's front page is entirely for this piece. That morning in the office cubicle in Central, someone spread the front page of the Xiangjiang Daily on the table, checking each item on the timeline one by one. In the adjacent cubicle, a financial journalist was on a source call, hanging up after only 2 sentences. He hurriedly jotted down a few names on a sticky note, 2 of which belonged to the controlling parties of the newspapers, who happened to be old shareholders of a certain advertising company of the Lei Zhaorong system. The sticky note was crumpled into a ball and tossed into the shredder. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Qinggang sat in the conference room of Qinggang Law Firm, facing 7 lawyers' letters. 6 were sent to the 6 small newspapers, and the 7th was sent to the Hong Kong Newspaper Society. 3 days ago, when he received the 6 letters, he hadn't replied to a single one. In those 3 days, the 6 small newspapers intensified their attacks, with 2 even beginning to forge interviews with so-called internal whistleblowers, using fake names and blurry silhouette photos as illustrations. They thought Lei Zhaorong was afraid. They did not see the pile of evidence being bound on Zhang Qinggang's desk. Each lawyer's letter had attachments exceeding 100 pages. The first page contained records of financial transactions between each small newspaper and the Lei Zhaorong Group's advertising company. Manager Chun retrieved these from HSBC with transfer times precise to the minute, each accompanied by the corresponding publication date. The second stack was the written faxes of publishing instructions with the fax number of the Lei Zhaorong Group's advertising department printed in the header, making it impossible to deny. The third stack contained evidence chains rebutting the inaccuracies of each article: Xinyuo's authorization letters, the transaction records of Kowloon bus, and the police closure report of the Villa gunfight case. Zhang Qinggang organized all the documents in order and had them sent out one by one. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hong Kong Newspaper Society held an emergency meeting. The meeting table was spread with the lawyer's letter and attachments. 6 directors flipped through it from beginning to end, their expressions growing increasingly somber. The chairman of the society tapped his pipe against the ashtray and simply stated, "This is not a lawsuit. This is irrefutable evidence." That evening, the owners of 2 small newspapers proactively called Qinggang Law Firm, their tone a far cry from the aggressive demeanor of 3 days prior, now urgent and subdued. "Lawyer Zhang, we are willing to settle out of court." Zhang Qinggang adjusted his glasses, his voice steady as iron. "We can discuss, on the condition of a public apology, compensation for reputational damages, and publicly identifying the instigator." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "Lawyer Zhang, this condition is too. If there is no public apology published in the newspaper by 5 p.m. tomorrow, we meet directly in court." Zhang Qinggang hung up the phone and said to his assistant next. Within 3 days, all 6 small newspapers retracted their articles and published apology statements. 4 of them publicly identified Lin Deiyue, stating that the Lei Zhaorong Group had paid all publishing fees through offshore accounts, providing detailed publishing instructions. The faxed copies and screenshots of the transfer records were handed over to Wang Mingyuan, directly published in the special report of the Xiangjiang Daily. The headline was only 4 characters long: "Who is the puppet master?" This special report was sold out at newsstands across Hong Kong. On October 20th, the preliminary investigation report from the Securities and Futures Commission was released. The Kowloon bus acquisition files retrieved by Manager Chen from the HSBC Trading Department came into play. The timeline of short-selling detailed data of low-position acquisitions and copies of HSBC loan contracts laid out every source of funding clearly in front of the investigation team. The report was very cautious in its wording, but the conclusion left no room for ambiguity. No violations of conduct were found regarding Mr. Lei Zhaorong and Kowloon bus in the acquisition case. On the same day, HSBC officially confirmed to the Securities and Futures Commission that all loans to Lei Zhaorong complied with the bank's audit procedures. Shenbai personally signed the confirmation letter. The investigation report from the Securities and Futures Commission and HSBC's confirmation letter were fully published in the finance section of the Shanjiang Daily. The accompanying image was of Lei Zhaorong shaking hands with Shenbai at HSBC headquarters, both smiling, as if addressing all of Xinjiang. The investigation is complete. Who's next? On October 21st, at 10 o'clock in the morning at the Leeson Group headquarters in Causeway Bay, investigators from the Business Crime Investigation Division did not give prior notice. They took the elevator directly to the 16th floor, pushed open the glass door of the Leeson Group's advertising department, and presented a search warrant. The target of the search was not Lin Baixin, but Lin Deyue. The scope of the search included Lin Deyue's personal office, all expenditure records of the Leeson Group's advertising department, as well as all advertising contracts with the 6 newspapers. As the agents began to box up the documents on the desk, Lin Deyue sat in his office, gripping the table with white. He did not stand up, did not shout, but remained motionless, watching as they packed up everything from his desk and sealed. Lin Baixin was the last to leave the conference room. He glanced at his son's empty office and gently closed the door. In the corridor, the secretaries were still discussing. He waved his hand to dismiss them all and returned alone to his leather chair he had been sitting in for 30 years, removing his reading glasses. That afternoon, Lin Baixin convened an emergency board meeting for the Leeson Group. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. When the door opened, the directors filed out, none of them speaking. The final announcement contained only 2 lines. Lin Deyue is hereby relieved of his position as general manager of Leeson Garments and will no longer hold any management positions in the Leeson Group. That same evening, Tang Zhonghua and Li Fei returned to the shallow Water Bay Villa. Tang Zhonghua placed a folder on Lei Zhaorong's desk, opening it to reveal the bank statements of the 3 old owners who had been incited by Lin Deyue to cause trouble over the past week. All 3 families received checks for consultation fees issued by the Leeson Group's advertising company ranging from 50 to 150,000 Hong Kong dollars. Tang Zhonghua pointed to the dates marked next to each transaction record. The payment times were all 1 or 2 days before they publicly caused trouble. After looking through the folder, Lei Zhaorong handed it to Zhang Qinggang. Tomorrow, attach these materials to the lawyer's letter and send it to those 3 who received the money. Tell them, if they voluntarily go to the police station to testify against Lin Deyue within 3 days, we won't pursue their responsibility. Zhang Qinggang took the folder. What if they don't go? Then we'll sue them alongside Leeson. Zhang Qinggang placed the folder into his briefcase. The 3 exchanged glances, and Tang Zhonghua added, those sneaky little rats. In the afternoon, I had someone stand at their shop's entrance. They panicked even before we showed our credentials. On the evening of October 21st, in a Japanese restaurant in Causeway Bay with blue fabric curtains. The private room was warm with heating. Lin Deyue sat on the tatami. In the corner opposite him was a man in his 40s dressed in a dark blue suit, wearing metal-framed glasses with silver cufflinks that gleamed under the dim light. Linson, I regret your situation on behalf of Mitsui Co. The man spoke slowly and accented English. His tone, without any inflection. The support previously promised may need to be reevaluated. Lin Deyue suddenly raised his head. We had a verbal agreement. Verbal. The man set down his cup, his tone flat, as if reciting a cold clause. After our assessment, we found that Mr. Lei Zhaorong is not only powerful in Xinjiang, but also has unexpected connections in the mainland. The relationship between Mitsui Co. and Mr. Lei is not strictly adversarial or friendly. The ports and real estate he controls are actually assets we are highly interested in. He stood up, straightening his suit jacket. Mitsui Co. is very willing to cooperate with genuinely powerful individuals. Lin Deyue slammed the cup he was holding onto the table, amber liquid splattering onto the pristine tablecloth. There was a gentle knock on the door 3 times. The door opened, and Zhang Qinggang entered. He did not look at Lin Deyue, walking directly to the opposite side of the table, extending a business card to the Mitsui representative with both hands. Mr. Sato, sorry to interrupt. I represent the legal affairs of all properties under Mr. Lei Zhaorong. My name is Zhang Qinggang. Sato took the card, glanced at it, and slowly stood up. Zhang Qinggang slightly inclined his body, his tone polite. Mr. Lei happens to be free next week, and he welcomes friends from Mitsui to visit the shallow Water Bay Villa. He asked me to convey that he looks forward to discussing meaningful cooperation with genuinely powerful individuals. After saying this, he turned and opened the door, glancing back at Lin Deyue, who was slumped on the tatami. That glance was not one of assessing an opponent, but rather as if looking at a case that required no witnesses to settle. In the private room, only Lin Deyue was left. The cup on the table had fallen, and the sake dripped slowly onto the carpet, heavy and dull. In the deep night in the study of the shallow water bay villa Lei Zhaorong closed the last investigation report handed to him by Tang Zhonghua. All 6 small newspapers had retracted their articles and apologized. The 3 old owners received their final ultimatum, and the leasing group had relieved Lin Deyue of all his duties, while the incited supplier called to plead after a surprise inspection by the Labor Department. All forces involved in the siege were suppressed within 3 days. Tang Zhonghua leaned against the desk, arms crossed. Those old owners being investigated are like sneaky rats. They confessed immediately when scared. Over there in Causeway Bay, no one should dare to follow outsiders to undermine us anymore. What about your side? What did the little man say? Tang Zhonghua asked. Lei Zhaorong stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, the pale blue smoke swirling in the glow of the desk lamp. Zhang Qinggang has already made contact. Mitsui speaks one way and acts another. They sent Sato to Hong Kong ostensibly to assess whether to continue supporting Lin Deyue, but in reality they are reaching out to both me and Li Jiaqing simultaneously. These people are very cunning. He stood up and walked to the window. The night over Shallow Water Bay was as dark as ink, with the ship lights on the harbor flickering in the distance. But the good thing is, in Xiangjiang those who dare to openly oppose us have been cleaned out by this battle. The remaining ones will use their brains. Tang Zhonghua nodded. Lei Zhaorong gazed out at the black sea, suddenly speaking a soft remark. What is meant to come has come. He paused, his voice as low as if speaking to himself. But the real hunter has yet to speak. He slipped his hand into his suit pocket, remaining silent for a long time. Then a cold arc slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. As for Mitsui, let's keep a record of this debt. Sooner or later, I will reclaim it all with interest. October 22nd, overcast with light rain. Lei Zhaorong sat in the back seat of the Mercedes, flipping through today's Xiangjiang Daily. At the bottom of the front page was a follow-up report personally handled by Wang Mingyuan with a bold headline, Lin Deyue arrested. The main text detailed the charges from the Commercial Crime Investigation Department: conspiracy to defame, forgery of commercial evidence, and the illegal transfer of funds through offshore accounts to buy newspaper coverage for disseminating false information. At the end of the article was a brief response from the police. The evidence in the case is conclusive, and the expected sentence is no less than 1 year. Lei Zhaorong placed the newspaper on his lap, his expression calm. Outside, under the arcades of Nathan Road, the same newspaper was being snatched up at a stall. The name Lin Deyue, since the moment he had pushed all his chips at the gambling table in Macau a few months ago, was destined to arrive at this point. He was just waiting. As the convoy turned onto North Chatham Road, his gaze was locked onto a figure by the roadside. Dressed in a black professional suit, holding a black umbrella, her short hair just brushed her ears. Standing in the light rain, she held a brown paper document bag, her movements efficient and precise, without any unnecessary gestures. Her calm gaze was fixed on the approaching vehicle, as if she were waiting for someone she already knew would arrive. Hong Xiaolian. Stop the car, Lei Zhaorong said. Lu Zhong stepped on the brake, and the Mercedes quietly slid to a stop on the wet asphalt. The car behind them, driven by Tang Zhonghua, pulled over as well. Huang Wan, sitting in the front passenger seat, instantly recognized the woman by the roadside. The confidential secretary of Chung Kong Holdings, who had been sitting next to Li cashing at the auction last week, expertly raising her paddle each time. The car window slowly rolled down. Rainwater dripped from the ribs of Hong Xiaolian's umbrella as she slightly bent forward, her lips curving into a professional smile. Good morning, Lei Sheng. I was drinking tea nearby, and just happened to see your car pass by. Lei Zhaorong looked at her. This street was 3 full blocks away from the Chung Kong headquarters, and there were no tea houses nearby. Her lies were delivered carelessly, as if she had no intention of making anyone believe them, merely using a dignified approach to convey. I came specifically to find you. He reached out to push open the back door of the car. Miss Hong, please get in. It's raining heavily outside. Hong Xiaolian closed her umbrella, lowered her head, and sat in the back seat, raindrops cascading from the tip of the umbrella onto the car door's footboard. Her movements were clean and efficient, her briefcase resting on her lap, the document bag pressed underneath. Tang Zhonghua's car restarted and followed behind, while Huang Wan's gaze never left the rear window of the Mercedes. Go to Hongham Shipyard, Lei Zhaorong instructed Lu Zhong. Lei Xing, Mr. Li asked me to convey his gratitude. Hong Xiaolian got straight to the point. Thank me. The shares of the Hong Kong International Container Terminal, owned by Chung Kong Swire and the Quan Hung Shipping Company. Last year someone hosted their senior executives for dinner in London, saying they couldn't be moved by these country big shots at that time. Her tone was steady, as if reading from a well-proofed memo. Later, the stock price of Chung Kong fell sharply, and Mr. Li had been waiting for a bullish signal. Lei Sheng, your decisive action has also provided him with a judgment. She paused for a moment, taking out a gold-embossed document from her briefcase. Mr. Li formally invites you, Lei Sheng, to join the board of the Hong Kong International Container Terminal and to collaborate. Lei Zhaorong took the document, glanced at it, and then closed it. The convoy turned at the corner of Wuhu Street, and the hazy surface of Victoria Harbor passed by the left side of the car window. Seeing that he did not respond, Hong Xiaolian gently added, the terminal is a long-term business. Having partners is more important than price. What do you think, Lei Sheng? Lei Zhaorong turned his head, looking at her with keen interest. This gaze was not one of scrutiny, it was that of a hunter examining an already laid out card. Miss Hong, I believe you have misunderstood something. He placed the gold-embossed invitation on his lap. The shares of the Hong Kong International Container Terminal Limited HIT, owned by Chung Kong Swire and Quan Hung Shipping, have all been acquired by me. I now hold 51%. Mr. Li and Huang only hold 49%. His voice was calm, as if he were commenting on today's weather. Cooperation is fine, but HIT must be under my control. Hong Xiaolian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had not anticipated. Chung Kong Holdings intelligence system had been tracking Chung Kong stock changes, and last month's report showed that the 3 British companies were still searching for buyers. They were aware of the recent interception, but what they did not know was that after Lei Zhaorong had finished acquiring KTK, he had also bought the shares of Swire and Quan Hung Shipping. This matter had not been reported or announced. Hong Xiaolian processed this information in her mind for only 3 seconds before her expression returned to a professional smile. The controlling stake of HIT is in your hands, Lei Sheng, Mr. Li has no objections. Hong Xiaolian said for daily shipping schedules, berthing, and crew management. Huang's team has more experience. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Operations will primarily be led by Huang. Hong Xiaolian immediately added for significant capital expenditures, both parties must agree. Lei Zhaorong looked at her, smiled slightly, and reached out his hand. Deal. Continue. Lei Zhaorong nodded. By the time the convoy arrived at Hung Hom shipyard, the rain had stopped. The 19-hectare coastal plot smelled of a mix of soil and rust after the rain, while the gray sea of Victoria Harbor crashed against the wharf, the outline of Lei Yumun faintly visible in the mist. Lei Zhaorong got out of the car, walking alongside the wharf while observing. Hong Xiaolian followed closely by his side, her umbrella now folded and held like a walking stick. She suddenly spoke, her tone more casual than in the car. Lei Sheng, to be honest, Mr. Li appreciates you. Is it because I intercepted 2 plots of land and a terminal from him? Lei Zhaorong laughed and shook his head. It's because of the way you act. Hong Xiaolian's tone became serious. It's not about how much you spend, but that you always strike at the most precise moment. The plot at Shallow Water Bay Road. This afternoon we were supposed to sign a letter of intent. Hung Hom Shipyard. On that day our bid had already locked in a psychological price. If you hadn't called out that 39 million, the shipyard would have belonged to Chung Kong Holdings. The terminal. KTK had never informed us that someone was negotiating with him until the night you signed the contract. We only then received his rejection letter. It was unexpected that we now held 51% of the shares. She paused. 3 consecutive strikes, each one hitting hard. This kind of strategy, Mr. Li hasn't encountered in a long time. Lei Zhaorong stopped, turning to look at Hong Xiaolian. Miss Hong, you didn't come today just to compliment me, did you? Indeed. Hong Xiaolian opened her briefcase and took out a brown paper envelope from beneath the document bag. Mr. Li wants to convey something. So far, whatever we have set our sights on, you will intercept. In the areas you operate, Chung Kong Holdings may not back. Rather than sporadically fighting for berths in Kwai Chung and auction venues, it would be better to test it out on a specific project. Can we become partners? She handed over the envelope. Tian Shui. Lei Zhaorong took the envelope, but did not open it immediately. Tian Shui, located in the northwest of the new territory south of Yuan Long, with vast expanses of fish ponds and fallow fields. Li Ka-shing had quietly started acquiring land here in the late 1970s, piece by piece, from farmers, fish pond owners, and small landlords, over several years, amassing one of Hong Kong's largest private land reserves. However, there was a critical bottleneck: lack of permits. The planning approvals from the British Hong Kong government had been delayed, and the land use changes had been caught in a tug-of-war between the planning department and the lands department for a full 3 years. Hundreds of hectares of land were in hand, but none could be moved. He tucked the envelope into his suit's inner pocket and buttoned his jacket. A piece of land stuck for 3 years indicates that the resistance isn't financial, it's elsewhere. He looked toward the distant Lei Yumun in the mist, his tone unhurried. He'll explore the situation with President Su. If planning experts from the mainland can advocate for some policy discussions with the Hong Kong government, it might just work. Hong Xiaolian's umbrella tip lightly tapped the muddy ground. She rarely showed obvious reactions in negotiation settings, but when Lei Zhaorong mentioned President Su, her brow twitched. So Lei Sheng indeed has connections. Not quite connections. Lei Zhaorong returned his gaze. Just a few people I happen to know who can help relay messages. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the chairman's office, the lights of Victoria Harbor had just come on, and the lights of cargo ships on the sea looked like a string of moving pearls. Li Ka-shing sat behind his desk, holding the meeting notes presented by Hong Xiaolian, reading from start to finish, then flipping back to review it again. He then placed it on the table, took off his glasses, and slowly wiped the lenses with a cloth. He holds 51%. Yes. Hong Xiaolian stood in front of the desk. When our people tracked the changes in Chung Kong's equity, he had quietly completed the acquisition of all Swire and Quan Hung shipping stocks. So what this means is, he can negotiate regarding HIT, and we can operate the terminal, but decision-making authority requires his nod to count. Li Ka-shing put his glasses back on and leaned back in his chair. Exactly. Moreover, when he mentioned President Su, there was not a shred of hesitation. His tone was very firm. Li Kashing's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest a few times, the rhythm slow. Outside, a cargo ship was slowly sailing out of Victoria Harbor, its lights gradually dimming in the night. He remained silent for a moment, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Let's negotiate hit, as he suggested. Daily management of the port, shipping schedules, and berthing. These areas were not typically within an investor's reach. He's left the operational rights to us, and we must also give him face. The condition is simple: significant capital expenditures must require mutual agreement. His voice was steady and flat. The terminal is not a fast-moving consumer good. The buy-sell profit margin can't withstand a wave. It's better for two people to sit down and share a meal than for one person to eat alone. Hong Xiaolian quickly jotted this down in her notebook before looking up. Mr. Li, regarding Tyne Shui, tell him we can cooperate. Li Kashing stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chung Kong will provide the land. He will provide the funds and connections. If he can indeed help us secure the planning permits, let him sit down to eat with us. He gazed at the night view outside, his thin silhouette reflected in the glass. His connections in the mainland should not be underestimated. Hong Xiaolian closed her notebook. As she reached the door, a voice came from behind. A man who can go from zero to here in half a year. If he can secure Tyne Shui, what he targets next won't just be things in Xianjiang. In a villa at Shallow Water Bay in the study, Lei Zhaorong sat under the light, opening the system panel. The silver news logo quietly glowed, the last line of text holding his gaze for over a minute. Event: Li Kashing intends to collaborate with the host to develop Tyne Shui. Key data: Tyne Shui land, reserve approximately 488 hectares. Chung Kong Holdings holds approximately 60% equity. Successful cooperation will form a dual-core structure in Chinese real estate, which will also positively impact the host's future mainland layout. Through President Su, a promise to increase investment in the mainland starting in 1983 could gradually secure the development permit for Tyne Shui. Confidence level 87%. He turned off the panel, stood up, and walked to the window. In the night, he lit a cigarette, the smoke rising slowly in the glow of the desk lamp. A few days ago, he had finished reading through the records of the news he had intercepted, repeatedly looking out the same window at the same sea. He had said, "Then let's battle." He had thought he was going to fight a sniper war, single-handedly grabbing Li Kashing's prey one by one at the auction and negotiation tables. Now he understood. Li Kashing was not someone who liked close combat. This person had been through the highs and lows of Hong Kong's business world for decades, having seen more guns than he had heard of. He had taken just a week to realize one thing. Rather than having one more enemy, it was better to have one more ally. Then he sent a woman with an umbrella to wait for him in the rain. At the 13 million auction, he did not allow Hong Xiaolian to continue raising her paddle. The old master of the terminal was replaced, and he did not even call to reprimand. Having been struck 3 times, he chose to extend an invitation letter. This calmness was more alarming than winning or losing itself. A big shot is just a big shot. He pressed the cigarette into the ashtray, returned to his desk, and wrote a line in his notebook with a fountain pen. With Li Kashing, cooperate but remain cautious. Cautious but cooperate. He set down the pen and closed the notebook. The tide was retreating on the sea outside, and the lights of Lei Yumun flickered in the night. October 23rd, in the VIP lounge of HSBC Bank. Manager Chun respectfully placed the asset inventory report on the table, his fingertip pausing briefly over the total sum on the final page. Lei Sheng, this stock market crash cost us less than 400 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. He adjusted his glasses. Yet the assets we acquired are valued at over 2 Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion. Lei Zhaorong opened the report. Jianing Center, 80 million Hong Kong dollars acquisition cost, market value, 800 million Hong Kong dollars. For cinemas under 5 million Hong Kong dollars. 100 retail units along bus routes, 80 million Hong Kong dollars acquisition cost, pre-crash listing price, 260 million Hong Kong dollars. He suddenly recalled 7 months earlier, Lei Kuan tearing a 1 million Hong Kong dollars check into pieces and hurling it before him. He turned to the last page of the consolidated asset ledger. As of end October, total assets surpassed 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Hong Kong Daily Shino Apparel, Kowloon Motor Bus, Tunglong Film Production, Tunglong Cinema, Chain, Kowloon Construction, and Hong Kong International Container Terminal. All 7 pillars now interlocked seamlessly. His liquid capital still exceeded 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Shun Bai's additional 500 million Hong Kong dollars credit line remained untouched. He closed the report, a faint smile lifting the corners of his lips. Emerging from HSBC, Lei Zhaorong proceeded to his first enterprise, the Hong Kong Daily. In the general manager's office of the Hong Kong Daily, Wang Mingyuan spread 3 magazine proofs across the desk, his smile crinkling the lines around his eyes. Having followed Lei Zhaorong's lead during the crash to acquire several properties, his mood was unusually buoyant. Lei Xing, I'd like to discuss the positioning of these 3 magazines with you. Go ahead, Lei Zhaorong replied, settling into the leather chair in the editor-in-chief's office. Outlook was originally an urban lifestyle magazine leaning toward art and design, with a readership primarily comprising the middle class and creative professionals. Film Biweekly delivers film criticism and industry news, well regarded within the field with Wenjun's team brimming with innovative ideas. Food Romance is a culinary magazine with modest circulation across Hong Kong, though its content remains narrowly localized. Lei Zhaorong flipped through several pages of the proofs, his finger resting on the cover of Outlook. Since Outlook leans toward art and design, let us forge it into the definitive barometer of fashion and trend-setting. Hong Kong lacks a true vanguard publication capable of steering global fashion currents. We shall curate world-renowned brands. Chino Apparel's 3 labels, Urban Commute, Walter Albini Formalwear, and Irene Galatzin's avant-garde collections, presenting them as equals on the same prestigious platform. Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. Understood, Lei Sheng. We'll position all 3 brands alongside global icons. Lei Zhaorong nodded with a quiet smile. For apparel design content liaised directly with Lu Mintao, he possesses over 200 original sketches. Their caliber rivals that of any world-famous house. That confidence I hold without reservation. He picked up Food Romance and leafed through 2 pages, a subtle furrow forming between his brows. Preserve its core format, but expand its vision. It must encompass not only regional fare but culinary traditions from every corner of the globe. More crucially, he set the magazine down. It must embody the profound cultural heritage of gastronomy. 5 millennia of Chinese culinary evolution, from ancient dynastic shifts to regional cuisine development, ingredient migration, and the transmission of cooking techniques. Readers must not only learn what tastes exquisite, but why it does so, and the historical depth woven into every bite. Wang Mingyuan hesitated. Lei Sheng's rigorous scholarship on Chinese culinary culture demands substantial manpower and considerable cost. Lei Zhaorong interrupted calmly. That is easily resolved. Collaborate directly with elite universities across Hong Kong, mainland China, and Taiwan. When necessary, exchange academic credibility for editorial space. Wang Mingyuan's gaze sharpened, his body leaning forward instinctively. Lei Sheng, this strategy is brilliant. It is also a masterstroke in promoting Chinese culture globally. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Assign editor-in-chief Wang Xuanxing to helm this section. His literary prowess in food writing is more than sufficient to carry it. He lifted Film Biweekly. Is Wenjun's team still intact? Yes. They're currently developing a new film award, the Golden Horse Awards. Shall I have them brief you in person? Bring them in. Within 20 minutes, Wenjun knocked and entered. In his early 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, he appeared visibly restrained upon meeting Lei Zhaorong. Yet the moment the Golden Horse Awards were mentioned, his entire demeanor transformed. Eagerly unfolding his proposal, he detailed everything from award categories to jury procedures. After listening, Lei Zhaorong fell silent for several seconds. He recalled the Golden Horse Award ceremonies he had witnessed in his previous life, its earliest editions exuding provincial modesty, little more than an insider's self-congratulatory gathering. Editor, when your concept is excellent, Hong Kong truly needs a professional authoritative film award. A flush of delight rose on Wenjun's face. However, Lei Zhaorong leaned forward slightly. Your vision remains too narrow. Wenjun's smile froze. Your current framework resembles an internal Hong Kong selection, excessively parochial. Left unchecked, it will inevitably be perceived as mere child's play. He turned to the awards structure page of the proposal. We must broaden our scope. Not yet rivaling the Oscars or Europe's Big Three, but certainly no less distinguished than the Tokyo International Film Festival. Our ultimate benchmark should align with Europe's premier triad. Wenjun opened his mouth to speak, but Lei Zhaorong did not grant him the chance. Thus, the Golden Horse Awards, organized by Film Biweekly, must project an international stature externally. Jury members must include globally acclaimed filmmakers. Selection processes transparent, impartial, and publicly verifiable. Of course, his tone softened slightly. When standards are equal, preference for Hong Kong cinema is natural, but predetermined outcomes are strictly prohibited. Wenjun finally seized his opening, voice tinged with hesitation. Lei Sheng, this approach is outstanding, but costs will rise substantially. Hong Kong's filmmakers remain confined by local horizons. Lei Zhaorong continued, so dispatch invitations to international jurors immediately. Let them witness Hong Kong cinema firsthand. Vision must be long-range, he added. From inception, the scale must be expansive. Once the world perceives this as a regional footnote, repositioning becomes impossible. Financial concerns are manageable. Budgets, if reasonable, pose no obstacle. Wenjun pressed further, then Lei Sheng. What shall we name this award internationally? Lei Zhaorong paused, thoughtfully tapping twice on the proposal with his finger. Internationally, we shall call it the Eastern Film Festival. From its inaugural edition onward, the world must recognize the East possesses its own can. Wenjun blinked twice, then broke into an exhilarated grin, gathering his proposal. Thank you, Lei Sheng. Our original plan was indeed too insular. I shall revise it entirely, targeting parity with Europe's Big Three. Excellent. I look forward to your progress. After Wenjun departed, Wang Mingyuan smiled. Lei Sheng, you are guiding Hong Kong step by step onto the world stage. Lei Zhaorong replied with quiet confidence. Indeed, the Pearl of the Orient is no hollow epithet. It must be matched by commensurate stature. As he prepared to leave, Lei Zhaorong clapped Wang Mingyuan lightly on the shoulder. Tunglong Tower is nearly ready. Select a prime floor for the newspaper headquarters. Leaving the Hong Kong Daily, Lei Zhaorong instructed driver Lu Zhong to pass several flagship stores of Chino apparel. A small queue formed outside the Causeway Bay branch. Through the glass sales staff could be seen moving ceaselessly. In October's Causeway Bay, foot traffic before Chino's flagship store remained dense. Economic stagnation failed to dampen women's desire for beautiful clothing. Or perhaps precisely because of the downturn, they sought splendor to preserve dignity. Lu Mintao stood in his second-floor office, clutching the latest sales report, growing increasingly animated. Lei Sheng, amid such adverse economic conditions, Chino's sales remain remarkably stable. Once the economy rebounds, performance will surge beyond expectation. Lei Zhaorong smiled and nodded. Naturally, my designs anticipate their era. Provided operations run smoothly, success is inevitable. Over 200 garment designs are already underway. Have your design team refine details at their own pace. Release them incrementally. Do not launch them all at once. Strategically stagger each wave. Lu Mintao's eyes gleamed brighter still. Much of this owes to your frequent personal mentorship. Once refined, I guarantee these designs will stand unchallenged beside any global luxury brand. Lei Zhaorong's expression sobered. Design is no longer the priority, model is. Effective immediately. Chino operates exclusively through premium flagship stores. Each location must meet the highest standards. Sales personnel undergo unified training. Bearing speech and product knowledge must all pass rigorous evaluation. Secure premium properties whenever opportunity arises. Prime locations will host our own flagships. Others may be entrusted to franchise partners. Wang Mingyuan straightened. Understood. Do not fixate solely on Hong Kong. Lei Zhaorong rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling street below. Flagship stores will open in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, followed by franchising expansion. He turned back. You will negotiate with the mainland factory. We require greater production capacity. Assess whether they welcome investment. We seek majority ownership, not operational management. Lu Mintao grew increasingly animated, his voice rising half a tone. Understood, Lei Sheng. Stabilize the foundation, then accelerate expansion. Franchising will elevate sales volume. Acquiring controlling stakes in mainland factories ensures stable manufacturing. Precisely. Lei Zhaorong resumed his seat. Focus first on Asia. European and American agents may approach us. We'll supply them, but proactive overseas outreach waits until our model matures. This phase is about cultivating brand prestige. Service quality must never decline. All store managers undergo standardized training drawn from Chino's current sales team as core instructors. 2 firms, one British, one French, have already initiated contact. I've deferred response, awaiting confirmation that our flagship model is fully operational. Lu Mintao spoke excitedly. Service excellence will be my personal priority. Lei Zhaorong continued. We must participate in global fashion weeks and host our own world-class fashion week in Hong Kong. Lu Mintao declared enthusiastically. Already arranged, Lei Sheng. A dedicated team oversees fashion weeks, and preparations for our own Hong Kong event are underway, including venue scouting. He asked again, what is our investment pace for mainland China? Accelerate there. Begin with Shenzhen, with primary metropolises as targets. Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen form phase 1. Lei Zhaorong paused. Be mindful of current mainland policies. Joint ventures remain preferable. That is acceptable. Out-control tempo and quality above all. Once policy liberalization occurs in several years, independent operation will follow. Standards remain unchanged. Flagship specifications apply universally. Launch in major cities via premium flagships, then expand through franchising. Lu Mintao snapped his notebook shut, voice resolute. Understood, Lei Sheng. I will execute this plan rigorously. I am confident Chino will become a world-renowned brand. As the car turned out of Causeway Bay, Tang Zhonghua glanced back from the front passenger seat. Lei Sheng, Mr. Sato met someone for tea in Central today, not from Chung Kong Industries. Lei Zhaorong gazed out the window, pausing several seconds before replying. Let him meet. If Mitsui wishes to place multiple bets, let him begin. He paused again. Merely ascertain who attended that meeting. Kowloon Motor Bus Headquarters. Luo Yongfa laid a stack of documents on the desk. Efficient, decisive. Having profited handsomely following Lei Zhaorong, his bearing and vitality contrasted starkly with the neglected, listless man he had been months earlier under Lei Kuan's command. Luo Yongfa blinked, then laughed. Lei Zhaorong smiled faintly and continued. What is the renovation progress for the 100 retail units? The first batch has commenced construction, integrated entirely into Bailey convenience store chain. Luo Yongfa flipped open the progress schedule. Full integration is projected by year-end. What of other bus companies? With the economy faltering, their operational pressures must be acute. Luo Yongfa's eyes sparkled. Exactly my thinking. I'm already in talks with several neighboring route operators. Results imminent. One caution. Lei Zhaorong leaned forward slightly. Bailey convenience store chain grows ever larger. Envy and sabotage cannot be ruled out. Supply chains must not rely solely on secondary distributors. Seek direct partnerships with manufacturers, ideally developing signature products to strengthen Bailey's competitive differentiation. Luo Yongfa nodded firmly. Absolutely. Bailey cannot remain confined to Hong Kong. As we expand overseas, control over a stable supply chain must reside solely with us. I am preparing to spin Bailey off from Kowloon Motor Bus, establishing it as an independent corporation. Approved. Indeed, the foundation for further expansion is now firmly laid. At dusk, the shallow waters of Repulse Bay shimmered in pale gold beneath the setting sun. Lei Zhaorong sat in the rear seat of his Mercedes, mentally rehearsing tomorrow's agenda. Kowloon construction site restart progress required on-site verification. Tunglong Film Productions, Shirlansheng, was finalizing the Spring Festival release plan for Fortune Compels. The gains from this stock crash were immense. Absorbing these assets would finally solidify the group's structural integrity. The car entered Repulse Bay Villa. He stepped out and walked into the living room. Guanlin sat on the sofa beside a young woman, weeping softly. The woman raised her head, a delicate face streaked with tears. Seeing Lei Zhaorong enter, Guanlin rose and approached, whispering, "Honey, this is Chun Yunian, my dearest. She's just ended a long-term relationship with Zhou Fa and is heartbroken. Fearing she might act rashly, I brought her here to stay for a while." Lei Zhaorong glanced at the woman on the sofa, her shoulders still trembling. A flicker of unease stirred within him upon recognizing Chun Yunian. Chun Yunian. He remembered that name from a news item in his prior life. Not a favorable one. Fine, you manage arrangements as you see fit. Guanlin kissed his cheek and returned to comfort Chun Yunian. As Lei Zhaorong ascended the stairs toward his study, he faintly heard Guanlin murmur softly, "Don't cry. Make yourself at home. My husband is kind-hearted. You can trust him." Late at night, Guanlin lay flushed against Lei Zhaorong's chest, immersed in warmth and lingering tenderness, their breathing gradually synchronizing into quiet harmony. Guanlin fell silent for a moment, tracing slow circles over his heart. After a long pause, she whispered, "Honey, what kind of man could make you stop crying like that?" Lei Zhaorong remained silent, drawing her closer, waiting for her to continue. She bit her lip, hesitating, uncertain whether to utter those words. Then her voice dropped even lower. "If it were someone like you, she wouldn't need to cry." She buried her face in his shoulder, part probe, part confession she herself hadn't fully resolved. Lei Zhaorong looked down at her, only half her face visible in shadow, her earlobe slowly flushing crimson. The box office report for God of Gamblers was slammed onto the conference table, a thick stack, the golden title on the cover reflecting the light. Wang Jin sat across every crease on his round face, smiling. He wasn't wearing a floral shirt today. Instead, he had switched to a deep blue jacket, but the gold chain around his neck was the same, as always, thick enough to tie a dog. "Arong, the final data is out." He pushed the report forward. The box office in Xinjiang is 28,360,000, breaking all records since the opening of Xinjiang. In Sakura Country, Korea, Xingma, Thailand, and Taiwan, the box office in other regions of Asia converted to Hong Kong dollars exceeds 53 million. After deducting the cinema share and promotional costs, the net profit is 43 million. He paused, lightly tapping his fist on the table. "This time God of Gamblers is not bad, right? Thanks to your gambling session in Macau, the creation of God of Gamblers went smoothly." Lei Zhaorong flipped through the report, his gaze scanning the numbers. 28,360,000. In his past life, Best Partner set the record at 26 million, and God of Gamblers directly punched a hole through that ceiling. "I certainly believe in the films you make." He closed the report, his tone calm, yet firm, tapping on the box office report. "The box office is the best proof." Shirlansheng, sitting on the left side of the conference table, added, "The sales data for the videotapes is also quite good. This is long-term revenue. Orders for videotapes in Southeast Asia are still increasing." Shirlansheng spread out the complete script of Fortune Comes in droves on the table. Wang Jin rubbed his hands beside him, his round face full of anticipation. The main storyline of the script is very clear. A farcical life of an ordinary family in Hong Kong after winning the lottery, relatable packed with humor, a typical Hong Kong family comedy. Lei Zhaorong finished the last page, tapping his finger on the cover of the script twice. "Overall, it's very good. I have 2 points to suggest." Wang Jin immediately leaned in closer. "First, strengthen the details of interaction among family members. How do the parents explain the sudden wealth to their children? How do siblings scheme against each other while also helping each other? These details need to be well done for the audience to relate. Second, leave a little suspense at the end to pave the way for a sequel." Wang Jin paused for a moment, then slapped his thigh. "How did I not think of that? Add an Easter egg of a poor relative suddenly showing up. The audience will definitely laugh and still be looking forward to the next installment." Wang Jin gave a plump thumbs up, grinning lewdly. "Arong, you understand the audience even better than I do." Lei Zhaorong chuckled as well, not calculating the audience, but calculating the market. After saying that, both of them burst into laughter. Shirlansheng watched the two laugh, glancing over at Su Kun not far away. Suka sat in a corner chair flipping through a stack of old newspapers, his brows slightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a line. He hadn't participated in any discussions in the lively meeting room, his eyes fixated on the yellowing paper in his hands. Launching followed Lei Zhaorong's gaze and explained softly, he's thinking about new themes. He has nearly worn out these newspapers over the past few days. Lei Zhaorong caught sight of a small article about the martial artist Huang Feihong from the late Qing dynasty, only the size of a tofu block wedged between gossip, news, and horse racing information. He felt a stir in his heart. Director Su, are you thinking about Huang Feihong? Suka raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He clearly hadn't slept much over the past few days. Lei Sheng, I want to make a different kind of martial arts film. He placed the newspaper on his lap, his voice low. Not the kind where people fly around like in Shaw Brothers films, nor the current formula of master-disciple training in closed doors. It needs to be heartfelt with a sense of national pride. But how to start, how to set up character relationships, I'm still figuring it out. He rubbed his forehead. How can we surpass the current martial arts films? It's a bit difficult. Lei Zhaorong picked up his teacup and took a sip. The warm tea slid down his throat and memories from his past life became clear. Suke's Huang Feihong series was the foundational work of the entire new school of martial arts films, and that line from a man should be strong. We may not win, but at least we can stand, is still etched in the hearts of film fans. But now it would be several years before the first installment would be released, and Su Ku was still groping in the dark for that path. He set the teacup down. The first scene, the beach. Suke's eyebrows twitched. Huang Feihong is training with the militia on the beach. The sound of slogans, weapons clashing, and synchronized footsteps. Then the foreign ships appear on the horizon. Not one ship, but a fleet. Dark and imposing as if to block out the sky. Suke's pupils constricted. Right from the start, the clash of eras hits the audience in the face. Lei Zhaorong's tone was steady, each word outlining the scene. Huang Feihong stands on the beach. Behind him are his disciples, and the villagers in front of him are steam-powered ironclads and foreign cannons. His decades of practicing Hongchuan amounts to nothing in front of the cannons, but he still stands. The antagonist is not just a simple bully. It is the conflict of the times. The foreign guns, the corruption of the Qing court, and the apathy of the masses. These three elements intertwine to become Huang Feihong's true opponents. But his chivalry is not about fighting and killing. It is about maintaining the backbone of the Chinese people in the cracks. Do not let him win at the end. Let him stand. Unable to win, but still standing. Su Ku froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly stood up, the newspaper on his knees slipping to the floor. He quickly walked to the conference table, grabbed a pen, and made a few strokes on the paper, then looked up. Lei Sheng, if he doesn't win at the end, then in that opening scene of training on the beach, we can add a detail. One of Huang Feihong's disciples is a child only in his teens, holding a red tassel spear taller than himself, standing the straightest, and shouting the loudest. Lei Zhaorong nodded. The contrast is a stroke of genius. They'll go get paper and a pen. Lei Sheng, can you repeat again the lighting details for that beach scene? Backlighting or front lighting? Are the foreign ships behind him or directly in front? Suka left quickly, but returned even faster, clutching paper and a pen, immediately asking about the lighting details. Lei Zhaorong said, for the lighting on that beach, try dusk. The foreign ships emerge from the horizon backlit. Huang Feihong faces them, the sunlight hitting from behind him, so the audience can only see his silhouette. That would be even more heart-wrenching. Suke's expression was invigorated, the pen tip moving quickly on the paper. Launching watched this scene and said to Lei Zhaorong, Lei Sheng, your thinking is truly imaginative, yet practically feasible. I really don't understand art, Lei Zhaorong said nonchalantly. I just know what can sell. After Su Ku and Wang Jin left, Launching collected her smile, flipped her notebook to a new page, and reported serious matters. Her tone was steady, but the content was not light. Jiahe and Shaw Brothers are now more cautious of us than they were when facing Princess Jean. Especially Jiahe. Every time we schedule our films, they adjust the release dates of Cheng Long and Hong Jinbeo's films to clash with ours. During the release of God of Gamblers, Jiahe forcefully released Cheng Long's a planned sequel to compete for 2 weeks. And the result? Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair. We won. Launching's lips curved slightly. The box office for a planned sequel in Xiangjiang was 19 million, almost 10 million less than God of Gamblers. But Jiahe's scheduling tactics are indeed squeezing our screenings. No need to worry about them. Lei Zhaorong's tone was very calm. Their vision is too narrow. They only see the small territory of Xiangjiang. You just need to keep one thing in mind. Our films should avoid hard clashes with Cheng Long and Hong Jinbeo's films, who just stagger the release by 2 weeks. Other than that, don't worry. Understood. Launching opened another page. I've done a survey on the situation of Southeast Asian cinemas. Local distributors in Singapore and Malaysia are already in contact with us, but since Tenglong is a new platform, they are pressuring us heavily, offering a revenue share 20% lower than market price. I've already negotiated with them twice, but they are adamant. Lei Zhaorong did not hesitate. If there are suitable small cinemas, just buy them directly. Currently, we can't avoid the price pressure. Once our film lineup stabilizes, the initiative will be in our hands. He stood up and walked to the whiteboard in front of the conference table, picking up a marker to write down several place names: Tokyo, Osaka, Seoul, Taipei, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok. The improvement of distribution channels cannot stop. Not just Southeast Asia. Contact all major markets in East Asia. The Kowloon cinema brand may not be well known yet, but the overseas box office of God of Gamblers is hard currency. We've already earned our first trust in overseas distribution. We should strike while the iron is hot. Shi Lansheng's pen moved quickly across the notebook. Her handwriting, though messy, was clear and orderly. One more thing. Lei Zhaorong turned around. The filming progress of Fortune comes in droves for the Spring Festival must be closely monitored. The schedule cannot be delayed for even a moment. We are already setting up the scenes, and the actors are basically confirmed. Have one coordinate with you. The first preparation for next year's East Film Festival requires full cooperation from Kowloon Film. He pointed at the whiteboard. This is our first step in industry discourse power. We cannot be careless. Shi Lansheng closed her notebook, her short hair swaying sharply with the movement. Understood. Lei Zhaorong glanced out the window. The sunlight was shining on the sea surface of Victoria Harbor, the gray-blue water reflecting the midday light. Outside the conference room, the arguing voices of Wang Jin and Su Ku could be faintly heard. The content was inaudible, but their tones were both excited. As Lei Zhaorong opened the car door and sat in the back seat, a smile still lingered from hearing Wang Jin's ideas for a sequel. It was only when the co-driver Tang Zhonghua turned around that his gaze shifted from gentle to sharp. Lei Sheng, that Sato from Mitsui Co. has new moves.